gentlemen, let's do it.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
The 2023 season will be a ridiculous year. Call of Duty, the Raleigh Major, starting with an absolute bang.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
It's going to be a wild and crazy year of Call of Duty. I have no idea what to expect. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, HyDra! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Perfect. Absolutely outstanding.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show.
Dashy again, handling business.
Now you better come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get up on it.
Whoa! Unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you.
What on earth is going on in this game? That is it! It's gonna be done and dusted!
They ain't ready for you.
What's up, you sneaky beavers? Welcome back to Raleigh, North Carolina. Take your shirt off like Ben J and get ready.
Yeah.
We are fired up for day 3 here in North Carolina for the Call of Duty League Major #1. Yesterday, an excellent finish to the Code Bowl with the UK taking home the title for the Royal Air Force. Today, though, we're looking to find out who is going to take another step closer to that trophy here at the CDL Challengers. Has a jam-packed house as well. So much going on and so much to break down. It's all happening here live on headquarters. Welcome in, everybody. Chris Puckett alongside Chris Tunn. We've got aLLeY, Cat, and Nameless. aLLeY, let's start with you. Day 2 was insane. You and Ant were on the Code Bowl with Maven and Lottie. Then you had to cast 3 matches. We saw some crazy finishes in the bracket. What was the highlight of day 2 for you, though?
The highlight of day 2 for me, it had to just be all the matches. It just had to be how exciting it was and how down to the wire it was. The fact that we had to say bye to OpTic Texas was pretty disheartening, to be honest.
Yeah, Nameless, a little bit of a shocker. We're coming into day 3 with just 8 pro teams left in this Pro-Am, right? OpTic is not one of them. Boston Breach is not one of them. London's out, and so are the Guerrillas.
Yeah, this has been a wild tournament so far. We see Vegas Legion now in our top 8. Minnesota Røkkr, our top seed in losers round 1. And then our defending champs, the LA Thieves, find themselves in losers round 1. It's been crazy, Puckett.
We start today on Elimination Watch. Let's take a look at our bracket because the first battle on the main stage is that Minnesota-Vegas match. That's the very bottom. We've got Mutineers versus LA Thieves. That'll be happening on Bravo. In the winners bracket, we only have 4 teams left. Subliners, Surge, Ultra, and FaZe all playing on the main stage today. But let's start here by talking about the team that had a really close matchup last night. They're still in it today. Legion is looking clean in Search and Destroys. Ton, what have you seen from this squad? This match against Atlanta FaZe, I think, blew everyone away, which is how close it was. This was 250 to 248.
Very, very close in the hard points all around, of course, in map number 4 as well, but very much down to the wire. Search and Destroy control. Very, very close from both 2 teams, but I said it could have went either way, really.
Yeah, no, the nail in the coffin when it comes to Vegas Legion is that they still cannot win control. That is what really hurt them when it came to this series because, like Chris Tunn said, I mean, every other map was very, very close. Hardpoint was within 20 points game 4. The S&D went to round 11 in map 2. Vegas Legion is showing that they have come here to put these teams to the wire and to the test. It's just unfortunate they haven't figured out control in that map 3.
Vegas gonna try and play spoiler over the Minnesota Røkkr to start their day. And please welcome back to the stage for the first time since Major 1 last year. Give it up for Clayster, one of the GOATs here in our league. Let's talk about this man a little bit, Tunny. He's taken to Twitter saying, pluck the gray hair today. If you lose to me, you're gonna be ashamed.
I personally think 30 is a great age, it has to be said. Honestly, he has not necessarily been playing at his best, but he is with that team, and he's a crucial part of it. They are so close to being very, very good. They're not too far away, and the stats just sort of tell the story. 3 rings to this man's name.
14 seasons, 3 World Championship rings, and he's got a whole bunch of ships to go with it. We're gonna see Clayster in action. Will he be enough for Vegas? We're gonna have to find out. We have a number of other teams in action today, and we gotta talk a little bit about the LA Thieves because they are not in our upper bracket. They are facing elimination against the squad that just knocked out OpTic. Taking a look at this Thieves squad though, were you surprised in their loss to the Surge last night?
I don't think we're necessarily too surprised to say that Surge looked great, but Thieves didn't necessarily play as well as we thought they would. And you've seen yesterday, yesterday, actually, when they were going up against Elevate 2. They said that things have been a little bit sloppy. If they can tighten it up, they could still go on a run here, but Surge are the team for me that are looking very, very good.
Yeah, sloppy indeed, especially when there's not something you can pinpoint when it comes to the LA Thieves squad. We all love to be like, oh, well, their S&D just isn't where it needs to be right now, and that's why they're losing series. Well, they won the S&D 6-1 versus the Seattle Surge, and unfortunately, I think they just weren't able to shut down Sib and Pred. They were just playing too much out of their mind. Sib in that series alone had 11,000 damage, and I'm hoping to see that Seattle Surge today.
These young guns are just popping off here in Raleigh. Reminder, you can watch both of these elimination matches as we go from 8 teams down to 6 in our opening hour using the command center. The LA Thieves versus Florida gonna be over on Bravo. Nameless, if you missed it yesterday, how to use the command center?
I mean, you just click a button on your screen. It'll take you to all the different streams. You got 2 streams here in this first block. You don't want to miss anything, any of this action.
It's gonna be a great show, and we've got a lot of upsets, I feel, brewing. Just like last night, OpTic Texas rather, besting the Florida Mutineers in a round 11, game 5 on day 1. Florida comes back. It's the 3-1 revenge yesterday, aLLeY.
Yeah, the curse just continues. You know, OpTic may have broken the streak, but Florida won where it mattered and ended up sending them home, and it has to be off the back of Brak. I mean, he had a 1.4 KD in that series alone, and whenever he is doing well, Florida literally looked unstoppable, so I'm hoping he can continue that today.
And this is where it all went wrong for OpTic, right, Tunney? We were watching this. OpTic is up 1 game. They're now up 3-1 in search and destroy. iLLeY fires a few extra bullets, and Florida took offense to it.
Now the Juju man is well and truly out in full force. It has to be said, the stats before and after, you just seen them. I can't imagine we're going to be seeing too many more body shooting there from the side of OpTic, but Florida Mutineers answered in kind.
Hell of a clap back here, Nameless. One of the best celebrations we've seen in Call of Duty esports.
Yeah, I thought it looked like 3 Doug Sensor Martins doing some push-ups there. You know, the Florida Mutineers put up a good fight here. They get this W. OpTic Texas, man, just not on the same page across the board, making a lot of mistakes. Didn't really look strong, particularly any game mode throughout this event. I just feel like they need to get on the same page together.
I will say, chat, settle down. That was one moment featuring one player that we happened to catch on camera. Let's not change our roster up. Let's settle down and let them play a few more games. Let's keep this moving, though, for teams that are definitely playing more games here in Raleigh. The Subliners are the team of the event. One of the best map records, some of the best stats. They are now taking on the Seattle Surge in the top half of our bracket. We have Toronto and FaZe in the bottom half of the upper bracket. But let's start here with this Subliner squad. Study called him to come in hot. Yeah, he was the only one who saw this one coming, Nameless.
They look absolutely ridiculous. You know, they're 27-4 map count across both our pro-ams from last year and into this pro-am. Everybody on this team is on another level. Teams keep playing them on Fortress. They're going to run you over in that map. We saw it in the game 4 yesterday versus the Florida Mutineers. They will punish you. This is a team that has come out with so much pressure. They play at such a fast pace, and today they're going up against the Seattle Surge. It's just going to be headbutting each other the entire time. It's going to be very exciting.
Subliners have been frying in-game, and the stats are there to prove it. Priestahh gets jumped by his teammate Skyz. They've been holding down that 1 and 2 spot since match number 1. aLLeY, you got 3 Subliners, though, in the top 8.
Yeah.
What's making this team click right here on LAN?
In a weird sense, I have to say it's actually KiSMET. I think he's really been that dirty work player for this squad in their matchup versus Florida. He actually had the most damage despite just having a 1.0 overall. He had 9K, which what that tells me is he is getting everybody weak. He's getting in the mix, and he's playing his life for his team to get those finishing kills, to get that control of the map. So shout out to New York Subliners. They look fantastic heading into today, and I hope they can continue their run.
Subliners a surprise. So is this squad. The Seattle Surge coming in with a 1-3 record in our first 2 weeks. Lamar, accuracy with a family friend. He was in the hospital, coming home to scrim, getting on last minute to get in their games. He's here, he's focused, and he's getting carried by the young guns. Accuracy's still there, he's doing his job. But when I'm watching these games, it's these 2 young men.
Oh, these 2 boys are frying, and it's no surprise. You look at that 1-3 record for me, shows just the initial struggles, but they seem to have clicked now. And I don't think any of us are too surprised about that, Anna.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Seattle team. It's like they're just unstoppable when Simp and Pred are doing this. Like they're putting up 1.3s, each of them just taking over games. You know, you talk about Civ and sort of like the MW engine is really when he came up as a challengers player, and this guy has been lights out. Pred, I think, is a top 3 player overall in the game. Like this guy really goes crazy. If there's one critique you have of them, it's a search and destroy, but with the way they look, they don't even need to win search bucket.
I didn't know Australia was good at video games. They have crappy internet. They can't really practice that well. Pred may be the best player in the venue, and he is playing for the Surge. Let's talk about a few other teams that could be the best in the venue. If it's not Seattle, It might be another squad up north. Toronto Ultra looking so strong fundamentally, aLLeY.
Yeah.
Everyone has been chiming in with the kills. It's been a team affair, and they're coming away with another 3-1 victory over Minnesota here in the highlights. A red-hot squad coming into our bracket play today.
Definitely the team to beat. The 3-1 team coming off the qualifiers, you know, the only one now still in the winner side of this bracket because they get their revenge on the Minnesota Røkkr, like you said, in a 3-1 victory. And you have to talk about that interview. They all feel confident, right? Especially Scrappy. He's the rookie right now of this year, a 2.09 in Search and Destroy. And right behind him is going to be Insight with a 1.56. So in every single game mode, this team is a threat. They do not have a weakness as of right now. So this team, somebody needs to have to stop their momentum.
And here's what Scrappy had to say after the 3-1 over Minnesota, getting loud and calling out the rest of the league.
Should we consider you guys the team to beat for the rest of this tournament?
I would say for sure. I mean, people are getting smoked left and right. I'm just looking for some competition. I need someone to shoot back.
Oh, he needs somebody to shoot back, okay? And I think that's a statement right there, but you got anything you want to say to the fans that's been supporting you here?
Yeah, the Ultra fans, you're the best. You support us through everything. I mean, I heard you guys even against the OpTic fans, and they got smoked, so it is what it is, but, you know, we're coming for it all.
That was Mama Scrappy watching her son talk a little smack, but nameless. I feel like this is aEx's adopted son. He is the perfect combination of aEx's trash talk and Clayster's energy from the old guard here, leading a team as the youngster. aLLeY, we were talking about his former teammates. They were saying playing alongside Scrappy made me fearless when I came into game. It didn't matter the names on the other side of the lobby.
And that's really important. Again, this is a Toronto Ultra squad that was still trying to figure out their team chem, having to put 2 new players plugged into this roster, and they figured it out. It took them a couple of games, but they have figured it out, and in a sense of every player is doing their job and doing their job well, and that is off of the back of Scrappy's energy. I know he is in comms, and he is making everybody confident, everyone excited, like you said. It's a dangerous team.
And Ton, we were up in the green room, and we were kind of talking about what Scrappy's done this event, and someone pointed out, well, don't forget about Standy, the guy that Toronto brought in to upgrade this team. He's got similar numbers as well.
He's been doing really, really well. I think a lot of people would have said, yes, Scrappy coming in, you know what's going to happen. But I would say Standy was one of the minor question marks to see how he can translate into this team. But he has slotted in so perfectly. Does the dirty work, finds the kills. He's an all-around player.
Raleigh, North Carolina, how are you enjoying day 3 so far? We got a jam-packed house. Make some noise, everybody. And if you couldn't come to Raleigh, don't worry. You can still score big. Watching at home, Nameless, let's tell the people what they can win and how they do it.
Yeah, you can get some XP rewards. You can get some bonus things like the Candy Cane Weapon Blueprint. The Full Streaks is my favorite calling card here, buddy.
Get hooked up, link your account during the commercial break. When we come back, it's time to get day 3 started. This is the Call of Duty League live from Raleigh.
To the west, where iron defies the sea, the wolf of Westmarch hides its spoils.
Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Welcome back in. It's day 3, major number 1 for the 2023 season. We're starting a little early here in December, and we got shirts galore being given out to the rowdy fans here in North Carolina. Everyone getting fired up for our first match of the day, and it's an elimination battle This is one that will send a team home. We have 8 teams left right now in the bracket. We'll be down to 6 after our opening hours. Minnesota versus Legion, though, that's our opening battle on the main stage. Tun, I want to start with you. Tell me about the Røkkr, the history here in the CDL, and what you've seen early on from this team here in 2023.
Well, it's a big change-up. Of course, a lot of players coming in from different teams. You've got a core 2 from that Ultra side, joining up with Afro. Attach was on there last season, switching into every which role that he needed to, but then bringing in, as said, those 2 players from Ultra, and then adding in Afro. It's very much a UK-based team, and Attach in there as well. And a lot of promise heading into the season, a 3-1 record online. Everyone was kind of feeling this roster. Haven't really got things going here at the Rally Major, though, so far.
They came in with the top seed. They are doing work in Group A, but then they ran into Toronto. If you're looking for a player to watch, though, we've talked about Afro, we've talked about Bance. No one's been hyping up one of the hottest free agents of the offseason. Cammy gets re-signed. People are excited that he's a part of this squad now.
Yeah, no, Cammy is incredible. It's always been a talk of like, will he hit Cold War form again? Like, and I feel like that set a really high ceiling for him. But when it comes to Respawn, like, he has been solid. He has been there. He has been that player that if you need a 2-piece out of them, Cammy's going to be the one to get it. So when it comes to this series, I'm expecting him to go above and beyond right now to keep their tournament life alive.
Nameless, what's the most impressive part of watching Røkkr? Yes, they ran into the Ultra, but this is a team that's had a lot of success early in MW2.
Yeah, you know, I have just basically critiques of the Røkkr. I feel like their control has been pretty solid overall. Yesterday, what we saw, though, in that Toronto Ultra Series was they had control in both of the hardpoints, some blunders at the very end. They got to the 180 mark on both maps prior to Toronto getting there, and then they just blow one of the money hills. So it's just these tight setups that they need to work on. Comes down to communication. The only player they have making plays in these instances, it has been Afro. So we need to see some other players do well in those situations.
I got to move us on because this match is about to kick off. But first, we got to introduce you to Minnesota's opponent, going from Paris now to Vegas. Give it up for the Legion. And TJ Halley is back here on LAN, Ant.
Yeah, so with the Las Vegas Legion, they've looked ridiculous. In Search and Destroy, like the 3rd best team that we have here, so they've improved in that mode. I favor them in hardpoint in this series, and these guys matched up. Don't forget, Puckett, this was the first win that the Las Vegas Legion had in our league. They beat them in a 3-1 fashion, so these guys are confident going up against the Legion, and you know, I expect them to take the series.
We got to go to break. When we come back, your teams are coming out live here in Raleigh. Don't go anywhere. This is the CDL.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
All right, Raleigh, y'all ready to get day number 3 started? Man, we got a packed house out here. And we're about to have some awesome matches coming up on this stage. I hope you're having a fantastic time at home as well. Make sure you tweet it out, let your friends know that the CDL is about to start. And coming to the stage for the first time all weekend, look with nothing to lose, and I hope you place your bets right, because here comes Vegas.
You know what they say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Because in the end, whatever goes down, whatever you get up to, your triumphs and transgressions, nobody actually understands what it means except for you.
Raleigh, make some noise for the Las Vegas Legion. I give to you TJ, Hallie, Prolu, Tim, and Claystar, the Las Vegas Legion.
The community has rallied behind a team that for so long it's felt like there's been no hope. But they got Claystar on the squad now alongside Temp, and they've been lighting it up. They look great in Search and Destroy, coming off of some big wins. We'll see if they can do it here. But they got a tough opponent. Let's bring them out, Blaze.
Yeah, they do got a tough opponent. And when I tell you these boys are looking to get it done, they are not about to hold back. Here comes Minnesota. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Minnesota Røkkr. Show some love for Attach, Afro, Bance, and Cammy, the Minnesota Røkkr.
A team that reap what they sow. Minnesota Røkkr now in a do-or-die position against the Vegas Legion. I'm going to be looking at Attach, a player who had to change roles last year and has now been the shining light for this team. They need to do something special here, and Afro's got to keep running with the fire that he started at the beginning of this season. Blaze, let's get this match started.
Well, aLLeY is feeling like a special day here in Raleigh. Are you guys ready to get day 3 started? Let's toss it to our casters. It's Lando and Study.
Oh, thank you so much, Blaze. I tell you what, Raleigh, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. A good old CDL Saturday, and we are starting things off with a banger, Jay.
Oh my God, this is a perfect way to start, because obviously if you're Vegas, you've already taken these guys down once, but if you're Minnesota, you were the #1 seed coming into this tournament, and unfortunately you find yourself in round 1 of elimination. Everything has to be on point today, no mistakes.
And it has to versus a team in the Vegas Legion, which just feels like they've got all the momentum right now. A W today versus the Minnesota Røkkr would give this franchise their best placement at a LAN since the very first year of the CDL back in 2020.
That's crazy.
These guys have got a lot of fire right now, a lot to fight for.
Without question, man, but the way that the Vegas Legion have been playing so far this weekend, they have had some really tough matchups.
Yeah.
They got reverse swept by LA Thieves to start us off. They get a 3-2 Game 5 victory over Boston Breach. Then they fall, then they take the W versus Elevate all the way into Game 5. These guys have been pushing the distance basically every single series, and the way that they ended off last night versus Atlanta, it could have went either way, man. That was such a close series for the boys.
And it feels like, too, when we talk about the Vegas Legion, it's not the primary characters that you thought. Like we were talking a lot in the early stages of the year about, it could be the Temp show, it could be Clay. Lately, man, it feels like we're hearing a lot from the SMGs. I'm hearing that TJ's frying. I'm hearing the Pro Loot was going off versus the Atlanta FaZe. They've got really a very solid thing going from 2 players that maybe we weren't 100% expecting to come out and fire away. But let's go ahead and take a look at our maps and modes as we start off this day #1 in a very, very spicy manner. And there you have them, Jay. We're headed to Embassy first.
Oh, Embassy to start us off. A lot of these guys have history. Both of these squads do. They played it in their previous series. Obviously for Vegas Legion, they won 250-248 versus Atlanta FaZe. On the opposite side for Minnesota, they fell short all the way into Game 4 yesterday versus Toronto. And it just came down to a couple of these hills. Minnesota put themselves in a great position when they needed to rotate, but at that P4 is when Toronto were able to get basically a full 120 hold on 2 different hard points. And then when they needed to rotate and get a hold at Kitchen, they could not find a break. So this map #1 is so damn important for both of these teams, but just the way that Minnesota have been performing in Search and Destroy, a lot more for them in my opinion.
Alrighty, it's time to start off the day. Raleigh, are you excited?
Okay.
There it is. Okay, well, it'll get better as the day goes on, but they are awake. And I cannot wait to get this one going. Minnesota v Vegas. aBeZy Hardpoint, here we go. As Røkkr are able to hop on the board first, and we're looking through the eyes of the vet and Clayster for Vegas.
Right now, Røkkr do a great job of just trying to get as much time as they can off of P1, but we know either one of these squads are not going to fight for that majority of the time. You want to make sure you're focused on that parking lot. Trying to flip those spawns going in towards P2, but now it's on TJ. Finds himself in towards bottom laundry. He's just trying to keep them off the point, but final 30, you got to make sure you're rotating if you're Røkkr. You cannot be spawning out towards orange because now Vegas Legion are currently in the rotation win percentage.
Oh, they've got 2 down instantly, so with that in mind, they're going to have their eyes on the time. TJ, the first one to pile in a few of those points, but with 15 seconds left to go, every single one of those arrows quickly gets directed to the exact position that Clay is locking down right now. So many eyes on Clay, his first time on the main stage here at Major 1, and already in a big gunfight here versus Cammy.
Yeah, as long as he's just playing his life right here, he's allowing his teammates to eventually set up the pinch. Look at your mini-map. ProLu flanks all the way around back kitchen. He should be able to find that initial kill, and he does onto Cammy, but now the break does come in. Afro takes down Clay. Now all of Vegas spawning out towards orange. This is going to be a difficult break, but ProLu at least takes him off the time.
Guy who's been playing very, very well lately for Vegas Legion and ProLu, trying to put in some work with the SMGs. Attached to deal with. That's going to be job done. Temp for the first, TJ for the second, and ProLu for the third. A great little break comes in once more for Legion. 25 very valuable points still to fight for. Rotation battles going down as well, but it appears that P2 is going to go the way of Las Vegas unless Player 5 and Attach has something to say about it.
Yeah, Attach versus Temp for this remaining 15 seconds. Temp is able to take him down, but the rotation is going to be in favor of Minnesota. You already have control of orange. TJ is able to get that information, not able to pick up the kill though. Afro was laying nice on his belly. Now going over towards the AC Hill, that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Should allow Minnesota to get fully set up.
See what they can do with it. It feels like the first hard point where they've really been able to slow the game down a little bit. That absolutely could value a player like Afro. Ready and waiting, and how about the snap? Sheesh. The instant snap from Afro. Granted, it is a trade, but it gives Røkkr a little bit more information to work off of, and from there, this hill looks to be going the way of Røkkr all the way around. 30 down and 30 to go. The advantage firmly in their control, but the biggest hard point is still upon us, Jay.
Yeah, Vegas Legion just kind of slowed this down. This has been a flawless hold for Minnesota to now give themselves a nice little comfortable lead going towards the next hill. They are not in control of the spawns going towards bottom PD, but at least they're getting this remaining time. Should be able to put them up by almost 50 points. Great shots coming in from Cammy. He's on a 4 spree. Could potentially earn himself that airstrike, but TJ, he's actually able to break in with about 10 seconds left. Now Vegas Legion set themselves up pretty well. They're in control of the spawns. They know exactly where all Minnesota are coming from. You just have to hold your irons.
Hold your irons, but it feels like even when you do that, Afro, it doesn't matter. The guy is absolutely beaming this weekend. Lots of questions on how if he was going to be able to translate from online to LAN, and he has absolutely done that from the top rope. Eliminates his second, eliminates his third. Hungry for more, and Røkkr break instantly.
It's a beautiful break from Røkkr, all led by the plays on Afro. He's not going to stop. He finds another one onto TJ. Now the spawns are going to flip. All of Vegas Legion spawning out towards parking lot. They might have to just chalk this one up because you know how impactful that kitchen hill can be as Bance finds 2. Great shots with the Vaznev. Unfortunately, he gets traded by Temp. But this has been a great answer from Minnesota. They didn't start off with the initial time, but they get the break, and they're keeping this comfortable lead.
Oh my goodness, Afro was just not losing any close quarter engagements. However, this was the struggle that we saw yesterday from Røkkr. It was the P4 to P5 rotation. This time it is Afro, this time it is Bance who come out on top. We're getting a lot of love to Afro, by the way. Bance just singing a casual 12-7. A catalyst to what at least gave Minnesota a map victory yesterday versus Toronto. Bance trying to have a similar impact. As he drops, Vegas Legion with a little bit of time to soak. Temp hanging out in the kitchen. He's lost 2 of his teammates, so the comms are gonna have to be fiery, as now he's the sole man inside of the OBJ. Here comes Røkkr. And they drop him again, another break for Minnesota.
Yeah, right there, the setup was just a little weak right there from Vegas. Once the player drops in towards the back of the kitchen, which was Clayster, they find a second kill, and then at that point, they're both spawning out. It's a 4v2 in the point, and Minnesota, they get the break. This has been a beautiful break from them. Just continuously grow this lead. Vegas Legion are just playing from the back foot. You are rotating, but you're just not holding your setups properly. Final 10 seconds at this P5 hardpoint. TJ still gonna put on pressure. He's able to find that 2, but Only getting 10 seconds is not going to win you this game. Now going over towards P1, Vegas Legion needs to not allow Minnesota to get a bunch of time here, but they need to respond once again with that great P2 hold.
You're already kind of put in an awkward spot if you're Legion down the way that you are. You want to try to value P2, but as you mentioned, buddy, you also can't give away time at P1. And even when you're rotating, it feels like it really hasn't mattered. Røkkr, in terms of their gameplay, the SMGs have come out to fry everybody across the board. It's having a phenomenal start to this hardpoint, and that's a scary sign already if you're a Legion fan. Røkkr, not too commonly have they won opening hardpoints, but these boys are coming out firing right now.
Yeah, their opening hardpoints so far in the season is 2-6, 33% win rate in opening hardpoints. But if you are Minnesota, you can take this map number 1. You will set yourself up beautifully for this series. It's now. You're going to see Vegas Legion just keep them off of that P1 time, but now the spawns do flip. This is where Vegas Legion, if they can get a great hold on that P2 once again, can get themselves right back into this game. You just have to hold the pressure coming in from street.
Oh, and Pro narrowly able to stay alive. Meanwhile, it's Bance who comes away with the crucial double. Attaches there for the trade, and Cammy is also there for another. A great little break once more for Røkkr. They realize the P1 time is chalked. Let's rotate and grab some time again, and they're doing exactly that. And how annoying is this angle right now? Dylan Price puts in the nade, puts in the shots. Vegas just not standing a chance off these rotations.
Yeah, this game is starting to get away from them. You had Attach lay down towards the middle of the map. He knows that they're all spawning back kitchen. Just give your comms on the players crossing. As Minnesota are starting to pull away in this hard point. Final 25 seconds on P2. You are Vegas Legion, you have to get the break, and now you have to win a couple gunfights off the rotation. It's gonna fall into the hands of ProLuke. He's able to take down one, but look at the spawns coming in from Minnesota, all through the back alley. ProLuke, he's gonna be one shot, cannot win the gunfight. And that's another rotation over towards AC that Minnesota are able to win.
And that's just great work from Attach as well to win that 1v1. He holds up the spawns for the team again, and while Vegas does break the close out.
My God.
Over at that final hill, Røkkr do an excellent job of just reposition, right? Hey, we got broken on the last hard point, cool. Let's go ahead and fight for the early portion of what very well could be a full 60 hill. And quickly a problem for Vegas, as ProLuke is gonna have to make some magic happen. He quickly drops the SMGs again. Continue to pile on the pressure. 200 seconds already reached for Minnesota.
We gotta take our time. We're just going one by one with leaving these individual gunfights, and none of them are going in favor of the Legion. Now the spawns are gonna flip, and this is where Minnesota could potentially chain this hill towards that P4 and close the game out right now. Beautiful hold as Cammy is holding down top PD. He has the cross. Unfortunately, he does get traded by Temp, so the spawn should flip in favor of Vegas Legion. But they just haven't been able to find a break. Clayster with that two-piece. You're going to be able to get this final 15, but it's almost at a 100-point lead right now for Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking a look at the stats as well, it kind of indicates what we've seen so far. Just a lack of holds. Everybody negative, but specifically ProLuke right now. 11 and 20. There's been a lot of hype around him, how well he's played in this tournament. And right now, when they need him the most, it has not been the greatest of performances. It's going to take a heroic effort out of Vegas to bring this one back. This hard point, well, it can start you off in a nice manner, but as we've said, the breaks have been great so far for Røkkr, and I guess right on cue. Well, there goes another one. It felt like for a moment Vegas have locked it down. Røkkr quickly find 3, and they can win it here.
They can win it here. Now, if you are Vegas Legion, you have to set up a pinch. Unfortunately, Clay is going to drop that player going behind planners. ProLuke gets taken out, and we just got to slow down. We're going one by one. You got to take your time. They are just picking you guys apart. Minnesota are going to close this one out.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. ProLuke trying to make some noise around the outside. You can see it from Vegas Legion. They're just getting destroyed right now in the feed. Attached for a little bit of some love at the end. And it was well controlled all the way through. Røkkr, not often do they win these opening hard points, but boy did they in this series. A 250 to 136 dub here on aBeZy.
Minnesota just played that map really good. They were just making sure that they were always ahead of the game. Every time they needed to get the favorable response to a hard point, they always had the response. They dominated at that AC hill, and even with Vegas Legion rotating over towards piece 4, Minnesota found break after break whenever they needed to, and that's because they were just slowly picking them apart. If you're Vegas Legion, probably a little bit of jitters for your first game on the main stage.
Yeah.
Especially for the young guys, especially like ProLuke. Pretty sure online he's a .81, but so far at the major, he jumped all the way up to a 1.02. Has kind of a slow map number 1, but This is where you need to now respond going into the search and destroy, because Vegas Legion teamwork is just simply not on point in map 1.
Yeah, and I guess that's the positive if you are the Vegas Legion, is that thankfully at this tournament you have been able to rely on search destroy. That is what has gotten you through a lot of your series up to this point, but you bring up a great little stat there, Jay. I mean, ProLute's numbers have been great so far in LAN. You do wonder, being on the main stage, being really in the limelight, and there's been a lot of highlights, a lot of people talking highly of his gameplay, just did not have it in this opener. And really for Minnesota, as clean as you can get. I mean, not only are you winning rotations, not only are you setting yourself up for success, but even when you're not winning some of these rotations, it just felt effortless in the breaks.
Yeah, you're winning your gunfights. And it's also, it has to be on the side of Vegas Legion. Their setups were abysmal, especially on that kitchen hill. Looked like they were gonna be fully set up, but when one player drops, he's gonna all the way spawn across the map, and that's not a great setup. The player dropped towards back kitchen, and then the second player drops towards back galley.
So
it's a 4v2 and towards the point.
You think it's more of Vegas not playing well rather than Minnesota?
Minnesota played great.
Okay.
Minnesota definitely played great in that map number 1. Everything they needed to do, it was all coordinated. Vegas Legion, it was just lacking on their setups. They won a couple rotations. They did great at the first P2. The second time around, they were spawning out towards back kitchen, but they could simply not find the break because Cammy was holding down that street to the T. So now that you get that map 1 out the way, Vegas Legion now need to respond because this is difficult. It's not like you're going up against a slouch in Minnesota Røkkr. They're great at search and destroy so far at this major. That's what's been their struggle though, is they are currently 1-3. And the biggest thing that you have to do if you're Vegas Legion is just get that first blood, because on the opposite side for Minnesota, whenever they find themselves in a 3v4 situation, they only have a 50% chance at winning the round. That's awful. Even on the attacking rounds, if they're in a 3v4, it's 0% win rate. So if you are Vegas Legion, it's all about that first blood. And even if you're getting first blooded, try to answer really quickly and at least make it a 3v3.
Yeah, and that's really where you feel like on this team, that guy right in the center of your screen, Clay, so methodical when it comes down to search destroy prowess. I mean, we know what he can do. I mean, from a search destroy standpoint, from a strategic standpoint, even from a mentality standpoint. I mean, you can see it, Temps smiling after the game's over, probably a little frustrated, and this is where Clay can come in handy, man. He can be down 0-2, down 0-2 in a control, and you wouldn't know it based off of how hyped that he is. And speaking of hype, how about the crowd here in Raleigh? Maybe a few fans on the other side of the stage for the Røkkr boys as they find themselves in a commanding 1-0 advantage. But I know we've talked a lot kind of more broadly about this upcoming search destroy. What can you tell us about Hotel, Jay? For those maybe watching for the first time, what can they expect when it comes down to this very map and mode?
Well, we know how Hotel is going to be played. As long as you're dominating top bedroom and bottom bedroom, it's going to be really difficult to get that bomb down towards A. But if you're going towards B, you just got to make sure you're winning your gunfights. Because if you get caught off guard, if you only have one player playing towards the site and 4 players are pushing you from Diner, it's a very difficult retake, especially for Vegas Legion. Whenever that bomb goes down, they only have a 40% win rate in retake situations. You cannot allow Minnesota to get that bomb planted, or you're going to have a bad time. And if you are Vegas Legion, I think the guy that I'm definitely looking at is Clay. He's so far at the major. He's been putting up the worst KD for the roster, but he's a 3-time world champion. He knows what it's like to be in these moments. Like you said, even if he's down 0-1, 0-2, he's never gonna give up the fight. But this is where Vegas Legion needs to respond, because that fortress control in general has not been good for Vegas.
Yeah, by no means is that game 3 reliable if you are the Vegas Legion in this spot. We talked a lot about Clay, and for good reason. The longtime vet, the oldest player in the league, definitely not affected by an 0-1 scoreline. And I got to imagine when we talk about a Hotel search and destroy, he's probably going to have that sniper out as he heads toward his primary spot in bottom lights. The stun is there. And will we be greeted with a sniper off the rip? We talked about momentum, what a first blood would mean. His longtime teammates, Clay and Attach, very, very close to each other. He knows he's there. He knows he's there.
Timing on this one has to be perfect. Attach is not trying to give up his life easily. It's looking like Minnesota on this early attacking round are just trying to get a feel of how Vegas Legion are playing. What's their setup gonna look like? And Temp at least finds the first blood. Afro with the trade. Now pay attention when that bomb is down. All the way at couches, so now you have to work towards that side of the map if you are Røkkr.
We were taking a lot of look at Clay. He'll make his way onto the A site. No things are clear for the moment, but Vegas down in numbers as they look to roam through the middle side of the map. Very well could be eyeing up a rotation over toward that B site. So ProLute and Clay, communication going to be important. And right now it's going to come onto the young gun to deliver the news. Spots Afro inside of mid, gets the information, and maybe realizes now's the time to pop Denny. And Clay, he will fall. It is all on to ProLoot from this point out. Oh, nearly found the second. Røkkr closed it out.
Good work from Røkkr to slow and steady wins the race in round number 1, just to get a feel of how their setup is going to be. Find that first blood, and then you immediately find a trade, at least put yourself in the advantage in the 3v2. You pick up that bomb, you attack it over towards B, and at least Afro played it super patient on that late flank. He knew that Clayster was the guy that was still playing over towards that A bomb, especially when you take him down. All left up to ProLoot in the 1v3. He takes down 1, but the trade is going to be in. Minnesota, round 1.
And it just makes you wonder, man. Like if Clay hits that early sniper on attach, like how different the round can go. We talk so much about first bloods with this Røkkr team. Thankfully, they're able to strike. But we flip the sides. Now it's Vegas, who will be on their opening attack. And attach has really got all the information that he needs, giving those bits of info over to the teammates, as he is the sole man at this A objective. And that is why Vegas are going to go away with a free plant.
Oh, they're gonna get a free plant, and just look at the positioning of Temp, playing that late flank. He knows that Bance always likes to hit that route, finds the first for Bull with the second, Clay with the third. Now it's all left up to Afro in the 1v4, 30 seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds to go, but he's on a 3-0. Okay, nice little dolphin dive, 6 HP, no big deal.
Moving.
How is Afro alive? I know he dies, but for God's sake, this man is slippery.
Great play call coming in from Vegas. They earned those trophy systems going into this attacking round. Play super aggressive in towards bottom bedroom. You get the repositioning coming out of attach, and then you get that bomb planted. Attach is the only guy on that side of the map for Minnesota. So Vegas Legion are able to take over that A site and dominate it. Now tied at 1-1. Minnesota have to make that adjustment, because it looks like it was all out aggression for Vegas, and they look confident in that play.
Yeah, something to think about if you're Røkkr as you jump into a defense after this round has concluded. But 1-1 as we head into round number 3. As we said, a big S&D already for Vegas. ProLoot off to a much better start, as he will strike with the first blood. Now a 4-1 for Big Byron. And Røkkr left in a pretty awkward position. They see Afro forward, and I tell you what, man, there is not a lot of players in the league who can just get Simp forward and take down an AR. And a head glitch like that. Solid work so far from this man, and he could be in a spot to maybe find another one.
He's put himself in a great position. That dead silence is about to run out. ProLoot also pops his dead silence across the map, and he might have a gunfight with Cammy. Player watching that late flank. 45 seconds to work with. Afro in a great position to at least maintain top bedroom control, but the dead silence is going to get popped from TJ. He finds that second kill, 3v2.
Oh, but Cammy is able to find ProLoot, who was on that flank. Again, you mentioned the player that was rocking dead silence. He eventually does get found. 2v2, Clay and Tej versus Attach and Cammy. With 25 seconds left, it really feels like for Røkkr, not a whole lot of info over at A. The only likely position could be over inside of the restaurant. Now Tej is the player. Tej is the man who can make the play to set up the round. Finds a crucial pick, and can he escape with his life? Cammy, realizing such, maybe is gonna have time for the play. No, he's not going to. Tej runs right into the gunfight, and all Clay has to do is not move. Vegas, 2-1.
Great work from Vegas to get that first blood, and then even when it turns into a 3v3, Clay and TJ played it really slow towards back plat. TJ was waiting for that dead silence to be earned. He knew that Afro had to be in top bedroom or bottom. Finds the timing, finds that second kill. Then into 3v2, eventually turns into a 2v1. Cammy simply did not have enough time to get that bomb planted as TJ read the play beautifully. Vegas, 2 rounds in a row now.
See what they can do on this attack. We talked about how Minnesota can possibly adjust and not have enough players at A last time around, and they only do have attached still toward the top bedroom. You do have player 6, player 7. That's Afro and Bance. The SMGs trying to work together as they begin to shed a little bit of a spotlight. Now over toward the bottom side of the map. Again, take a look at those arrows. Bottom left side of your screen. We are about to converge. We are about to enter into a gun engagement. Just shoot some shots. I won't say anything.
He's waiting. He knows that Afro, he did have a play so far in the season where he just pops that door open and gets that player off site. But now, once he closes that door, he knows the positioning, able to find the first blood. So now Vegas Legion in the man advantage. They have Temp sending all the way across the map. It's only 35 seconds to work with. You eventually have to work this bomb plant, but it's fortunately Bance with the repositioning towards bottom lights. He finds 2.
And that's really what ultimately changes the round. Numbers quickly favor the side of Røkkr. Attached there, able to find his first kill of the S&D. And now it's all on to Vet and Clay. Thankfully, bomb on his back. And he does have a bit of info in terms of where Attach has gone. And I believe Attach does get the sound cue. He knows this plant has got to be going down nice and soon. Clay, can he get this one down? Can he escape with his life? Able to drop it, but Attach is there. We'll take down Clay, put in the defuse, and now we've got ourselves a 2-2 game.
And right there, if you're Vegas Legion, you had a lot of map control right there. You have plat steps. You're already pushed out. TJ finds the first blood. They just wasted so much damn time. They need to get this bomb down. By the time they went for a Bance with the repositioning towards bottom lights, he's able to line up 2 with the TAC 56, and this makes the round a whole lot more difficult. Temp takes down 1, but then it all falls into the hands of Clay. He has no dead silence to work with. It's only about 12 seconds left. You split if you are Minnesota to make sure that bomb doesn't get planted. But Attach finds the timing, and Minnesota tied up at 2.
And it really is. I mean, when you're on land, you got to make those quick decisions. You got to be prepared. Sometimes you just got to make the play, tell the teammates, hey, this is what we're doing. Vegas, they get caught off guard. Bance comes away with 2, and he'll carry that streak on here into round number 5. Cammy brings out the big boy. Has got the shot potentially lined up. How in the world does Temp find that pick and somehow stay alive?
Temp is definitely a confident player. Wasn't worried about 2 players shooting at him. He said, I'm getting this one, and I'm going to be able to stay alive. As Bance is also going to drop. Wow. Now it's all left up to Afro. He already invested the dead silence. He finds himself into his top bedroom. Position is going to be known and cannot hit the shots onto Clayster. Great response right there from Legion. 4 up, 4 down. Clean round. 3-2 now.
Bro, Don's literally getting shot at by 2 people.
He wasn't scared.
No, he wasn't. He literally had a sniper bullet whistle past his ear. And he's like, yeah, I'm good. I'll walk away with the first blood. No big deal. And he also stays alive. Confidence being displayed from the 3-year man under this Legion franchise. You can tell, man, he feels it. He feels the confidence. Feels the shift in the air for this Legion franchise. Now they put themselves in the driver's seat. Into the next round we go. Legion will be on the attack. Røkkr eager on the defense. Last time around it was Bance in this very same spot who was able to put away a few early. Tagged up, has to reposition. And Prolud, you can tell he's hungry to get that bomb down.
He should be able to get it down for free because I'm pretty sure Attach puts himself into his top bedroom.
Okay.
Great shots coming in from Clay to find another first blood. So now in the 3v4, if you're Minnesota, someone has to make a play. You eventually have to work towards this flank. And Donnie Temp, Mr. Don, he's ready for it.
Oh, he is. Question is Cammy gonna make his way through the big doors? He will indeed. Temp tags him up. He's gonna have to be aware of his position throughout the remainder of this game. TJ as well. Initialized over at the desk. 25 seconds. Time continues to tick away. Great pick. Granted there from Afro. Where is Temp hiding? Afro eventually drops. Now it's all on to Bance and Cammy. Nice and quick. Here come the fights. All on to Bance now. Not enough time. He has been here this entire round. Legion shut the door again.
Off the back of another first blood. Once you get that player down and attached, you know that he's the only guy that's been covering this A site. You get that bomb stretched, you get it planted, and it was a beautiful setup right there from Vegas. They had crossfires on crossfires. Fortunately, TJ got some bad timing in towards middle arch, but Prolud had Clay's back. Temp had Prolud's back. And then eventually Prolud closes out the round. They made the adjustments, they got the bomb down. Now up 4-2.
How about Prolud's performance? We talked about it, a stinker, really, in game number 1, a 7-3 performance so far in the S&D, and I guess we're back to basics. TJ, another first blood, that spells disaster if you are a Røkkr fan, considering the way that stats have worked for them in these 3v4 spots. Bance, he gets a world of information. We'll see if he's able to deliver on it. Dead silence does run out, and Prolud has got a tack waiting for him. Another pick on top of another pick. And Clay seals the deal. Clean S&D right now from Vegas.
The adjustments, man. They're coming in beautiful right now for Legion. Another first blood. Everybody backs down.
Right in the wrist.
They make the round a lot more difficult, but I thought Bance, he had an opportunity to at least find one, especially because he had the dead silence pop. By the time he makes his way towards Kitchen Alley, Prolud reads it beautifully. Dead silent runs out. Just another clean round from Vegas. Minnesota just stop. They got to stop getting picked, man.
Yeah.
They just simply have to.
0-7 in First Bloods right now at Røkkr. We'll see if they can start to get something going, but it all starts with these early engagements. TJ again strikes first. Bance will decide to bring out the boom boom stick, but unfortunately for him, no pick is found. A lot of action going inside of the restaurant. Prolu runs right through the door, and he doesn't even need TJ's help. 1v4, this one's basically done. I mean, Bance, his position is known. Legion coming out hot in reply in the S&D as they make quick work, and Clay is on his feet.
Oh, that was a dominant search and destroy from start to finish. Vegas just make the adjustments. They knew that Attach is the only guy over towards that A side. We take him down, bomb plant is gonna be free. But just their setups in search and destroy, you had the aggressors in the SMG, TJ with multiple first bloods in that match. That's unbelievable. Not a single first blood
not one.
for Minnesota.
Not one.
That's awful. When they find success in S&D, it's always on that first blood. 58% at first blood for this squad leads to an 88% win rate on the round. But when you find 0, a fat donut, yeah, this is what the scoreline is gonna look like. Vegas Legion, they come out swinging in the search and destroy, tied up at 1.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell, like, the wheels returning for Røkkr. It's just once they lose an initial player, it's something that they have been struggling on mightily so far throughout the tournament. That is not going to get adjusted whatsoever. And I believe that record for Røkkr now in S&D sits at like 1-4 on the weekend.
Yeah, the major. That's crazy to think about because they were one of the strongest teams that we had in Search and Destroy. But just that little piece of that first blood, if they're not getting it, everyone else has to now slow down. When you find yourself in a 3v4 situation, you want to try to even up the numbers as quick as possible. But then when your second player drops and it turns into a 4v2, you need a miracle if you are Minnesota because every single player likes to take their time. They're always trying to play for the clutch, but Vegas is just picking them apart one by one and played that S&D flawless.
Yeah, they do indeed. Vegas, they needed an answer, and boy, did they get it in spades. They answer big in the search and destroy, but now we find ourselves at an even series, an even ball game. When we come back after the break, we are headed to Fortress Control.
D2. Fucking shit on. Up.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to day number 3 of Major number 1. It is a packed house here at the Raleigh Convention Center. North Carolina has shown up here for the Major. It's been a blast of a series, it's been a blast of a weekend so far, but it's time to take a look at our Scump play of the game. Vegas Legion, Minnesota Røkkr, and Jay, it was all Legion in this round.
Yeah, they're on the defensive side. It all starts with that first load off to TJ. He plays aggressive through single. Arch finds that first kill, and this is where the situation where Bance has that dead time. He puts himself in towards cat room, and he has half of it left. He spots at least one player, but does not want to risk dropping down towards the bottom mid. By the time he makes the decision, the repositioning from Vegas are able to take him down, and now it's a 4v2. Afro has to try to make a play. Temp is ready for it. Then it all falls into the hands of Attach in the 1v4. He has a great chance, but Placer lines up the sniper shot.
Get on, baby, come on.
Old man Jim, Mr. Clay, three-time world champion, putting on with that sniper in map number 2.
He was indeed, man. He was indeed. And he was the guy that you mentioned. Like, it was like, hey, who are we going to look out for? Who from Vegas can kind of light the spark for this team? It was the 3-time. He shows up, especially toward the end of that round. He and ProLuke put on a phenomenal performance in the S&D, and now we are all at level coming into Fortress Control. Tell you what, man, these teams got some history on this map.
Yeah, they do. Minnesota were able to beat them the first time around on this map in a 3-2 all the way around number 5, and it was just that defensive hold. If you know how to play Fortress Control, everyone in the CDL mosh pit, it's very, very difficult to win an attacking round, but if you can complete any segments on the attacking side, the job is already going to be complete. But with now Vegas Legion starting off on defense, we need a great hold. They find the initial 2 kills, and you want to try to put them in the trap. That's going to be 3 down. And this is a perfect start to this hill, to this harp.
Yep, and well, we already talked about it, and there it is. The trap is set, and now it is all about Røkkr. How do you break yourself out of this box? Oftentimes, it comes from the very position that we see ProLuke in right now. You got to get in through maps. You got to make your way through one of these doorways, whether it's at P5 or whether it's through that opening gate. And great work from Cammy as he starts things off with 2. Problem being is, got a whole lot of teammate support there for the instant trade. TJ already with Daddy trying to cause some problems. 40 seconds off of that clock. And a continuous array of kills granted once more for Vegas.
That's another 3 dead. Already 27-20 in lives remaining 30 seconds. And Minnesota have not been able to leave this long. They find an initial kill on the Clay. Unfortunately, the trade does come in, but that's going to be 2 dead. So now they can find an opening and a team kill as well. So it's all going to fall into the hands of ProLuke. He's going to hold down this A-Frog. He at least gets the first, but Minnesota are able to break out for now.
Oh, for a moment, it so Clay. He was like, wait, this guy's dolphin diving on me? Okay, no worries. 10 seconds to go. Røkkr, you got to make a move. Is it going to be A? Is it going to be B? They found the pick set they need. And now, this is where the job really starts. Bance, yep, he gets picked apart. Only man inside of the objective is going to be Attached.
You fly.
Hanging out over at B. He drops, and that will be it. Silenced are the Røkkr and their opening attack.
That's just a perfect defensive hold right there from Legion. Once you start off the round by getting 3 dead, you're basically already in the trap. Minnesota can simply not find any kills to get out of it. And that's exactly how you want to start this control if you are Legion. Now going into this attacking round, they will have some trophy systems off the rip to potentially try to break out towards the right side. We see NYSL do it flawlessly every single time. They like to attack through close arch. Pop that trophy, everyone flood out towards the right, but now Minnesota need to respond with a dominant defensive round in their favor as well.
And based off of KD, I mean, Minnesota have been strutting in defense, in control so far throughout the season. The #1 KD is in the 1.2 type of region. We'll See if they can flex their muscles again. Really,
31
Vegas,
seconds.
they already got the segment. That's really what you wanted. You at least want to have a one-up over your opposition. Job already done, and we're less than 10 seconds into this round.
And Minnesota, they haven't been able to get them off to this 8-point. TJ's just staying alive and towards the back of the truck. The second segment is going to be in. Beautiful crossfire being set up, and that's going to be 3 dead. Legion doing exactly what looks to be impossible to start off by capturing this 8-point. Now they have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with, and Clayster already finds himself at stage.
Uh-oh. Clay's already here. Clay's already here. Tosses down the trophy. A great gunfight victory there for Bance as the pieces will begin to fall. But job well done off the rip here for Legion. As Tip, the only player really behind enemy lines. He's on 9 in a row. Don is frying. Eventually does get left out to dry, but nonetheless, as we said for Vegas, I mean, you've done the work that you needed to. You got the full capture at A, and now you've got 2 minutes to really hammer away at this B zone. A much easier job, rather a much more difficult job, easier said than done. We'll see if TJ can try to lead the way as he's having a phenomenal game right now with the Bance.
Yeah, TJ just finessing with the Bance. Can't win the gunfight though. That would have been the opening for his teammates to potentially push out towards Big Arch. And all of Vegas, they're just able to sneak on right by. ProLude finds that initial kill. Now you have full street control. TJ with some great shots to at least take down the second, but Cammy still causing problems in towards bottom art. They're keeping the trade stagnant, so Vegas cannot find a clean way out. It's Cammy, he's not slowing down, man. He finds another in towards bottom art with the Baz.
Hey, man, this Baz is pretty fun. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Attack, yeah, it's pretty nice, but we very well might be living in an SMG's world already. As Vegas are going to prioritize attach here in the back. Great work. Put some tags into a few. As we are all level when it comes down to lives. 50 seconds still to go. And Legion have yet to get really anything going at that B zone. As Bance causes some problems. Then strutting again over toward top green as he instantly gets prioritized and thankfully gets focused from Minnesota. Here come Legion.
They're able to get on the point. Unfortunately, a team kill does come in from attach. TJ does find seconds, so now it turns into a 2v2. Attach at least makes up for it by taking down Clay. But just pay attention to the lives remaining 8-7 in favor of the Legion. You still have a couple players who will push out towards the spawn, but Bance is able to hit that flank. He finds 2. Last player in towards stables is going to be Temp, and with about 20 seconds left, no more respawns remaining for Legion.
Ability to work with 2v6. Temp and ProLude, best of luck. You also don't want to feed streaks. And that's what ends up happening. ProLude will drop. And it's all on to Temp, who, tell you what, man, he's had a phenomenal map, but a 1v6 would definitely be a career highlight. As he will drop. Vegas Legion, well, they lose the round, but by no means are they in the back seat when we talk about this game's score. 3-0 right now is the segments.
Just a beautiful start to that round for Legion. Pop that trophy system out towards Archway. You get out towards A, and then TJ just never dies. They were making sure that they stayed alive, had multiple crossfires set up, and Don right now is making it rain at 16-8, double positive, 2.0 KD. He does have a streak as well to work with. And if you are Vegas Legion, you just need to dominate that like the way you did in that first round, not allow any seconds.
I mean, not only is he making it rain, but he could be the MVP of the game.
Oh, he might be.
He might be. I think it's fair. I mean, a 16-8 scoreline doesn't get much better than that. Here we go, quickly into round number 3 as Røkkr forced their way. They shoved their way directly into that B zone, but they are greeted with some shots from the other side. And a great job again from ProLude. These picks are everything. Really, if you are either side at this moment for Legion, holding on to the defense. Røkkr just trying to get Vegas to budge. And last time around, it was not good. The nice stick from Temp. This guy cannot miss.
Don isn't making any mistakes right now. Already finds himself on another 4 spree. Attack 56 is usually not going to be great in this position, but a couple team fires coming in from him and Clayster. 20-8. Only 40 seconds remaining, and Minnesota still have not been able to get out of the spawn. He finds another. Temp is just taking over in this map number 3.
He just pulled out the knife and said, somebody kill me, for God's sake. Cammy's at least able to find 2, but now it's on to ProLude again. Not a single segment has been captured from Røkkr so far in this game, as they have got to get a move on. Somebody's got to make a play. A pick has to be found. And here comes a potential streak, maybe. I thought for a moment, maybe just a day, who knows? And there it is. Temp takes down Attach, and Røkkr bruised and battered again. No segments to speak for.
Oh, this is difficult. So now if you are Minnesota Røkkr, just have to win your defensive round, but you know now going into that round number 5, you will be on the attack. You've not been able to find any success. The SMGs for Legion, finessing around maps the entire time, not giving up their lives for free. And when you see an AR player like Temp, who's currently just taking over on this game, 22-10.
Oh my gosh.
You gotta slow that guy down, man. You have to find a trade. Someone get a trade.
Somebody. He literally pulled out a knife and bought a maps and was just like, I think he was just overwhelmed. I was like, wait, am I actually able to die right now in this round? Okay, turns out I am. I'm just that different. Vegas instantly, and I mean instantly, rushing toward A with little to no adversity. Afro, Cammy have a big job to do. Onto the 1v1. Oh! Ends up taking it on a 4 spree coming into this next round. And can he find that big segment? Tim's watching his back, and you bet they will. Vegas, a force to be reckoned with. Control has not been their strong suit, but they are firing right now. Not only at A, but they're also at B. Røkkr don't know where to turn.
Yeah, Røkkr have to at least stop one of these points. TJ's just finessing in this corner. He at least finds one. Second segment is going to be complete at A, but TJ at least finds one and again. But now Prolute with that rotation over, he's on a 5 spree. That's already 3 segments down. This can get scary if you are Minnesota. You have to focus on where Prolute can be. Dead Silence is still going to be popped. He's able to find that kill, but the Semtex is going to stick him. So now all of Vegas Legion trapped in the spawn, but the SMG's playing so damn well. 16-13 from Prolute. TJ 18-10 responding after a terrible map number 1.
I was gonna say, if he finds that gunfight, we'll just go and end it off right here. Tell you what, man, Vegas, they are looking diff right now in this control. Still a big job to do. You haven't fully captured that zone over at A, but you do have 3 ticks to speak of. There is no doubt that if we do head to a round 5, who will be on that more preferred defensive end? It will be Vegas. And right now, the game begins to slow down. It's all about finding that pick. Cammy looking to do his best. Prolute peeking through the bottom side of the horse statue. Cammy doesn't really know where he's actually getting shot from right now. Time will halt, and now Bance has to make a play.
Bance has to make the play. But Temp at least gives the information of both of these players crossing. TJ's able to find the first, TJ finds the second. That's gonna be 3 down. Now A is gonna be done and dusted. Vegas find themselves up by 5 lives. It's all gonna be on to Attach. The first line of defense at least takes down Clayster. But with 1:20, currently up by 4 lives, you just have to slay. You have to win a couple of these gunfights. You have to at least find a clean 4 dead if you are Minnesota.
And you can just tell, I mean, Røkkr, they have a major sense of urgency. It feels like they cannot keep up. They cannot keep up right now with Vegas.
That's 3. That's all dead.
All 4 dead. And here comes the stack. Watch the zone begin to fly. Is this one done? Is this one over? Røkkr apply. TJ last one in, and they hold them off.
And now it's 10-6 in lives remaining. You want to slow this one down and basically play TDM if you are Legion. No, it's difficult that you have to fight out of this spawn, but it all starts with just getting map control. TJ's just going to fly on in. He knows the positioning of Bance. A little bit of assistance coming in from Prolute to find that first. 40 seconds left. Only 1 life on the side of Minnesota before there's no more respawns. Dead Silence going to be invested by TJ. Just 1 set of kills is all they need.
Oh, 1 set is all they need, but Minnesota get the favorable trades there. Ultimately a 3-for-1 Clay. He's got to make good on it. Able to find one onto Attach. Now a 5v3. 20 seconds to work with, and well, a few more begin to fall. Quickly into a 3 versus 3. It's basically search and destroy, but that timer does get upgraded. How about TJ with the snap? Is he going to expect the player over at P1? Cammy may have just made the play, but
gotta get on the point.
5 seconds, you got to get to the objective. A 1v1. Bance, versus done. And Tim clutches it out for the team. What a map and what a close. And Clay, he is feeling it right now.
Vegas are fired up. It's not easy to win an attacking round on Fortress. But at least the 2 times that they were on that side of the map, the first time they get that 8-point done and dusted, the second time around, just a lot of pressure on the map. Minnesota simply could not find a clean 4 dead. A clean 3 to 4 dead is what's gonna put that team in the trap. But it was just perfect setup after perfect setup.
We gotta watch this again, Jay.
We have to.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but we gotta see that again. Break it down for a minute.
It's a 3v3.
I thought Cammy made the play.
3v3 with about 15 seconds. TJ was a huge first gunfight onto Afro. Now it's only 10 seconds left. I thought Cammy puts himself in a great position, but then Clay's able to win that gunfight. The trade comes in, there's only 5 seconds. Temp knows that he has to get towards that site, but he was running out with the knife. He didn't even have the gun out. Hits the snap onto the final player. 31 and 17 takes over in the control, and you can see the energy. That's why you take a guy like Clayster, because that guy, he's gonna be roaring regardless of who he's playing against. And they take that map number 3, now in a commanding 2-1 lead in the series.
It's chills, man. It really is. I know they have walked away with the series, but just moments like that for this Legion franchise, who have struggled so mightily in these past 3 seasons, and then you see moments like that. Temp, who's been with this franchise for so long, when they come into this game 3, odds without question stacked up against them with how good Minnesota's been in these controls. Vegas, it's been their weakest mode, but Temp, their franchise player, takes off 31 and 17. Clutches out the 1v1, and they got the dub.
And the biggest thing that I'm looking at the stat line for Temp, he had 23 kills on offense. He was out there slaying with the best of them. Look at all of Minnesota on their attacking rounds. He has more than all of them combined. That's an insane stat from Temp, an unbelievable performance in this control.
That might be a record. Like,
without question.
No. Already, but
No.
I think it was HyDra. HyDra actually had 24 kills on the attacking round.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Well, it's close.
But he was doing it with the fast step. That's totally different. You're able to finesse around art, use that SMG in those close range gunfights. Temp was doing it with attack 56. We know what Temp is about. We know what he was about all of last year.
Yeah.
The guy that was always going positive for this Legion squad.
And now it leads to results.
Yeah.
Right? That's exactly what it is. It
Beautiful
leads
to see.
Results this time around. And you can see, man, he doesn't know what to do. It is just all smiles. But the big thing, job not done.
Job not
How
done.
many times have we seen really every single player for Røkkr be in spots, whether it's been on different teams throughout their history? Momentum starts going to the other side of the stage. These guys know when to clutch up. Say what, man, I feel like if I was in Theory's position right now, I'd be like, guys, listen, I know we just pulled off an unbelievable clutch. I know we just had a wild 1v1 to go up 2-1 in this series. But we got to stay composed, because these Røkkr guys are going to come out firing in game 4. This is an elimination match, by the way.
Whoever loses this one is going home, man. It'll be difficult if you are Minnesota, because you were the #1 seed coming into this event. You end the online qualifiers by losing to Vegas Legion. And now you potentially are going to get eliminated at Major 1 by the same exact squad. Now taking a look at our maps and modes presented by GMC Hummer EV. Going into this Fortress hardpoint, this one's going to be tough, man. All the momentum on the side of Vegas Legion. The SMGs are firing on all cylinders. See the pep talk coming in from Looney. A wonderful mind in Call of Duty.
Yeah.
You need to regain if you are Minnesota, or your tournament lives are going to be done and dusted right here.
Yeah, in terms of the coaching staff, one legendary SMG to another. As Røkkr in desperate need of the rebound, as now all those things go to the side, right? The coaching speeches, all of that. Now it's time for gameplay. It's time to put up or shut up. Last season for Minnesota, it was about online performance, but when it came to LAN, they could not deliver. Are we about to see that same mantra be the case here at MW2? And Jay, for Røkkr, players to look out for. Who's going to lead the charge here for Minnesota if they can get this to a game 5?
It's got to be Afro and Bance, both of those guys with the SMGs in hand. You know how much pressure you have to put on this map. So I'm really looking at those guys to answer after not the best performance in that map number 3, but with Vegas Legion starting off on the better side. At least Minnesota are doing a great job of just winning a couple gunfights, able to get out of that trap. Already 10 seconds off of P1. Now this is going to force Vegas Legion to sort of back up. You do not want to flip those spawns and have that bad side going into P2.
Oh, an interesting challenge there for Bance. Clay actually ends up making it toward their bottom silos. So nice little moment there for Vegas as really Minnesota, they hand away the objective. And now, like you said, 15 seconds left. It's all about making sure that you've not let anybody get through. So you got to prioritize basically 2 points of entry. That's all you got to focus on for Legion. They will do exactly that. Basically an even game as we come in toward P2, and TJ in a big spot quickly finds himself at a 5 spree.
Already on a 5. TJ stepping up so far in the major. Fortunately, the stun is going to connect. Not able to win that gunfight onto Cammy, and Cammy's able to find 2. So now pressure from Minnesota is going to come in from the front. Vegas Legion have to hold their irons up. You have to win a couple of these gunfights, or you will get trapped in towards the back. They're still holding on. One player is going to be pinching, which is going to be attached. He finds that kill. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed, and the break comes in for Røkkr.
And that's what we saw right throughout that embassy. It was all about the breaks. It was all about those wonderful little moments as Tim decides to throw it down with Bance. Hey, you know what? This ammo, oftentimes I was actually running out of it in the control. Might as well go ahead and use my fist for God's sake, as Legion are able to break back in. But ultimately a good position there for Røkkr. They make life a little bit difficult, and now it's time for the rotation. And Jay, when it comes down to this hill, it feels like the first 30, you're loving life. Last 30 is where things start to get dicey. Both teams gonna have to be aware of what it is that you want versus what it is you have to give up.
You have to win your initial gunfights if you are Minnesota. One player drops towards double door, the pressure is gonna be, you could potentially spawn all the way out. So you see Vegas just taking their time. Great angle right there from Bance to at least find the first. But still all out pressure towards double doors. Afro's now here. He at least takes down 2. But one player is going to spawn out. So now you have to focus on the front aggression. And Claysters, he's not going to slow down. He does get taken down by Cammy. Beautiful gunfight from him to now allow Minnesota to continue to hold on strong.
Oh, and I love that Bance decided to push through. Just make life a little bit more difficult. He's not able to jump back in over at green. So the farthest pushed up player for Minnesota ends up going bye-bye. And equals out pretty much to a trade. Røkkr, they get the time. They basically get the full 60, but Legion right now, they control the rotations toward next.
And now if you are Legion, you have the spawns for next. You want to try to chat them as long as you can in towards the back of this P3. It's been a great response, a full 60 hold coming in from Røkkr. But now you have to get out of this trap. Currently down by almost 30 points. Vegas Legion is still staying aggressive in towards the middle of the map. Afro at least finds that opening. Now you have to try to take control of the street side if you want, and Cammy takes down Temp. Now that street pressure is going to be on. Big gunfight from ProLoot, a little bit of assistance from Clay. But now the pinch is here. What can Afro do?
Oh, and Afro is juking him out. Jumps right inside of the cannon. One last player. Inside of the back is Clay, and he gets wiped away right when Minnesota needs for their new addition to go off. He is doing that on 5 in a row and strutting right now inside of next. Great little work coming in from Røkkr. Let's go ahead and head it to enlisted with the other side and check in with Legion.
He's gonna be backdoor.
This is good scrap.
One shot, Sage,
One shot, Bance.
Let's get no weak. I spawned you one, yo.
He's still one shot in
I'm
time.
playing time with you. I'm playing all time.
Should be stage,
Should be stage 1.
I'm walking A2. A2, above you. And the other one's done A2. Cubby one shot. He's gonna die. Cubby's dead. There's another one A2. He's laying down right there.
Between A1 and A2.
One's gonna be P1. One's gonna be P1. One should be P1 right now.
Top corner, going top. He went back stage door. A1. He's A1 Cubby.
I don't need any W.
Spawn the back.
A2 W. A1 A2
A2.
Nice. One is still on art. One is still on art. Afro, yep. I can pinch it down.
He's
worried about me.
I got him.
A2.
Top corner.
I'm going to
A1 back to stage A2. He went A2 teach. Street.
I'm
flanking him. A1 dead.
There's one in the back, by the way.
Never killed me. Afro's going backstage. Afro's trying to play for spawns backstage. Afro's trying to play for spawns stage. They 1-on-1.
Have to stay like
You gotta kill Afro.
Listen, Cammy is P1 as well.
All right, we've checked in there with Vegas Legion. Let's now throw it to the other side. A listening with the Minnesota Røkkr now.
Yes, sir. ProLoot's on new on me, and the one's deep useless.
Yeah, what's
deep useless and ProLoot's on new.
P2 teach. Yeah, P4 teach. Go connector.
I think Temp's deep useless.
I'm hiding top. Guys, bottom maps. I'm gonna spawn you guys out.
He's
going for it.
nice.
Top boat.
Yeah, I heard you. Playing the maps right now.
Clay top boat.
He's got triple. He's got triple.
Top boat. He's weak top boat, Clay.
One from maps, one to go.
Nice. Get across.
I got AP1, I AP1.
Yeah, I spawned from outside, when bomb up. Like a shit. Play some. Nice. I don't know.
Gates. Clay is gating on time. Gating on time. 2-1 camp.
Yeah. 3. And last guy Clay. 3 and last guy Clay in the back. 2
Play left do.
Yeah, I'm pushing one's going to connect him. Okay, get this time.
Play left do. Nice. Go with the time.
Oh my God, the cows right there from Minnesota are firing, but attached with that TAC 56 is able to shut down that flip coming in from Vegas Legion. What a 3-piece. Take him down. Now Afro with this SMG in hand, they're able to get some time off of this P1, but Vegas Legion have done a great job just soaking up as much as they can. Afro cannot slow down with the Vaznev. And they had the spawns for the back. You have to hold strong right now if you are Legion.
Do indeed. Afro eventually does get dropped. I mean, they were trying to control these P2 spawns throughout the entirety of it. It felt like they had it if you're Røkkr, but Vegas rushed on forward again. Down by 20, but that lead is starting to decrease. It's starting to evaporate. And by the way, Jay, this is not a map that, if you're Vegas, you've been playing very often. Like 1 rep and control on Fortress, hardly any reps, and hardpoint either. It's a lot to adapt to, but they are starting to at least get a bit of their mojo. Afro is firing different right now. 20 seconds to fight for, and it is a great position that you are in right now if you're Minnesota, contesting for late and now setting up for new.
Yeah, this is a good 15 right here if you are Legion, but no one was rotating. Last time Minnesota were able to hold down that P3 flawlessly for a full 60. So now you have to try to change the way you want to break this one. TJ finds that first kill onto Cammy. Gonna put the pressure on through double doors, but Cammy's still gonna spawn in towards the back. Does TJ catch his corner? He does, but at least the trade is gonna be there from Temp. Now, you've been putting on a lot of pressure. You can potentially flip these spawns, but unfortunately you don't win any of those gunfights. So now Minnesota in control of where they need to be. Now they're still holding on.
How did Clay just find that lane? They start to spawn out for a moment. We'll see the timing ends up working. The spawn out ends up favoring Bance, and yep, a great little play there for Minnesota. A quick little spawn out. A slight worry, but they're able to adapt. And boy, do they adapt accordingly. If they're able to grab these final 20, that score is going to look that much more difficult here for Vegas. One of the better hardpoints, one of the more punishing hardpoints as well. We talk about Fortress HP, and right now Vegas receiving the negative end of that, as we'll be at around 233. Legion, see if they can keep him in the backside of this spawn. That's really going to be the key at this point in the game. Try to limit Røkkr, keeping him in the back of the base, but you get free time over at cannons.
That's what you need to do if you are Legion. It's 17 points for Minnesota, forcing that game number 5. Everyone is able to flood out through big doors. Rolla at least finds one, but now they take control of 3. He's gonna fall into the hand of Clayster. He takes down the first into Cammy, so 15, 20 seconds uncontested so far. Try to get themselves back into this game, but with Afro in this position, he can cause them some problems.
Oh, he absolutely can. You see the great patience coming in from the young gun. He's able to wait, find his timing. Vance doing great work to find a few picks. Tagged up as TJ. Cammy there to finish him off, and it's an excellent break exactly when they need it. Minnesota 8 seconds away from victory. 5 now away from a game 5. As ProLoot dives on in, attaches there for the trade, and this one looks to be all but over. Does Vegas have any answers? Can attach, put him away. Trophy down. It's going to come down to this rotation now. Røkkr, one player's going to be here. It's going to come down to Afro. Last man alive. He drops. They wipe the board.
That's 4 dead. This game is far from over. You're basically going to have them trapped in towards the back, so the setup has to be strong if you are Legion. ProLoot in a crucial position in towards top maps. You have Temp who's watching double doors, and that's not the way you want to start this trade battle. 2 players drop from Vegas Legion. The pitch is going to be in all on to TJ, and Minnesota dominate in the map number 4. Now force the game number 5.
I think a lot of it, Jay, comes down a bit. I mean, we heard it at the comms. Like, it just felt not as organized from Vegas.
Yeah.
Like, considering that they haven't played a whole lot of respawn when it came down to this map, a lot of us were watching the scrimmages of this team to kick off the MW2 season, and they were always like, okay, I don't really know how the spawns work. I don't really know how to play this certain position, and I think maybe a lack of experience could be what ultimately gives Røkkr the advantage and now the forcing of the game 5.
Well, even of a lack of experience, I know you're definitely scrimming the damn map,
Sure,
so you
that's
got to
true.
make sure you're putting yourself in a powerful position for one of the best hills in the game. That P3, they didn't have spawns either time. Minnesota Røkkr able to hold that down for a full 120 seconds. And if you are Vegas Legion, you lose this game by basically 60. If you change that around and just get that spawn one time at that P3, or at least find one break at P3, the game goes a little bit different, but they just put a lot of focus on that P2 time. There's about 20 to 25 seconds left, even 30 seconds left. You want to have someone rotating out and trying to flip those spawns because you're consistently fighting over towards P2. Even though you get that remaining 15 to 20 seconds, you're going to lose big picture because now you're getting full 60'd on, and that's eventually how they lost the game.
Yeah, well, we talked about Røkkr. They needed an answer, and they had it from good old Afro. Puts up 31 and 19 as Minnesota able to answer again, back and forth as both of these Titans continue to exchange blows. We're starting off CDL Saturday with a good old Game 5 here on the main stage. When we come back after the break, it's aBeZy, Search and Destroy. friends, and welcome back to day number 3 here at Major 1. We have had ourselves an excellent start to this fine day. Vegas Legion versus Minnesota Røkkr. It's going the distance in an elimination match. Somebody's headed home, and somebody will advance here later in the day. Raleigh has been a wonderful, wonderful destination so far throughout the major, and they have been going wild watching these two teams duel it out. Plato and Study here on the cast for you. Jay, this has been a wild one, and honestly, the way that we kind of expected this series could go would be a game 5.
Yeah, this has been a complete flip-flop for me, if you ask me. Minnesota win the opening hard point. They fall short in the control where they're usually fairly well at that mode. And they win the Fortress hard point to force this game number 5, man. This has been one hell of a series. One of these guys are gonna be heartbroken at the very end. One of these guys will be feeling great. If you are Vegas Legion, at least based off what we saw in that map number 2, going into this game 5, it's all about that first blood. You get that first kill, you put yourself in the man advantage, you will set yourself up for some success.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, I want to talk specifically about what this game 5 is going to be on, right? We are headed to aBeZy Search and Destroy. These teams have faced off previously against each other, right? We talked about the Major 1 qualifiers, and they played on this very same map. Talk to me, how did that one end up going out? What things should we look out for as they rematch here again?
Well, it's the first floods. What Vegas Legion were able to do, they were able to close it out in a 6-3 fashion. We know what Clayster's able to do with the sniper as well. He got an ace in one round the previous time these two squads matched up. So looking at that, 3-time world champion. Try to bring them on in this game 5 so far. In game 5s, the records for Legion are sitting at 2-2. They have won their last 2. On the opposite side for Minnesota, they have yet to reach game 5.
Unfamiliar territory if you're Røkkr, not from experience sake, but at least from recency. As we head into round number 1, Vegas Legion starting things off on the attack. As we said, elimination game. As you head into round number 1, you gotta get focused, gotta be prepared. And that is another first pick coming in again for Vegas. That was the problem for Røkkr in that game number 2. Not a first blood to speak from. Thankfully, Afro's there on the reply.
He's able to reply, but at least Temp finds the trade. So now in the 3v2, Vegas is gonna just plant this bomb down towards A. It's gonna be ProLoot and TJ playing around that site, all left up to attach in Cammy. 40 seconds to work with. You just have to try to find a pick.
Two new teammates gonna have to work together in stride. That's not gonna happen. Instantly ruining the chances of what could be a clutch from Cammy, and not on either. Confidence there from Don Don.
First blood goes in the hands of Clayster, but then
my word!
Everyone tries to attack through field side, and Donnie Temp isn't missing bullets so far this series. Finds himself the hat trick in round number 1. Vegas Legion 1-0.
Donnie Temp really feels like he has been the difference, man. So far throughout this series, put up some, what were the numbers in the controls?
31 and 17.
31 and
23
17.
attacking round kills. That's insane.
He's been not necessarily carrying this team, but boy, has he been bringing them over the finish line a lot earlier than expected. Trying to give this franchise their best LAN placement since 2020. Back in week 12, the London home series. It's been a while since Vegas Legion have felt anything other than a top 8, if not less than that. Don Don firing again! My goodness! Not even with first shot, it doesn't matter, for God's sake. TJ puts another one in the dirt. Afro called upon. Not only has he found one, but he might have to find 2. Doing more than just desserts, but he runs right into the fire of ProLoot again. Bance, a sniper, having to pull out the pistol. A quick 1v3, and it is not gonna be easy. Starts with Temp, and it ends with the rest of the roster. Legion quickly in the lead, 2-0.
That is now 10 first bloods in a row and 2 search and destroy maps for Vegas Legion. Once you find that first kill onto attach, you saw that the players on Minnesota have to make a play. They try to get in aggressive towards that A site, but it was the 2-man stack from ProLoot and TJ that shuts that down. And Vegas Legion not making any mistakes in search and destroy. Now up 2-0.
Right now for Røkkr, it's about trying to adapt. The biggest problem, as you said, man, it's just these first bloods.
Gotta stop getting picked, man.
Getting picked, and you gotta imagine, like, they're aware of the fact that they have not gotten first blood yet in this series. We'll see if it starts to slow down the gameplay, or maybe it starts to make them play a little bit quicker. It could be on the Afro to put that stat to bed, put that record to bed. As Legion have initiated pretty much everybody inside of the warehouse. Only man on the outside, it's gonna be Temp. He's looked great so far as we finally exchange shots inside the middle.
Finally exchange shots, and there goes Afro. The first blood in favor of Minnesota, but Clayster with the immediate answer onto Cammy. Makes it a 3v3. ProLu does pop that dead silence, but just gonna be able to get out, play with his team a little bit more. It's now Minnesota with about 30 seconds left. Bance is able to find the second.
Puts them to bed, and that's sweat off the brow. If you're Røkkr right now, get this guy off the map. Nearly the snap from Bance. ProLu able to answer. Constant trade so far has been the name of the game. So far in round number 3, 20 seconds to go. Afro, again, another pick. And now it all comes down to Clay. A 1v2 versus Attach and Afro. What can he do? Trying to plant down the bomb, and Afro should be here. And yes, he will. It starts with Afro, and it ends with him, giving Minnesota their first and their much needed first round.
Beautiful plays from Afro to attack in through courtyard. He finds that first kill and then just plays like a nuisance towards bottom pool. Eventually finds 3 on the round. And Minnesota finally get 1 on the board. Now down to 1.
Really, so far on the Røkkr side, it's been really, that last round was a one-man show. It's Afro and Bance putting in the work. Right now, attaching Cammy yet to find a kill. Double donuts for them. Definitely not a cheers, as here comes Clay. The sniper is out. It delivered for him on the hotel. What was that 6-2 victory? However, on the other side, Bance here too, Clay! Not with 1, but with 2. A nice little double there for the 3-time.
Attach is at least able to take down 1, but Temp finds the trade. Now it's all left up to Cammy with the Vaznev in hand. The bomb is gonna be down on the backside of courtyard. So it's gonna fall into the hands of Clayster. I'm pretty sure that was a pistol.
Get up, Clay!
Old man Jim, old man Clay, 3-time world champion. He's pulling gray hairs out of his head this morning. And just finds 3 on the round. What a snap onto Cammy.
He literally told Tim, look at this, look at this, look at this. Look at what I'm doing to these guys. What a round from Clay. A nice little hat trick as he will elevate Vegas Legion now to the 3-1 advantage. Momentum undoubtedly is in Vegas Legion's camp. Can they make it a 4th and continue to halt this solid Minnesota team? So far, as we said, yet to be in these Game 5 scenarios, as that started to get to them a bit.
Attack usage right there from Vegas Legion. Had a couple players from Minnesota. Now forced to rotate over towards that site. This is gonna play beautifully. Now it's all gonna fall into the hands of Cammy. He finds himself by Little Shack. Do Vegas Legion check this positioning?
Surely not.
He's getting all the sound cues. He's getting them all, but he cannot find that initial gunfight. ProLu with the first blood.
Oh, Bance trying to be there for the reply, able to do so. Dolphin dives away, but of course, it is Temp. Legion savior so far. From the top, at least, is able to even out the gunfight. Numbers in favor of Legion. 25 seconds to work with, and it's gonna be on a Temp to grab that bomb. Afro, a problem inside of the warehouse as per usual. Has done his due diligence, he's got his kill of the round. But can he deliver a few more? Breaks through those doors. Legion are gonna hear that as now they begin the pounce. Attached from one side, Afro from the other. Shots begin to be exchanged. Attached with a nice pick. It's all gonna be on the Temp now. He's grabbed the bomb, he's planted it for God's sake. Can he at least clutch it out? Can he at least clutch it out for Naughty? No! Afro, again, has to come away with these crucial kills as he has been the man to deliver the goods. Røkkr, stay alive. And what a difference that 1v1 could have made, Jay.
2 rounds in favor of Minnesota. All on the back of Afro, making play after play. on the defensive end. Now put them down 3-2. If you are Minnesota Røkkr going into this round, you know that Clayster is going to be a sniper. You do not want to attack over towards field. If I was them, I would just be super aggressive in towards A and just try to get this bomb down immediately.
See if they listen to that. Clay on one end and Temp on the other. It is all about the warehouse for Røkkr, as you called it, Jay, perfectly. But are they going to expect this quick flank from TJ? He does not have dead silence, so Cammy very well could be aware of the positioning. This bomb gets planted instantly. It is all about the retake for Vegas. Everybody up.
40 seconds. TJ's going to give up his positioning, open that door. He hits the stun onto Cammy. He's thrown a nade out first just in case he's going to be a little bit hurt. But Attach this time around finds that first blood onto ProLuke, trying to hit that late flank. Now 25 seconds left. Temp at least makes it a 3v3.
Oh, teams, you gotta be kidding me! Escapes with 1 HP!
He's out to play. Attach is out to play.
15 seconds left. And Attach, he's nowhere near. It's gonna be all on to Afro once more. Did he lock down the site? Can he lock down the site? Teej is here. A 1v2 for Attach. Oh, he gets him off the bomb. He got him off the bomb. And Clay is not going to be able to do anything. Attach, steady shots as you'd like, comes away with the 1v2, and somehow, some way, we are all level again. Look at this. Look at this.
He was one shot, man. He just got into a gunfight with Afro on site, and he knows he has to sit that bomb defuse. Clayster reads it beautifully. That first bullet from the TAC 56 registers onto TJ. You're able to take him down. And Minnesota, where the aggressors on that round, are able to tie it up at 3. They also got a first blood that round as well.
You'll take that. You'll take that every day of the week. If you're Røkkr, it's not come often, but when it has, it often leads to success. How about Attach? On the prowl, no data to speak for, and that is the reason why he is definitely going to be sore tomorrow. There is no doubt about it. He's made his way all the way on the flank, and that's the reason why Røkkr playing pretty passively for the moment. They're waiting for Attach to find the pick. It could have come on to Afro, however.
Attach puts himself in a great position. No one's watching that flank through courtyard side. So now he's just waiting for his moment to strike. Another first blood going in favor of Attach. Bance finds the second onto Clay. Now it's a 4v2, all left up to the SMGs for Legion. TJ gets taken down, and now it's ProLuke in the 1v4 with 35 seconds to work with. Does not have that silence.
He can hear people everywhere. You can tell he's just overwhelmed. He is overwhelmed with the steps, but at least fires through with 1. And Minnesota, how about the strats? Coming in from Attach, crawls his way toward the back. He finds that first blood. We said it's been the biggest key so far. He's able to drop it and delivers in the clutch spots in back-to-back rounds. As Røkkr now elevate themselves to the lead. 4-3. It's getting tense, man. It's getting tense. Like, you can just tell in the players' faces, we were all smiles. To start off this S&D, we got Clay pointing at the screen. And it is an all-out focus now. Loser, out top 8.
Love the tactical usage right there from Minnesota. They're able to take those players out of anyone trying to be the aggressive through courtyard, and TJ's at least able to get out with his life. This time around, Temp finds that first kill. So now in the 3v4, Afro slowly trying to attack the first competition. At least he's able to make it a 3v3 with that pick on the Clayster.
Afro has literally been the player so far for Minnesota, it feels like, in this series. You've called him out as maybe the best SMG in the game. And that's not just from Respawn, it's also from the search and destroy numbers as well. Both teams not at full capacity, but it could be Minnesota making the play, making the rotation over at B. Temp could be the first one. Oh, maybe he can gain some visuals. He jumps out, teaching at least. Does find the pick. That's going to be Bomb. Temp's able to spot it, but Cammy ends up dropping him. Now a 2v2. Bomb has to be accrued, ends up being snagged. And now TJ, he can make the play. He can make the play. Finds Afro and now puts all the focus on the Cammy. 15 seconds to go. A 1v2 still to clutch, but it's not going to happen. TJ with the reads, TJ with the kills, and Vegas with the round.
Right there, I thought Temp had some really bad timing in towards top window, but TJ, through bottom mid, is able to find that kill, make it a 3v2, give the information that the bomb is going to be attacking over towards B. TJ, no hesitation on that play. Runs out of dead silence. His only focus is just getting that player off bomb, as Cammy did give up his positioning towards top AC. Take that player down. Only 15 seconds for Cammy to work with to try to get it planted or at least find both kills. He cannot do so, so Vegas Legion tie it up at 4.
4-4, both teams. Gotta be feeling the pressure, trying to stay focused. Somebody's 2 rounds away, a few rounds away from being eliminated. And Afro, take a look at the spot! Take a look at the spot from Afro! Delivering again! 2 picks on the SMGs from Vegas, and their heads are spinning! Make it 3 for God's sake, wipe them off the board!
Afro is making play after play. You saw the way that Legion wanted to play it. They used the tacticals, that stun grenade, to try to at least get some information where he is, but lays himself behind that little desk, finds that initial 2-piece. Already job well done from Afro, but when he finds a 3rd, it's all done and dusted. What a play from Afro. The lifesaver for this Minnesota Røkkr in multiple rounds. He's now gonna put them at game point.
Unbelievable play. That very well could be it. That could be the nail in the coffin for this series. Is that what gives this roster the momentum that they need to get over the hump, to get past this very difficult Vegas roster? Temp thought he had the first blood. A nice little angle toward top office is not going to grant him the early blood that he was looking for. Based off that map positioning, Vegas, a lot of players stacked up inside of the warehouse. That's going to be ProLoot and Tej, who were made quick work of last round, trying to find a pick for their team.
50 seconds still on the clock. No one wants to get blooded. Super patient round for both of these squads. The bomb is slowly trying to attack.
Wait a second.
The opposite side. Afro with the round.
Oh, ProLoot! How in the world does he win that? Able to snap, but Cammy's here for the trade. An instant 2v2. 30 seconds to go, and a bomb that's gonna have to be planted. As it's all down to Clay and Simp for the Vegas side. Can they send us to a round 11? Bob Octane from Attach. And Clay spots out his legs. All on to Cammy. Can he be the saving grace for the team? Can he punch in the digits in time? And not gonna happen. The snap from ProLoot is what leads us to a game 5, round 11.
What a kill from ProLoot. I thought Afro, once he jumps off top middle plat, it's the first time I've ever seen that play. That kill should have been easy for him, but ProLoot with the headshot. At least able to find that trade, and then Clayster with that door opening. Knows that Attach wants to plant for a clutch spot. Shoots him right in the toes, and then with about 12 seconds left, Cammy in the 1v2. Does not have enough time to get the bomb planted. But here we go, everything on the line. Round 11 for both of these squads.
Somebody's getting sent home. Somebody's got a date with Destiny later today.
Sold him out.
As we are into this round, and it's TJ starting things off hot. It's Clay with the instant answer on to the second. Vegas running away with this round and running away with their lives. Get out of there, for God's sake. Make Minnesota have to work, and to work they will. Bance with the instant plant, as they will be able to escape. Vegas Legion all on the retake now.
You're in a 4v2. Dead silence is going to get invested from 2 players. If you are Vegas Legion, you just want to get some information of where one of these players are. Afro, he's going to be down and dusted. His position is going to be known. Bance putting out a couple shots. He's able to take down TJ. 25 seconds left.
Oh, Bance ends up falling. It's all on to Afro. Can he clutch up for the team? This would be a moment to remember, but no! Vegas Legion out with the old, in with the new. Game 5, round 11. How do you do? A stunner here versus the Minnesota Røkkr. As Legion will elevate themselves to the best placement in franchise history since MW 2019. An incredible moment for the roster. And so often we've been talking about, is this gonna be a new Legion going from Paris now to Vegas? Well, after a big W like that, there is no doubt we're not gonna forget that this is completely a new franchise as they get the dub and send Røkkr packing.
What a photo finish to a phenomenal series from start to finish. Vegas Legion do what they need to do. They take down Minnesota Røkkr in 2 search and destroys. It was 5-6 in the first blood column, and it was all about Vegas Legion in those final couple of rounds. They knew the way that Minnesota liked to play it. Attach was that guy that goes Little Shack towards courtyard every single time. They solo him out. They use the stuns. They use the nades. They get the first blood. Then once Placer pushes up towards field side, they make it a 4v2. You find that first blood versus a team like Minnesota, you're usually gonna find some success in search and destroy. What a series from Vegas Legion to stay alive in this tournament.
And you can feel it too, man. Like, they just had a new level of confidence.
Yeah.
Confidence that we have never seen with this Legion franchise previously. They come into a round 11, and how often do we normally see Game 5, round 11, the last thing you were to do is get picked.
Yeah.
And what do we see from Legion? They just go out, be all aggressive. It's a new Legion team, man. It is.
It's beautiful to see out of this Legion squad, man. Top 6, best placing ever for this franchise, man. Very typical performance from start to finish.
Without a doubt, a solid victory here for the Las Vegas Legion. As that is going to do it for us, we now send it over to Blaze on the main stage, and he is joined by the 3-time.
You're right, I am joined by the 3-time here. Give it up for Clayster and Las Vegas Legion as they get this win locked in. Clay, it's a pleasure, big fan, to have you back here on the main stage. When it comes down to that round 11, I want to hop right into it, okay? What was going through y'all head there, okay? What was the strat? What was the call?
First off, this crowd is lit. Y'all are dope. Y'all are dope and energetic, yo. But going into round 11, man, I mean, we've been here before. There's nothing like a Game 5, round 11 on main stage to get the juices flowing. So honestly, we were just calling random strats and hoping it worked, and thank God it did.
Hey, it came through. You kept them on your toes, and you kept this, you know, the energy in the venue throughout the entirety of the time. What does it mean here for the Las Vegas Legion, a new look? You got a team full of Rough Riders here on your squad here who want to just get it done and get it chipped. What is it like to play for them?
It's awesome. I mean, we're a group of guys with something to prove. I mean, everyone had us dead last. Here we are, top 6 now, seeing if we can make a little run. Already have more wins than Legion had last year. First stage, you know, I'm just happy that we put our heads down and got to work, you know. It wasn't a good offseason for me at all. And so to come back out here, to be able to perform for you guys on stage, you guys at home, it means a lot. So thank you guys.
And I was going to ask you, man, what does this season mean for you here, okay? You have had a long career here in Call of Duty, some of the best fans in the game. What does it mean for you?
You know, I want to go out with a bang, not a whimper, right? So I couldn't take being benched and then just ending my career. So I'm glad I'm back, I'm fighting. You know, I'm just happy to be here.
Hey, well, you're here. Ladies, give it up one more time for the Las Vegas Legion as they get it done. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, take it away.
I love that man right there, Clayster, the 3-time world champ. He is here in his 14th season, and he has taken Vegas into the top 6, the first ever top 6 placing we've got for the Legion. And you know, they're not done yet. The question is, how many more Game 5s can you survive? Nameless, let's start with that Game 5.
Yeah.
What were your predictions coming in? You've seen the Røkkr and Vegas matching up on this map in the past.
Yeah, I had Vegas winning this. I thought that they're a great LSCL search and destroy team, and throughout this event, they've been a top 2 search team the entire time. You've seen the different looks that they were hitting them with, the setups that they had, the adjustments in the round 11, as small as just Clay pushing up, having that confidence. It was beautiful.
Let's take a look at that round 11 one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5, round 11. We had it on day 1. We're starting day 3 with it. Tunney, we talked about these initial nades, though. How smart was this opening from the Legion?
Oh, really well played, and the aggression coming out, it's something that you kind of don't expect, but you do, and we call out as soon as those nades go over towards Attach. We said he's dead already, but I absolutely love, and called it out at the beginning of the round. I'll give him his props, and KiSMET finds that kill from there and just gets so aggressive. They don't expect it. They think he's been sitting back, and from there, and you're in a 4 versus 2. It's always going to be an advantage to your side.
It's always going to be difficult. And once you're in a 2v4 round 11, like nerves are high, do or die. I think Vegas Legion just played this final round perfectly. I think I just echo what both of you had said. They decided to be more aggressive. They were confident in the play call, and within 10 seconds of the round, they had all of mid-map control on every single lane covered, and obviously played their numbers and knew exactly where the bomb was planted for. So, I mean, capable out of Vegas Legion.
It got a little bit sketchy there, but with Clayster running the wall and then the numbers at the end, Vegas able to seal the deal on another Game 5 as they send Minnesota Røkkr packing with a top 8 finish hand.
Yeah, just a tough series overall. I mean, they come out strong in the hard points. This is a team we expect to be good at search and destroy, and while they fought back in that Game 5, just some of the different looks that Vegas was hitting them with, they're not able to adjust. And you can just see the passion dripping from the Vegas Legion. This is just a team that dealt with so much adversity. The tweets coming in.
Oh, talk that mess, Clayster. The fans getting behind him. I have to ask, is Clayster now the fan favorite remaining here in the venue? A lot of OpTic Texas fans are cheering on the former OpTic member at Clay.
Yeah, massively. I mean, it's really nice to see that there. 30 and flirty from Clayster. I absolutely love to see it. And honestly, I just kind of wanted to touch on that other round. I love the play coming out from Afro, and I think it was round number 10, where he made that jump.
Oh, when he got turned on?
We all go, whoa, what's he doing that? But I know it was great up until the point he got turned on by ProLoot. Sends it to round 11. The rest is history.
Afro was such a big brain play there in that round 10 to even get him to round 11. At the end, it's Vegas moving forward in big part because Big Don Don is making it rain in Raleigh. Keep your eyes on the kill feed. He was all over it today, Allie.
Yeah, he was. I think when it came to this first hard point, I mean, the looks from Minnesota Røkkr were just too good. And the biggest storyline for Vegas Legion right now is the fact that they won a control. That has been what has been ruining some of these series for this team. Their search and destroy has looked amazing. Their hard point has looked great. Their control, though, they have found no footing. Well, they have found it in this series, and now we can only hope they've taken what they've learned from that map 3 and will continue to apply it in the rest of the day.
Nameless, as we take a look at the numbers, is there any doubt that Temp was MVP of the game?
There's no doubt at all in my mind, Puckett, especially what he's able to do in that control. You can see right here, 1.82, and the man in that first search and destroy was popping off as well. You know, while he put up some crazy stats, I gotta shed some light on that team. It was TJ Halley making the plays, getting pushed up in control, getting those initial kills, because to win that final offense, that is very difficult to do. You can see across the board here some of their statistics, search and destroy through the roof.
We asked Clay this morning what's been different about Vegas. He said, well, TJ is here to play. The man is angry, and you saw his numbers, a 1.47. Vegas has moved into your top 6. We got to go to break. When we come back, we still have 4 more games on the main stage. Lock in. This is day 3 of the CDL Major number 1. Ho, 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 we're back live in Raleigh, North Carolina. Welcome back to Major #1, ladies and gentlemen. We have an awesome crowd, including that guy. Follow the flank. Great call. I'm doing it. You guys should do it as well. We got match #2 about to kick off. Welcome back into headquarters. It's fucking alongside Tunny. We got aLLeY Cat and we got Nameless. aLLeY, for anyone who's been sleeping, they just found it on Twitter. What did they just miss?
They just missed Paris. Excuse me. Oh, God.
Oh, added to the count.
Added to the count. Boo. Vegas Legion just going to a Game 5, winning round 11 and continuing their tournament run today.
Big Don and Clayster dropping double digits will put Vegas into our top 6, but we have 2 squads that are already there. It's time to take a look at our bracket. Ultra and FaZe, undefeated so far in their groups. They get 3-1 victories in that opening round. Now they're about to take the stage. Ton, I want to start with you as we talk about the team representing Toronto. Why is Ultra being considered by a lot of experts as the scariest team here in the venue?
Because they're so well-rounded. Every single game mode, they look a threat. And honestly, I think when we're looking towards the stats as well, I think Insight is playing really well. We know the consistency in some modes from him has been hit and miss, although Search and Destroy has always been a constant. He is playing well across every single game mode, and every single one of this team can pop off at any given moment. There's nobody in particular that's doing the business all the time. They're all playing really well this event, and as said, consistently across the board, good in every mode.
We saw the Ultra popping off last night again. aLLeY, let's talk a little bit about this team and what has made their numbers impress us. Is there a single star player on this team that is kind of carrying them in this tournament? How would you describe it for someone watching Call of Duty today?
I wish I could say there was a single star player, maybe the ones making the most, you know, making the crowd go wild plays, and the fact of like a player like Standy and a player like Scrappy, but even CleanX, who I feel like is that high engagement SMG that we're used to talking about getting into the mix, his damage has been the highest out of everybody on the squad in just about every series. Even though the KD has not been there, he's still putting in the damage to help out this team and relieve pressure on the map. So like Ton said, I just have to echo, Toronto Ultra is so well-rounded right now in every single game mode. There is not a weakness so far that we can see from this squad, and that's what makes them so terrifying. That's what makes this matchup so unfavorable for the rest of our teams.
There's a look at CleanX, kind of the unsung hero of this squad, and whenever we're watching the mini-map, you're always pointing out his number. What is CleanX's role on the squad, especially in these respawns?
Yeah, he's an aggro SMG. Like, this guy's a play maker to the finest degree. When you get a guy like Standy also making plays like that, he can sort of focus in and get in his bag, and that's what we've kind of seen out of CleanX. Search and Destroy as well is sort of like one of his specialties. That's what makes this team so special, Bucket. Like, on top of everything that, you know, aLLeY and Ton just touched on, they're also clutch. There's been multiple times, it's been tense moments where this team has been able to communicate through it and efficiently lock down a hill. That's what you need in our play.
You heard him last night at the end of the match calling out the rest of the league. Somebody shoot back. Well, we know one team that never misses. It's Atlanta FaZe, and they've got some gunners on this squad. They've been to countless finals, looking for gold, though, here in Raleigh. And if you get this W over Toronto, that's the boost in confidence you're going to need to ride it out this Sunday.
Yeah, and honestly, we were having some conversations with some of them backstage. Simp saying that he thinks aBeZy is the best player in the game, and I think that's kind of around the green room a sentiment that's carrying on. He has been playing so good. But honestly, we have had some issues with this team as well, though. Hardpoint is 100% a problem for them right now. And Ali, we were talking about just before we loaded in here, this is still an issue for this squad.
For them to get to where they are right now is still a testament to how good all these players are individually. I think this kind of continuation from last year is that they are missing some fundamentals. Like Cellium is still #1 KD overall, like doing what we know MC does, but the issue now is they're not rotating. They're overcommitting and hardpoint. Their search and destroy even now is looking a bit rocky. So I'm looking at players like Simp and aBeZy, the tiny terrors. Again, the ceiling so high. We have the expectation so high. We need to see what they can do when it comes against a team like Toronto Ultra that is going to be so well-rounded, that is going to hit that early rotation, who is going to be solid on defense. We need to see more from Atlanta FaZe.
Nameless, I love watching Simp. Since he entered this league, this guy has been frying the old men. He's looking to continue it today. And if you're looking at Simp's gameplay, how do you describe this Slayer?
I mean, Simp, he's a fantastic Slayer. I think when you like dive into the numbers a little bit, it's like not as impressive as he maybe once was, but he's sort of settling into this role where he's like the intelligent player on the map that's making those smart plays, because these are a little bit more methodical. It's a little bit more of a methodical title where you have to be on rotation, you have to pick up these cuts, and you know, he's sort of done that. And you know, aLLeY and Ton speak about the mistakes and stuff that Atlanta FaZe has been making in Respawn or in Hardpoint, namely. They've still been winning a lot of their hardpoints. And on top of that, search and destroy, they've been unbeaten throughout this tournament in that game mode, and that is the biggest point of contention I've had with FaZe. Is if they are winning their search, they're winning events, and they're winning search right now.
They're winning search right now. Well, let's take a look at the searches that are coming our way in this series, shall we? Let me know, chat. Are you feeling Toronto? Put a big T in the chat right now. If you're feeling Atlanta FaZe, put an A in the chat. We got Hotel Hardpoint, Embassy Search and Destroy, Hotel Control, HyDra Hardpoint, and aBeZy, the same game we just saw as Vegas gets their dub over Minnesota.
I got one thing I want to call in this series, is the Hotel Control. It used to be the auto veto on the side of Atlanta FaZe. They played it twice this tournament, dominated Seattle, and then won in their next game. That could be the difference throughout the series. Now they figured it out.
aLLeY, you agreeing with this? You like the pick from Nameless here?
I do like the pick. I'm going to lean the Toronto Ultra side of things, though. I will say, though, the players to watch that map 1 and that map 3, we're going to be looking at our SMGs. Map 2 and 4, watch out for the ARs.
Ton, we got about a minute and a half before this match kicks off. So tell me how you see the series playing out. Are we going to another Game 5 to start day 3?
I don't think we are.
No.
I think the hardpoint from Toronto's Ultra is going to be too strong for the side of FaZe here today. I think they can win the S&D, but I honestly really do believe in this Ultra squad. FaZe are yet to hit the form that we have really related to them. I think we still think of Cold War, don't we, so often? Just think when they pop off. But I still think Ultra have got it about them.
You think they have that big of an edge in hardpoint over Atlanta FaZe?
Absolutely.
When we look at the last time these guys matched up, the differential on Hotel Hardpoint was 1 point.
Today.
They lost by 21 on Mercado Las Almas. They haven't played today.
Not today, this week. But I just don't think that they've been there this week so far. And yes, okay, if they come in and step it up, I don't think anybody would be too surprised.
Well, let's look at their level of competition.
Realistically,
hold on a second. Let me help out Ton. Let me help out Ton with their maps here.
They lost 2 hardpoints to LAG Academy. A lot of people say, yes, but they are a talented team.
Toronto was down 0-2 to Pollo Drone.
Agreed. Yeah. Look, I know these things are still happening, but at the same time, I
just
haven't
don't think
seen
we should be
enough from FaZe yet.
I think it's a little bit more even than we think, and when we do dive into the numbers, there are some things that are happening in game, but Atlanta FaZe is still very strong. Toronto
they're still
Ultra is very
good.
strong.
Nobody said they aren't strong, first and foremost. I think we all, when we watch Atlanta FaZe play, they're such individually talented players that the expectation for them is like, if they just fix this one thing, they'd literally be unbeatable. They would literally be unstoppable if 2 of them committed to rotation earlier than they are right now. I think that's where the frustration lies, is we're all watching this as analysts and as people at home, and we're like, wow, Atlanta FaZe, if you just, didn't have this one hiccup or didn't overcommit here, you would have won by 60 points rather than 10. You would have won by 70 points rather than 5, making it close near the end.
I'll be honest, chat, I'm kind of torn on this one, so I need you to let me know. Put an A in the chat if you agree with Anthony Wheeler, aka Nameless. Put a T in the chat if you agree with Ton. Now, it looks like a lot of T's here on my screen, Nameless. This may have been for Toronto about a minute ago.
Oh, yeah.
But
Coming into this event, Toronto is my pick to win it. I think I still kind of look at them as the more well-rounded squad. But to say that there are leaps and beyond Atlanta FaZe when it comes to hardpoint, that's a mistake. We shouldn't be saying.
I can't wait to find out.
I know Toronto is leaps ahead when it comes to the trash talk game. Keep your eyes on Scrappy at the end of this series. He's going to be real loud or real quiet. It's time to get this party started as we send it down to the stage with Blaze.
All right, Riley, y'all ready to get the second series underway? Oh, it's about to be a good one. Christmas may have came early, coming to the stage first, looking to get their first chip of the season and prove that they are the best. Here comes Atlanta.
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Everybody get loud, here comes Atlanta FaZe. Give some love to Cellium, Simp, aBeZy, and Slasher. Atlanta FaZe.
Coming into this series, people are still wondering where the best Atlanta FaZe are. But when that form hits, they're going to be a scary, scary prospect. Are the Tiny Terrors going to be too much for Toronto? Guy Blaze, bring them out.
Yeah, man, you know what? The stage is shaking. FaZe got the venue ready to go. But I just got to chill because here comes the Kings of the North.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Coming to the stage, here comes Toronto Ultra. Give it up for Scrap, Insight, CleanX, and Standy, the Toronto Ultra.
The most consistent team that we have had for the past 3 weeks of Modern Warfare 2, and now they have to go up maybe against the biggest threat in Atlanta FaZe. Will the run continue here? I don't see why not. Blaze, let's get this match started.
Let's get it started. We have consistently had so many great games on the main stage. You guys ready for another one? Miles Chance, let's get it going.
Hey, let's get it going indeed. Thank you so much, Blaze. Oh, baby, this is going to be a good one. We've been looking forward to this for some time. Toronto have been kicking ass since they got to Raleigh. How do you feel about FaZe?
Maybe a little bit less ass-kicking. I think that they've been doing, right, a lot of closer matches that they have had. Like, Atlanta FaZe is very much a team that they've, like, lost their air of dominance that they had. If you used to go into matches and expect, oh, they're about to body this team. 100-point club, 6-0 in the S&D, absolutely dominant. Toronto is the team that has had that fire this event, and for guys like Scrappy, at his first time on LAN, at least against the pro teams, I mean, the dude has backed up all the trash talk he has ever made. He's got a 2.09 in search and destroy, leading the entire league at this event. And I just can't wait for the trash talk too, because you know it is not going to stop.
No, it's going to be a very, very explosive series. However you look at it, Atlanta FaZe, I mean, looking to get it back into, you know, regular form. Slasher, it's not like he's been slow to get things going. The team itself, I think there's been a couple of struggles here in the start of Modern Warfare 2, but you could never overlook them whatsoever. On the other side of the board, Toronto Ultra, man, I mean, they have just burst right into action. No prisoners, no mercy, no nothing, but good times. Fist bumps are out. A lot of these players here, storied rivalries throughout the CDL history, and we may be starting a brand new chapter here.
And pick your poison as well, right? I mean, I remember rookies even last year in the Vanguard season that would shoot Slasher's body, try to let him know. Doesn't always work out when you do something like that, and it's Scrappy sitting next to Slasher on the main stage. So it'll be fun to see how it plays out. Two players for me to pay attention to, by the way, aBeZy on the side of Atlanta FaZe and CleanX on the side of Toronto, because when they played last time online, CleanX dropped a .65, one of the worst series we've ever seen him have. He has not been that player at the major. He's cranked things up, and aBeZy had a .71, and aBeZy this weekend has been on fire.
Here we go, Raleigh. Man of the moment, aBeZy. An outstanding set of plays yesterday, and let's see how he fares here on Hardpoint.
Just get straight out instantly. Dropping a big 2, and hey, CleanX there for the follow-up. 4-man wiping Ultra inside of P1. A lot of time gonna go their way, and the rotation not gonna be ideal, but hey, as far as P1 goes, this is a decent little chunk to start the game with.
Yeah, this is a good look so far out of Toronto Ultra. Middle of the map, all theirs. Hardpoint time ticking away, there's 20 seconds left. FaZe are going to get an open field for a moment. That is a wonderful thing. You don't want to be going into the next hardpoint with no time. aBeZy, no big moment for him. Wins that incredibly important fight against CleanX.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, that's the battle. It's going to be that sort of situation all game long. aBeZy versus CleanX, and well, Atlanta on top of that one, and Scrap with the slow crowd clock for the pre-aim, and aBeZy gets the trades, but he has to stay alive so his teammates can spawn up, and does just that. Atlanta FaZe have at least the back, but Toronto Ultra on the rotation.
Oh!
They break right through.
Oh, lordy. Simp now trying to make his way through stairs on the wrap. As Atlanta FaZe looking to break on towards this hardpoint. P2's up. Wide open angles here to work with here on lobby, and in we go. Simp plays it smart, plays it patient. Good gunny though. Slasher the last man there for FaZe, brought down Hardpoint Ultra.
And Ultra just looking too good, man. Again, Atlanta might have had those initial spawns early on, but now you're forced in a spot where Cellium has to snake his Sunday best, and it's only Saturday. And in the hill, it looks like the Swarm is there for Atlanta to make the break, but that's only for 20 seconds on that rotation. Toronto Ultra, they're happy for it. They get a setup around Kitchen. All 4 players pushed out. It's exactly what they want.
The Ultra, great start. Nice second hardpoint now if it was the third, and so far things are looking very, very clean on Hotel so far. Atlanta FaZe now making their way through Restaurant, CleanX on the other side. A big win from Simp. That's going to be the opening right through the front door.
Let's see what he can do. The rookie having to feed off 2 of these players right now, and maybe make it all 3. The pinch is too perfect. Atlanta FaZe, it is a cakewalk into Kitchen. And now you got players like CleanX trying to pinch, and number 6 inside. He has been waiting to make his move. He's been hiding in the back, waiting to make the break with CleanX. See what they got.
And there he is from the outside. Suppressing fire, allows CleanX in, gets 1, traded out, still going though. Standy gets in, gets 2, break Ultra.
And that is beautiful stuff coming out from inside as well. The coordination and the patience is perfect. And you have all that patience just to get gunned by Simp. Breaks the big 3, shuts them all down. Atlanta FaZe, they're gonna take the lead.
Chris Lair, Simp, 7-5 on a 3 spree. Over to Standy to fight for the final 15 seconds here. Meanwhile, across map, his teammates now looking towards bar. We're not here for a drink, we're here for the next hard point. There it is on the minimap. CleanX, whoa boy, aBeZy, man alive. That's a clean 4 down there for Toronto Ultra, advantage FaZe.
I mean, that's Atlanta FaZe bold, right? Someone needs to make the big play. Simp just comes out and guns 3 players, and obviously Atlanta FaZe on the rotation. First time they've actually been able to get a clean setup from the hard point, and obviously you see the kill feed making perfect use of it. Now the back spawns actually come through for Toronto, though. This is tough to read.
Yeah, Toronto now making their way through lobby, sneaking in. No idea just yet. Standy the pinch there. Next up, Cellium, backs on out. Reinforcement for FaZe now moving in. You're gonna have a hard point for a second, but it's Simp straight through. Can't get a second. Insight, big win. aBeZy in and out. The tag team there from Atlanta FaZe gonna find one more kill, and you've still got presence here. The play is not over yet.
And Cellium is playing his life like no other. He is actually getting his teammates those back spawns, but this is a lot of hill time that they're exchanging away, but a couple gunfights come through and should be poised up for those final 20 seconds. So nice little moment, nice little stretch for FaZe, making things work, but obviously it's the seesaw effect. You win one hill, you potentially lose that next. Ultra, their turn to respond on the Restaurant hill.
It feels like trying to defy gravity at times, playing hardpoint in MW2, but now the Restaurant is up. Your table is ready, Toronto Ultra, and right now we're seating one. Kills are coming through now from FaZe. The wind-up hit, they're going to wait until the full squad gets there and try and break it in one go.
And you got Breakdancer and Sandy. You apparently don't have trophies, though. It's a nade that takes him down, so that is going to be the break. Insight gets gone to bed as well, and the trophies don't get good use, so Atlanta FaZe, again, just an easy roll-through on the kitchen. Their breaks have been flawless.
Here comes Ultra, counter-attack, aBeZy, 2 in the feed, brought down immediately. Now Standy trying to get into the fight. You've still got hardpoint time going to FaZe, and so far, it's fantastic. 128 climbing. The 71 of Ultra. Still a few members on there. Standy gets that dead silence reset. Now hitting the back line. This is good work. And here comes Low. aBeZy gets 2! How in the name of all things sacred did he get those? A great hold phase.
And keep in mind, Cellium hasn't died in 2.5 minutes. He started this spree at the intro of the last hill. So talk about a man that knows how to play his life. And here we go for the awkward fight. Everybody's on the top left side of the minimap, even though the hill's towards the bottom. So Ultra get the control first, but a guy like Scrappy can't stay alive, and it looks like he should be good to do so while you protect your man that's inside the hill.
Keep your man inside the hill safe, and you stop that precision airstrike coming through as well. So now it's on Simp to get the job done with his gun only. He's backing him up, contest there. Standy wins a big one. Hard point still in the hands of Ultra. Cellium now, next man up through the top side of bedroom. Standy has eyes on, but oh dear, this is going to be painful. That trophy system's not going to help here.
We'll see how many it takes down, or at the very least, maybe forces him outside the hill. Standy, he's gonna survive. Pick the new corner in. I mean, that is just a streak that ends up getting wasted. Ultra happy for it. They don't have to worry about that in the back end. Might have to worry about the wall bangs, but it looks like Insight does not care. aBeZy the final pinch, and he's gonna get it, but that's all for 10 seconds, and honestly, only the potential of it. KiSMET, he's here to fight.
Yeah, he's looking for the kill here on aBeZy, trying to stop the spree before it gets out of hand, and aBeZy 21 and 12. He's having an absolute tear here on Hotel.
Oh, and Simp can hear this, by the way. Insight's very loud, but Insight also just tags him up and backs him off. Simp right now, too much pressure. Nades are perfect, and in spite of the trophy, maybe it was just all for bait where Simp falls, his teammates get all of the kills. And also that battle for the right side spawns. Atlanta there early on, and also full control of the hill.
First set of hard points done. Back to the center we now go, and KiSMET and Insight, they're the men in the feed, finding the kills. A chance now for Toronto Ultra to get some time in this one, because Atlanta FaZe chance from start to finish so far. The front runners, it's been very good indeed.
And poor KiSMET on these rotations, can't find it. Now Ultra back in the hill, which is nice, but obviously 60-point deficit for the moment. They got a long way to go, and your opportunities on P2 are looking a little bit sparse. It's going to be a bit of a hike to cross the map, and obviously Atlanta FaZe are going to have the early setup. All the pressure, though, coming from the top side.
Top side indeed. Insight's going to have to play this one slowly from the inside of the fragrance store here. Eyes outside, no one there. Now his teammates find the way forward. You can hear the rattling of gunfire right next to him. Hard points up. You got a couple of kills on the outside. KiSMET has hit the go button. Time to get into this hard point. Time to get FaZe out of it. Standing on the flank. Here comes the pinch, and it's a magnificent bit of work. The break's done, but Simp's still in the play.
Yeah, even these players having so much difficulty knowing where the pressure is going to be coming from, though. Worried about the deep hallway pushes, but it's actually going to be the mid steps. And again, too many directions to look right now for Ultra, but so far, so good. Breaking it through the front, you got bullies out the back windows in Atlanta FaZe. That should have been their rotation. Instead, this is Ultra now back in the game.
Locking it down. 30 seconds remaining here on lobby. P2 in the second set. Simp with a big win, but it's not enough to stop the flow of time. Whoa! KiSMET, that was a massive gunfight. That's going to be another solid 20 seconds going his way. His teammates, though, they're spawning right-hand side. They got to get to kitchen ASAP.
And obviously, this could be a money hill. Atlanta FaZe, when they need to break kitchen, they did so instantly. Well, now it's Ultra's turn to try and attack. A bit of a spread setup right now for the moment, and maybe aBeZy even with like late flank opportunities. But you don't even have to flank it if your ARs are cutting him down along the way. KiSMET, the only player from Ultra that's nearby. He's got to wait for some help.
Here we go. The guns are up. You see those two red arrows on the minimap looking towards the entrance KiSMET was. Cellium keeping him down. Here comes the teamwork though from Ultra. Steady, one man at a time. They're getting closer and closer towards the outside of the kitchen. Stack up on all the doors. Wait for the perfect hit, and here we go. Straight into it, there's the contest. Standing waiting for a miracle to happen. Gets a big win on the first, the second man on the other side of the counter. Timing though not there. FaZe stay alive.
Yeah, Ultra with absolutely nothing so far for this break, and well, teammates are following along the way, so inside trying to flank, and inside actually able to get a kill, but it snakes inside the kitchen. Everybody's gonna fall. Simp, the last man standing. Needs to get them all, but does get put down. Ultra eventually fight for this scrap, and now KiSMET again needs to be the hero. He's got the timing, he has gotten through, he is behind everybody on FaZe.
This could be huge right now for Ultra. No, Simp snuffed him out. That's a massive movement, a massive play. FaZe now with a serious advantage going into bar.
And that is unreal awareness as well by Simp in that moment, always making those intelligent plays, and now it is just gone straight ahead. Simp with the first, no one there for the trades. Atlanta with the wipe, and this might be Atlanta for the game.
It could be, yeah, they're so close. They can get it on here in bar. 4-man hit now from Ultra to the back line. Make it 3 men, make it 2 men. Oh boy, Stanley staying alive. The time's still ticking though. You've got to get your go button on now. Toronto Ultra, get moving. Slash or a brick wall of defense holding them back. 10 seconds for the win.
And they're just being funneled, man. They're being funneled through the small doorways and getting gunned down along the way. Done and dusted. Map 1 in the books. Atlanta FaZe. Too clean.
Too clean, too much. Toronto Ultra have nothing there on Hotel. 250 to 191. They're in map number 1. And aside from the efforts of KiSMET, aside from the efforts of Tobias Julianson, Ultra looking a little stunned there so far in map 1.
Well, when these two teams met up in the online portion of the start of the year, it was a 2-3-5 for Toronto Ultra. Atlanta FaZe, they've been very strong in hardpoint. I know quite a bit of discussion on the desk about how much we have faith in them for the respawn, and I think the funniest thing is LAG Academy actually looked the best against Atlanta. Other than that, Atlanta FaZe have been piecing teams up, and maybe one of the best moments is honestly on that first kitchen hill, right? You had a full setup for Toronto. You think they're exchanging the scrap on P2, maybe for the setup, but they just get bullied out and broken down, and it was Simp that made it happen. So a lot of tough things I think Ultra were having to deal with early on, especially when the tears get hot.
I mean, that was a pixel-perfect break on the kitchen in a P2. A very difficult thing to do in Atlanta FaZe, like a knife through butter. Great start for them here in the hard points, and you're looking for that 2-3-5 rebound now for Toronto Ultra. Search and Destroy is on its way, but chance as far as the kills department go, aBeZy. The desk brought it up. Tony said it. There's a lot of chatter right now. aBeZy might be looking like one of the best individual players in the world.
I mean, honestly, he's looking like back to be sort of that final form. Obviously, it's only day 3, so we definitely need to see much more consistency out of him. But the number of like double-digit S&D games that he's had, the first bloods, he is right back at his happy place at the very top of the league. So aBeZy's been a menace, and obviously he brought the slaying power there in that game. I think he led the lobby with 25, and I mean, again, that's the player to look out for a reason. A .71 he had against Ultra the last go around, and a much better start there in game 1. So FaZe, they got the advantage. They have been flawless in S&D so far this tournament with a 4-0 record. And it's aBeZy for that map number 2.
It's a 4-0 record, but we've seen a couple of round 11s in there, so it's not to say they are easy. But the record still remains absolutely solid so far. Slasher, Austin Lidigoat there on screen. World champion, joining another set of world champions. The latest addition to this iconic roster here in the Call of Duty League, and so far chance pretty cozy.
And you know, speaking of Slasher as well for like the S&D, I know it is aBeZy and Cellium that have like a 1.5 and 1.6 respectively. Slasher's KD doesn't look too great, but he also has a ridiculous first blood like rate in the majors so far. So Slasher has found his role on the new team. Again, the happiest man in America without question. I think the only person that can maybe turn that frown upside down is, on the flip side, a guy like KiSMET.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra, KiSMET especially when it comes to these search and destroys, dangerous entry man for the first bloods. It's amazing though, I mean, Slasher being a bit of a first blood machine himself, he's sitting next to aBeZy, one of the most talented first blood players in search and destroy history.
And that's that combo, right? aBeZy, he's getting the aggressive first blood. Slasher, it is more of the pick style, watching the flanks and having sort of that dedicated spot. So when you have guys like aBeZy and Cellium that can get the mixy first bloods, absolutely destructive. When you try to switch up the play style, Slasher just lying in wait for you. So again, the dynamic that these guys have is just clinically absurd. And even on a map like aBeZy, you know the sniper is going to be prevalent. You have weapons on this team, both Cellium and Simp, the absolute finest snipers we have in the league. So it's just the deepest toolkit you have. And with one of the best S&D players in the world as your coach, I mean, you have to imagine they're always going to be strong in the game mode.
Yeah, that is Tupac Thug Lord. One of the finest S&D players in the world, one of the funniest names.
Without question.
Without question. On the other side now, though, final words being imparted from Toronto Ultra, standing there. A little pensive look, and again, I think pressure is on for both these teams. A winner's bracket matchup still here in round 2. But winning this one sends you deeper into the tournament, and a fantastic start, especially for that rookie year for Scrap. What an impact he has made so far in the league. Let's see how far he can go. aBeZy, Search and Destroy, coming up next.
Just to touch on Standy as well, right? Obviously, year 1, superstar across all game modes, but the Vanguard season where he fell off a little bit, his Search and Destroy was still top notch. I'm talking top 5 in the world. So even when Standy hasn't looked great, in this game mode, absolute menace on the map. See what playmaking potential he can bring to the table in the map too. Anytime Standy has Dead Silence active, you know something crazy is gonna happen.
Here we go, Search and Destroy up now. His first to 6 rounds for the win here. Atlanta FaZe fanning out very quickly across the map. Simp's already taken some damage. All right, there you go. Classic aBeZy first blood.
I mean, look, he'll do it any way that he needs, but what a response right there with the LAB. Back to the lab with the chemistry, and it is going to be an A-site hit, and it is mostly open. Cellium, the only player that's even remotely nearby to try to stop this, but it looks like Ultra, no Dead Silence yet. They're going to be taking it slow.
3v3, less than a minute to go. Slasher's going to be the man far left-hand side of the minimap. Going a little too wide out. Yeah, worried. Again, knowing full well that sniper's likely to be in play. Bomb now making its way towards A.
And I think Atlanta FaZe are just playing without the information, because Cellium started to watch the cross like down towards the middle of the map, but those players are already passed. They're trying to set up the pinch.
They're getting real close. Slasher's going to check it. Bang! Big shot from inside there. Takes care of it. 2v2 now.
Yeah, you got to collect that bomb, though. 30 seconds left, and, well, here's the first Dead Silence play. I think KiSMET doing the smart thing, just back off, but aBeZy gets to fly, and yet gets the sound cue as well. All the snipes inside was able to hit. Now he's forced to clutch it. That is the start he needs.
Okie dokie, 1v1, less than 20 seconds now. Dead Silence active for either side, but you are going to see insights last a little bit longer. aBeZy, will he guess correctly? Spotted there. On the inside of the Bance, he's not been seen just yet. Jump check! Big win, aBeZy! A matter of seconds to go. FaZe. Strike first.
That's a little first round ace from aBeZy as well. I'm fairly certain gets the first blood, as he is prone to do. And again, pass never, TAC 56, it does not matter. Ace in round 1, and that was not Toronto Ultra versus Atlanta FaZe. That was aBeZy versus Insight, and aBeZy came out on top.
aBeZy already with an incredible Search and Destroy, KD and Raleigh alone. The Game 5 series they had against Vegas to get to this moment in time, he was putting up astounding numbers on aLLeY. It was 14 or 15. See if he can't do it again here in aBeZy.
And not just the numbers, he was world-starring players as well. So again, aBeZy back to that top form, and aBeZy back to being aggressive. I mean, he is hunting for first blood around that B bomb site. As Standy, I think, maybe waiting to catch an errant Simp on the map. But it's aBeZy, yes, in the mix. This is what he does. This is when he is at his finest. The first blood machine.
Bomb plant over towards B as well. Atlanta FaZe playing every single possible advantage they've got. Scrap's going to make a Dead Silence move now. We'll see if he can't hit the go. Up top there, you can see him. So Simp so slowly crawling towards the bottom side of that ladder. He's not going to make a single bit of noise, but Standy's going to spot him out. This is a nice bit of 3v3 work now. 30 seconds on the clock. And look at that, aBeZy again. Another Dead Silence move. Snipe though. Interesting turn, 25 on the clock. All down a Slasher.
And you already know, he's either going to be top PD or on this outside lane. You got 3 players to stare at 2 things. That's the first gunfight. Slasher, there's potential.
They're trying to make the move now immediately to take care of him. He's going to be noisy. Time ticking though. 10 seconds. Keeping him pinned. You have to get on towards the bomb, but he may not be there. Slasher has done it. Slasher has done it. It's 2-0. Atlanta FaZe.
Dude, absolute beans out of the world champion. Thanos with a little snap as well. That first gunfight, absolutely ridiculous on Scrappy, who's standing maybe just a little bit too tall with his chest up. And after the fact, it's just good repositioning. Shows himself down low, sprints up top, and I think it was Insight who is top PD, jumps out to try to help his boy, but Slasher, just clinical work there in Search. Outside of the gunny, nothing too crazy, just easy repositioning. 2 rounds in a row, Atlanta.
He keeps him guessing, and Insight on the chase there, just a little too slow. Magnificent work now from Atlanta FaZe so far. 2 very, very solid rounds. Cellium and Simp have yet to get kills, by the way. This has all been aBeZy. 5-1. 2-2 now for Slasher. Nades on the cross. That will connect. Oh, no. Damage dealt. Wow! That's not normal. That shouldn't be allowed. But that's another first blood.
That's a disrespect. Yeah, dude, disrespect from aBeZy right now on the things he is challenging. Second to none, but you have a little bit of an opening on the flank. Keep in mind, inside though on a 4. That's the man to watch for Toronto.
Yeah, pressure on Simp now. He's heavily tagged up. Stanny's going to lightly come around his corner, but Simp holding the iron there, holding the iron sight. 30 seconds, and Ultra can level it up and get on the board.
And inside, yes, let him run past inside, lets him run straight past. He was waiting for the second, so even the trigger discipline when you need it. 2v2, but again, that bomb is down. FaZe, Simp, I mean, you gotta fly.
Gotta make a move immediately. Same spot that we saw Atlanta FaZe in a second ago. Will Insight get another kill? Oh, it's noisy, it's annoying, and there we go. The spree done. Can Simp get close enough? The answer is no. Big work out of Standy. That's the round, Ultra.
Yeah, Insight just making too many good plays, and again, just slowing that pace down. Dragging Simp with that little bit of extra time, baiting him into the hallway, and I mean, hey, good news for Atlanta. You shut down the streaks. Insight not going to be able to connect with that 6th kill, but nice little bounce back there for the Ultra. Insight has been on point, and honestly for aBeZy, I understand why he's flying out like that, but the ego, a little bit too close to the sun on that one. You know, fries for the first blood, and ends up just getting caught out by the snipe. But I mean, hey, so far, aBeZy 3 for 3 in the first blood category. No surprises there.
It takes 5 seconds to plant the bomb and 7.5 to defuse it. So these players, immaculate timing when it comes to checking those bombs. They plant them in positions easily identifiable on the defense. It's all very well rehearsed play right now for both our teams here in the Surge.
And once again, this bomb site has just been left open. You see they're actually trying to push it through the middle of the map, but it is aBeZy that is always in the mix that you're having to deal with. So bomb site just a little bit open, and finally Standy's able to win it and shut him down. How do FaZe handle around when they don't have that guaranteed first blood?
Might be enough to turn the tide. Simp now trying to get the bomb down. And he should just about do that. No one's going to be there to check this for a minute. Scraps on the back line. That one planted. You're heavily down in numbers. What was that? And another set of kills, 2v2. The tides have turned, but it's Ultra getting drowned out.
We are witnessing a breakdown in this round. Insight trying to hunt. He's got the dead silence active in the vast set for the job, but doesn't have the gunny. What a round from Simp. In a 2v4, no hesitation, plants the bomb, doesn't even pop dead silence, just start making moves and guns everybody. Maybe Simp got a call out there in that moment to players coming up behind them, but either way, ridiculous stuff. And if you're Ultra, I think you're now, at this point, definitely feeling the pressure. You finally get a first blood, you get the follow-up for the second. And you got Scrap, 1-4, CleanX, 0-4, still sitting on the donut, down 3-1. I mean, this is Atlanta FaZe. This is like the typical of what we're used to seeing from this team. They're looking like bullies.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous 2v4. Sim's 5 spree. Insight on the slow peak. aBeZy, something against 2. Slasher joins him, and there we go. What a round, FaZe! Blink and you'll miss it.
I mean, look, that was the fastest round of S&D I think we may have had this year. aBeZy is dealing with tech issues, but the reads that he has for the first bloods are perfect. Ultra tried to make a move out of the bottom hallway or bottom bathrooms, and they just ran straight into the blender. And honestly, if you're Ultra, I don't even know what you do. You try to make a play, you get bullied, you have Insight connecting on every snipe, it does not matter. Atlanta FaZe have been able to do whatever they want working that B bomb site. I see no reason for them to switch anything up.
Yeah, we need a real strong morale shift now for Toronto Ultra. Something big's got to happen, and it's got to happen soon. Great work out, CleanX. A nice first blood.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, that's a massive win from aBeZy. The trade are going to be there. Cellium from up high now. Last 2 remaining members of Atlanta FaZe now shuffling to get into the battle. Now it's on Scrap and Insight to try to turn this one around. 5-1, too hard to come back from.
And you have that like opening battle, and now everything's going to be slowed down and grinded to a halt. Slasher, actually, this might be bait. He popped a dead silence. He's going to feel free to make moves, but crosses right in front, bang with the sniper, and a 1v2 for Cell. Only has information on one.
Here he goes. Ooh!
There he goes.
Ooh. Insight landing the final 2 kills there. Jamie Craven, nerves of steel. Makes his professional debut in the Cold War year. Wins a major. And now, 10-4 against FaZe.
And honestly, I'd say for Ultra, maybe instead of trying to make an aggressive play, just give Insight time to work. Every single snipe has been connected. Men has 10 kills in 6 rounds. Let him play for picks, take things slow, and let him get that information. If Insight has the hot hand, play around it.
Is this the beginning of the comeback right now for Toronto Ultra? Sorely needed. 10-4 once again for... Oh my god! It's a 2-piece for aBeZy right off the rip. Unbelievable. Scrappy answers back though. Oh, aBeZy. Are you about to get kill number 3 in the round? He's waiting so patiently for it.
Yeah, he's also waiting for his teammates on the bait, like towards the back line. And as soon as they get in position, that's when he starts to make his move. But on just a positioning front, Atlanta FaZe, you have PD control. I mean, Ultra haven't even picked up the bomb yet. This is looking near hopeless.
You got it all right now. 50 seconds. Oh, we didn't see Insight whatsoever in the back line there. So Insight is still safe and sound for a moment. Scrappy though. No, there's gun number 3. Insight does land it. Now the 1v2. 40 seconds on the clock.
You have to know bomb's down for Atlanta. There's no reason to pick anything. You get the double kill on the cross, you know the bomb's gonna be there. You just don't ever chow Insight. Don't peek anything.
He's hitting these shots. He saw Simp inside the bathroom. Here comes the reposition now. Clock's ticking. Pressure is on. Simp, the stun check there. Insight, I love this timing, but he's not gonna have too much success. The pistol in hand, no! Slasher reads it, Slasher pressures it, map point Atlanta FaZe.
I feel like aBeZy is the Terminator, where he just has 17,000 tricks in the back pocket of how he wants to get the first blood. He does it with the TAC 56, he does it with the Vastnest, he does it with the Semtexes as well. Literally a new trick every single round. aBeZy just too efficient in search and destroy. Yeah, we talked about how they've lost a little bit of that air of dominance. If aBeZy's playing like this, Atlanta FaZe is gonna get it back.
Yeah, this is that air. This is the dominance right now. Ultra, time to go huge. 5-2. One more all you need for FaZe, and you march on towards the control with a massive lead. Here we go.
He's just doing whatever he wants. Hop, skipping, and jump right out to the B-bomb site. Ultra consistently been putting the pressure on mid, and look at how Atlanta respond. They pick him apart. Scrap and PaulEhx keep making the exact same play, and FaZe just read it. 4 versus 2 for the game.
Here we go. Insight has been a superstar for his squad. 2 players directly beneath him. He's not got a whole lot to work with here, and you know FaZe are going to make this read. They've got the numbers. Here's the time. It now all comes down to Insight. Last man here, and Simp's got the read. And truly, easy AM. They're in the search.
Sucking the life out of Ultra, and maybe sucking the life out of the crowd. A solid, respectable game number 1 on the hard point, and then devastation on the embassy. I mean, crimes were being committed by aBeZy. 5 first bloods in 8 rounds. aBeZy, an absolute machine. 13 kills as well. I mean, help from Insight. Honestly, one of the finer performances we have seen with a sniper for literally nothing. 1 and 8 for CleanX, 3 and 7 for Scrap. Those 2 could not get anything going. And honestly, for aBeZy, how could you when he's playing like that? And the 1 round aBeZy gets first blooded, a 2v4 clutch was instantaneous from FaZe. So by the time you get past 1 MVP, literally 3 MVPs right behind them.
Unbelievable stuff there from Atlanta FaZe. They are taking a very commanding lead in this series. Hotel Control coming up next. They've got a perfect record on it so far in the qualifiers. I mean, right now, if you're Toronto Ultra, we need to see a little bit more of what we saw in the lead up to this series, because so far, it is flat.
I mean, maybe good news for Ultra if you get to that like hydroelectric for map 4. Atlanta FaZe are 0-2 on the map, so maybe a shining light. But yeah, they've been perfect on the control. 4-0 record on that map, so have fun with that one.
Good luck, have fun. We're going to go very quickly to a commercial break, and we will see if Christmas truly has come early. Ho, 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 COD fans. Time now for a quick break. On the other side of this one, will it be a FaZe 3-0, or is it the beginning of the Toronto Ultra comeback? Find out after this.
should we consider you guys the team to beat for the rest of this tournament?
I would say for sure. I mean, people are getting smoked left and right. I'm just looking for some competition. I need someone to shoot back. I don't know.
Ooh, he needs somebody to shoot back, okay? And I think that's a statement right there, but you got anything you want to say to the fans that's been supporting you here?
Yeah, the Ultra fans, you're the best. You support us through everything. I mean, I heard you guys even against the OpTic fans, and they got smoked, so it is what it is, but, you know, we're coming for it all.
Well, you got to be careful what you wish for, Scrap, because you bet your bottom dollar FaZe is shooting back.
Yes, they are. Hey, pressure makes diamonds, though, right? Like, funnily enough, the team that has pushed Ultra the hardest so far this tournament was PaulEhx. They were down 2-0, and they had the instant bounce back, and that was a moment where the entire community was ready to jump up and down on Scrappy, but he fought back in this series, and hey, back against the wall again. We're going to a hotel control. See if Ultra can respond. Proven at times, but I gotta say, man, just the way this series is going, it kind of feels like Atlanta FaZe might just be back.
We need a little bit of that northern magic coming out of Ultra. One of the more clutch teams, one of the most composed teams throughout the Cold War and Vanguard season so far. I mean, this is a much more hot-headed roster. Time to get things going. Time to get that kettle to boil, because here in Hotel, it is not going to be an easy run against FaZe. Let's get it.
And Ultra on the offensive round to kick things off. Nice little spread across the map as well, definitely leaning towards A and control the middle of the map if you want it. Standy, though, maybe an opportunity to play with this B zone. He gets a kill here, and hey, if you connect, make a play towards B. But instead, it is just a nice little spread. Scraps is going to drag all this pressure towards the B side, but that's just to make sure A falls nice and easy. Ultra keeping things controlled.
We say nice and easy, but you've still got Slasher who's going to make his way forward soon. Reinforcements getting cut to pieces right now for FaZe. Ultra one tick down, one segment gone at A. You're going to slowly but surely get the rest of it done. KiSMET opens up another lane, so good stuff now. Cellium, though, low left-hand side of the minimap. Oh my god, big influence on the spawns there. You should get the second on A. The third yet to be seen.
And again, a perfect record on this map for Atlanta FaZe, and you can kind of see why. They always set up the conveyor belt. They don't want to start defending A until they get a couple of kills, and then they might pounce on it. But you see number 4 in the minimap? There will always be someone for Atlanta inside a bedroom on defense, while everyone else gets to have fun over towards A. But again, Cellium was able to open up with a couple of kills, and all this is going to do is just slow Toronto down. They should be able to get A nice and secure in this moment and open up the top side of the map, but that's all just the starting step. They still have to worry about bedroom.
Yeah, nice controlled effort there from Toronto Ultra to get rid of A. Standy now checks it, gets it. Cellium's going to be taken out of the action for now. Simp makes his way upstairs. Standy on a force spree. Good work out of him. Over towards B we now goes. A slow and steady capture. You have to clear out top side of bedroom though. That's the power position. That's what Standy's looking for.
And it's only one man on the point, so Slasher doesn't even feel obligated to fly out in these moments, but he's making a move while Standy is going to be dealing with the pressure on the guys coming off spawn. And it looks like FaZe winning every single gunfight. Slasher finally gets cleaned up, but it's Insight last man standing. And again, that conveyor belt, Atlanta FaZe right back to trying to put that pressure right over towards bedroom.
They are fortifying the B position right now. Insight, it's a protracted gunfight here against Cellium and aBeZy. They are still down towards the bottom of the site. Trophies are down. That's going to eat anything thrown at them. No lethals, no tacticals. It's going to be only gunfights from here on out. Cellium still holding it down, chance, and so far it's a very, very methodical approach from Ultra.
Yeah, Cellium, the unkillable. He will live in this spot, feed the intel to his teammates, and Atlanta FaZe down on 2 lives have just slowed the pace down. They're on Ultra trying to set up the play, but they only get a trade for the first moment. KiSMET with the nice one, though. That actually opens things up. And if KiSMET gets this one on aBeZy, well, maybe there's hope, but now aBeZy, the man behind enemy lines with the dead silence. Good luck trying to stop him.
Yep, 45 seconds on the clock. A productive round for both teams, though. You've got 9 lives now for FaZe on defense, 10 for Ultra on O.
And he is just keeping this pace. I mean, all these white arrows have just spent so much time looking for him, and a couple shots and tags coming through, but he just gets to dance around, reposition, and pick a new spot to attack from. Ultra unable to even touch this point. And now it's a moment where it is a last-ditch effort. They're just going to have to fly.
Got to find a kill somewhere. Slasher makes it harder. Standy Cell trades. This is good work again. aBeZy still on the roam. Force spree for him. Looking to get at least one more. Clock ticking. Final few seconds. Simp's going to get another one. I don't think this is going to happen right now. Ultra have just been suffocated here on offense. Trying to catch these kills out. Is it enough? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're on it. KiSMET drop though. Final seconds. No. Simp. Good timing. Right place. Right time. wins the round for FaZe.
I mean, that's the name of the game, man. Slasher was putting in the work early on in the exact same spot, and then if you had a heat map of aBeZy in those final 45 seconds, up top, down low, in the back, going on flanks, just impossible to root out it. You're never gonna have success capturing that B zone when someone's in the back. And Atlanta FaZe, again, perfect record on this map. This is where they're at their finest, and even for those small windows of opportunity for Ultra, you can't pass the front line. Well, you got Simp in the back, so it's just non-stop the onslaught. FaZe bring on Hotel.
3-1 split, classic moves from FaZe, whether it's Search and Destroy or after a moment control. Inside the other side of the doors, here comes Simp, gonna be feeling the pressure. Short moments, we're gonna see the stack up on A. Great timing from inside, he's gonna get that one. Numbers now starting to thin out towards the bottom side of the map for FaZe. Good work out of Cell, you're still keeping the A capture alive.
Yeah, Cellium always gonna have an annoying spot to deal with, this time behind a plant. Always insanely difficult to kill, and looks like the stuns are out just for the intel. You know players are coming on the flank, but a two-man stack on the point for the moment. FaZe doing a pretty solid job, keeping things nice and slow. That slow A capture nearly there, 2 ticks through. I think Toronto do want to try to give a last-ditch effort on the swarm. Maybe just trying to set up and keep the kills contained.
You've got to get going now, though. Running out of time. Scrap loses again to aBeZy. That is going to be A. Nearly. No, not done yet. That's a massive win there from Standy. Now able to drain that segment.
And Atlanta FaZe are going to have no idea that Inside is here because they all just spawned on top of them. So they're going to think that their flank is actually clear. And little do they know that that is not the case. So we'll test out the awareness or maybe test out the gun skill of Insight. 3-2 piece right there. Atlanta FaZe, never going to expect it.
Backs right on up. Lovely map control right now for Toronto Ultra here on the defensive round. Here comes CleanX to reinforce. And again, you've drained that first segment A slow enough, but you haven't quite finished it. So now FaZe back on it towards the A side. They're going to capture that. 1 minute 50 on the clock.
We'll see if any of these players on Atlanta actually wrap back and try to clear out bedroom. I know aBeZy's definitely thinking about it while his teammates trying to work their way past arches. Everybody Atlanta stuck on the same side. They're ready for the gunfights on the flank, but again, it looks like Atlanta tripling up, trying to work through the spawn of Ultra, and aBeZy's been left alone.
Slow and steady. 3-man hit through the back line now. Standy is about to run into a whole heap of trouble. Bit of a jump scare for some. FaZe now combing their way through the back line of the hotel. Scrappy's up next. He's got a couple of big fights to win. Oh no, that's a big one. Simp gets it, now they're in.
Yeah, they are in fact shooting back in. Cellium maybe back in his home. Him and Slasher, the 2 ARs in the spawn of Ultra, trying to set up the crosses, but you got CleanX behind enemy lines, and I think FaZe maybe a little bit of spawn killing before they can clear out this bedroom.
So the Daddy Insight once again, he's going to go absolutely huge for the squad. aBeZy reads it, guns him down. You're running out of numbers. CleanX last man left alive for now. Buy some time, let the reinforcements get there. 3-man stack now for FaZe. The 4th is on its way. This is typical FaZe. 2 segments down, the pressure now on. Gotta get moving, CleanX gotta fly, send it, done. FaZe capture both zones.
Hey, Toronto, I'd be shaking my head too. What are they doing? Too slow on the approach, and CleanX flies out. They got the kills. 2 of these players fell out of the hill, but no one actually touched the point to stop it. And just behind, I'd be smirking too if I'm one of the tears, because I mean, that is not a moment where Ultra ordinarily gonna make that small little mishap, but I mean, they're down 2-0 in the series. They're down 2-0 in round count. Cellium in his happy place, man, 12-7.
Jeez.
Atlanta FaZe at this point seemingly can do no wrong.
What seemed to be on paper a very close series, in reality, and to quote the Mad Titan himself, reality is often disappointing. FaZe are running the show. Big wins off the rip for the Terrors, a pair of them now. Slow capture towards A here for Ultra. Slasher getting involved. CleanX on the back line now, trying to keep the defense up. And Simp has made his way in the kitchen, done. Should be able to get the first segment soon. Ultra still alive here on the offensive round.
Yeah, nice and contained. I'd say last go around when Ultra on the attack did a nice job of just building up a life advantage and not quite able to make use out of it. And now a nice little standoff between CleanX and Cellium.
Jeez.
Not the right gun for the job, and now he's got both. Cellium has almost whatever he wants except for his life. But that A zone should be going through. Add a minute to the clock. And Ultra right now, it's the battle for bedroom in my mind. That's where all the action's gonna be. It's Slasher, the first one there, and he's taken care of. So this is the first time where Ultra really have pressure on the map.
Yeah, this is an opportunity. And you saw how quickly FaZe captured the point last time with that 3-man stack. And here we go. Shoes on the other foot now. Lock it down, Ultra. Try to get a trophy or two in there, but there's none to be found just yet. So Stanley's going to eat a nade or two. Now the trophies are in place. Now you're getting things going, Ultra. First segment done. 2-man stack. We're getting it done, boys. It's not over yet, but here come FaZe flying in. Stanley with 2, Scrappy with 3, Cell last man left alive, and this should be round. We're not out of the woods just yet.
Not at all, and finally Ultra able to get the setup, and they made that one quick. Again, the most important gunfights on the map always taking place in bedroom, at least after that A zone gets captured. Slash was the only man there, and Ultra sent 2 this time to actually go clear him out, and you see how quickly the rounds can go as soon as you actually have that pressure. So Ultra, a little bit of life, a little bit of fight, but still a long way to go.
It's a little bit pensive still. They're still a little nervy. FaZe, the smirks are gone for now, strictly business. But here we go. Another offensive round for FaZe. We saw how quick and easily decisive it can be once you get those 3 kills down. They're not going to go for a cheesy B here. A lot of presence towards mid. This time it's Standy with the first blood.
And nice little opener right there, and I think FaZe honestly might be feeling the pressure. You got a couple players just chilling around the catwalk, but no aggression for the moment for the swing. They're just playing for the kills toward mid, but they're making the moves. They're trying to come through bedroom. This is like a delayed B zone hit, and they might be making it work.
Oh, they're in. That's massive. 3-man stack once again for FaZe. Scrappy, you are about to be absolutely set fire to.
Oh, look at this.
Can you get any pressure on that point? Can you get in there at all? Get a gun up at the very least. KiSMET has found a window. KiSMET finds the window, gets 2. Still alive, though. The point's still capped. There it is, done. Over towards A now. Atlanta FaZe are looking at the win.
Dude, what a play to just work the middle of the map like that and just let the round fall in your lap. I mean, now you get 2 minutes to work with just to capture A. They'll be spawning close this entire time. Ultra now have to do something incredibly difficult. Defend this A zone to perfection. Decent little start, couple trades coming through, but right now through this hallway, Atlanta FaZe, they're setting up the pinch.
Oh, here comes the pinch. Here in the restaurant, though, big win inside Scrap. Hold it down, nice kills. aBeZy now through the back. Sneaky, but not enough. Scrap was a big one. Over to Simp. As this has been a good holdout of Ultra so far. A, the easier point to capture.
And for the moment, they are spawning Atlanta out. So this is one of those situations where you buy yourself an extra 20 seconds. But if any of those players in kitchen fall, the close spawns come through, and you have to be very quick. Atlanta, a minute to work with.
Using lethals and tacticals to make your way forward, check those corners in this phase. A very, very sensible approach. Exchange of shots. Testing the waters. Once again, here come FaZe. KiSMET the first man to drop. Numbers now through the backline. They've got the corridor control now. It's a matter of time before they manage to hit the actual tables. Scrap still holding it down. Scrap done. You've still got at least 1 man alive with the point it's standing. Now he and aBeZy dancing around this one. There's a big win. Ultra hold it down again.
Yeah, but now you get at least a kitchen spawn for Slasher. This is the guy that needs to stay alive and wait for his teammates to go for the flank. Only 30 seconds left on the clock. And Slasher again, that's why he's being patient. His teammates getting kills on the flank. This is it.
Here comes the hit. Timing's going to be great for the Slasher. Damage dealt. Surely the counter-attack now from Ultra. Simps managed to get on the point, stops the clock. 19.5. Big 3-piece there for Ultra. Last man Slasher still. Here comes Standy. And they stay alive once again. Final 10.
Dude, Standy goes mental on the 5 spree towards the end, and now it is just a full sprint to try to get to this A zone. And not a good start there for KiSMET here. Too many things through the hallways Atlanta, but not enough time in Ultra. Take care of business by the A zone. 2 rounds in a row, making the best of a bad situation. Into a round 5 we go.
Round 5. True signs of life right now from Ultra, but is it too little, too late? The final round to decide it here on Hotel. This is match point Atlanta FaZe. This is simply to force the HyDra hard point for Ultra.
Again, HyDra, where Atlanta FaZe 0-2. It's not like they haven't talked it over, but certainly a map they have struggled on the most in that game mode. So if you pull this one off, get that ball rolling, you simply never know. And Ultra, they have made reverse sweeps before in this very tournament. Atlanta FaZe on the attack for the final round.
Streaks down for Standy. They've got defense. Uh-oh, inside. Oh, that's awkward. At the very least now, you're going to get FaZe over towards A.
And you see how much Ultra just don't want to have to be in the same situation as last time defending A. They said, that is fine. We will play things as safe as possible. Standy maybe looking for a freebie, but it is being launched, and hey, he's gonna get it. That's number 7. That's the annoyance over towards the A zone, but FaZe, they've swung around the map. The pressure's now on B.
Got 2 players in B right now. It's gonna be a fast cap. First segment on its way out. Insight, gotta go, mate. Get in there, son. First kill goes his way. Simp now on the immediate challenge. Nades are good. 3 big kills. Scrappy, once again, it's all on you here over by B. Buy time. Get the kills. Gets at least 1. That's good enough for now. You've still got 2 segments gone on B.
Hey, surely not. It's going to happen again. Toronto put themselves in a bad situation again. The adjustment I am making if I'm Atlanta FaZe, ignore the flank. Stop working on that. You have to clear out kitchen and start getting those close spawns. So I think these players off a respawn, like, you need to make sure you get that section of the map clear. For the moment, it is the full spread. Atlanta trying to do it in the exact same way.
Exact same situation. This time round, though, 25 lives for Atlanta FaZe to attack from the rear. Here we go, Standy. Opening hit, nice. The turn and burn. Able to get it? No. The damage there, though, dealt. Slasher got a tag in at the very least, so Insight now making his way forward. On the way we go, Slasher. With attack, the damage is there. He's keeping the pin down. Massive work out of Ultra. Clean restaurant.
Hey, and that's the thing, man. If you're going on these full flanks, then you have to worry about getting shot in the back on top of the players inside a kitchen. If you don't clear out that top side, you are never going to have a fun time. And even if you try to flank, Scrap, ooh, bad timing there. He was ready for it. But hey, they can hear each other, but Cell takes him down. But it's just it's deja vu all over again. Atlanta FaZe, they're just trying to punch through this brick wall.
They're trying to get in, but Insight and Scrap, they're on point. Massive work. Insight now, immediate tactical retreat towards that restaurant, the kitchen side now. Slasher checking corners, doesn't get it done. Insight holds it down in the back once again. Simp's the next man in. Here comes aBeZy and Cell. They are punching through the back line of the kitchen, and so far, so good. Can they stay alive here? This is step 1 of a 2-step program.
And as soon as you get these trades, though, again, maybe the close spawns will start coming through. It looks like Simp gonna spawn out, but eventually it'll happen. But now you're getting flanked standing behind the mole and Scrap killing it before they get there. Ultra from down 0-3. They are making this work.
It's not over yet. 35 seconds left for Ultra here on the defensive round. You got 1 good shot of this phase. Here they come. I think he stuck him. He stuck him! Cellium explodes. We're running out of time. 20 seconds. KiSMET is dancing. The pressure is on. Now's the time not to make a mistake, and he doesn't. Gets at least 1. Simp's got his way in through the back, though. Cellium now is well on point. You've stopped the clock. KiSMET has got to win this fight, and he does. Can you clean Simp off the point, though? That's the question. Yes, they do. Slasher from the back. It is done. 10 seconds left. It is over. The reverse sweep on control is there. Toronto, stay alive.
Well, Miles, we have ourselves a series down 2-0 and Ultra making it work. Clinical rounds on defense, and maybe the call from Scrappy has been answered. Atlanta FaZe starting to shoot back, but they made the adjustments. And they are the first team to take Atlanta down on hotel control.
One of the biggest questions we had of this new Toronto Ultra roster coming into this year is, yeah, they've definitely got the ability. It's the confidence. Who's that in-game leader? Who's managing to pull everyone together when the moment gets tough? And in that game, Standy 27-24. Huge work out of Scrap there in the damage department as well. Those boys really found those crucial kills when they needed it. Insight, the man on the back line, he was the final leg of the table. If he fell in kitchen, the play was basically done. And Ultra, 2 back-to-back rounds. So hard to do in this game. They stay alive.
And make no mistake, we have seen those A-zone defense on occasion when B gets captured first, but it is somewhat of a rarity for it to get locked down like that, and obviously Ultra pulled that off twice, so that is a well-experienced team, well-practiced, and ready for any situation. But as we go through these highlights, I think one of the more standout things for me on the side of Atlanta, aBeZy finally had a bit of a slow game. I mean, 16-31 towards the end. Ultra finally able to slow that man down.
Finally, yeah. Not an easy thing to do. That kill as well. You're in such a good position right there if you're Scrap. Simp with the break there. This is another one of those perfect 3 to 4 man stacks there. That is exactly what you need to do on Hotel. Stack the point. Ultra doing it in this round as well, and this was the beginning of the turnaround. Really difficult thing to do. You've got to watch so many angles on that approach. The spawn is very, very close there for the defending team. They had the resolve to get it done, and that was a brilliant reverse sweep there. 3 straight rounds for Toronto Ultra. Just, is that it? Do they have the confidence now to run a hard point against this team.
Oh, that's definitely going to help. And again, well, it's like the unknown factor as well. Hydroelectric, obviously it is a map that good luck trying to predict who's going to win it. 0-2 on the side of Atlanta FaZe, and we've never actually seen Toronto try to like work the map. So I know the water routes are always going to be a point of discussion. If I'm seeing things from Ultra, like having those lockdown defenses on the A zone, I trust them to be on point with the water routes, of knowing when and when not to take them, of actually orchestrating the map and getting the good comms. So I think Ultra, honestly, all things considered, I know you started down 0-2, but this is sort of best case scenario at this point in the series. I think they have it in them, Miles.
I think they may have it in them. Well, we'll find out in a moment. We're almost there for Zarqwa Hydroelectric hardpoint, map number 4. In this electric winner bracket 2 matchup. And again, I thought this was going to be way closer. Scrap is coming in, talking the talk. Now it's time to walk the walk. Because otherwise, it's quite embarrassing, isn't it? You did all that up against the terrorists, and they gave you a smack. That's not what you want.
Well, I just say it's like a learning experience as well, because again, Scrap has obviously been competing at the top level of challengers for years, but against the pro teams, against Atlanta FaZe, it is a different one. We've seen other rookies in the league like Veekle playing against OpTic for the first time on main stage. The first time is not always easy. You will always remember it, but once you like get a feel for it, now you can settle into your game. And I mean, I think we saw that from Scrappy as well. A lot of big double kills that he was picking up towards the end. Standy as well, also picking things up in that map. So I think Ultra settling into the series just a little bit, but obviously, you know, Atlanta FaZe, even if they're 0-2 on a map, if they're letting it through, that means they have absolutely talked it over. They have figured some things out, and I think maybe paid attention to a few different teams in the league that have had success on this map, and maybe steal some of the strats, figure out what's going right, what's going wrong. And obviously, Atlanta have been so much better in this tournament compared to the online stages. I mean, the S&D, still perfect, right? And that was the biggest question mark we had for the boys from Atlanta. So I expect fireworks on Zarqwa.
Here we go, map 4. Must win for Ultra to force that final search and destroy. FaZe still sitting here on match point. HyDra is going to be a very tough one. We have seen some back and forth, and when it comes to this map chance, I mean, especially on social media, Slasher has been the man to criticize it. Just sort of say, you know, it's a bit trolly, a little bit too silly for his liking. We'll find out. You better take this one deadly serious. Otherwise, you'll be red in the face. Here we go.
You have Atlanta FaZe spawning on the preferred side of the map, at least for the right side spawns later on. So the opening break, if Atlanta FaZe get it, they will run the score up, but good coordination just to slow that down straight off the rip. And Scrap has found his nice little corner. Unfortunately, no one really watching the middle of the map there for Toronto. So it'll just be trades back and forth as our first swimmer of the day.
Ooh,
his way through the water.
Hold it. That was a sweet win. Standy now here to clean up this players by dome. And again, lovely mid-map control now from Ultra. Standy starting to light things up, get things going. Good coverage there from FaZe coming up. I think for now, the objective for Toronto Ultra is not just hardpoint time in the middle, but getting towards that right-hand side of the map. You want to swap spots with FaZe now.
And I think you see Inside actually taking things a little bit slow. They're happy to take those final 20 seconds and just build themselves a little bit of a lead. No reason to rush this, and I think Inside knows if you take the long water route, that is going to get red. Maybe take the approach and just be that true post-up main AR. Him versus Slasher on the back line is... Danny, maybe.
Uh-oh.
That's a loud sound to make. I know it's called dead silence, but no, it works out. He's gotten through.
He makes a bit of a splash, but it's only on the jump. You make the noise, so he sneaks in. Standy gets 2. The backline busts wide open. FaZe spawning out.
I mean, this is as good as it gets. You got Standy making the plays. First route man to get paid to this one. The P2 instantly broken down in Atlanta FaZe, already feeling the pressure of the extra routes that you have to watch. Trying to bully their way through the front, though. PaulEhx is calling out 3.
Bullies they are. Can't get that one done, though. Big wins there from Standy as well. Scrap on a 4 spree right now. Simp managed to get real close. Inside's giving the next man up. Cellium there. This is a fantastic hold from Ultra.
And one little play like that from Standy, and just a massive lead that you're able to develop. And even on that rotation, Scrap's pulled out the Vastnev, and he's working his way around back. Guns aBeZy down.
Now that's a massive win.
And that's just the start of it too, though, right? Because it's not like he's getting the back spawn, so you got to win a couple more of these gunfights. Him versus aBeZy again.
I don't think he minds too much. 6 spree right now. Teammates making their way forward. He's got streaks to possibly clean his way out. What a snap. Simp, though, 76 HP. Backline still covered. Eyes to the front. That's where Ultra are coming from now. And honestly, mean, who's that? Cellium? He's sitting on the inside here. Sniffed out, taken care of. Pressure's on. Pressure's on. Ultra have got numbers on the inside.
Oh, they're being methodical too. Standing flies in just for the trades, but that's opening things up for his teammate. Inside the hill, though, it is nothing but TAC 56s showing up in the feed. Scrap last man standing, almost assuredly going to fall. There you see the trades, and I just love that work out of Atlanta. How many people just pulled out attack just for this very hill, and shows off a little bit of the reason why. Clinical towards the end. Atlanta FaZe get the bounce back hill that they needed. Sell the swimmer. Trying to go all the way around. I don't know exactly how good Standy's vision is, but you pop up at the right time. He gets the kill.
The deeper you swim, the greater your depth. It's harder to see those players. This is exactly what Cellium's going for, and now he's inside. Scrap's got no idea. This is not a dead silence play. This is as loud as you like, but he's in. That's a big bit of work there as you clean them up. Last man alive now is Insight for Ultra, and if he doesn't do something about this, FaZe are gonna get the bike.
Yeah, Insight just trying to stay alive, but he is being hunted. Might be in the middle of actually making the play.
There he is.
Finally sees him, and it'd be nice if you shoot him. There you go, take him down, and nice little break there from Atlanta FaZe. Cellium on the 5, one more kill. Gets that precision.
PaulEhx finds 2 in the feed. 20 seconds to be had here on Old, and Cellium's the last man here. Spawn's not good though. FaZe don't get out of the old side of the hard point. Simp's gonna be the man top left. I don't think anyone's gonna be spawning near him. So for now, Scrap can deal with him. Oh, sneaky Simp. He's in.
Gun down
dead.
though. Nice read there by Standy. What a way to hold that tight angle. I think Standy might have been looking at the closer water route, but able to see everything, and Cellium maybe the man to move in with Slasher. They're just having to blow their way through the front. Insight does get traded. Cellium does have the streaks on top of the fact that that silence popped, Nasnev in hand, trying to make the moves to the point.
Bit of an awkward choke point to be had here though. I think Standy's now going to try to hit this one. Slasher's got the front doors covered. Great teamwork here out of FaZe. They've got themselves in. They've got themselves the lead. Can Ultra get the break from behind?
You see Cellium motor mouth as well. I think he actually spotted the player on the crossover towards that old bomb side. And now it's the swarm on the hill. Simp trying to look every direction. The contest inside is good enough. The both spawns pan out for Ultra. Maybe get that final 20. Obviously, though, FaZe spawning nearby as well. Effectively a tied-up game is what we saw. The biggest moment of mistake for Atlanta, it was the P2 hill that Standy was able to break down, but other than that, has been nothing but back and forth.
Yeah, great work here from FaZe. Going to take that time. Not the most special lead, but we go back now to the first hard point of the set, and the shoes on the other foot now FaZe. They have to now break the right-hand side, and that's exactly what the majority of the team's looking to do.
I mean, you're just taking routes all over the map, right? aBeZy's in the water, Cella's in the water, and Slasher all the way in the back. I think Ultra right now, they're just going to be desperate to actually get this time because they are going to lose these spawns. Scrap now privy to the game and looking for the kills to actually try to get the time. He's able to pick up 2, but Atlanta do the hard part. They get the flip, they get the hill time, and right back in control of this game.
PaulEhx is going to try and do that exact same thing. Across the map, he's going to swim. Meanwhile, FaZe picking up hard point time, starting to build that lead up forward. Insight's going to hit. Oh, nah, there it is. Great work out of FaZe. They retain control here. So tough for Ultra to get anywhere near this point and the new one. That's a big investment from Scrap with 15 left.
Yeah, this is just brutal read though, right? I mean, Atlanta FaZe, 2 scattered across the map. Doesn't matter if Cellium's gonna fall, he's gonna spawn right back up at new, and Ultra just so far away from this new hard point.
Yep, no streaks left now for Toronto Ultra. We're gonna see them now try and make the break. Now let's go for a quick listen in. Toronto Ultra.
You want close right mid, close right bridge.
I want
Still
bridge, I think.
Bridge on me, weak.
Dead of them as well.
One more dome. One goes pushed out right, another one was pushed out right. Top dome needed, weak.
Right, close.
Close out. Is there anything before?
He has to be out. L laying down. They're pushing out.
Pinch.
L and dome.
L and low dome. On hill and low dome. Okay. Low dome and L. He's L off angle. Low dome dead. You get anything on the guy on hill.
Nice. I see L.
He's backside hill.
Back hill,
Back hill, weak. Dropping kills.
Close right, one back inside hill.
Weak for hill.
Bro. Needed. Catch out. Just do 2-2 that you like.
Go back hill, dead. Go back hill, dead. Back hill, let's go.
A bit weird, bro.
Mitch on me.
So. I got them. I'm playing right.
I'm playing out bridge. Nice, 4. They spawning there? Yeah, they're spawning
Yeah, one's in the water already.
Okay.
One by ruins as well.
Alright, deep right,
back hold. He's
they're going water. Just make sure to hold, bro.
There's a big fuck.
The cool comms of Toronto Ultra now trying to mount the comeback. They've got control of the new hard point. What will FaZe do? Now, time to dive to the other side. Listen in with FaZe.
He's stunned outer pipes unless I stunned you. He's laying down front door, laying down front door.
I'm trying.
I see nothing top.
Nice.
I'm in the back, runner flip.
I'm out of waiting. Out of return. Again, native.
Outer hill, he's outer pipes.
Pipes.
He's outer, dead. Nice. Let's go.
One more top. He put.
He's top.
Jumped outer pipe.
Nice.
Give that time. I got
Close behind. Close on.
I
spawn green, close on, guys.
Get time. He's bottom. He chopped.
Oh, he's one on money. He's bottom still.
Alright, get time.
I'll be one top.
Calm the comms.
I'm looking at my top. Go dome together. Top. Go dome.
Yeah, I hear you. Anyone around? Okay, I'll shoot you. Okay.
Mid hut. They're inside mid hut standing.
I'm on a row.
Or scrapping.
I don't see him. I'm with you. He's still with.
200 points now across for Atlanta FaZe chance. And again, a little more pep in their step in the comms.
Yeah, Slasher might not like it, but right now he is having a good time, and you even got the precision to help you break this hill down. A lot of pressure in the back from Ultra, but the pressure on the hill no longer existed. And he's able to get two, because why not? And funnily enough, that is a deep pocket of a corner. Inside has just found himself in. They're trying to check everything, but Insight, the trigger discipline is there, trying to set himself up for two, and Insight trying to make the plays. You dodge the precision, and they are holding on for dear life.
The magnificent timing there from Insight. 16-12 for him, trying to battle back into this one, but it is dire straits right now for Toronto Ultra. FaZe on the approach. Scrap, check your corners, lad. Doesn't get anyone going through ruins. 15 seconds remaining here. Back over to the generator as we go.
And Ultra just trying to be those Sultans of swing, because they got to work their way over towards this next hill. And it's such a tough spot, but it is a situation. If you somehow get this break and do it in the first 10 to 15 seconds, you can still win this game. This hill is about to be brutal.
Here we go. Big break needed now for Toronto Ultra. Try to find your way through the front. aBeZy's got mid-map covered. It's so hard to cross this. Kleenex with a quick dip. You've still got hardpoint time going out for FaZe. It's 30 for the win.
You don't even have time to swim in this moment. I mean, they're taking long routes, but FaZe is just soaking up all of this time. They're going to be pruny by the time you actually chow this hill.
He's still going to get through the back. Oh, God, aBeZy, massive two-piece. Over to the hill he now goes. That is a ridiculous string of kills, and it may be it. Standy waiting on the outside, looking to make the hit now. Anyone there to stop him? No, it's a done deal. 25 remaining. It's 10 seconds for the win. FaZe are about to get to 3-1. Last hit, Ultra. Scrappy through the front, looking for anyone through the side doors. It is a watertight defense on HyDra. Business as usual for FaZe. 3-1, and you've got to feel damn good with that.
And Miles, I think there have been people for the past 2 years that every tournament they just predicted landed a win. Because why wouldn't you? Like, you just feel like it's, I hate to use the word, but inevitable in a certain sense. And I mean, they are looking so ridiculously clean this tournament. Even when a moment of they lose one of their best maps in hotel control, they take a map that they were 0-2 on and just come out and dominate on HyDra as well. I mean, just great stuff. Perfect so far in S&D throughout this tournament. aBeZy is a monster in both the First Bloods and the game mode. Consistently double digits in Search and Destroy. Slasher might not like HyDra, but he was dropping bombs on it as well. I mean, this is Atlanta FaZe looking near flawless so far at the major.
I mean, it was an incredible comeback in control that really got Ultra on the board. And again, this is a team that is still very dangerous. I wouldn't expect Ultra to go down and losers and get absolutely smoked. I think they're going to be pissed after that one. And an angry Ultra is a great Ultra. Let's see if they can find the courage to resume the run they're making here in Raleigh. But for now, hey man, FaZe, the stocks just hit the ceiling.
Yeah, and I mean, both the respawns or both the hard points as well as the S&D, it never really felt like there was a moment where Toronto Ultra had anything for them. Obviously, a phenomenal fight that they threw up in the hotel control, but for the most part, just dominance through and through, mistake-free Call of Duty. And obviously, when it's a team that has skill like Atlanta FaZe does, if they're not making any mistakes, they're just gonna put you in the ground.
Yeah, disgusting stuff. Christmas game early. FaZe fans in the front row and enjoying things here in Raleigh. A disgusting display in the respawns. Tremendous work in the search and destroy. We'll see if that spree can continue. Slasher, again, another man who's been part of these historic runs when it comes to search and destroy in the game mode. The guy's just unbelievable. A wonderful addition to the squad. There were many questions at the start of the year, but for now, it's all good. It's still the start of the year. What am I saying? questions are still there, but your boy's absolutely cooking. I do believe we're almost ready to get to the stage and chat to him, but Chance, I mean, I honestly had Toronto Ultra winning the series. I thought they were the more dangerous team coming in. They looked a little better. FaZe have proved us all wrong. Now, though, time to hear from the man himself, Guy Blaze, on stage with Slasher.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Give it up one more time for Atlanta FaZe coming away with a big victory. Slasher, you gave them their wish, and you shot back, and it was those shots were straight. How did y'all get it done here?
To be honest, we just stuck to the game plan, right? Like we did what we're supposed to do. We weren't too really worried about what they're gonna do, and I think like our S&D, our control kind of wavered a little bit that series, but our S&D control for the tournament has been insane. And then right there, we played like good hard point like we're supposed to. So.
Yep. Yeah, no, it looked like you got a little scary there towards the end of that control there in those last 2 rounds, but what did you say to the team to come back there in that map number 4 to make sure you guys close it out cleanly?
I didn't really say nothing. I feel like we played the map overall pretty well. I think we were just in some situations, like usually B is the last point to cap, and that time twice was A. We haven't been in that situation but maybe like 5 times before. So we're still learning how to play it literally on stage. And yeah, we just were like, you know what, whatever, on to the next one. Let's get it done in 4.
Yeah, definitely learned a lot in that one right there. So now tell me, would you be the newest member of Atlanta FaZe here? How does it feel playing with this trio here who's been such stars throughout the league?
Man, it's great. I mean, I have like the 3 best players in the game sitting next to me, full confidence in them. They have confidence in me, and I feel like we gel well as a team. Like we're working hard, just as hard as anyone else. We also have fun outside of the game, so I couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, now y'all look good up there. Now, anything you want to say to all these fans up here in these FaZe jerseys? We got some nice Atlanta FaZe gear up here in the front too as well.
I just want to say thank you guys for the support. Hopefully we can keep this going in tomorrow. Thank you guys, I appreciate it.
He shot back indeed, Chris, okay? That's gonna do it for us on the stage. Give it up one more time for FaZe.
Yes, sir.
Take it away, Puckett.
Are we doing it right, Tony? I think
we kind of got to do it now.
I think we're nailing it here. We're facing up here on the desk.
No, I can't do it. My fingers don't work that way.
You have to.
Ant's got big thumbs. He's scared to show them on camera, but I'm pretty sure we were facing up. Anyway, Ant, we talked about this matchup coming in. You are the only one who took the red team in this battle. aLLeY and my friend, Mr. Tun here, I was going to say something meaner, went with Toronto. Ant, talk to me about your faith in Atlanta and where did they come through?
Yeah, I'm not going to like rub it in. But, you know, when you look at this Atlanta FaZe team, they're just fantastic. And there was a couple issues that they had in their online matches. Now, granted, they still won a majority of their hard points in those online matches. They come to this tournament, they look better in that mode, and they're also winning their search and destroys. That is the main factor with this squad. It has been unbelievable, clutching up 2v4s, 1v3s. Everybody is doing their job, and like, we saw aBeZy struggled games 3 and 4, right? What happened in the search and destroy? He takes over. They're playing right in the modes they need to, and that's important.
Let's take a look at our Scump play of the game because it is that man we're saying struggled. aBeZy might not have had the numbers, but he had an ace in search. Let's walk through this one, Nameless. 1 kill at a time. The Tiny Terrors lighting up the field.
The guy pops an ace in this first round, just picking up each kill, just picking them apart. Like, the gun was hot, but, you know, this is a guy who situationally, he's so aware. He's one of the best, like getting a kill and getting out with his life and relaying that information. You can see at the end the snap, you know, and that round was impressive, and it sort of set the tone. We saw clutches throughout the rest of the Slasher at a 1v3.
Now, aLLeY, before the matchup, you were saying the thing about Atlanta is they're not winning cleanly in the respawns. This is the team that you expected to be blowing people out. What do you think of that Game 1 and Game 4 score? Did they impress enough?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Game 1, it was still a little bit on the slack end of the fundamentals, but Game 4 was stunning. I have to talk about specifically, if you go back and watch the second set of rotations when all of Atlanta FaZe hit a route to go and break for P2 spawns during P1, and then was even able to capitalize on the amount of white time on P1. It was stunning from side of Atlanta FaZe. Like I said, they're winning by 5 points. They're winning by 10 points. Now their fundamentals are starting to look cleaner. They're winning by 60. They're winning by 70. That's the Atlanta FaZe that we have set the expectation for.
Yeah, and we were talking about map 1 in the green room. We were like, well, yeah, they aren't rotating, but it didn't matter when you were just breaking them every single
that
time.
Map was a bit different in 4.
Yeah, completely different. But I mean, looking at the S&D, that's the one Ultra are going to look at. 1 2v4, 1 1v3. All of a sudden, it's 4-4 instead of 6-2. It's a very different game.
Everyone's talking. Was Toronto the strongest team in the venue coming in? 99% of them would have said yes. Ant said no. He's right now, and Atlanta FaZe is now moving forward. The question is who's going to play them in the next matchup. We got the Subliners, we got the Surge. Does Atlanta have a favorite in that matchup?
I mean, I think either one is very tough. They're highly aggressive teams. I think New York is going to beat Seattle. They've just looked like the stronger team. But I think Atlanta FaZe secures this next match too.
I like these calls, Nameless. It's a little early, but let's take a look at the bracket. I got to get Tons' thoughts here. You called Toronto. Toronto's not done. They match up against the LA Thieves. Meanwhile, we still have that Subliners Surge matchup. Let's talk a little bit about the road here for Toronto. How do you feel about their chances coming out of that losers bracket for a chance to play FaZe in a rematch in the champs?
It really wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. The way that they have been playing, that was not a good representation of Toronto Ultra, I would say. That half point, they'd be really annoyed with that, especially map number 4, I would say.
Yeah.
A couple of rotations, they were looking good. Even map number 1, they had the setups. They were rotating, they were playing it fine, just got blew out of the water. So if they can tighten up, they're feeling good heading to the losers bracket.
I completely agree. I think it was just, especially when it came to that game for HyDra, Toronto Ultra just didn't put enough pressure on the hill itself. I think they were too worried about getting the lane control and getting mid-map control than actually putting somebody in the point. And I think Atlanta FaZe was given the opportunity to capitalize on that one too many times.
Nameless, you are one of the highest quality humans I know, and you have incredible high moral standards with fantastic karma. I have to ask you, is karma a thing here in Raleigh? iLLeY and OpTic shooting bodies. Scrappy last night asking people to shoot back.
Karma is real, and we've seen it back-to-back times. We'll see if it continues, Bucket. But, man, I'm not shooting bodies if I'm any of these guys. I'm not talking trash. It is too early in the year to be giving out this juju to these other teams.
I'll tell you what, I'm hoping for a lot of body slaps. Shoot the bodies, talk your smack. This is Call of Duty, and the Call of Duty League returns with another winners bracket semifinals. It's the Subliners taking on the Surge when we come back live in Raleigh. Welcome back into Raleigh, North Carolina, where we have an epic showdown. The Beast of the East from New York, the Subliners, taking on some of the best from the West in the Seattle Surge. This is the Call of Duty League Major #1, and this is our winner's semifinals. Welcome back into the venue, everybody. It's Chris Bucket alongside Chris Tunn. We've got Alley Cat. We've got the prediction, Nostradamus and Nameless. And Nameless, I'm just going to throw you under the bus right away. I need a prediction before we give any other information. Are you feeling this side of the stage or
side?
that side of the stage?
I don't know. Whatever side New York's on is the side that I'm feeling in this series. I think they take it in a 3-0, 3-1 fashion. They look ridiculous.
All right, well, let's talk about that New York team then. I like this kickoff. The Subliners, if you're watching them online, Week 1 was not pretty. Week 2, they come alive. And here in Raleigh, they have been dominant. They cruise through their group. Now on land, they find themselves in the winner's semifinals. And it's really all 4 members of the team who are putting up numbers.
Yeah, these guys have been popping off, and in Search and Destroy, they've been unbelievable. 18-7 in round count. These guys have been lighting up. Everybody on this team plays their role to a perfection. They've been running through teams, and I think stylistically, this is probably the best possible matchup for them is the Seattle Surge, because they play at that same sort of aggro pace, and they're going to be going toe-to-toe on maps like Fortress, so it'll get interesting when we get that graphic up later.
Tony, and when we look at this New York squad, there's always hype around HyDra. The Frenchman brought in, he was made as kind of the core of this team. You bring in the big bulldog in KiSMET, but the man closest to the camera there, he's the one who's caught our eye.
He's really stepped up. After week #1, we were kind of writing New York Subliners up to a certain degree, but then we went into the attack meta, and ever since then, they have not missed a beat. Priestahh has been a huge reason for that. Does all the jobs that he needs to around the map, and he has been slaying along with his teammate Skyz.
And Skyz right now has just passed Priestahh on the leaderboard for the first time. He has the highest KD. Allie, talk to me about his numbers. The man's been frying again on land.
Seriously frying. I mean, a 1.63 overall versus Florida Mutineers, that doesn't instantly put a light bulb off in your head. I don't know what else will. And I think when it comes to this specific matchup, every single role matches each other really well, except for Skyz and accuracy. You're looking at Skyz, a very aggressive AR who kind of almost plays like a flex, versus Lamar, who's known to be a little bit more of that slower player, a little bit more of that L trigger. So I'm interested to see which of those pacings comes out on top.
Last night, Lamar let his SMGs run ahead, and he was talking smack at the end. Lamar, do your job, baby. Let's take a look at the numbers, though, and I gotta see, has anyone from the Surge climbed into the top 8? Yes, not one, but 2 players, Sib and Pred, jumping up to the 4 and 5 spot, and you'll see Skyz and Priestahh, along with HyDra, still in our top 8, Nameless.
These guys are unbelievable. Like, every single one of them has just been going nuts. You know, Priestahh coming into this year, they're so controversial that, you know, pick up for the New York Subliners. How's he going to perform? What's he going to be able to do? And what we've seen out of him has just been perfection in the recent ones.
Let's move on over to the opponents for New York. You just saw 2 of them. Here's all 4. It's the Seattle Surge. You got Sib, you've got Pred, the youngsters. Pred brought in from Australia, joins the likes of a former Subliner in Mack, now taking on his former team.
I think for the Seattle Surge, they had a slow start, right? Even in the online qualifiers and even here on LAN. And right now, the rumor is that it's been Sib and Pred that have been slaying it out and pushing them through these series. And what's interesting, if you get into the nitty-gritty stat-wise, is that Mack has about 9k damage. Once again, one of those situations where that second sub is getting so much damage on the map to relieve the pressure to allow Sib and Pred to be able to do what they're doing. So when it comes to this series, that's who my eyes are going to be on. It's going to be on Mack and how well he matches up with KiSMET.
I love that call. Seattle Surge looking so impressive at the end of last night. They get the upset over the Thieves. They're here today. They're in our semifinal, and these are the maps they're going to be playing. Nameless, talk to me about this, because we see something interesting here.
Yeah, there's a couple interesting things, really. So when you look at the Seattle Surge, they auto-ban hydroelectric, so they're got to square up on Fortress Hardpoint, which is something that we did not think that we were going to see any teams do versus the New York Subliners. That's one part, but then the other part is when you look at this series and that control, the Surge have only played Hotel Control, so this is somewhat of an unknown. And then on the flip side of that, for the New York Subliners, they've only played that map one time, and they lost it to the Toronto Ultra, so that map is a question mark in my mind.
Tony, let's get the predictions here. There's 5 maps. Where are you going here?
I think, obviously, we're looking at that Fortress. I watched the Subliners yesterday up against the Florida Mutineers. They are a well-rounded team. I think they're going to take it in 5, to be honest with you. I think they could go down to that, but I absolutely believe that the last 2 maps, if we get there, go to Subliners either way.
aLLeY?
Ooh, okay. I'm going to go with the Seattle Surge. I think New York looks incredible. I think this will be the closest matchup of the day for sure. I'm definitely going to call it, probably going to game 5. But I don't know, something about Simp and Pred right now. I can't go against them.
Mr. Nameless, you told me Subliners earlier. What's the score, though?
Yeah, I'm going 3-1 Subliners. That middle LSCLO control threw a little bit of a wrench in it. I do think Seattle come out and take that one, trusting the ARs play a little bit slower, more teamwork on that map. But I think New York take it.
And if we can, I'd like to see the rosters one more time. I need you each to give me one player to watch. The chat, they're all saying Pred right now. Everyone excited to see the SMG ton. When you're looking at New York, though, who's the guy to meet this energy from the Australian?
You know exactly who it needs to be. It has to be HyDra. He has kind of flown under the radar to a certain degree, I would say, so far in the New York Subliners, because we've seen big performances from Priestahh and Skyz. But if HyDra can match Pred in that kind of role, it's going to be very, very difficult for the side of Seattle.
We're looking at Priestahh, we're looking at Skyz. They've got the top numbers, 4 and 5 belonging to the Surge. But when it comes to just the AR play, how's this matchup going to go down, aLLeY?
Like I said before, it's going to be accuracy versus Skyz, and those are two players that play at a very different pace.
Accuracy, Skyz. Skyz gets the advantage here?
Map set wise, I think Skyz has the advantage.
Listen,
mostly because of that hotel.
Listen, forget about, we're looking at Sib. This guy has been going nuts. A 1.3, like, can he continue to do that? Like, that level of play is so difficult. I feel like that it's been Pred and Sib really getting them through these respawns. They've just been going nuts, popping off. How can they continue that? It's going to be hard versus a team like New York.
Nameless is giving you the name. He goes by Sib, and he's ready to come out to the main stage. Let's get this party started as we send it over to the main stage with GuyBlaze.
Thank you so much, Chris. Riley, y'all ready to get this third series underway? Yeah, we got 2 awesome teams coming to the main stage, and for Seattle Surge, the forecast has been perfect for them, but for their opponents, we'll see if New York can handle the storm. Get loud, here comes the Seattle Surge. Give it up for Sim, Accuracy, Mack, and Pred, the Seattle Surge.
This team was great at times last year, but found the struggle bus as well. This tournament so far, they have been unbelievable. When you look at the stats of Civ and Pred, both of them are playing at a superstar level. Can they continue it? We'll find out against a hot New York. Let's bring them out, Blaze.
Yeah, they've been playing at a superstar level, but their opponents looking to maul them down. Get ready, Riley, because here comes the dog pound. Ladies and gentlemen, stand clear. Your New York Subliners are here. Make some noise for HyDra, Skyz, KiSMET, and Priestahh, your New York Subliners.
The New York Subliners struggled alongside the Seattle Surge to kick off the year. But ever since the tag is back, so is Priestahh. He's been leading the way alongside Skyz. It's going to be a tough game against the Surge, but I think they can do it. Guy players, get us started.
We'll see if they can do it. Raleigh, y'all ready to get it done? Make some noise, because Merc and Maven about to cast this one.
Thank you, thank you. All right, here we go. This has been such an odd event for us because there's so many matches going on. You're casting one on Bravo. 3 other matches are going through to the point where like I've caught up in like clips and snippets of this NYSL team. Like we haven't casted them yet. Surge, we've got to see a lot of their run. I hope this is a war. Give me a battle.
Yeah, I mean, all we know is that NYSL have been frying everyone, right? They have 3 players in the top 10 KD. Yeah. I mean, Priestahh and Skyz leading the way, but you know about HyDra and KiSMET and what they can do. And on the other side for Seattle Surge, yeah, just sort of a comeback. Started off the year a little bit slow online, but so far taking care of business.
Both. I mean, same story, sort of. Like this slow start, and it's like, oh, okay.
Here we are. Like, where did this come from? But I think we expected it more from Seattle because what we saw at times last year.
True.
Pred and Simp can be all-stars. Mack, when he turns up, this team is just a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, where we've seen this Surge team thriving, at least this weekend, and you go back to the end of last year, when it gets fast, when it gets messy, when it's out of control in the hard points, like it seems like Pred and Simp hit a new level. They love the chaos. They thrive in the chaos. These two teams are going to want to play a somewhat similar way. Can they do that here? Is the firepower simply too much from NYSL right now?
Yeah, I guess we're going to find out, right? I mean, that's just it. You saw the map set coming into this, and I think for a lot of people, it was just around the fortress that NYSL has been, you know, taking care of business. And because Seattle has that auto veto in HyDra, that is available, and that's going to be 4 and 5 as we're going to take a look at the maps and modes. You're going to know what I am talking about, but I think if NYSL can get it to the distance 4 and 5, I mean, that's where it feels like they have a big advantage.
We'll see if they can get it there, but this is how the best of 5 is going to play out. Hotel and Embassy, I feel like that's been like our map 1 and 2 for so many of our series. It seems like every single one, that's where we're kicking it off. Hotel's been so popular, obviously. At times, more traditional hardpoint. I just want some map 5 glory. Give me some madness here on Saturday.
Well, it feels no matter what there's going to be madness with the Surge game, right? Just on land, it just feels like something is going to happen. Simp or Pred's going to pop off, or there's just going to be some sort of crazy game.
Yeah. One of the things that stood out for them last year sometimes, like it just felt like no matter what they were down sometimes in hardpoints, they were able to bring it back. Just once they got going, they hit a level that is untouchable. If you are NYSL and you get one of those leads, you start out hot, this is a team you absolutely got to put away. You got to put them away. Don't let them catch fire because Simp is different. Watching his POV is incredible. Pred, when he is in a rhythm, it is unreal. And on the other side of it, as we take a look at Subliners, I mean, for me, I'm just happy because I think you and I have been massive fans of Priestahh. I mean, ever since, you know, he kind of fell off from that FaZe team, we switched from 5v5 to 4v4, it's been moments of glory for him, but not really getting back to those levels where I guess what we thought after seeing him in Infinite Warfare, seeing him on that FaZe team, he was a guy who was going to be on 100 Thieves before that. Like, he was going to be on a contender at all times. It's what it seemed like.
And he was going to be a superstar.
Yes, 100%. It hasn't been there, but this tournament, man, he's been a monster.
Yeah, him and Skyz, right? Again, that was just sort of the story with the Mutineers and them departing that roster, him and Awakening.
Yeah.
Could they take over and continue that sort of reign?
And I've always said that, you know, I've been a big Skyz guy. I was never really worried about him. I thought he was going to get his. When it talks about getting kills, he is just a raw, natural talent. I always thought he was going to perform, but maybe at the levels he has this weekend, I don't know. He's sitting around like a 1-5. I mean,
I'm just excited to be able to watch it because we haven't seen it. So let's get it going.
Yeah, I mean, watching early league, Subliners just getting bodied, now putting people in body bags. It's been unbelievable, but Pred, this guy in the chaos, what a treat he can be to watch. With the opening fights going down, and HyDra just a demon around the edge.
I mean, just right from the get-go, able to find that, and you see what he does. HyDra just continues to push on through. Once the flip spawns for our second hard point, where Pred just trying to find an opening, but NYSL, this is going to be great for them. Simp the last one alive. You don't get like the flip map, but Priestahh is going to find that time. Already 25 seconds on the board. KiSMET in a good spot, just trying to cut off the spawns as HyDra.
Is this one of those things where you've seen teams kind of improve over the course of the weekend just because, one, we're starting earlier in the year, two, with the change to the M4 that kind of came in late heading into this tournament, are you sort of watching teams evolve over the course of it?
I mean, yeah, but like, I don't think anyone thought that they were going to evolve to this level. Like, this just feels, I don't know what their practice was like coming into this, but they have a way better understanding of the game than I think a lot of people thought. As 34-0 for NYSL, KiSMET trying to do what he can.
but it's going to be Mack and Accuracy locking things down.
At first I was like, what's Accuracy looking at? He hasn't shot him yet, but he picked up a teammate behind him. The Bulldog couldn't stay up forever. Yeah, nice little lead, at least to start things off. Priestahh. We'll see what they can do with Skyz in the feed that is going to get 2. Now Priestahh. His POV, some tags in, but a good job just getting down. This game, value your life, play it as much as you can.
Yeah, NYSL do a really good job at least getting those post spawns in the back right from the get-go. KiSMET with the triple. He's up to 8-3. Just everybody getting going for the NYSL side as they're going to have around a 50-point lead as we head over to P3.
He was at like 1 HP, he's like a dream, but he stays up. Now, can he keep the streak going? Because that's going to be a stun. Directly at his feet, information trophy out. This is where you try to get the break. Waiting to group up. You see him just looking around. Here we go, squad. Time to hit it. First guy in, gonna dive across. Will the trades be there? Not going to happen. The crossfire. Simply too strong from Surge. HyDra, the last guy, they all 3 sent it, and he was just sort of waiting in the back. Everyone got sliced up.
Yeah, and I like that from HyDra. Just find that first pick and then slow things down. Allow your teammates to get there. And well, they're right back to it, but Accuracy with the sub. He's able to find 2. Surge, they needed a hill to get right back into the game, and it's been all about the Vaznev inside of the kitchen.
And just behind the counter, Accuracy is avoiding shots on the wall bang. Accuracy now, who you saw on the feed, getting the kills, gonna solve from the opposition POV, but now we'll get to him. 9-5, 3 in a row. Priestahh next up, we'll see you later. Let's get the streak to 4. Now over to Mack. KiSMET to deal with, Skyz there as well, no shot in that fight.
Yeah, nice hold from Seattle Surge, gonna tie things up. As well, Accuracy up to 10-5. It's gonna have close to a minute in the hill, but NYSL set up here at P4 around these desks. You have KiSMET kind of pushed out. Near the middle of the map around check-in is gonna be HyDra, but it's gonna be Pred going over towards his bar area, trying to find an opening pick.
Yeah, the fact KiSMET already able to get a kill on the one side of it. You see how Pred has to play this now. He loses a teammate, and he's gotta be worried about both sides on the crossfire. His bottom bedroom, it'll be KiSMET. Just holding. Now he wants to pounce, and yep, it's KiSMET that's able to get the kill. So he's been massive on the opposite side of this. Lovely stuff from the hold. The entire feed is Subliners. Surge gets smoked. What was a great hold from Surge? Subliners answer.
I mean, that's 9 kills in a row from NYSL. It's just the way they're doing it as well. They are giving them nothing and taking away everything on this hill. This could be a full perfect 60 from NYSL.
Want to go in for the contest? Nope, Skyz is still going to be here. Now you see as he soaks up the time and the spawns are out from Seattle Surge, the rest of the players starting to fan out across the map, trying to win these key engagements, and Priestahh is doing just that. Yes, he's traded out, but the fact he's able to go 2 for 1, you give your teammates a chance of this because you're down a guy with 1 still soaking up the hard point. Now he's able to transition across. He's earned the precision. He's on 6 in a row. Skyz, well, you see why the KD has been popping off all weekend long.
And I mean, KiSMET there with the route. He's actually able to get behind enemy lines and find 2. The thing was, is Simp spawns up back kitchen, but it's actually KiSMET who got there before, and because that spawn comes in, they don't think there's anyone on that pitch. But KiSMET able to find 3. Surge, though, get right back into the hill. All 4 dead for NYSL.
Yeah, you get a close spot, you get another full 4-man attack, and this time they take advantage. But for Subliners, when you're coming off of perfect 60, the fact you're able to get a little timer to test any of this, like, okay, all right, job done, right?
Oh, no doubt about it, and they were able to earn that streak as well. They can use that later on in the game, or even for the next hill around P6. So you can fight for the scrap time, and maybe that's the call. But Simp and Mack locking things down as Mack now on 4 in a row, but on the rotation. It's gonna be KiSMET first man up. Pred not gonna be ready for it. He's gonna get taken down.
Beep, beep, I'm here. All right, well, he drops him. Soaring across like a dolphin is KiSMET, but not gonna get far. Simp gonna peel his face right off. 30-point advantage still for Subliners. Now to Simp we go.
Yeah, just trying, I think, to get Skyz in position to call on that streak. The precision used by him. So maybe it will find one, maybe it'll find an opening. There we go. It's not really the precision, it's the gunning from Skyz, but it gets him out of that position. And now the hill up for grabs. His Accuracy gonna rotate out of bedroom, gonna put that trophy down, try to soak up this time.
30 left to go on the hard point. They brought this back within 10, and there was a moment where it felt like Subliners were really gonna pull away. But as I was saying early, Surge is a team you just got to put down when you can. They have not been able to. Simp's streak will come to an end. And Surge, bit by bit, step by step, climb back into it. Now Accuracy, who is real hot at the start, what, like 10 and 4 or so, right back to about even. So that hot start he had in kitchen, that at an end for now.
That was a huge shield though. Skyz was on another 5 kills in a row. So the fact that he stops that streak
Huge for him. And then on rotation, Mack and Simp. Mack with 3 more. Up to 19, and this is what we mean. This guy, it just feels like he hits another level at times, especially in response.
Yeah, he just looks like the best player in the game. I thought he was going to win another one. The headshots through, but it won't happen. That run will stop from Mack, but still a trade. 21 leading all players in the lobby right now. The guys that are kind of slacking a bit maybe need to pick it up just to the slaying standpoint. Pred with the takeover ability is not there yet, but I'll tell you what, this is close, and this gets to the late game. That is where the man can start to eat. And then Priestahh, who's been sensational at 10 and 16 right now, but who cares? It's 155, 155. The battle ensues in Hotel.
Yeah, HyDra trying to make the play. He's able to find that first kill now. Gonna have another one-on-one.
Nice
the awareness is there, but Mack, of course, gonna take him down. So a beautiful job by Seattle Surge to get right back into the game after a slow start, but here comes NYSL. The next hill about to pop, and you see that Simp actually spawns out alongside Mack, so now it's all down to accuracy to try to do what he can, but Subliners here with the break.
Now they'll have 2 in around the point. Last man spawning up. This is the next big push here from Surge. Trying to make a run. What kind of hold can you get if you are Subliners? It's Skyz now on 3 in a row. Trophy, unfortunately, in front of Simp, so no utility gonna get on through. And you can see on X-Ray, Skyz just holding deep. HyDra there to work with him as well. Priestahh's got the angle, and they just slice and dice it through on the flank. Pred, maybe a chance to make a play. He's at least contesting for a bit with accuracy, able to take down another. If you get this, you're still just hanging on. Like, you're doing enough to split the time in a lot of these hard points.
Yeah, but NYSL, they're okay with this. They kind of rotated with around 30 seconds left. Pred got that close spawn for his team, but I mean, this is a lot invested into this P3 hill. NYSL, they have a 4-man, pretty tight setup. They're going all in for this. And now, I mean, this is a huge money hill, but throughout the weekend, we have seen this broken a couple of times very early on this first push. We'll see if Surge can do it.
Well, last time, right, it was a great hold from Surge here. This time, Subliners not with the difficult break. They're the ones that are going to try and lock it down. The Subliners at the hill, over the 215 mark and looking to run away with this game quickly to a Subliners. Listen in.
Get my back door. Get my back door. Go. He's screaming. He's not pushing. Back door. He's challenging. Back door. He's back door. I have the cross. Okay. I'm gonna go top count, yes. Alright, take your time. I have bottom back crossing dead. I don't see wood. They're hitting back. They're all hitting back, guys.
Take our time. I can pinch back.
How much I get back cross? Back cross. Oh, he's top on me? Let's fucking go. I'm holding back.
The guys are getting gassed. They got 243 up. HyDra fired up. Winning fight after fight in range with the Vazem. They're in the point. They can seal it here. Pred, maybe the guy to soar forward. Not going to happen. It's HyDra with another, and that will seal the deal. New York on the board first.
And obviously, you heard the comms. They were firing each other up. You had some big wins from KiSMET, Skyz going off. But I'm going to give some props to HyDra. Throughout that map, he was finding these routes. He was being kind of the guy on rotation to win key gunfights, to make it difficult for Seattle Surge. Big props to him. But this NYSL team, they are on the same page, making everything count. It is beautiful hard point to watch.
Well, the one thing I liked, and I don't even know if he got an answer, I couldn't hear it during the craziness of it, but with the change with the M4 being gone, when everyone had an M4, it's like, whatever, who am I fighting, it doesn't matter. But at one point, HyDra's like, who is it?
Who is
like,
it? Who am I looking
for?
Yes,
player, like, am I fading, if Vazem or attack, I'm gonna know where he's gonna be set up. You have much more defined roles and positions now with this meta, and I don't know, that's one little thing I heard and listened that I like.
Yeah, nice catch there, mate, but you see there on the scoreboard, I mean, just the all-stars, right? Sim and Pred, what we always talk about with this Surge team, not the production you want from these two, and I think that's just a product of NYSL and the sort of teamwork that they have, the hard point that they are playing, shutting them both down. And now that's what we talked about. Now you guarantee at least like a Game 4 Fortress to go the distance if we get there.
And they sort of did what I was asking for. I know it's not a blowout by any means, but when I was saying like put Surge away, I meant those moments. Like when you're sitting around like a 180 to 180, they make that run and put the game away. They get the 250 on the board. They don't let it get really close at the end where I don't know what sort of witchcraft possesses Pred and the rest of the Surge team, but when it's like a 230 game, I'm like, all right,
Seattle's going to win this game somehow.
Yeah, Pred's going to make a play. He's going to make the play, but he does not.
They don't let him.
And NYSL, again, I mean, they rotated very early here at the end over to P3, right? I mean, if they got the final 30 seconds at P2, like, they would have been over 200 points, but they're like, screw it. Like, we can basically win the game if we get into a tight setup inside of Kitchen. They did just that.
Yeah, I think you kind of heard the comms between them. Once they got that final bit of scrap, like the final 10 to 15 seconds, it got into, what, 243, I think it was? Like, you sort of heard they knew they won. Just the way they were reacting, like, that is what sealed it. They got close enough that they knew even if they got broken, it's just one break. You had a big enough lead, but that's how you put a team away at the end. It was great.
And I mean, that was the first one we seen of them, and I was, impressed. It just feels like everybody 100%. On the same page. You have the big play moments out of everyone, the comms on point.
When this team first came together, you and I was chatting, you were asking me like my thoughts, and I was just like, from a position standpoint, when I just look at where people are, before the game was like really even out, and I was thinking much about what weapons and meta we would have, like, just on paper with your SMGs and ARs, like traditional roles, like it looks great. Yeah, like you have that sub that wants to fly and eat in KiSMET. You have the guy that's gonna stat pad maybe a little bit more and play at kind of that like an awkward pace at times in HyDra. Skyz has been a staple AR in the league, and Priestahh a Swiss Army knife. Like whatever needs to get done, I can do. Like it is a very well constructed team in my eyes.
Yeah, and I just think, I mean, I've always been a big fan of Priestahh on the AR as well. That just feels like when he's most comfortable, when he's at his best.
It's just weird because I mean, when he first came on my radar, what was the sub back in Infinite Warfare? Was the ERAD? Yeah, dude, I just remember him making insane plays with that and the nutty movement. At first, I thought he was just this twisted demon that was gonna be fine. I mean, now, yeah, it just seems like he's still, middle of his career. He's got tons of time to go, but he's a menace, man. He is not someone I want to be fighting. Doesn't miss many bullets.
It feels like those guys, they're just sort of flowing right now. Everything coming together on the other side for Seattle Surge. They've been in a position like this before, and I guess like the one good thing is you're kind of saying, hey, like Pred, Sib, like let's go, let's wake up. Hopefully they get locked in after a map like that.
I think the bad thing though is like their struggles, at least in the online league, and at times this weekend has been the search and destroy. And where has New York been lights out? Like I know you and I haven't got to watch all of it just due to the nature of this weekend, but like they're winning these 6-2, 6-1, 6-0, just smoking people in search and destroy. That might have been one of those maps that Surge needed to take.
I thought so, yeah, because I mean, just the way that NYSL play Fortress, or what we've heard. Well, we'll see if we get there. Seattle Surge looking to tie things up as we head into an Embassy Search and Destroy.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're a team with Surge. They played a lot of Fortress. Like, it was a lot of Search Fortress leading up to this, but they didn't win very many. So, like, they have a lot of reps.
That doesn't help.
No, but they have a lot of reps, but not a ton of wins. I think I'd be good at tennis.
You be good at tennis?
Yeah, we had a tournament in college one time. I went and bought a whole outfit. I had like high pink socks, went out, lost first round.
You had a headband on?
Yeah, it's like $100 on like a tennis outfit. Back in college, that was a lot of money.
Yeah, you
just lost first round. Sure. But I look good. I look like a Wimbledon athlete. Map 2.
I don't think that helps.
Yeah, no, it didn't. It didn't. Sometimes looking the part's not quite enough, Joe. Pred to open things up. Priestahh is deep. Simp looking over, trying to hit the shots. Priestahh able to get away with his life for now.
That's like getting sniped at. Pred is just hunting him down. He just continued to go forward.
Yeah, but now...
well, Priestahh does not care.
Yeah, I was going to say, this was a game of cat and mouse, but who is the cat and who is the mouse changed a little bit there at the end based on positioning.
That's one of those first bloods. It's like, do you have to keep going at that? He had a great position, but do you just back up to your team? But Simp, gonna find the snipe. Has a aBeZy as well, so we're into a 2-on-2. Opens the door, KiSMET with some nice beams. You saw the flinch in and just right to it. Gonna put this bomb down, and we've seen it. As soon as you get the B plant in, anything can happen.
Well, can you get out sometimes is the big thing. Like, you were the one planting it, he almost is able to center and snap, but okay, Priestahh, look at this. Hold up a second.
He's gonna hear this. I hear it, so he definitely hears it.
Under 30 to go.
Show me something. Okay, he must know something. I don't. He's got to know something. Oh, he gets taken down, though. Simp with 3 in the round. A Pred to open it up.
Well, I wasn't sure if that was one of those spots or aimless spots. Like, I wasn't sure at first, like, what he was going for, but it felt like he got the info, maybe with like a little aim assist, then went to peek the window. Unfortunately, Simp holding it.
I had to fix that one. Add that one. Add that one to the list.
Or just a very intuitive timing to go check.
Absolutely, yeah.
I just feel like a new viewer watching this and you don't know what X-ray is. Like, he's walling.
Is this a sim clip?
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Yep. Simp 3-0. Hit a pair of snipes in that one. Oh, God, right before the trophy gets out.
Well, when you don't have fast
They get
hands, it takes a
drilled.
while. Yeah, the nades are going to land, and you just see what happens. HyDra finds the first blood.
It's like a trophy. What is that, like 115 kilograms, Joe? I don't even know how many pounds that is, to be honest.
Not a clue.
No
Not
idea.
sure. Seems pretty heavy, though.
Yeah. But you have this 4-on-3 now if you were Subliners.
This 4-man unit.
Okay, it's like a SWAT team. Breach and clear. Predlo on the flank. This is going to turn some heads, so that 4-man push.
He's
gets
out, dude.
split
He's
a bit now.
out. Not like this. Just waste their time, right? I mean, that's why I sell. They got to hunt him down. KiSMET works the flank, able to find one. Now Pred trying to do what Pred does best.
I mean, if they win this round, it's not Pred. I mean, he splits up the 4-man wolf pack, wastes a ton of time, gets a kill, maybe 2. Not going to happen. The bunny hop, top of the steps. It's Skyz able to take it. Now on accuracy, the Iceman, the number of clutches to his career. Does he have another one? 20 to go. Down to a 1 versus 1. Next person up the bat is going to be Skyz, and just no time here.
Maybe.
Can he get there? Can he get there? Can he get there? Run, strap on those Pumas and hike it.
Oh,
I think he got
it's
it.
close.
It was 7.6. It was 7.6, Joe. I'm a mathematician.
Oh, it's 7.7.
Yeah.
Math.
Oh, it was close. He gets it. I honestly, when I was saying not enough time, I didn't think he had enough time to get back. I really did, but he's very agile. He's invested in his game, and he's quick. He's been playing tennis.
He might be someone who's a tennis player, that's for sure.
Yeah. Nice play.
He is fast.
Yeah, it's tough for your accuracy. It's just like, yeah, you literally have to survive another split second.
Just tries to reposition. I think Skyz has the dead he popped. But a big clutch to tie this map up.
Another first blood for Subliners. So what can they do behind the numbers? Well, the numbers are gone. Prep with the kill. Let's slam open every door while HyDra pops steady. Now, he gets the edge. The trade should be there. Able to do it. Takes a bullet. So Vanessa here for a moment, but the pressure not going to come. The accuracy and Pred have wrapped out.
A very different style. Like Seattle, kind of doing what we see from like Thieves, right? Just taking a lot of the map away, trying to find those opening picks inside of the office. Where NYSL's just kind of been waiting for them and then trading efficiently. But Pred with another one, but just like that, we're into a one-on-one. HyDra going for the ace in the round.
HyDra for the ace. Accuracy with another chance.
He's got Deddy popped right now as well. Does accuracy, so you can see he's just trying to find info. Or HyDra, he's waiting for it.
Yeah,
so that is gone now. Now accuracy has to play this a little bit differently, but he's in a nice spot where he can actually see the cross to be. So he's gonna have all the info that he needs, but he's still gonna be very loud as he runs across the map. But is HyDra even gonna get this down? He's gotta go.
You should stop him off of it. Just hope he doesn't hop. He's gonna hear you stopping. Accuracy comes flying. The plant is in. The angle is there. Accuracy plays that beautifully. You called it out. Just he's got the position to get any kind of information, and just due to the time, there's not a whole lot of options. You're going to see it milk this a bit, because you said he used the Deddy. He was just starting to refill that, going to let that build a bit. But if HyDra gets a planting and gets out, like if there were, or even if he had like, I don't know, maybe 10 more seconds where he could have held like the Heady for a second and accuracy didn't know that he could just fly at it, maybe you could win it. But feels like a couple things just worked really well for accuracy.
No, yeah, the fact is that he's not already across is the best thing for him, right?
Yeah.
He's just kind of taking that chance that he's already, or he has to cross to that bomb, or maybe he's going to work towards A. Here's a bit of a replay. HyDra gets off the bomb, and he's thinking, I'm going to probably go towards orange, try to reposition.
Honestly, it looked like he might have even lost like a little bit of aim assist there for a second. Like he was close to getting around that edge, but nice recentering there from accuracy.
That never happens. You never lose it.
Oh, dude, I'm one of those people who's not good at getting it back once I lose it. Let me tell you, the pro's a different beast. This time, I think the trophy gets out before the nades decimate everybody. If Simp hit the pick, it's tough. You have like those fake smoke grenades and the Simp text is going off. Can't really get the visual.
Skyz and HyDra start to rip him up. Pred, he has been the guy that brought it back, and he brings it back again. All these first bloods by NYSL, but every time it's Pred that gets the follow-up kill. When it's a 4v3, he brings it to a 3v3. When it's a 4v2, he brings it to a 2v2. Pred has been massive in these rounds.
Accuracy trying to get this bomb down. He's getting shot by KiSMET. Luckily, it's the Vaznev, so should be able to get away for now, at least reposition. Priestahh trying to help out his teammate and find him.
He hasn't been able to heal back to full this entire time. Finally, there comes his health bar. Back
that helps. Oh, does it?
It's out from Lamar. Feeling himself.
And a huge round from Pred, as you said, to give that 2 versus 4 in favor of Seattle Surge. Catches Skyz with his pants down, then HyDra. He's a little bit weak.
This is just a story of Pred giving you a chance, Lamar closing on your chances. Like, I know it's a 4-man team, but like, that has been what's getting through some of the
And I was going to say,
like,
I was loving what NYSL was doing because they know that the pressure of Simp was through the middle, so they had Skyz peek him. HyDra found another early kill in the round.
Well, because think about it, Sib had 3 in round 1, Joe. Every other kill, all other 11 are accuracy and Pred.
You are a mathematician.
Yeah, yeah.
It's beautiful to see.
But it's just been all of them. Unbelievable.
Again, just very slow from NYSL on offense.
Show me your face. Well, okay. He's getting cambered a bit there. I think he had the angle. His elbow's getting gnawed off.
And that maybe allows them to start to push on up. KiSMET, he saw the glint from Sib. He was going for it. You're going to throw a nade at this? Oh my gosh. I don't know if I like that. I mean, the nade hits.
Well, yeah, that was a hell of a nade. Unfortunately, as you tossed it, KiSMET's head got knocked into round 6.
Now a 3 versus 4. HyDra. Yeah, well, we know that now, but Pred is just waiting for you.
Honestly, knife out there. If he's able to rack in time, might have been like the best thing. If he just could have hit the snap, but it's another snipe that is connecting. This time, it's through Skyz.
Don't count him out yet. Do not count him out yet. We have seen some crazy clutches on this map. Accuracy, though, able to hit the stun. That makes things easy.
And accuracy's winning a lot of fights.
He had a solid map 1.
Yeah, no, he's a guy that sometimes, like last year, like I would call him out. Like, it seemed like he was a liability at times. He'd be going against some of the other top ARs. He would be struggling. Here, he is playing with confidence, and there, dude, that's such a good POV event. That nade was so good.
And really, all KiSMET is wanting is 1 bullet, right? Because 1 bullet connects that he's done. At least a trade.
Well, I think the timing was just a tiny bit off. Yep. Like, if he peeks the second that nade hits, he gets the kill. Like, that snipe is missed. He's drilled by the nade, but he peeks a second too early. That was almost a sensational play, but unfortunately, again, yeah, 1 right to the eyes. Not that that's an easy thing to time. That was a tough nade.
Yeah, no, you'd be horrible at that.
Yeah, oh yeah, 100%. I would have hit my.
You might be the worst nade throw in this entire.
I wouldn't have got sniped because I would have died to my own nade.
Yeah. But you wanted Pred to step up if you were a Surge fan, and you're getting it here, up to 9-3 in the map.
He's just got that takeover ability, man. It's fun to watch.
HyDra working up the middle. Kind of watching to see if anyone jumps out of bathroom or up top in the office. Sib just trying to find a pick. It's a very slow offensive round. Both teams just trying to find info.
3 in a row now for accuracy. Still just holding. Sib trying to get an angle, but time's starting to dwindle now. You're going to have to begin to make moves.
Pred's just prone everywhere, dude.
Oh, yeah. HyDra's
just having his number.
HyDra's about to put his forehead through a wall with some of these deaths.
Just biting his ankles.
Yeah, yeah. It's been some frustrating ones. Trying to catch him on Bombas KiSMET, and there is just a snipe through the door. The second he peeks it, picking him apart. Another solid round there from Surge. And the patience pays off, because a lot of times it's like, yeah, if you're the offense, yes, you start to feel the pressure a little bit because the clock's starting to dwindle, but like, it felt like it came more to HyDra starting to feel the pressure a little bit. He had to make a play.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have 90 seconds, and I think for the offensive team to get to that bomb, it takes about 4.
Yeah.
So, you know, you should take your time on this map, that's for sure.
One more round. And as good as, I mean, we're gassing NYSL and how solid they've been at Surge. Well, it's getting done to them right now. Absolutely dominant from NYSL.
Peeking around the corner, there's 2 people there. You got 26 health, Simp trying to dance away. Fred can't make the difference early in this one, but bringing it back is Mack. It's always somebody stepping up to just delete that first blood. NYSL, I'll have to see it at the end, but they've had half, if not more, first bloods.
That's felt
Probably
that
about
way.
half of them. Nice shots, guys.
Now into a 2-on-3. KiSMET gonna find that flank, not allow accuracy to do anything. And HyDra,
There we go.
He was able to get that bomb down and then played his life. Finds the last one. They're gonna stay alive.
So what kind of adjustments, I guess, are you trying to make through NYSL? You've been playing so well in Surge. It just feels like Surge have kind of had your number. You've had some frustrating deaths of your HyDra. What are you trying to do?
Well, I think what really Surge has been doing is just kind of waiting on NYSL, allowing them to get into those forward positions on defense, and then just kind of knowing that they're going to be in those spots, right? Then they pop Deddy and go out hunting, and a lot of the times when you're the one looking for that person, you're checking those corners.
Sort of just playing that information game, taking your time, and then...
And HyDra's got to be careful opening doors. He's got to look down.
What was the chess show on Netflix? It's like you're just like slowly getting that information on the chessboard in your head, and then you attack.
Oh, Queen's Gambit.
Oh, so good.
Great show.
Oh, fantastic.
Is that what it's like being inside your mind?
Like the opposite of that, yeah. Board's upside down and just smashed.
And right, this is it. A lot of the times they were moving up past that 50-yard line. So HyDra, he's just like, you know what, I'll just stay back. So both teams are like, we're just gonna chill for now.
Same thing. Just playing their time. Last time we saw this, HyDra gets a little overzealous. Fred's flying prone. This time, can Subliners stay 4 up and wait for Surge to make the move? They've got to get the bomb planted. And that looks to be the case. So far, the patience is there. And you get the pick from KiSMET. Beautiful shots there. It is just headshots, but again, it's a trade that comes in near instantly. Over and over and over again. Surge, get it back.
Yeah, and then obviously Mack gets the bomb planted, so now advantage to Seattle Surge to put this map away.
Is that one where you just win the one fight and go prone? Like,
Probably do, or maybe you're just hoping that someone helps you out, but accuracy, he's on the flank. This might close the game out when he gets to this spot. They're not gonna think that he is there. He's all the way in the back corner. There we go, accuracy with 1, then plays his life, just trying to waste the time, and now the chow.
Good luck. Yeah. Priestahh is basically a ballerina, just trying to spin around and see where all the shots are coming from. Great plays there from accuracy, but listen, there were a lot of moments, and Fred and accuracy did the heavy lifting, obviously early on. But it's just, for me, what I kept saying, like, I will see it once we look at the stats, but so many times you got advantage if you were subliners, and it felt like far too easy for Surge to bring it back even.
Yeah, they had 3 first bloods, 3 to 5, so. Yeah, a lot of first bloods if you were NYSL.
Yeah, they had 5 of them.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, I think you said 3. Oh, sorry.
3, 2, 5.
That's kind of what it felt like. They dominated that part of it. A lot of times, I know it's not everything in Search and Destroy, and when we talk about first bloods, there's definitely like a big difference between like a traded first blood and non-traded first blood, but I didn't view any of those first bloods is, well, for the most part, is where you like get a kill and you're insta-traded. Like even that KiSMET one, he had a chance to survive. Like I know he dropped right after, but you had a chance to play your life. It's not like you were just dead and had 1 HP and someone cleaned you up. That is how do you fix that? Just something you look back at, like, all right, boys, let's take our time a little bit more after we get the kill.
Yeah, and I think after like an explosive hardpoint #1, you're probably feeling yourself a little bit. You're probably trying to make a play. And I just think it's a good job by Surge playing their game and playing patient. Allowing, okay, we know HyDra and KiSMET are probably going to get aggressive because that's a thing the Surge team, if you look at the Thieves series last night, they allowed like Kenny and Drazah just find a pick and then go away. They played a very tight setup, found that kill, and then really opened the round up.
No, we were talking about hardpoints, Kirby Surge, because they do thrive in the chaos a lot, but you got to see a big difference there in the Surge. Like, they were in control. It was slow. That was when I think of like accuracy as a player in like Surge. That was him to a T. It was really special to watch. But yeah, that duo on accuracy and Pred so good. But here we go. We continue on. We're tied up 1-1. It looks like it is going to be a fantastic match to continue on throughout the course of the day. Do not go anywhere. Quick break. When we get back, Control's up next.
No way, bro.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back to Raleigh. Map 3 ready to go. Packed house as we get ready to see this one rumble. So far, I mean, maybe kind of the opposite how you thought it might go, or maybe if Bloody might thought it'd be 2-0 Subliners, but the search at least didn't see it going like that.
Screw it, throw it all out the window. I got no idea. With this title, with these teams, doesn't matter. We thought Ultra was looking great, and then FaZe punched him in the face.
Yeah, no, right? And it's like this time of year, I mean, we moved the calendar up. We'd be like starting scrims right now. It's just, it's wild. It's wild where we're at. Thank you, everybody watching at home. Thank you, everybody in attendance. We hope you're all having a fantastic time. May the matches be glorious and your dinners delightful. Yeah.
You're hungry, huh? Thinking about food?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Well,
now
usually
I
that's
am.
where you
Now,
go to.
now I am.
He's a big boy.
See what HyDra do through the window. That timing does not get a whole lot worse.
Some awful timing there, but Priestahh, he's just going to get into the offensive spawn, and they're going to know something's up. His accuracy, he spawns out. He's just going to go right over towards B. So you have one player on A. That's going to be Mack. Just kind of taking their time is Seattle Surge. And now accuracy, he just kind of lurks right past B. He's going to try to get behind enemy lines.
Oh, he's doing the flank.
Yeah, he's going on a big flank all the way up that hill. And now with him in that spot, yeah, you're going to see Mack comes off his spawn, and he's going to go right to B. So they can work this B point.
Accuracy's been so good in this series so far. You're sending somebody to hunt him. That's what Skyz sitting all the way around to deal with. It's actually KiSMET that will get the kill. Putting a fight on the point.
The nade. They don't get the tick.
Yeah, the nade just enough. Now you got 45 seconds left. Not a lot of progress anywhere. Not a big foothold on the map. Sib really the only one up. He's 3-0. Hasn't dropped. Dead. He popped. Looking for more, but he get caught as soon as he sends out the window. Unfortunate timing for him is, I think that peek came the second he kind of committed. But you're on the zone. You've stopped the clock. Once again, you're so close to a tick, and it's going to get shut down. KiSMET, HyDra, Skyz, the swarm from Subliners get them off.
And this just felt like a very controlled round for Surge, but I mean, you had a couple of players, I think it's Sim and Pred, while they were working towards B, where they just stayed inside, right? And as soon as Mack dies, that clock was ticking. And now it just goes into a position where NYSL, this might be a great round for them. You've only given up one tick. It's not like the defense has been perfect. It just felt like Seattle Surge, they didn't really fully commit to capturing a zone.
It's like the lead up in the team push to get on the point was really solid. But then once you got there, it just like the retake part of it was so easy from Subliners. It seemed like.
Well, because you just had two players inside. Like you literally just had, I wasn't sure exactly what they were thinking. But again, the fact they got Mack off right away, I mean, that was huge. And they were able to take care of accuracy, and that just meant like, all right, well, Sim and Pred have to go over towards A.
Yeah, I thought accuracy getting the two from the position he did. I mean, obviously you can't get back and help a whole lot with the objective at that point. You've kind of committed. I mean,
I thought the rest were going to go that way.
Yes. I thought that was going to be at least 2 ticks, maybe a point. But not the case. Accuracy opens it up. We'll see if that nade will hit. Not going to happen, and Sib able to cover. So accuracy is still just looming deep here at this rock. Accuracy trying to stay up, not going to be able to get out of it. HyDra able to hunt him down. Now onto the point you go. Clock stop. Still a minute to work with. You got one just on the opposite side of the ball. Nice challenge there from HyDra as he's able to take it.
Yeah, you had Mack working up the B side early in that round, but he gets taken down, I think, by Priestahh. He was ready for that flank, and now you have a couple of players on A. That's going to be 2 ticks done. HyDra just trying to get inside, pop Deddy, and make a play, at least find a couple of kills, but it looks like A going to be done.
Yeah, like the simple kill HyDra got there. Like, once on the point, those were the kills didn't come through for Surge. Like, he just didn't really get anything once you got in position. Subliners just, I mean, I don't know the perfect word for it. They just executed better. In YSL, once he got to the actual objective. Executed way better.
They just had more people on the point too. That definitely helps.
Yeah, it helps. Just bodies sometimes. It doesn't make an impact, Joe.
Accuracy just trying to control that two-story and does that right now for the defensive team. It's NYSL just trying to get some map control, trying to find anything, but they will be given nothing as all four are going to go down. And now the map kind of resets as Surge trying to tie things up at one apiece.
We can see Surge just surging forward, just trying to kind of get them pinned deep. Don't give them room to breathe. Keep staggering this if you can find the kills. One person pretty separate from the squad. The last spawner, I believe, was Accuracy, but he gets the angle. He gets right back to his rock here on the hill, his safe haven.
Well, really, he's just trying to watch this ladder, right? Because the defensive teams, they want to control this area because when you're in this spot, you have this window, and you can just watch the cross to be. It is just easy picking when you have the AR.
It's a good point because it's, you know, if you're new to watching, it seems so odd, right? Like where the point is, like on the full opposite side of this giant building, and he's whacked wide. But yeah, it stops you from getting to a key position. At least in like the quickest route to do so. Now you're down to 40 seconds.
Finally, some pressure, though. You're going to have, what, HyDra and Skyz pushing up. Priestahh, he's going to on the point. Fred, he's going to hear this. Well, they were looking for him. They had an idea someone was still alive behind them. With that is going to be 3 dead. Priestahh just trying to control as much map as he can as he is playing his life in a forward position, but he's taken down.
Yeah, I mean, I think he survives long enough that one trade comes through, but you're going to spawn so close. Look at the defensive spawn at B. Like, you've got 10 feet to hike, and you're right back onto it. 15 seconds now to go. If you're Subliners, you know, at least you got the 1 point. You had a more successul offense, that's for sure. Well, what is it? Is it 3? How many ticks did they get the first time? Was it 2 or 1
or 2?
I can't remember if it was 1 or 2.
Still have a chance here. Skyz is here. Oh, Mack's going to find 2. KiSMET was there. The NYSL, they went for it. One last push, and it was close.
That's where Mack eats, though. And those crazy moments late in the round. Mack finding the kills. Simp looking over him. The tax hit.
Here's the last couple of kills. Yeah, Skyz, I mean, he gets that flank. Yeah, that win right there. Make sure that there's no chance NYSL can win that round. Still had Sib alive looking over him, but they went for it.
And those are tough. You saw him kind of jumping out. It can be like awkward to get your gun up quickly sometimes. Like another COD with the movement there from Skyz, you might be winning that fight, but not gonna happen here.
All right, we'll see if their offense is a little better here. Seattle Surge, they're gonna head over towards A. Mack just trying to get control of this point alongside his teammates, and there we go. 3 gonna go down. And they're just going to get on it. They're just going to stack this a little bit different than what we saw in round 1. Skyz is on the flank. Maybe trying to find anything. Does find one. That's just poor accuracy, just rotating in. Somehow Skyz sees him. Does see Mack, but Sib on a 5 spree now. They're trying to contest, trying to get on it, and nope, not going to be done. Is Pred going to control the point?
And Sib, did he get his streak before he dropped? Because it was a team kill from accuracy, actually. I believe he got it. We'll check here in a second. I think it was 6 in a row.
Nope. No.
Oh, he didn't? Okay. I thought he was getting close. Skyz, though, you'll see, he has his precision. Now, Pred. Where's the opening going to come? Just trying to get eyes in the deep spawn, the rotation end. Pred starts to pounce, shots in from every side, 3 kills through from Subliners, and that'll basically be the all clear. You just have accuracy kind of lurking near bottom. But now you gotta set up a push again. Still a lot of time, minute 20 to go. Lives not really gonna matter at all. It's just this B point, it can be tough.
And he's found an opening here, right? I mean, just obviously they know he's shot, but he just kind of hits the middle of the map. He's gonna give that comm to his teammates. You have Skyz and HyDra in very forward positions. And there we go with 2 dead. Accuracy, he's going to get on the point here. He's looking for this player in Skyz in that position. Here's the shots now with the trophy down. If he finds that kill, maybe an opportunity for Seattle Surge to have multiple people on the point, but Skyz does such a good job. And well, it doesn't stop there. Now 4 in a row for Skyz.
It's like the same thing when you're on pro. It just takes a second to get got up. Like accuracy, like he didn't have the right idea. just didn't really get a chance to actually have a gunfight. 5 in a row for HyDra, 4 in a row for Skyz. They really turned up here in the late moments defensively of this B objective.
It's really just their ability to stay alive, right, in those kinds of situations. When all the pressure is on them. Maybe a chance here, because here's the thing, when you do get taken down, you see that spawn bottom left, it is deep, and if you have a trophy on the point now, the nades are gonna come on over, they're gonna force stack this. Seattle going for the offensive round win. No streak. And well, that might be it. They get it. They find those kills. The rotation not gonna get there. The trophies are on the point.
I was thinking for some reason you had one for Subliners. They can maybe call in to clear them off, but not the case. And what I was just saying, how incredible that stretch was from NYSL. But what have we learned from Control over the years? Takes a moment.
Yeah, 1-4 dead, 1-3 dead, and that is it.
One moment.
Especially on this map. I mean, that deep spawn all the way towards that back shack, and then you're just hoping there's not a trophy.
Well, yeah, if you've got at least like one player up or something, you all might spawn safe. We saw it happen in the previous round, but like when everybody drops, adios. You're spawning a mile away.
Now pressure on NYSL to do the same.
NYSL desperately just trying to get this to a round 5. Such a great win in that map 1 hard point, bodied in the search and destroy. It's their rebound time.
When they have some position, you have 2 people on it. Not a tick done yet. Now it's just KiSMET there. Maybe he finds one, and he does. He's just gonna try to rotate on over. Oh my gosh! Slaps Mack in the face.
Mack, we will see you later. 2 HP for KiSMET, but what a snap that was. The Bulldog. That wasn't really dog.
It kind of was.
You won the fight. Did my best.
Could have been better, for sure.
It could have been, yeah.
But I mean, with that kill, they're gonna go right on over to A.
How good's the nade? It is lovely. Accuracy with an absolute teardrop. Takes out Priestahh. The rest of his teammates step up as well. 6 in a row now for Lamar. Sitting at 19 and 15. This has just been a great series from accuracy. They got a chance to do it here. 1 bit of progress on either side. But they got to cap a point. The one thing, they've been able to be on the point a bit to pause the clock, so you still have some wiggle room with the 45 seconds, but you get cleared off of this, not gonna be a ton. Now 2 players going to drop. 2nd bit of progress is done. Simp snapping all over the place. 1 a friendly kill, but the rest going to go over to Seattle Surge and back to the spawn we go. 35 seconds and counting.
And the issue is, right, because you put so much emphasis on B early in this round, you only have 30 seconds as Pred is snapping. Finally, NYSL gonna start to work over towards A, but they do not have a lot of time to mess around. They gotta deal with Pred first. Another tick almost done. 2 at B, almost 2 at A. Just trying to stay alive. That is a beautiful free fire by Skyz. I don't know what that man is doing, those shots. Able to allow HyDra to win that gunfight.
Dude, when it feels like maybe a round is over, once again, here we go. And if he got him out of that, someone else had to rotate in, but you get it done. There's the extra minute. Now, all the work you did at B seems a lot better, because you just need 1 point of progress now to get this to around 5.
You need Mack to find a kill. That's huge. Huge
it's going. It's going. They cleared them off. They start to reset that final tick. Mack and Simp. The duo to get it done for now.
Yeah, because you had a trophy down. You had 2 players spawn all the way out. Only 7 lives remaining for NYSL. HyDra trying to find a route. He's going to find Pred instead. Feels like that is the theme of the last couple of maps for that man.
Pred's in the guy's head.
Yeah, but here we go. Priestahh and KiSMET, they're on the point. They got to go, Seattle. They got to go, and they just get on it. Round 5, here we come.
And that is where all that dirty work early at B pays off, because, you know, we just said you just need a moment, but when you need 1 tick, it's not even a moment. Like, it just seems like a sliver of time.
And I think you would have heard a precision go off at the end, so someone calls that in for Seattle. And it finds nothing, because the round was done.
It's just 1 point of progress with 2 on it. So fast. And that's a frustrating one. You can see that on the...
And I actually love that call. I mean, they did not take any gunfights. It was literally 2 players just worked up towards that B zone and was like, we're just gonna prone.
Like, we need 1 segment. We need 1 segment.
Just prone on it.
Yeah,
just prone on it. They had the trophy down. There was the protection. NYSL, they get a defense.
Round 5 now.
What a big map this is. Tied up 1-1. Who's going to get the edge? Bulldog looking to get in the mix. He's going to drop, but Priestahh with the Deddy pop we go. Can he find the opening? And they got so much information. I mean, they know they are all just tucked in around this two-story outside of Simp. Sorry, not outside of Simp, outside of Fred, who's really got pushed up a bit. Now the flank is on through. Priestahh 4 in a row. The damage is in. The callouts are through. The kills there for Subliners.
I mean, they have so much map position right now. You have one player who's gotten through A, but Priestah's still alive. He's on 5 in a row. KiSMET trying to take care of accuracy. Accuracy's at least gotten to the point to pause the clock, but the trades are there for NYCL. Seattle just not able to get out of their base. And after that round 4, they're gonna need a lot to win this map.
It's just a map you can pin them, man. If you get them pushed back, but now is your glimmer of hope, your chance. KiSMET, the one that can play. Spoiler! Spoiler! He does the Bulldog! 5 in a row, the triple on the point, and that might be adios.
I think he got a hit marker through the wall, so he kept pre-firing onto that third guy. Now 15 seconds for Seattle Surge. Trophy's going down. They know they have to get on A. HyDra gonna stun himself, give them a chance. But there's that Deddy popped. Just one more set of kills. This map is done.
I mean, even if you get this, the lives, well, so with time might not come into play, but you're up 8 right now if you're in YSL. Do they get the extra
They're
time?
going for it.
They do. Okay, it's secured. Extra minute on. We've had some wild and wacky moments in this one. Why not add on another? But you've got so much to do. You need that entire B point. Mack's got one lurking right underneath him. It's KiSMET once again trying to get into the mix, but just find Sim. He seems to be a headshot machine. A little bit left in his Deddy. First opening not gonna be there. They're so weak, and you gotta be careful with the lives now as they get cut down. 8 left. You got, what, 2 pushes at this?
I mean, it's just so tough now. Now you have Priestahh once again pushed on up, and if he can just find a kill or 2, he's gonna be the one to stagger this push, but he gets taken down, so a chance here.
Oh my God.
Fred, he is on the hunt.
Oh my God.
He's gonna have KiSMET and Priestahh in his sights. Seattle Surge is gonna be on the point now. Skyz is under him. Skyz is under him, he doesn't see it. It's gonna come down to a 1 versus 1. Sim can win it. There's no trophy that I can see for now. The nade's overhead.
It's just there's one
accuracy
player.
is there.
Now 2, you just didn't have much that you can actually stack. Stun hit Sim. Second bit of progress so close. No response remaining. Sim through the wall. Over the top. Finding the kills. 2 lives left. 2v5. Pred, accuracy, the heroes of the map 2. Can they do it again?
It's so close.
All the utility coming in. They're running in. No response remaining. But Surge to get the W. The ice there once again. He's let them know.
I don't know what just happened.
Well, the players look confused. Like they were talking with the ref for an admin. I gotta watch that back.
I got no idea. All I know is that Fred capped the point.
I'm curious like what the conversation was. Is hopefully in a moment here we'll take a look at it again, but it was just an insane sequence. I mean, you were talking about Priestahh being pushed up, but the guy that mattered was Pred. I mean, Pred got the first pick deep on one rotating end, pops the Deddy, soars forward, able to take down 2 more. It's still a war because you got 1 person on the point for the first 5, down to the 2 heroes from the map 2. How different of players can they be? Accuracy and Pred, in age, in wisdom, in speed, in everything. But they're the 2 getting it done, the father-son duo.
No, I know. Like obviously, like Priestahh's on one side, but that was a huge kill by accuracy because that allowed Fred to just get them off a spawn. We're gonna have Simp with 31, Fred with 32, but we did hear in our ears that maybe a little discussion with the admins. I guess HyDra's controller may have disconnected. I don't know. We'll figure that out. They'll figure that out, and then you and I are gonna hang out.
That's a player device. We're moving on.
Doesn't matter.
not my choice, but what a crazy sequence. I'm sure some frustrations, but that explains why. I wonder why he was up, like, looking around, like, what's going on?
Just some wacky rounds, though.
Yeah, like, there were a couple, you know, you never as a commentator want to, like, call it over, but you feel it, like, all right, they got this one sealed, and then bang, lightning hits, and just stuff goes crazy. Another one of those, that is what Surge lived for. Put him in that 10 out of 10 times, somehow they're pulling it out 9. I don't get it.
It was all defense until round number 4 when NYSL somehow pulled one out. When they were just able to put 2 players on that point, they went right for B. It was a last-second capture. Then in round 5, Seattle. Their offenses weren't great leading up to that, but they pulled one out, that's for sure. But like we said, we'll see what happens.
I mean, that's just a theft. You stole that one. But maybe some drama. Again, we'll keep you updated as soon as we hear what's going on. If they talk through it, we'll let you know if we're continuing on with Surge up 2-1, and there's going to be a replay of the round. We'll let you know, but what a ridiculous sequence it was. Let's watch it again, Joe.
Yeah, there you can see, I think it was HyDra, right? Number 5 just not moving, but yeah, I mean, Pred, he's the only one here. Doesn't have a trophy. It's just 1 kill that he needs. He's able to find it. There were only 2 lives remaining.
You know, honestly, I didn't even notice that in the minimap. I was so focused on what was going on at the objective.
I was just looking at the point going up.
Yeah, if you haven't commentated before, I'm sure a lot of you didn't watch it a long time, you stare at the minimap for the most part. I mean, minimap tells you everything, but in those moments, like, I am just locked on the player's POV, like, so invested. I didn't even notice. And that's just one where, yeah, if it doesn't happen, maybe he's able to get back into it, but not sure officially where we stand on that.
But if that is it, I mean, we're going to Forge's hardpoint up next.
I assume we're going to hardpoint, but we'll see. Just got to brush that one off. I mean, it's frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, even before that, right? I mean, they were so close to just not allowing Seattle to capture either point. They controlled that round for 95% of it.
And then, yeah, it just fell off. I mean, I thought, dude, after the moment
it's that map,
with
dude. You just gotta get away from it.
After that moment with KiSMET, though, dude, where you looked at the map and it was basically all 4 blue arrows and KiSMET sitting in the middle. And I'm thinking, this is Seattle's chance, and he just dominates, takes out 3, and I'm thinking, all right, they're going to end up closing this out. But not going to be the case. It's Surge. Just unbelievable late game heroics. Maybe some sort of mystical blessing to disconnect HyDra's controller. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. I know it's frustrating. We'll use a former competitor. I mean, you just want the guys to be playing at their best. You don't want stuff like that to happen, but fact is it happens sometimes.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, it stinks, but it is what it is. And this has been the series we'd hoped it'd be, as far as just teams throwing punches, man. Who's gonna get knocked out first? It has been so fun. Control was just wild.
I mean, you got coaches on stage, and I mean, for NYSL, it's just now just focus on what you can do.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things, like, you don't want to get like too hung up on what happened. You got to look forward if that's going to be the case. But just bringing eyes right now to shop.callofduty.com. This is where you can get the amazing gear. You see some of the incredible jerseys. I still don't know why I haven't been sent one of each. Actually, never mind. I have too many shirts, gaming-related shirts. I don't need any more.
Yeah, you don't need
I had to clear out the closet recently.
You don't need any more, but you know, like
I still want them all. Yes.
Want to look like the pros? Go there. Shop.callofdutyleague.com. I mean, the jerseys this year really stepped it up. Everybody gets their own sort of design, can add their own little swag.
Well, I think that's what people really wanted at the inception of the CDL. There were some frustrations that wasn't the case, but now, yeah, you're getting to see it. You know, the Ultra, you got like the maple leaf in it. It's just some cool designs coming in from the different organizations. So check that out. If you haven't purchased anything yet, go ahead and do it. That's on Joe.
I'm doing what now?
You're buying everybody a jersey, Joe. It seems like just the way it is on stage that there's still a discussion happening, maybe just waiting on the ruling. Yeah, I thought for a moment we might be ready to go, because it seemed people were starting to sit forward and get locked in, but I'm not sure that's the case anymore.
Yeah, both teams just doing what they can, just waiting. Just as we are at home, so we're just hanging out. But for NYSL, I mean, When you look at this Fortress, both Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, this has been their kind of home this weekend.
And again, a lot of reps for Search, just not a ton of wins in the lead up, at least you're talking about Search and Destroy. Fortress, a map that, I don't know, when you can get rolling, it's probably a lot of fun. When you are getting punished, it doesn't look like a blast. Like, you could just get smoked. It's like you're just hitting choke point after choke point after choke point.
And you got what you wanted after map number 1, right? Just map number 1, kind of Pred and Sib sort of struggled, and then Pred really came alive. He did it here.
He was so good.
Sib as well. They both had around 31 kills in that control. And on a map like Fortress, you kind of need those guys, right? Because there's going to be so many engagements, so many key gunfights. You're going to have the opportunity to make a lot of individual plays, and that's what those guys do.
Simp has been, I mean, it's been fun. New to the league, obviously. Just at the start of his career, but just an unbelievable talent that we are going to be casting for a long, long time. I'm sure he's just itching to get back in. It's like when this happened to you, like back when you were competing, and you have like, let's say, all right, let's just, I'm just going to go into the assumption. Let's say we're going to continue playing, right? Let's say we're going to move on and go to map 4. When you're a team like Search, who just got like a dramatic win like that, like does this take the wind out of the sails a little bit, or just a time to kind of take a deep breath and recoup?
I think it's just sort of time to recoup, right? I mean, that's just kind of it. They are playing well. So both teams playing well, and yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but we're still waiting on that. So as the admins figure this out with the teams, we're actually going to go to a quick break. So thank you guys for tuning in, hanging out. We will be right back as soon as we figure out what's going to happen next.
Hello and welcome back. Unfortunately, at the bearer of good news yet. They're still making a decision. So as soon as we are ready to go, we're not into it. I don't imagine this type of thing. It should be that long of a delay before a call is made, but I'm sure both sides are being heard. Refs, admins chatting through it. But it's been a great series. I just want to get back to it.
Bro, I cannot play, bro.
Yeah, there you see the frustration from HyDra as he's just basically walking into the wall. And I don't know if it's a cable issue, controller issue, exactly what happened, but
maybe that's what happened to you, dude. That looked like a lot like your gameplay. Like a lot like it, dude.
I sworn every time I couldn't play. Yo, I couldn't play. You see that?
I saw it. Okay, well that makes sense because like that's why we kind of shut up after the end of the map because I'm just looking at the shot of the stage and they're up shouting. So I was like, something happened. I just didn't notice on the minimap at the time because it was, well, we were invested in the action and it was like a 3-second thing, however long it was. It just happened real quick, but
can't believe you can't notice 100 things at once.
I try my best, but yeah, as a player, as a competitor, I'm sure he is going through it right now, just waiting on what this call is going to be. Just a shame, because yeah, who knows how it plays out. If
he was the first one up too. He's got a sub. He's probably
likely it's like a two-person chow versus one. Yeah, because they just had to get one kill, right? Is what it ended up being. Yeah, so you would have had a second there with them. Maybe a trade comes in. Maybe you're at least contesting. But despite the issue,
still a fun map.
I know it was. I know it plays into it. Obviously the result, but still just some incredible moments from Surge in the clutch. And I think what is impressive to me is it's just I know you have one of the more clutch players of all time in accuracy. I know he lives for those moments, but I think it is impressive to see how good they've been in the clutch at times, considering the rest is a lot of youth. I know Mack several years into his career, but for Simp and Breath, like, you're just starting out. And I guess for me, it's like the main stage experience, the clutch experience. It's usually, yeah, there's a clutch gene, sure, but typically it takes a little time to like evolve.
Well, I guess you're just hoping it doesn't always rely on that, because a lot of the times they do rely on that. Like, cannot always guarantee that you're going to have that pop-off moment.
No, certainly. Even though they seem to do it consistently. Yeah,
you're not wrong.
You're going to age rapidly. It's going to be a very, very stressful series. Your coach is going to be going through it, watching these matches. But for the viewers and for us commentating, it's a hell of a lot of fun, I'll tell you that.
It certainly is. This has already been a very crazy weekend. We're going to know up next after this, you still have LA Thieves versus Ultra. Loser of that is out.
Yeah.
And I mean, for Ultra, we've heard just how great they were. They're going to have another big challenge after losing a FaZe earlier today.
Yeah, and FaZe looked, I mean, now with this like 2-2 Basnev attack, like they look very, very scary. Maybe the favorites after that series. I don't know if I had one before that. But we're going to check out the Scump play of the game here quickly, just filling some time before we get into our next match. But one of the big moments within this game 3.
Just checking out this round number 3. Well, you have Seattle Surge is trying to push over towards this zone. And they're going to go for it here, but I think it's NYSL. You see all the nades coming over the top. Trying to get on that point, and they do. So a big offensive win there for Surge.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great moment. I guess when I think of the play of the game, I think of like KiSMET's 3-piece, but like they lost. Well, as of now, it seems they have. But that was the one that I was like, okay, that is the one you notate. Just an unbelievable triple. Is everybody just kind of hanging out on their phones, chilling, waiting? Hello, everybody. Sorry, listen, we want to get going too. I know. As soon as we can.
If it makes you feel better, you all look wonderful and delightful and beautiful.
Everyone, 10 out of 10, just sexy. I'm hearing, I believe, I was just heard we are almost there. Word coming in from Comp Ops now. So we should have more information for you in just a second. And we'll see based on maybe the player reaction what the call was. I'm not sure if they know yet. If they heard already, I think we're probably replaying. HyDra's over here laughing, but I'm not sure if they know yet.
We will see. Feels like everybody's talking. We're figuring it out. We're filling time. This is what we do.
Priestahh's like locked. He's like, get me in the map.
I just want to play.
He's probably frying bots. Like, I'm ready to go. Locked and loaded.
Just in the firing range. shooting the same targets over and over and over again. On the other side for Seattle Surge is trying to do what they can. Still just waiting to hear. Okay, so we just got official word that the score is staying 2-1.
Okay.
So there we go. We're moving on to map number 4.
Player equipment issue. So I've heard. What was the first thing I said?
It's usually what it is, but I don't know.
I
I used to do that stuff. I don't do that anymore.
Listen, I'll start making the rulings.
Ooh, the Maven Worldy?
That is terrifying. No, that should not be a thing. But all right, so Surge fans, they start to get a little bit excited. You're able to hold on to the win. We get ready now to continue forward. You had time to take a deep breath. Everyone ran to the bathroom, maybe got some snacks. The players talked to their coaching staff. And on one side, all right, you're Surge. You have this crazy moment. There's a bit of a come down when you're waiting what the result's going to be. Time to turn it on. If you are on the NYSL side, nothing but frustration.
Pissed.
And that maybe just increased a bit. I mean, I think they probably had an idea it was going to go that way. I mean, that was my first instinct, so they might have thought that. But if anything, it might work out for NYSL a little bit in the sense of like, yeah, got a chance to like kind of take a breather and digest it a bit. Versus like, if that happened, Paco's up and screaming, and then you go right into the next map.
I don't know.
Yeah. But I guess we'll see. Like, I guess, I mean, if you're going to be someone that's winning tournaments, you got to be able to brush it off. I know it sucks, but you got to brush it off.
I'm with it. I just expect them now to win by like 150 on this map. That's what I would do.
NYSL's come out and just put them in the dirt.
Yeah.
I mean, they got the potential to do it. Speak to your gameplay. But now it's probably just a matter of getting the actual settings ready to go and getting the map ready to go. But you said it was Fortress for the final 2, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we get the Fortress. That's where the battle is going to go down. With the drama and the crazy plays we've already had, I'm just praying, NYSL come out and smoke them, get me to a map 5, then let's have something incredible that happens. But HyDra, feel for you, it sucks. I mean, no one wants to not be able to play. You just want to go out there and compete to the best of your ability. And
especially right there at that moment,
the tail end of one. But you just got to swallow that. Here we go. Focus on this one. This is where you rely on the leadership on teams. I think especially if you're on NYSL, like who's going to be that voice? I think for me, that was a bit of a question mark with this team. Like, was that going to come mostly from the coaching staff? Who was going to be the player that in these moments is going to step up? Like, all right, guys, deep breath, we got this. Because for the most part, I don't know if Skyz has been that guy. KiSMET just bursted back into the league last year. Paco, I don't think has been. Priestahh,
there's a lot of vets though. There's a lot of veterans. There's a lot of experience.
It's just sort of a lead by committee type thing.
But here you go, the KD this series for NYSL. You can see, I mean, the one guy we talked about coming into this was Priestahh. Just really struggling right now. So maybe you look at him to turn things around. But they had a great map number 1 hardpoint, just playing hardpoint at such a high level. And then, I'm sure a lot of them want to try to turn things around in Search and Destroy if you can get to that map number 5.
Yeah, I mean, the Search was absolutely, well, clinical in the opening moments from NYSL, but then everything after the first engagement was just Surge. Surge making a clutch. Accuracy clutching. Same in the control. Somebody stepping up and clutching. Granted, clutch with an asterisk, but we move on. And this is maybe where, you rely on the coaching staff a little bit. Cinder has kind of come out, chat through it. But you can see still, still the frustration there. I don't know if it's exactly left yet.
And obviously, Cinder, coming over to this NYSL roster, right? You have that experience coaching from OpTic Texas, and he wanted an opportunity to take over this team, be a big coach there, and you've seen what this NYSL team has done so far. So a big props to the coaching staff for NYSL.
Yeah, I don't think it's still being chatted through. Maybe it's giving everyone kind of a moment to regain before we get into the map 4. But yeah, I think it's just getting it set up now. Everyone a deep breath. The decision has been made, though. We are continuing on this series with Surge up 2-1 to a quick break. Then the hard point around the corner. Thanks again for your patience here now. Hello and welcome back. We're going to take a look at the moment in question in case you just joined us, what the drama has been about at the closing moments of that map 3. And just for those, maybe...
Bro, I cannot play, bro!
This is the reaction from HyDra. End of the game, controller malfunction. He's able to help, or unable to help, on the push back to the point. You're going to see here at the bottom of the screen the official ruling from CompOps. CompOps Surge will lead 2-1.
Yo, I couldn't play. You see that?
Now, the only thing I have in question is I was told we're still waiting to start the map 4, and honestly, I'm not entirely sure what the issue is, if they're still trying to fight it, or I'm not sure, or if he's having a controller, she's trying to find another controller. I just know we're waiting right now for the map 4 to get going. As soon as I have more information, I'll let you know, but that's where we're at. Yeah. I thought we were gonna come back and get into it. I swear I wasn't trying to lie to you.
It's not your fault. We're just here to have a good time, honestly. I don't know.
Yes, we are, Joe. Sorry. We're headed to another break. Please forgive me. It's not my fault. We'll see you in a minute.
It's time. Here we go. Continuing on. Surge up 2-1. Hard point. Getting started. Players in the lobby. And we are going to get right into Fortress. Thank you again for your patience. We love all of you except for Nate Shot. You suck. I'm sorry. He was mean to me on Twitter, but I love you, Nate.
Is that the guy that played with Scump?
Yeah, it's got to play with Scump.
Oh, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Away we go. Subliners need this win to get to the map 5. As these teams battle for what? Top 3 spots.
Yeah, trying to get to that winner's final to go against the Atlanta FaZe tomorrow. That's HyDra. Gonna try to get on the point. Some nice early time, but NYSL, what they do right there, they flip the map. Now you have Seattle spawning on the right side, right where they want them. Is KiSMET 3-0 start. Just shot at a ghost. I don't know. Yeah. My man is twisted. I'm not sure what he's shooting at. Maybe a piece of dust, a fly, a mosquito. I'm not sure, but he's shooting at everything.
Yeah, that ceiling had to go, I guess.
Oh my gosh, just trying to renovate the house.
Some interior design. Yeah, I'm not really sure. The Bulldog's got a future somewhere. Well, maybe not. It's just beaming. The future is here. The future is now. He's dead. But nice start from Subliners. When you take a look at the scoreboard thus far, new hard point gonna pop in there in a good position again. This is where they've done so much damage. They can push out to a nice lead with a hold here, Joe.
Yeah, they really can. You see Seattle Surge just trying to push through dark from inside of munitions. Is Pred gonna drop in? He's got Sib with him. But so much early time, and this is what we see from NYSL. Such a good hardpoint team, especially on this map. Skyz just hanging out, but does get taken down. His accuracy gonna break on through.
I mean, it's not an easy hardpoint to break. You're at risk of going down, what, 80, 90 points early in this one? Just feeling like you're on the back foot so quickly, but you're able to get a break, able to get some time. But now we go to third, which this is, you get a nice setup here. You can just get bodied. Skyz staying alive as long as he can. He was kind of the low man deep. The rest of the guys starting to fight on through. On to the next point that's going to pop, though, is going to be Sib. A big one-on-one, able to finish it. Nice recentering there from Priestahh. But he's still like the lone man. Pred is cutting off all the reinforcements. Pred number 4 on the map makes it so Priestahh gets no help.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge from Seattle Surge. They find that scrap time. We were on board with Skyz, right? He was rotating in, trying to get a trophy down. They thought they had the setup, but Seattle Surge, they just flew right on in. The reinforcements cut down by this man. As Sib and accuracy now going to get into some power positions with these ARs and lock all of this time in.
Nice snap. Onto the forehead of Priestahh, goes to accuracy. Mack gonna get pushed down. But it's mostly kills through for Subliner through that sequence, but you'll get the rest of the time. Not gonna matter a whole lot, because Surge, I mean, it's 2 big breaks, right? Well, on third, it wasn't really a break. It was kind of really just the kills and transition from Pred. I think that were the difference in who had numbers towards the end of it, but the fact is they got a lead where I thought they were gonna be in a big hole early on.
And now over to P4. And a lot of the times what we see is kind of what you're seeing right now, that team who wants to break just jumping up in top of art, trying to find the angles now on the players in the hill. Being hunted, Mack just trying to find that player, but Pred already took him down. That's gonna be 3 dead. Now another break from Seattle Surge. But HyDra trying to just play his life, wait for his teammates to come off a spawn.
Yeah, well, this one makes a little more sense. And how many lanes you have to get to the actual point. Pred can just keep re-peeking, re-popping, repositioning.
Which door, which window is
right now? Exactly. Where's he gonna hit from? He's gonna hit from everywhere. 5 in a row now, 14 in 6. Take it over the map.
Well, we talked about NYSL and, you know, Fortress being one of their go-to maps, but this man, when he's playing like this, Seattle Surge have no problem playing it. It's now around a 60-point lead. We're gonna head over towards that P5. NYSL, they're gonna have that early setup. Can they turn it into a good hold to get right back into the game, as you're gonna have Pred and accuracy spawn behind Priestahh. I don't know if he's gonna be ready for this. He is. He is gonna turn. They're gonna recognize the spawns, but there's the trade.
I thought finally, maybe a good moment, but yeah, as you comment on the spawns coming in, just not able to deal with it. Too many players to shut down. So right back into the point goes Seattle Surge, but you still stayed close, you stayed competitive, and I'm just sort of waiting. Show me what you're made of, HyDra. I want to see that pop off. You're pissed off. You're frustrated with how things went down at the end of the last map. Dance on them. Put up some numbers.
This could be a big moment for NYSL. If they keep this side of the map, if they keep control, they can turn this into a P1 hold as well. But that is not what I was talking about, because they would have had them trapped on the right side. But now there is the flip. The spawns come in. Mack and Pred, they just run right through. Try to get top dark control. Try to give them a position that they want, the spawns they want for P1.
You're getting closer and closer to a guaranteed top 3 position in a fight in the winner's bracket final. Set up in the back of the truck, cleared out of that nearly instantly. Frustration for Subliners, as you're still close enough to make a run, but second by second, this is getting frightening. You get all this time, you're gonna be up about 100 points. It'd be in what feels like an insurmountable lead you'd have for Surge. The game would have to absolutely flip on its head for NYSL to have a chance.
And you're just, I mean, Pred is not slowing down right now. I mean, after that map number 1, he has just come alive in this series. He's up to 19 and 8, has another force free finally cut down. Here we go, NYSL, they have map control once again. Seattle Surge, they're gonna be in that trap now. And another opportunity where you can transition this into a P2 hold. That would get them right back into that game. But we talked about how clean, how clinical the hardpoint has been for NYSL. They need to do it here once again.
I thought that was going to be 3 down for a moment. But They get the close spawn. They're starting to rally back over. Pred still trying to be a threat and a nuisance there in mid, but is it going to be enough? KiSMET trying to chase down the kill. Mack was able to get through for a moment, but now you regain control. One of your players spawning out deep. That's going to be who HyDra is trying to get back. Will that get picked up?
Yeah, it's honestly worse because now he's just going to cut them off. Yeah, off the spawn. With him spawning out, I mean, you had 3 players up, so that was okay, but they do get taken down. There's a team nade. That's going to allow Priestahh to get on the hill. Snaps. Gets behind the heady, able to connect. And there we go. With these 20 seconds, unless Pred is able to take him down, they're going to be right back in this game, but you need a break here. That's how early this setup is for Seattle.
That's like a 40-point swing. I mean, those 2 kills from Priestahh in this moment, with what happened in the last map and what's on the line, that is a huge sequence. But with the next hardpoint getting ready to pop, once again, it's Surge popping off.
Yeah, HyDra's going to be able to find one, now just playing his life. You know, he is all by his lonesome. And, well, this hill, it's not easy to break whatsoever. A lot of the times that break, it usually comes through like the front door. We've seen that, right? You can jump across this balcony, and sometimes when all the focus is on that, you'll see HyDra trying to find the one-on-one win, but Mack is there to help him out.
No opening yet. Lead up to 50 yet again.
They have numbers, they have numbers.
Not able to do it. 3 going to fall. Onto the point they go. Accuracy last up, and he is dropped. There's the clearance with 30 seconds. And yeah, you get some time if you're Surge, but that was close. A moment away from likely being a full 60 and maybe begin to put away this map, but Subliners continue, Joe. It's just enough.
Well, accuracy actually, he's getting the rest of the time. He gets the scrap time. He went to one-on-one. He's like, I'll take this. So they're going to be over 200. Now the pressure on for NYSL, and Pred is set up. He has Simp alongside of him. Mack as well. It's just accuracy on the other side of the map, so it's kind of a 3v3 right now. There's that first kill. They were hunting him down, and I don't even know if that's worth it. Accuracy is probably going to spawn with his team, but there we go. It's a nice clear for NYSL.
1 left. So far, so good. There's the final kill. Kid's been able to do it. Another big break for Subliners. Lock this down, stay in the hunt, get right around that 200 point mark. Mack to go forward. Priestahh is lurking. Priestahh now with the kill. Nade not gonna hit. Oh, it does hit, but Priestahh still just holding. He's able to hit the shots. HyDra, good luck with the stun. It's a stun nade combo. Not enough because the bullet doesn't get into him, and yeah, the stick not quite there. But again, Surge, it's like there's these moments where Subliners, they get control, they get a great break, but it seems so fast in Surge answer.
Well, I mean, it's just the 20 seconds, right? It's the scrap time that Surge is playing for. They've done it these last 2 hills, and that's because they're so close to winning this game, where those 15, 20 seconds,
it's a luxury of
them in the
elite.
win.
It's a luxury of elite. You're able to play for these little chunks of time, and those can be the difference, but do you really get punished on one? Do you allow Subliners to chain together hard points? Every second so valuable right now. You just get a tick or 2 inside the point.
Here's the control they want.
Skyz, start to light it up. This is exactly the lockdown that you need. Now you got to make the plays. This is where heroes are made. Subliners back to back and got to go clutch.
Are we going to have another Pred play? Yeah, that's just what I was thinking. Skyz, he's on 5 in a row. Does get taken down, but there is 3 dead.
Okay.
No, Skyz still on 5 in a row. HyDra's finding that time. Over 200 points is NYSL. And Surge, they're just trying to get out. They're trying to get out of this trap for P1, and maybe they successfully have. But KiSMET is behind him. KiSMET's behind him. He saw the one around cannon. Maybe just give the Tom, trying to put the trophy down, but he gets caught, and now you can see Surge get out. NYSL, they're going to have to deal with this. They got to go quick.
And look, I mean, where are you going to wrap out? They're trying to take it through little door to try and make the play. It's KiSMET that's able to get out and win 1. Into the hard point they go. 240 marked out, hit for Seattle Surge. Subliners need a break, and then they've got to be perfect. But Sim bins, doesn't break. Able to take down 2.
Did he stick him?
Sim still on the point. What a nade to get the kill. Seattle Surge still in. Subliners spawning out. And they are fired up as Seattle gets the dub.
That stick onto Priestahh.
He got 2 kills before that too. Like, Simp was an absolute monster at that final point.
But just the patience from Seattle Surge to get out, right? I mean, there was that moment at P5 where 30 seconds were going Subliners' way. There was about 20 seconds to go, and what does Seattle do? They 3 push out that bottom side just to flip those spawns. And they're gonna face off against Atlanta FaZe. in that winner's final.
Listen, Surge played well enough to get that win. They closed it out there, but if you're Subliners now, you got a little chip on your shoulder. You're hoping for maybe a date to get to play them again. Because you're frustrated with how the map 3 goes. You saw kind of HyDra, just a little bit of a shrug as he's fist bumping the players.
They do. I mean, you saw that Pred, like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I think it's something that all players understand. Like, sorry, sucks, but it happens. Can NYSL, though, after that, in the hot tier there, but I guess the question I was wondering coming into this was like, they've kind of cruised, right? They 3-0, 3-0, lose the map, win 3. They hadn't hit their first road bump. Now you hit it, and it's like a massive road bump, considering you lose that, plus what goes down the map 3. How do you answer?
You have to regain, because you play tonight. I mean, that's the thing. You have to refocus. You're going to play a Legion team who is, well, they won a big match today in Game 5, Round 11. They're locked in. So they're just hoping to, I mean, if you're the coaching staff, you just got to, I know it's difficult. You're human. There's emotions into this. But you have to focus on the next opponent. It's all you can do.
Yeah, it's one of those things now where I think, like you said, all the players kind of understood it. You saw it in the facial reactions. But it's like, I want to see them play again now. Any little bit of drama, I'll take it, man. But we've got Accuracy, who is so clutch in the search, big in the control, making plays all over with the young kids. Accuracy, Blaze, take it away.
Thank you so much, Clint. Give it up one time for the Iceman here in Seattle Surge for coming out on top. Now, Lamar, when it comes down to this series, okay, you know, I guess the real controversy was the control. You guys win it in an epic fashion. You know, we had to go to the rest right there, but I feel like a little bit was taken away from y'all because it was a sick comeback there towards the end, down by a few lives. You know, tell me what was happening there in those last few moments of that map.
You know, you guys have watched us play all last year. We have insane control endings. That's just our gimmick. But I honestly wish that didn't happen the way it happened. You know, I wanted that moment to be sweet. So I feel bad for the boys on that side, but the league made the ruling, and, you know, we just had to stand by it.
And you came out on top, and you had to regain, okay? Going into that map number 4, what was the game plan right there to just really, like, put all that behind and just kind of close this out?
The game plan was to win the break-off, and then they'd be absolutely checked. But then they slammed us on the break-off, and we were like, yo, reset.
Like, we ain't trying to go to bat foul.
But, you know, we just knew that we had to just close out on the map 4 right there.
And that's exactly what you guys did right there, okay? You know, when it comes down to these fans out here in the crowd who've been supporting you, anything you want to say to them right there?
The only thing I got to say is you guys are amazing. I appreciate all the support. The team loves it, and we thrive off your energy.
All right, give it up one more time for the Iceman and the Seattle Surge. What a series it was. Chris, take us away.
Thank you, Blaze, and much love to Accuracy out there. Congratulations, Seattle Surge. You are moving on into our winners bracket finals. Meanwhile, Subliners are not done. Welcome back, everybody. It's Puckett alongside Tunny. We got Alley Cat, Nameless, the whole crew ready to break things down. And Nameless, this was a long battle. We had a big pause here. We've seen this situation before, though. Players, controllers disconnecting. Ultimately, players are responsible for that, so it's a tough finish there. But can we talk about this series? Because first game wasn't very close. It was like a 70-point difference. Search, 6-2. Game 3, though, what a control we had on our hands.
Yeah, you know, looking at this series, I think Seattle, I mean, they learned a lot about their team. Embassy, Search and Destroy, we hadn't seen them play that coming into this. You know, they were 0-5 in the online league in Search and Destroy, so they had to, you know, dive into their map pool, so that gets pushed through. And then LSC Low Control, another map we hadn't seen them play, and they turn up on both of those maps, man, against a tough New York squad. So although they played the veto system really well, and that Search and Destroy some big clutches.
And here in the game 4, Allie, this was the finisher as Seattle Surge is able to put the pedal to the metal. It was Sib and Pred bringing the fight to the Subliners.
Yeah, it was really just 2 of those Fountain Hills that they really had locked down. They were late on rotation in the first time it came around, but they broke through the front here, as you can see, and ended up holding all of that time. And then the second time it came around, they were early in setup. The Seattle Surge, they're the #1 rotation team in this building today, and I feel like we really saw that in the Fortress game for this today.
I'm looking at these Pred highlights, and I'm just dropping my jaw every time. How does he run it up like this?
There's nothing you can do against a player like that on occasion. He just roams in and out, and in the middle of the map, inside of Art and inside of Cannons. He is an absolute menace. In every single stage, he's finding those routes around. There's so many different doors he can go with, and he always seems to find the right one on.
And that's what was so good about this map. Like, New York has been frying on Fortress Hardpoint, but every single time, like after the Statue Hill, Pred just played his life. Like, he slowed down the game, and honestly, it flustered New York. They couldn't find him. You heard Clint and Joe talking about it. Like, they're common, they can't find Pred, and then they don't know what to do. So once they got to their spot, they just look clueless, and, you know, Seattle able to run away with this one.
There's a shark in there somewhere. You just got to find him. Pred is constantly swimming, and he caused some problems for Subliners in this one. As we take a look, the Surge now taking on the Atlanta FaZe squad in another winner's bracket finals for Atlanta. On the other side, Toronto Ultra taking on the Thieves. That's happening here on the main stage. We're not done yet with Vegas or the Subliners either, Ton.
No, absolutely not done. That will be a very good game, and that's actually add something just pointing out. Priestahh going up against the Subliners again. That'll be interesting. Ultra against Thieves will be a banger too.
It's going to be a great night, and reminder, we've got our Scump team of the Major coming, and we got Scump giveaways throughout this week in our CDL Major 1 giveaway. Enter to win your choice of a CDL 2022 controller. To enter, retweet, follow Scump Gaming and COD League on Twitter. Tag a friend, reply with the hashtag TeamScump. Nameless, if you were going to pick one player from the match we just saw, who's your one?
Oh, if I picked anybody from that, I mean, I probably still would grab HyDra for my squad just because that kid's absolutely disgusting, but Pred as well. I mean, he's a unit.
And aLLeY, if you were going with someone from the Subliner squad, who would you call out as a Scump Team of the Major nominee?
From York Subliners?
Yep.
You'd have to go Skyz. Absolutely. I mean, he's been playing lights out all weekend. I don't want that guy on my side.
I like that call. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are done with this battle. When we come back, it's a fight in the elimination bracket. Toronto taking on LA Thieves for a spot in the top 4. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day 3, we're down to our top 6 teams left here in the CDL Major #1 bracket. We're about to send another squad home, and this is a big battle. Toronto Ultra, one of our top 2 seeds coming into the weekend, facing off a fan favorite, back-to-back major and the world champions in the LA Thieves. Welcome in, everybody. It's Chris Bucket alongside Ton. We got aLLeY, we got Nameless, and our predictions this weekend have been a mess. The games have been insane. We've seen upsets left and right. You guys had Toronto winning the last series. Yes. Ant called FaZe. Ant got it right, so I'm putting you two back on the spot first here. Let's talk about this Toronto Ultra squad, Tunny. How do you get the dub now against the LA Thieves?
You just have to bounce back after that game against FaZe. It was not a good performance by their standards. They will look at it and know they could have done better. Their hardpoint has been pretty strong, it has to be said for the most part. They had found those clutch moments. They didn't do that against FaZe. They really had to clutch them in the control, and that was the only glimmer of hope. Honestly, every single game mode needs tidying up. 1v3, 2v4 in the search and destroy against FaZe. You have to cut that out.
aLLeY, who's the person to wake up this crowd?
To wake up the crowd? Well, it has to be Scrappy, right? I mean, there's nobody else's name that you can pull out of the hat with that one. But when it does come to the Toronto Ultra, it's unfortunate that me and Ton happened to curse them, talking about them being such a well-rounded team in all game modes. Well, we saw a lot of holes in that Atlanta FaZe series. Personally, I think it was just one of those times where everybody did not come out on the same page, and they struggled to do so within the rest of the series. So I hope they've regained and regrouped heading into this against the LA Thieves, because, well, the LA Thieves are coming off a hot 3-0 against the Florida Mutineers.
Nameless, we got about 5 minutes till this match kicks off. Sweet. The players gonna take their time to warm up. So let's go through these guys one at a time. Sure. This man, KiSMET, on our screen first.
Yeah, you know, KiSMET, he's been great. Honestly, like, I'm not going to really solo out anybody on this squad, like, who underperformed in that series. I think it was, you know, more so team-oriented. Yeah. When you think about, like, that series, they had every rotation, basically, on that map, #1. They got broken so many times by Atlanta FaZe, and you don't really expect that, especially when you got a guy like KiSMET. To talk about him specifically, he's a playmaker. You know, we talk about it time and time again since they've acquired Standy, what he's been able to do. I feel like we haven't shed as much of a light onto KiSMET, a guy who most people put in their top 5 SMGs in the game. We saw the players poll, everybody had him ranked high up on their list, so he's a definite player who can take over a series.
Ton, tell me about Standy and what he's brought to this team, because I first saw him playing with a lot of energy last year. He's made some moves up to Toronto. What's he bringing to the table nowadays?
A lot. It has to be said. It's come down to it. Last year, we know that a lot of people are looking at him, and a lot of teams wanted to get a hold of him. Of course, the Toronto Ultra do, and he has brought that slaying game on the SMG side of things that we were expecting, but I think, as said, we've talked about the noise that's of course Scrappy was making, and then coming on the other side of things, Standy has really been at the races.
And we got to talk about the other side of this stage. Yep. LA Thieves are back in the building. The fans have been loud. They've been cheering on this squad, the world champs. No pressure on their shoulders in this tournament, it feels.
Yeah, it does feel like that. You know, when you look at this team and their match versus Seattle, I feel like they had so many opportunities to win it. I think fundamentally they've been fantastic. You go back and you watch those hard points, they look so good. Just a couple moments like where somebody's making a blunder. I guess Envoy had a couple mistakes, so I'm getting really nitpicky. This game does get chaotic though, so I started giving them a pass there at the end. But when you look at the LA Thieves, this is a team that should be dominating Respawn. And going up against a team like Toronto Ultra, this is an LA Thieves team that has won back-to-back events. They have so much teamwork coming into this title. This is a new team they're going against. They should have the definitive edge. You know, they just need to get everybody consistently playing at their best. We saw yesterday Kenny had a bad performance, and it was Envoy who had a bad performance. Everybody has to put it together at the same time.
Now, what people might not have seen was the hot 3-0 over the Florida Mutineers this morning, aLLeY. They were doing that over on Bravo to start the day.
Yeah, and if you missed it, I mean, the scores were, they opened it up in an embassy hardpoint. It was 250 to 233. So it was close to start off, but once you head into that search and destroy, 6-3 domination on the side of LA Thieves. Drazah dropped a 2.4, going 12-5, and then into the hotel control, 3-1, blown completely out of the water ramp.
And there's also another key stat, like Drazah's been ridiculous in search and destroy this weekend. They're #1 LA Thieves in first blood rate, and Drazah's 13-4 specifically in his opening duels for this squad. So he's been putting some work in the search as well. motherfucker.
Johnny, is that Alaska's finest creation when it comes to gaming right there? Is there anyone ever better in games from Alaska than Drazah?
You're asking the man that's from Newcastle. And I don't even know where Alaska is on the map, bro. I don't know. You tell me.
I figured all of you small towns kind of knew each other. There's a bunch of them up there. Here's a look at the best of 5. Thank you, production, for getting us out of that conversation as we take a look at Mercado. Hotel, Mercado. 2 maps, 5 games. Let's break this one down, Tony. Starting with you, how do you see it playing out? Who has the advantage?
HyDra are gone after that game against FaZe from the side of Toronto, so they don't want to see that again. Mercado coming in, Hotel there for the hard points. We need to see a turnaround on the Hotel hard point. I need to see Tire Search and Destroy.
I think that great Game 3 Hotel Control is really going to be the one we have to keep our eyes on here, because thank goodness, no Embassy S&D for the side of Toronto, but this Hotel Control is where we saw Toronto create a little bit of a reverse sweep going down 0-2 over holding the A site back to back. Not something we really see in that game mode specifically and on that map, and that's going to be our map 3. But again, LA Thieves, for those of us on the desk who have missed that map, they won it 3-1 versus Florida, so that'll be a battle there in the middle.
3-1.
And one thing I want to keep an eye out as well, Mercado, last time that we seen Toronto Ultra play that, at least online, CleanX had a real bad time of things, but they still were so close in that game. They are a good team on this map. Rotations are paramount, and they are good at that.
And they beat OpTic and PaulEhx on that map as well, so they have fixed all their issues there. And for LA Thieves, they faced a tough defeat last night versus Seattle on Mercado, so you got to favor Toronto on the map 1.
I love the chat. They just said Toronto about to have a 3-night stay at the hotel. They're feeling that map for the Ultra LA Thieves coming into this one, feeling confident as well. Chat, let's get your predictions. If you're feeling the Ultra, I need to see a 1 in the chat. If you're feeling LA Thieves, throw up a 2. Let's get the predictions here from you, Nameless. How you feeling this one? How's it going to break down?
I'm going with a 3-2 LA Thieves. I believe in this squad. I think fundamentally they look fantastic. Just a couple of issues. Player performance-wise yesterday, I think that's fixed coming into this series.
aLLeY? I think I'm going to take the flip side of Ant's decision-making here, just because I think LA Thieves are just not consistent right now. I feel like they're very back and forth. Like, the S&D is, like, the fact that they won that 6-3 versus Florida Mutineers doesn't make sense to me. So I'm going to go with the Toronto Ultra.
And what about you, Tony?
Wrong clock is right twice a day. I'm going to go Toronto Ultra again. We'll say 3-1 again. I think they can bounce back here. I think Miles saying that the team would be pissed that they lost that. I think they come in with a bit of fire here.
I just saw someone in the chat asking what's on the line. Here is a reminder of what has happened so far and where we're at in the tournament. We started with 16 teams in 4 different groups. Our top 8 made it to our double elimination bracket. We finished our quarterfinals earlier. Then we went into our winter semis, which you just saw the Surge passing the Subliners and FaZe passing Toronto Ultra. Now it's teams like LA Thieves and Vegas Legion who have been fighting since 1 p.m. today, trying to stay alive in this bracket. This is a massive matchup to find out who's moving into our top 4, and it all starts right now. Please welcome to the main stage, my man, GuyBlaze.
All right, Raleigh, we got an elimination matchup on our hands coming to the stage. Only one team can stay to Championship Sunday, and I'm ready to get this one started. The first team coming out has been looking a little chilly, but we'll see if they can shake off some of that frost. Get ready, here comes Toronto.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Raleigh, get loud, here comes Toronto Ultra. Give it up for Standy, CleanX, Insight, and Scrap, the Toronto Ultra.
The Toronto Ultra ran into a freight train in their last match, but prior to that, they were looking ridiculous. Scrappy was calling out all of the competition, and now he's got to bounce back from what was his worst professional performance. We'll see what this kid is made of in this series, guy. Let's bring out the other squad.
Let's bring him out. trying to show us why West Coast is the best coast, looking to bring some of that Cali heat to the stage. I give to you the kings of Call of Duty.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long, here we go. Number 6. Oh my God! Drazah! It's all coming in. They haven't got the first thing, but yet Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Get loud for your world champions! Here come the LA Thieves! Make some noise for Envoy, Kenny, Drazah, and Octane! Your LA Thieves!
The human turret, the Alaskan assassin, Kylo Ken, and the Prince, the back-to-back, looking to go back-to-back-to-back. But they have to do it here. It is a loser's run in the cards, and it's Toronto Ultra on the other side. Blaze, I'm ready to get this started. Let's run it up.
Allie, you got me hype, okay? Riley, y'all ready? Let's run it up and run it back. Lando Study, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Let's do it, buddy. I tell you what, man, you and I had a wild, and I mean wild, Game 5, Round 11 earlier. And to be honest with you, we came into this thinking, this one could very well be the exact same.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very tough matchup for both of these squads. This is for top 4, man.
Yeah.
This is to make it all the way to Championship Sunday. This is where you see what you're really made of. If you're looking at Scrap, this is a guy who just came off with a difficult loss versus Atlanta FaZe, but now you're going up against the world champions. You got to be on your A game.
Oh yeah, I mean, it feels like for both teams, really, you're gonna have your wits tested. Again, for Toronto Ultra, a young roster still kind of, it's in the feeling out process, but there's been a lot of hype around a lot of the progression that they've made, right? In the online qualifiers, beating teams like OpTic Texas, beating teams like Atlanta FaZe, or rather OpTic Texas to start off the tournament. A lot of hype around this team, a lot of hype around this guy. He calls out saying, you know what, wait for somebody to shoot back. Finally, somebody did. How do they respond?
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is how are they going to respond after their first loss in quite some time? They only lost their very first matchup of the entire season to the Minnesota Røkkr. But then now, coming off of that series versus Atlanta FaZe, they fell short in both hard points. But I think the biggest map that I took away was that Search and Destroy. Yeah. That's usually a backbone for this Toronto Ultra roster. When you allow 1v3 to happen, when you allow 2v4 to happen, momentum starts to shift. So hopefully they had some time off, time to clear their heads, because they got to come in ready to go versus this squad.
Yeah, LA Thieves, I mean, I don't know, man, it's kind of weird. Like, they are our defending world champions. They have gone back-to-back, but it feels like they've been kind of under the radar. I don't know if it's just the action over on Bravo where they've been killing it, whether or not it was their match yesterday versus Seattle, but this is going to be a very difficult opponent without question for both of these teams. This is going to be a battle. But talk to me, man, where are we headed for game 1?
Oh, we're going to the Mercado Las Almas. That's how we started
better on land. Sounds even better on land, baby.
The way that Toronto usually like to play this map, they've had 2 dominant performances versus Poyodrome and OpTic. The one difficult loss was coming to the Atlanta FaZe. They lost it by about 17 points. And that's because KiSMET is only able to drop like 7 kills.
Yeah.
If you're telling me KiSMET is going to give you 7 and you lose by 13.
Yeah, right?
You change that to 9, you're probably able to close this one out.
Maybe 8.
This map number 1 is so big for both of these squads. And here we go. LA Thieves starting off on the better side. I love the break off already from Toronto Ultra. No pressure through that middle alley. We're trying to flip the spawns immediately. The LA Thieves, they read the push.
Here we go, Raleigh, into game number 1. Toronto with quite a bit of success on Mercado lately. Meanwhile, on the other side for Thieves, this is a map check that they lost basically 24 hours ago versus the Seattle Surge. A lot of it was coming down to slang. A lot of it was coming down to some broken rotations. A team that has gone through it all, a team that has won on the biggest of stages, now is going to have to try and adapt. A nice little start for LA team over at P1. They've decided to hop off the OBJ. Reason for that, they're trying to hold on for spawns here at Cantina for next.
Oh, and these are big shots coming in from Envoy. You're maintaining the right side of the map. Making sure you want to hold down this Cantina side, even with a couple players dropping. You see Toronto Ultra still spawning over towards Finn, so Thieves are going to be able to put themselves in a great position to win this rotation. And when you talk about hardpoint for the Thieves so far this season, they are dead last in rotation win percentage, starting off on a better foot early on into this game.
Without a doubt, valuing the importance of Cantina. We'll be here a few times throughout this map as Toronto, well, they prepare, they get ready. 3 players strong. KliNX able to find one, standing on the meanwhile, trying to make a trade. Octane tagged up and ultimately eliminated, and there you have it. The stats ultimately showcasing what has been the problem lately for Thieves. Rotation loss, Toronto break.
Toronto Ultra get the break, and they know exactly where everyone is coming from. Good chunk of time here. With about 25 seconds left, you're gonna now force LA Thieves off that early rotation. They're able to take down the last 2 players in Kenny and Drazah, trying to attack that remaining junk time. So Ultra gonna have a nice little comfortable lead. Take their time off this rotation. It all comes down to these trades. KliNX at least finds one onto Envoy. But now, it's all about just staying alive for your teammates because there's more bodies here for LA Thieves.
Oh, and a great little turnaround there for KliNX on 4 in a row. He and Insight with a bit of a spree. It's LAT, bit of a headbutt. They've got the rotation now. Scrappy lost it earlier, but it could be Standy to pick up the pieces. Only 2 players still alive inside of the objective, but Standy, great work. The entry man doing what he has to. Boy, has he had a turnaround so far in MW2, and you can give him that kill also. Not only do Toronto break, but it's Standy leading the way again.
And that's a clean 4 dead. What a start to this hardpoint from Ultra. Worried about their hardpoint, looking at the last series that they played, but they completely disregard that. They're coming out swinging in this map number 1. Now off the rotation, Scrap's gonna have a huge gunfight versus Kenny. You see in the spawns right now for parking lot, all gonna be towards the Thieves. Great drop shot coming in from Octane to at least find the first. Kenny with the second, and at least you take control of that back alley. Now you're gonna force all of Ultra to try to break this through the back, or at least push through the middle of the map.
And as we prepare for Barbershop up next, one player that's gotta be turning things up a little bit is gonna be Drazah, starting things off at 2 and 9. We discussed kind of coming into this. The desk touched on it as well. How great that Drazah has been looking for the LA Thieves all throughout Major 1. And one of the headlines of these teams facing off against each other is going to be that battle. Drazah versus Scrappy. 2 of some of the better AR players that we've got in the game getting to duel as the LA Thieves begin to pick up the pace. And it appears that Barbershop very well could turn into a full 60. Maybe the last contest getting ready to come in for Toronto. Scrappy, the farthest pushed up player. Toronto may vintage Octus.
This is a perfect setup from LA Thieves. You have one player who's pushed out towards Cantinas and Octane. Fortunately, doesn't find that second kill. Drazah is there for the trade, but that is a full 60 hold for LA Thieves to get themselves right back into the game. Ultra had to cut their losses. Now it's time to get set up for Courtyard. You have one player in Scrap who's watching that deep pinches. Envoy and Drazah are trying to take him down. Scrap at least takes down the first, and you have to try to at least win one of these gunfights off the rotation. Envoy opens up the pinch now.
How great historically is Envoy in situations like this? Finds one on the pinch, and it looks like he will be able to sneak on through. Something that Toronto was not prepared for is that they could break in just like that. It's a
Beautiful.
3-for-1, make it a 4-for-1 trade. Picture perfect COD. They're out of the LA Thieves. We talked about Toronto early. They were breaking. Now it's LA Thieves' turn as we are inbound for a lead change. However, here comes the streak from Insight. We'll see what kind of damage this can do. Keeping in mind that this hardpoint is on the outside. It forces the players inside of 10. One break after another. Now it's Toronto's turn.
Big break coming in from Ultra. Try to give themselves a little bit more of a cushion in the point column. You still see LA Thieves. They're just trying to hold them off. They know that they have to attack this from the right, going into the second story of Cantina, which is going to be peak 6. They're just trying to win a couple of these gunfights. Great team shots coming in from Kenny and Octane, but look at the player who's currently sitting down low. Standy's the guy that's going to make the play.
Where's this guy been at? Really, we've been seeing all kinds of gunfights going down.
I don't know if they know he's here.
Surely not. Surely not. Standy making the play again here for Toronto. And
what a
you
break.
can see what his teammates will do once they know that it is all clear. Standy once more makes the play for Ultra. KliNX eventually does get evaporated, but that play, Jay, that patience ends up working out phenomenally. And he just continues to go on a run. Eventually drops, but 155 to 110 LAT. A decision to make, a late break or a rotate. And it's Insight with the SMG, putting it to good use. Another few down for Thieves.
And this is where it gets scary because there's only one player towards the back of the parking lot. One player is now going to spawn all the way across the map. Standy finds another kill. 2 players left at the RV. Envoy and Octane at least combined for 2. But now the pitch is going to be here for Scrap. He knows the positioning of Octane, not able to win the gunfight. A huge one to maintain the spawns for LA Thieves. They're able to win that rotation. With a great hold here, they can get themselves right back into the game. That was a big gunfight.
It was, and on Mercado, I mean, how often do we talk about it? You can get a good 40, 50, 60 points off of these hard points with really just one gunfight. But so far, Mercado has been about the breaks. Both teams have done it, but Toronto has seen more success, and oftentimes it has come from that SMG play. LA Thieves, topside spawns. KiSMET waiting for a few to come off of the respawn. Insight goes for the jump spot. Is he gonna be red? Yes, he will. Trades still favoring either in 1v1, and it's another dub there for Thieves. 2 gunfights that are basically going to equal out to a good 40, 50 points.
It's a big chunk of time right here if you can pick this up if you're Drazah. Scrap is not gonna get this one up. We go for the slide, and unfortunately Octane is there for the assistance. Now we're gonna find ourselves in a 20-point difference in this map. Number 1, going to the second rotation of hardpoints. A team kill does come in from Envoy, and if you pay attention to the mini-app, Ultra have now controlled the better side going into that P2. You may need to maintain cantinas, soak as much time as you possibly can off of P1, but if you're LA Thieves, the spawns have to flip.
They absolutely have to. Drazah doing some work. He started off incredibly slow, but now on his 6th spree. Trying to make a bit of an impact toward the outside alley. He eventually does get dropped, and really Toronto, as they continue to soak away these seconds, it's putting that much more of a sense of urgency on the mind for the Thieves. Getting Levin to hop in for a moment. He's got a little bit of a crossfire being established. The AR is watching over top of him, as that's going to be some good work. 28 seconds down. Toronto still holding on to those spawns, not giving them up easily at all, as Kenny looks to get involved, eventually dropped. Octane's here to at least find one. 3 players for Thieves off of the spawn, as Toronto have cleared the waves and played patiently for this very moment.
Now the break needs to come in. LA Thieves so far in hardpoint on the season are the #2 breaking team that we have in the CDL. The airstrike is going to get infested by Drazah. Nothing is going to be able to connect, but it's all out pressure through tunnel. You have to hold your irons up if you are the players on Ultra. Unfortunately, they're going to be able to run out the fight, and Envoy finds 2. That's a beautiful break for LA Thieves to now take control of Canteen.
Again, this hardpoint's been all about breaking consistently, time and time again. And when LA Thieves absolutely oh, you gotta be kidding me, Drazah! Thieves are starting to feel it. Everybody's going on a spree. I mean, Drazah started off like 2 and 9. And now he's been going on spree after spree. Thieves have taken over the advantage as they've got the final 15 locked up. Shades of what happened in the opening HP for Toronto versus Atlanta earlier. Started off in the driver's seat and then allowed for hills to be broken. We'll see if they can make do as we head toward 10 now.
Not going over towards this next hill. You see the pinch coming in. Octane, that's a player that's trying to push around towards garage side. Just playing it nice and patient. Knows that the rest of the team is pushing towards back alley. Big opening kill from Envoy. Now the pinch is going to be in. Unfortunately, Octane does get taken down. KiSMET finds another. Insight finds 2. That's a great way to hold so far if you are Ultra. Clean 4 dead. First push done.
First push done, out of the way. They give the green light there to the Great Dane. He eventually falls. Another lead change, this time in favor of the Ultra boys. In a great spot, technically could win it off this far point. Teams are gonna have to contest. They do exactly what they have to, but job is not done. Insight ends up losing out on his teammates, and now he is the only one up here. Are they aware of his position? Is gonna be the question. Octane reads him, drops him again. Another break from Thieves. Back and forth we go.
Back and forth we go, but at least you win that rotation gunfight across the map if you are Ultra. Now you need one good hill, but number 5, Envoy, he's actually going to spawn in the back. So all you want to do is just stay alive in this situation. That player that's currently pushed up in Cantina allows that spawn to happen. Envoy's going to be the playmaker. Now there's only one guy you gotta look for. He's able to break the hill. Unfortunately, runs out of ammo, but Ultra, they still hold on.
Oh my goodness, Toronto, they dodge a bullet. Envoy somehow spawns back there, but all of his teammates are dead, and so is he. A 4 down, Toronto trying to lock it down, but here comes Drazah. Erupts again. Now it's up to Standy. A neck-and-neck game at one of the craziest hard points that we have seen in a while. Ultra spawn out. Thieves, they can feel the victory. They can feel a game 1
turn the game around when they need to at that P2 hard point. When we hit the second rotation of these hard points, Ultra did a great job of just keeping them off that middle time. But when you invest that airstrike the way that they did, the collapse comes about in towards bottom cantinas. They find every single kill, and they were able to break that with about 40 seconds left. That's what allows them to now get a comfortable lead. You get the break over towards 10 eventually before allowing Ultra to get another clean 4 dead. You get some remaining time off there, and then I thought once Envoy had that spawn in the back, that was basically gonna do it. But LA Thieves, they learned from their mistakes yesterday. The way that they lost that map is by completely leaving middle map open. Drazah finds that initial 2-piece, non-stop pressure through middle, and then you play aggressive and win a couple gunfights out towards the back alley. What a back and forth hardpoint we had, but LA Thieves are world champions for a reason. Touch up in map number 1.
And man, I tell you what, that scoreline just is exactly, it's basically a clone of what we saw last year in Vanguard. One player, I think it's Envoy, who ends up going positive, yet they managed to win the game. And they managed to win the game off of breaks. Oftentimes, if you're breaking like crazy toward the stretch, we expect for that team to be outslaying. That was really not the case. Scrappy has another off performance here in game number 1, but it felt like Toronto was pretty much ahead of the wave. But as you called it, man, it was like P1 looked good. They really invested the rotations. Thieves break in there. Then it's all out Scrappy toward 10. I tell you what, dude, it got a little bit worrisome when Envoy spawns in the back, but Toronto, they clear the way. Drazah finds a clutch double, and they jump in from there. An incredible turnaround once more for the Thieves, and that's got to be a bit of frustration there for Ultra. You've been able to rely on Mercado a lot lately.
Yeah, Mercado has been one of their strong suits, especially when you talk about this hard point game mode. And this time around, they lose by 13, and KiSMET does not drop 7. It just came down to a couple of those holds. We saw it in the Atlanta FaZe series. Great after break for the Atlanta FaZe boys. Toronto Ultra setups right now. They got a clean 4 dead, but then the adjustments weren't there. You just play the same exact positionings, and then you allow to slowly get picked apart. These are one of the best teams that we have in the hard point at break percentage. Number 2 overall, and it showed definitely in that map number 1.
Yeah, they started to strut, they started to feel themselves, and well, as we said, another little bit of an off game there for Scrappy. I think he goes -10 at the end of the day. He talked a lot yesterday. Wanted somebody to shoot back. Has some problems versus Atlanta. Struggles in that opener. Again, Scrappy, I mean, just looked absolutely unbelievable. You just wonder if this is the series, this is the map rather, coming up where he could turn things around, as I believe we're headed to Hotel for game 2.
Yeah, we got a triple hotel in the middle. It's a Mercado sandwich with all hotels for the 2, 3, 4. But just to talk a little bit more about that map number 1. You remember that gunfight in back parking lot with Scrap when he pushes through garage? If he wins that one-on-one versus Octane, they're able to flip those spawns. And Toronto Ultra are able to chain 3 hills back-to-back. The game is probably done and dusted, but the human return snaps. He finds that kill. You control the spawns. Great hold on parking lot to keep themselves in the game. And for a young man like Scrappy, I was really looking forward to the trash talk between him and Drazah in this series.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen at some point.
Just right now, it's just the way he's playing, coming off of that tough loss versus Atlanta, a tough map number 1. Scrap needs to respond in this search and destroy.
Yeah, all eyes, without a doubt, are gonna be on the Scrappy and the boys from Toronto Ultra. So much hype around this team, but I mean, it feels like a lot of the talent, we're like, yeah, not even a dark horse at all. It feels like they might even be the favorites. Then they have that matchup versus Atlanta FaZe, and everything has changed. We talk about Ultra, how do they handle adversity? A new roster, a young roster at that, facing off against a team that has a world of experience, including a world championship on top of it. How do they reply? Coming into this hotel, or will it be more of the same? Confidence out of the LA Thieves. Jay, as we head into hotel, we're gonna be here for a while. Talk to us about this map, talk to us about really how both of these teams have fared off so far on this map and mode.
So far, the LA Thieves, they're undefeated on Search and Destroy on Hotel compared to Toronto, who are 1-1. But just when you talk about S&D for both of these squads, 46% chance at getting your first blood is the LA Thieves, but even if they do that, it's a 56% chance, even in the 4v3, that they walk away with the round. If you are the Ultra, it's all about that first blood for them, because 51% on their side. If they find that first kill, 87% round win.
Right now for the Thieves, it is a 2-2 split. And oftentimes, if you've got both of your SMGs hanging out in a restaurant, it's not just for a pick, but it's also maybe even for a bait. The only player at ear's distance of this is going to be Scrappy. Can he start off this round hot? Lays in a few shots toward Octane. An influential 1v1 that went the LA Thieves way last time these two met up in a big moment. They will bend to hold off this duel for another episode. 30 seconds left. Now it's on for the Toronto retake.
Yeah, Toronto have to retake. You have to at least find that initial kill. There's not going to be any trophies on the map currently. Drazah's going to go for the challenge. Unfortunately, KiSMET is able to line him up. It's only 20 seconds left. We have to get closer to this bomb if you are Ultra.
Do indeed. Scrappy has finally seen the bomb for the first time, and there you have it. 3 quickly hit the deck. All on to Kenny. 10 seconds to go. This pick would be huge, but KiSMET there to walk away with 3. Toronto a tad late to the party, but boy, do they arrive with some emphasis, some oomph, as they grab round number 1.
And that round, just great plays from Scrap. The fact that he gets the information that the player's going to be playing towards top desk. The bomb eventually does get planted, but he does not panic. He allows his team to get back into the play. You find the first blood. You get aggressive towards desk as they try to back up. And eventually you slowly pick them apart one by one. Clean defensive round to start us off for Ultra.
A clean and a very difficult retake at that. As Toronto find themselves up 1-0, and now we'll see what they have eyed up for us here on attack. Both these teams, quite a bit of experience here on Hotel. It seems to be a fan favorite map here at MW2. Oh, KiSMET is hungry, man. He is hungry. Come at me. All right, there's a nade. Maybe not. And probably the safer of the two options in that moment. KiSMET decides to go ahead and hold it. Meanwhile, we could be taking a look at a rotation and Insight. Well, he is totally fine to park the bus right here.
Yeah, Insight's just going to be that island player to watch that late flank, because the bomb is now going to rotate over towards that A site. Early shots from Octane, but Scrap with the snap. Able to find that first blood. Kenny at least finds a trade, so now in the 2v2. As Insight takes down one, Standy with another. All left up to Drazah. He does have that dead silence to work with. The timing can be beautiful.
He's going to need it. Decides to pop it. Bomb quickly gets planted. He's going to look directly toward his left. Looking for a sound cue. Tosses out a nade. Says a prayer. Nullifies one. Not going to happen. Toronto, I believe they might have gotten the first blood, but ultimately it was not favorable numbers in the mid round. Now, I want to say it's the patience that pays off for Inside and Restaurant. Standy finds a pick through mid, and that's just the Toronto twosome deciding to join up alongside of each other. Great mid-round coordination.
Yeah, right there, when Insight, he's being the island player, paying his super patient in towards Diner, he at least finds one, then with the repositioning is able to stay alive. Allows Standy to attack through couches, eventually find another kill, and then instantly plant that bomb over towards B. Drazah just couldn't get there at the right time to stop the bomb plant. Now Ultra up 2-0.
Nice little clutch. Scrappy looks to bring out the snipe coming in around 3. Thieves, they could be lined up for that sniper to be somewhat of an emphasis. KiSMET, man, he's just hungry to get in a fight. As he does get dropped, a nice little first blood coming in from Drazah. As he does eventually get traded as well. So trades aplenty. Scrappy looking to get involved, but the bomb has been planted. Last time Toronto thrived in a retake situation. We'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, this was going to be a little bit more difficult because they do not have plat control. They do not have bottom bedroom. You have to check every single corner if you can, but Envoy is able to at least find one. Now it turns into a 2v2 with about 20 seconds left. Standy still sitting at 3-0.
Get Inside, have to work together. They're gonna have to get here quick. They're gonna have to get here fast. Where's Octane hiding? Meanwhile, Kenny toward top light. It is picture perfect work out of 2 longtime teammates. Toronto were late to the party in round 1, still figured it out. And well, Octane, he's having a laugh. He enjoyed that round.
Definitely did. Just laid behind the desk for a
He loves
majority
some
of the round.
COD, and who can blame him, honestly?
Especially on the Hotel, man. When you're getting free bomb plants at A, like, it's very difficult to retake that site, especially when you take control of plat steps, bottom bedroom. You force all of Ultra to now check every single corner. Simply did not have enough time. As now LA Thieves finally get one on the board. Back on the defensive end. This time it's looking like the bomb is going to go full out aggression towards this same side, but Octane, he finds the first.
Octane will strike. Known to be one of the best snipers in all of the CDL. Probably, in terms of leaderboard, COD history. Oh, the snap is there, but Doesn't end up connecting. Oh, does he have some pistol work for us? Not gonna happen, but Drazah's there for the trade. A round influenced by Octane. Finds a double and the assist will now leave Insight all by his lonesome. A 1v3. Has already had a few clutches this weekend. And known as one of the more clutcher players in the league. See if he's got something in store, Jay. He's got some time.
LA Thieves aren't giving him anything to work with now. At least he's able to find the first kill onto Kenny. He gets the second player. But unfortunately, the trade is going to be there from Envoy. That round simply all comes down to the confidence level running through Octane's veins. He whips out the sniper, gets the first blood onto Scrap, and then he's hitting top bedroom with the snipe looking at the door. He misses the first shot, finds the second, and then is eventually able to close out the round. Oh, that's the special stuff right there.
That is. I like that. As you know, Jay, I've said the human turret quite a few times in my lifetime. And for good reason. Man is a turret. He was laughing, having a good time. Just got to remind himself as he's drinking some good old H2O. 2-2, Thieves, back-to-back rounds. And it is a mid-hit on offense here for the Thieves. Player number 1 and Stanley's going to have to be prepared for it. And he will be. Pulling out the tack, and Scrap will find the third. A interesting strat from the Thieves that is surely not going to pay off.
Yep, now Drazah in the 1v4 at least finds one, but does not check his corner. Right there, the adjustments on the setup for Ultra. Scrap was the only one that was playing towards that A site for the last couple of defensive rounds. This time you put KiSMET in towards bottom bedroom. Watch that bomb cross. You have Standy, who gives up the aggression in towards B, pulls out the tack, 56, holds down the middle, finds that initial two-piece, and basically shuts down the play of LA Thieves. Toronto Ultra are able to take the round, now up 3-2.
I can only imagine, you know, Standy, he's looking for somebody over at the arches.
Yeah, that's
somebody
what he's definitely
out,
looking at.
over like near the museum area, the statues. He's like, oh, everybody's right here. Okay, well, we run the round. There you have it, just like that. Well, interesting little strat brewing right now for Toronto. They have Insight and Scrap who were trying to line up the early first blood versus Octane. That does not pan out because those two have been distanced back. It's really going to be another kill from long range. Octane with the other, and we'll see if Scrappy can get out of dodge in time. He will at least be able to accrue the bomb, but a quick 2v4. And Standy will find a big kill. Gonna set up that rotation now over toward B. And right now, that would be the smarter strategy to make, as they've got pretty much full control over the top side of the map.
Yeah, Standy just pushed right on through towards Kitchen. Pops that dead silence, is able to clear out the entire site, so it's gonna be a free B-bomb plant for Scrap. They're gonna hurry. And now the pitch is gonna be here. LA Thieves have more bodies, they have to win a trade.
Oh, and Standy stays alive? Are you kidding? How in the world has he managed this? Back to back, use the pots and pans, everything you can. Over in the kitchen, it's now up to Scrappy to try to hold it off. Can the rookie go big? Drazah and Octane, 25 seconds left, the bomb to defuse, and he's at least spotted one. Tosses out the nade, confidence is key. And boy, does he have a lot of it. A 1v1, oh, there goes his way. Come on, Scrappy. I believe that was a 2v4 on top of a 1v2. And we'll look at it again. Lost a 1v1 versus Octane in that Mercado and makes good on it this time in a big moment in the S&D. Confidence for Ultra, 4-2.
Just a big play right there out of Scrap to throw that nade before a couple bullets have to come out of his gun. Once you get that nade hit marker, you hit Drazah with one nade, just play the clock beautifully. Ready for the challenge, is able to clutch up the round. So now Ultra up 4-2. Saw the adjustments on their defensive setup last time around. Simply not giving up that free bomb plant, but this time around, both players drop. Now it's a 4v2. KiSMET still at least has the cross.
Well, it was a 2v4 last time. See if Toronto can make good on it again. Thieves, all out aggressive, frustrated, and how they just let that last round go. Swing round, inbound. And Insight, he doesn't want the shoulder of one. Again, as we said, it just feels like clutches for him are a little bit easier. And he'll look to reposition.
And the dead silence resets. Insight's going to the complete opposite side of the map. The players from LA Thieves are currently at. Now no more Denny to work with. 25 seconds. LA Thieves just need to play their life. It's gonna be Drazah in the first line of defense, and Octane, he lines it up. Plays it beautifully. You find the initial 2-piece into 4v2. This time, do you not allow that 2v4 to happen? Everyone just jumps right at KiSMET and towards bottom bedroom. They make sure that they make it at least a 1v3. They get the bomb down, and you close out the round. Now down 4-3.
It feels like for Thieves, like, we've heard their comms previously. I imagine Kitty was just like, dude, we're just allowed for them to clutch out a 2. Let's just hit it. Like, let's just go for it. That's the funniest thing about this LA Thieves team. It's just the confidence that this roster has for obvious reasons, but also it feels like everybody can communicate. Like, everybody's more than willing to make the calls on this roster, so there's no doubt. And when somebody says, you know what, let's just do it, everybody's going to be on board. A lot of trust with this LA Thieves roster. In a big spot right now, an opportunity to go up 2-0, see a championship Sunday. A lot of it's going to come down to this spot. Insight, a great first pick. Can he at least find the second? Not going to happen, but does deliver the information to his teammates. Oh, it's a dolphin diving. Octane manages to escape.
And keep in mind that Standy has the bomb. Standy could have got that bomb down on A for free, but he decides to be the first line of defense, and unfortunately now his teammate is going to drop. So now in the 3v2, Drazah unfortunately does not spot the cross on towards the site. Now he gets the information. Both players are going to be here. Scrap with some great shots, at least finds one, but Octane lines them both up. Beautiful 2-piece through the middle of the map. LA Thieves with the better game plan, better decision making, now tied up at 4.
Just feeling confident are the Thieves. They feel confident in a moment like that to make the rush, and as you said, man, I mean, Standy obviously feels the need to fill the gap, but if he goes over, plants that bomb, plays a tad more patient, it's probably a different situation.
Yeah, it's totally different situation right there, because inside he gets all the information that 3 players are pushing through Diner. You see 3 players on the map. If you're Standy, it's only 1 guy you have to focus on towards that A site. You could have got that bomb down, flipped the spawns, and took control of bedroom. But since one of his teammates dropped, you basically were trapped on that site. And LA Thieves were ready for it. 4-4.
That lead for Ultra completely erased. Feels like Thieves, when they've been confident, they've been focused, the rounds have come pretty easily for them. Insight, impressive work. Finds the first, backs up, and now gives the call to his teammates. All 4 of these purple arrows are focused in over at Kitchen. But do the Thieves decide to push on forward, or can they make the rotation? They do have Drazah with that mid-cross, so they actually could make this over through the catwalk and instantly get into A side fast.
Oh, KiSMET. The lead spots one towards top cat. Eventually has to fall on down, and this is where Toronto are able to strike. They knew where the pressure was coming in. That play falls into the hands of Insight. The fact that he's able to get one and then back out with his life makes it a lot more difficult for Thieves to try to take any map control. Great round right there from Ultra to adjust on the defensive end, stack 3 over towards B, and now puts them at game point.
Big moment here for Ultra. Did not want to let this one go. It felt like clutch situations got the better of them versus the Atlanta FaZe. Standy and Insight having themselves a phenomenal game so far, 20-11 combined. Is this where we seal the deal and head it to a control, or do we have ourselves a round 11 in play? Drazah, great shots. The cut down Standy. Meanwhile, KiSMET has been on this bomb plant the entire time. A retake inbound for Thieves, man advantage as well.
4v3, 40 seconds to Røkkr. Scrap's gonna have advantage full. He's at least able to spot one into Envoy, but Envoy with the dippity dodge is able to at least allow his teammates to give a little bit of assistance. That nade is now gonna slow them down, and time is starting to tick. KiSMET finds one, but Octane with the trade.
Time continues to tick away. Scrappy, a pick here is necessary, if not 2. Focuses on 1, but can't find either. It's all onto Insight.
15
but
seconds.
boy, does he have a great position. He has got great positioning right now for 2. He just has to cut down Envoy. And Envoy's on the defuse. He has no idea. Go over the top. Oh, Insight! He will close it out for the team. There is no time for a defuse. And the clutch player making the clutch plays gives Toronto what they need, and they're already out of here.
Man, what a series we got in our hands, man. 13-point hard point, 2-round difference in the search and destroy. Let's just take a look at the end of this last round. There's only 15 seconds left. All Insight needs to do is take the player off bomb. He cannot see it from this positioning, but I think Kenny just gets some really bad timing. He's thinking that the windows are going to be closed out. Glass has not been broken. He has to try to attack this from top plat. But just that split-second decision allows Insight to hit that jump out the top window, find the kill, and clutch up the round for Ultra. A much-needed search and destroy from them. And keep in mind, if that 2v4 didn't happen, that was potentially all the way going to be around number 11. Pressure going to be totally different. But Ultra, they respond. Great S&D gameplay from start to finish. And now tie the series up at 1.
Yeah, a big swing of momentum quickly there for Ultra as they win a very interesting round number 10. Insight making the high-level plays, jumps off the top rope, gets the clutch. And now we've got ourselves a neck-and-neck game, kind of like how we thought. I mean, it would go roughly. I mean, I definitely didn't predict the 2v4. A wild little jump out of the top window from Insight, but here we are, Jake.
I know.
Here we are, buddy.
Now we're at least treated to a hotel control where both of these teams are undefeated. Next map is everything for both of these squads.
It is indeed. You talked about how this is going to be the most important map of the series. Both of these teams level. Who will grab the advantage? It's an elimination game. Winner guaranteed top 4 and a trip to Championship Sunday. The loser is eliminated. Hotel control is up right after this break.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to Major One. We are having some fun during our commercial breaks. Jay, well, we got a nice little contest going on. I think somebody just won a controller off of this, and one thing I know, Jay, way more accurate than me. That's all I know. These guys are way more accurate than I am.
Oh, yeah, they definitely are more accurate than you, Landon. You're probably missing every single one of those targets, you know, my friend?
Wow, not even one.
It's probably because we're fathers now.
These guys had 10 bullets.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
going 10%.
He ran out of ammo. It didn't even matter. At least he hit a couple targets, but, like, we're parents now. We don't have that ability anymore.
Okay, well, as if you don't. You absolutely do.
Oh, yeah, but I'm a former pro player like you on the other hand. Shot, man.
That's true. It's very true. Shot could definitely use a little bit of work. By the way, in the middle of a great series going on between Toronto, LA Thieves. Hope you guys have been having a blast with it. Insight just made a very crazy clutch to close out that hotel, as now we are level at 1. And into game 3 we go.
Someone is going to take their very first loss on a hotel control today. 5-0 for LA Thieves, 4-0 for the Ultra. Biggest thing that I take away, at least watching Ultra in control, is that they have a 68% win rate in control rounds. And the struggle for LA Thieves usually comes on the attack at a 37% win rate on the attacking side. But it's a whole lot of pressure through the middle of the map. Neither one of these squads want to give up anything. It's like an Ultra just trying to win a couple gunfights in through mid, but LA Thieves, they shut down that first push.
Yep, 2 zones in control. The attacking team can do their best to try and get as many segments as possible. 3 segments per zone. You capture an entire zone. Well, you got another minute added on to the clock. And if we do head to that round number 5, most segments gets the more preferred side in our final one. And really when it comes to the hotel, Jay, it is all about that A zone. At least in terms of what's easiest to capture. No surprise at all as Standing nearly snaps on the second. And we saw Thieves try to hit B off the rip, and now it is standard stuff. Only player inside of the restaurant right now is going to be Octane. The SMG is causing some havoc through the middle side of the map as Standy and KiSMET continue to go on their reign of terror. Here they come again.
Oh, and KiSMET is striking. Not slowing down. He's the aggressor, but at least the first hit comes in at the same point for the Thieves. They take care of him, and you see the map control right now. LA Thieves should be able to close out this 8-point pretty easy. They're currently down by 3 lives. You have a player in Insight who's already pushed out towards bedroom, so the spawns for LA Thieves are going to consistently be over towards kitchen. You have to at least find an opening. Octane in a great position to do so.
Octane just enjoying the nice little view outside of the window, making sure that nobody's going to be playing a nice little credit in the back. Hello, Standy, and there you go, Octane. Well, reinforcements a little down for Thieves, a little bruised, a little battered, but nonetheless, they are here. We'll see how Toronto can look to adapt. Bit of a separation, maybe even a pinch that could be established from Thieves, but again, another crucial kill comes in the middle side of the map. It's been the SMGs. This time, it is scrappy. Really, Drazah, they could find a little bit of something here. They're able to take down a few, and that will focus things now over at B. They look for him to at least get 1 segment.
And now you just have to find out where Insight is, because he's still causing you some problems towards bottom bedroom. But Kenny at least finds one off the cutoff. Huge gunfight comes in from Standy. Trades going back and forth. And at least that first tick is going to be complete. Insight still has not been figured out. They're just slaying everybody else off the spawn. Now they're going to have the double stack, and the second tick is about to be here.
When Insight has to get involved in the fight, he eventually does. Gets out with his life, and then sets the teammates up to jump on in. Drazah, only player off the spawn. Without really any teammate support, makes the wise move, joins alongside of the others who are coming in from restaurant. So, but a great dent really made if you are Thieves up to this point, but you would absolutely love to get that final capture. Go up 1-0. As we said, both these teams experts on hotel, arguably 2 of our best. With 30 seconds to go, we'll see what the play looks to be from Thieves. 3 players now in the back.
Yeah, this is basically going to be their last push. You have to at least cast this initial gunfight is scrapped, and at least Envoy's able to spot him, so that's first player taken care of. Now they're spawning all the way across the map. Insight is still alive, has yet to die on this round, but LA Thieves get on the point.
Oh, and a big gunfight win from Envoy at 1 HP. Octane watching over him, and Insight jumps in. I believe he remains flawless. And in the meantime of him re-rotating, getting back involved in the gunfight, Thieves has already captured the point. ticks. That's a 1-0.
Beautiful plays right there from the Thieves. They knew that Insight was the guy that was just staying alive in towards bottom bedroom. They were spawn killing every single player besides Insight. And once they took him down in towards bottom bedroom, Standy just literally could not get to that point quick enough. They tried to invest that airstrike to take him off of the point, but LA Thieves were able to capture it before it even had anything to do with the play. And LA Thieves take the very first attacking round. Now they have set themselves up for some success. They just have to clutch up on the defense.
See if they can do that. See what the spread looks like right now from Toronto, and it's really all 4 arrows spread across throughout the map. You've got a few players trying to cause some havoc at B. Meanwhile, a few over at A. A few players will high-five inside of the restaurant. They will decide to leave Insight on it. Meanwhile, it's Scrappy trying to win a big gunfight over at the B zone. Can he clear what he believes is most important, what is most crucial? And it is going to be that B zone. Drazah decides to hop inside. Toronto with numbers, and Toronto with that spawn advantage. Hey, they do not spawn far away when we talk about this objective.
And look at the way that Toronto are deciding to play this. You have one player on that point, one player in Scrap who's making sure no one is going to flank through Kitchen. Potentially take them off of this point. Standy already found himself in towards back spa. He's able to find that first kill, and now that player's spawned all the way at Jules. That's going to be 3 dead. Now the last player is going to get taken down from bedroom. Everyone's now coming off spawn in towards back spa, and all you need is a stack right now if you're Ultra.
Oh, you do indeed, but Drazah able to come away with 2. Scrap decides to open up the door, maybe the window of opportunity. Last bullet, you bet. Bit of a magic door type of situation going on, but 2 minutes on the clock, and a light advantage without a doubt. Right now from Ultra, 3 hit the deck. And Octane, a difficult spot to get out of, however, Kleenex, he's got the knife out, 3 players inside, now make it 2. Whittled, but still here are the Ultra. They've completed that second one, but Octane comes away with 2, seals the deal, but it feels like the exact same situation that we were in last time. 5 ticks through and plenty of time on the clock, and a man advantage at that. All things looking good right now for Ultra.
1 minute and 40 to work with. Currently up by 6 live. You are LA Thieves. It's all about not allowing them to get on this point. Make it as difficult as possible. Pre-aim up and win your gunfights. But Scrap at least finds one in towards bottom lights. All of his teammates spawning out towards Kitchen, and LA Thieves, they hold strong. Maintaining that left side map control, forcing all of Toronto Ultra to overextend. But instead of pushing around the back, they're only going to send 1 player in Standy. Everyone else is trying to fight for bedroom.
And it just feels like Standy thrives in moments like this. A big 1v1, and it almost feels like he's guaranteed to take it. He does his job. Meanwhile, Insight does the same.
3.
That's going to be 3. Insight, such a dominant player over at the bedroom. We've heard it before. The stack is in, and that should be the round. That should be the round. It gets a little dicey. An unfortunate trophy kill, but you almost say you'd be surprised to see back-to-back attacking round victories. But when it comes down to both these rosters, they have yet to lose it. Titans on the hotel. As we continue to go back and forth, 1-1.
That was just a beautiful play call right there from Ultra. You only send 1 player on the deep flank, which is Standy. He finds the timing, finds that first kill. And then the rest of his teammates just win their gunfights at bedroom. Last player up is Envoy. The communication has to be on point. You know exactly where he's going to be in towards bottom bed. Once you take him down, everybody from LA Thieves spawns all the way at Jules. And the round is basically done and dusted. Ultra respond with an attacking round of their own.
Jay, what have you noticed? Right, what have you noticed? Right, both these teams undefeated record, looking very good on the attacking rounds. What has Toronto, what has Thieves done so well that you feel like other teams maybe don't?
Well, Thieves on their attacking round right off the rip, they just put a lot of pressure on towards that A point, and then they did a great job of just finding those 2 ticks at B, even with Insight staying alive as long as he did. They were just spawn killing the remaining players. And then on the opposite side for the Ultra, just wrapping back and getting that bed control is exactly what you need to do. So at 1-1, Ultra so far doing a great job on the defensive hold. They're maintaining bedroom. They have 2 players as well over towards that A point. So now if you're LA Thieves, you're just going to consistently spawn out towards the back of the plat. You have to make a decision which point you want to go to.
It feels like the decision might have to be made for them. It's got to be that A push. Scrappy here. Kleenex will reinforcements.
3 dead.
Do get lost for the moment. Toronto, they do have the rotation. All onto Scrappy. A big kill. Can he find the other one onto Kenny? If he's able to do this, this could spell disaster for the LA Thieves. Oh, it could for a moment. Not a ton of players there, but boy, did they do their best. A valiant effort for Toronto, and while it appears the Thieves are going to have a pretty easy capture at A, You could see the impact at the start of the round based off the life count, 24-17.
Yeah, currently up by 7 lives. You saw Standy, he was trying to at least find that timing to flank towards Catwalk, but doesn't want to give up his life for free. LA Threes have 3 players stacked on that point, so now with the minute extended on the clock, currently down by 8, it's looking like pressure's going to be all out towards the back. Drazah at least finds the trade, but the pitch is going to be in from Standy. And now he finds himself on a 5 spree. That airstrike can be so crucial in the later half of this game.
Definitely can. Toronto. Great little stamp so far. Oh, falls off the streak. Sweat off the brow for Thieves. Scrappy, bit of contest, ends up dropping, so Thieves, they found a little bit of a lane. The middle side of the map, that middle cross, all comes on a Kleenex. Big gunfight victory. Thieves continue to lose players. And right now, based off that life count, it's going to be that much more difficult as time continues to go away. 30 seconds on the clock. Will we see our first defense? It is looking like yes.
Inside is 17-4.
Oh, wow.
Is he like a platinum member at the hotel?
I guess so.
Is this the suite? Is this everything that he wants it to be? He is dominating,
It's
just
the sweet
simply
life for
staying
him, for
alive
sure.
at this bedroom area. Last push coming in from the Thieves. Standy's gonna have his hands full. He gets the sound cue of one player hitting the back. Great beams onto Octane. When last player on the point is gonna be Kenny. This is when Insight's gonna be able to strike.
Good.
The team shots coming in from Kleenex, and that is a flawless defensive round from Ultra. Very dominant, to say the least.
Oh my goodness, line them up. And that is it. One player, Dolphin, dives in the point, but it is Toronto. It is our very first defensive-sided victory. As Ultra will find themselves up now 2-1. But tell you what, man, Standy's hitting beams. Like, I want to give some love to Insight, but with the Vaznev from range, it just feels like in these moments where he's got to go big. He feels like Mr. Reliable right now. I know toward the end of that round, it just didn't feel great for the Thieves, but he just feels like he's got a guarantee. Feels like the insurance policy.
Yeah, Standy's always putting himself in a great position to at least hit that flank, find that 2-piece. He knows that LA Thieves like to attack it from the back, approaching towards that B point. So he found that timing, hits that flank, and sitting at 21-12 is having himself one hell of a game. Now Ultra try to close it out on the attacking round. That's going to be 3 dead. Already on towards the A point. LA Thieves have to make a quick decision. Are we going to give this one up? Try to play the defense at B for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. It's looking like that's exactly what they're planning to do.
And this is often what we see, right? A team knows that they're up when it comes down to 6. Let's just play things standard. Let's go over toward A, get that one off the board fast, and begin to make a move. They will look to clear the board. One player, though, has found his way around the back. That's going to be Kenny. Currently flanking right now through backside of Kitchen. He eventually gets made quick work of. Kleenex, meanwhile, finds himself on a 5 spree, so the slang madness only continues for Toronto, whether on defense or on offense. It feels like they are hitting their stride. This could be number 6 for Kleenex, the streak earned, and the extra minute added.
Spawn still in the back for LA Thieves towards back spot. Unfortunately, Kleenex does not read that. But at least Toronto doing a great job of just trying to take back control of bedroom.
He is 20-6.
He's unbelievable, man. And now you have an airstrike to work with as well. Unfortunately, he does get traded by Kenny. So if you are the players on Ultra, he's the next guy you have to take down. Scrap is ready for the gunfight. Now it's a lot easier to attack this from the front. But unfortunately, they're losing that those trade battles. Now Scrap just has to play his life in this position.
Insight in a big spot eventually does fall. Makes that KD look a little bit less pretty, but boy, has he had himself a map. Scrap, meanwhile, will be able to grab 2. Kenny trying to cause some havoc with the Vaznev. He eventually does get erased. That is going to be a few down there for 3 Thieves, rather. Octane, farthest pushed up player, only man past that 50-yard line. And Drazah, bruised and battered, eventually drops. Octane trying to cause some havoc at the back of the spawns, and oh, it's Envoy, goes big. Staying alive eventually falls, but have Thieves done just enough? I believe that precision could be coming in from Scrap.
They use all the kills correctly. Everyone is now starting to spawn out towards Jules. If you are LA Thieves, the break has to come in. You have one player in Envoy, pops that dead silence. He's gonna be the playmaker, trying to make his way in towards top bedroom. He can potentially find the flank. The first pick is gonna be in. He lines him up. He's able to find 2. Gonna go for the challenge onto the 3rd. At least gets the hit marker with that stun grenade that he's gonna be towards bottom lights, but what a play from Envoy to keep his team alive.
Down in the left department as well. I thought when Scrap earned it, he called it in, but obviously not. Given the position, it wouldn't make a ton of sense. 11-7 right now in lives. Boy, has Envoy arrived. Excellent work from him over in the bedroom. Time continues to tick away. 35 seconds. Time's gonna be halted for the moment. Does Envoy decide to fly? Well, his teammates are doing all the work for him. 9v6. Toronto. Now is the time, but Envoy again!
He finds another. He's playing this beautiful as Drazah finds two. Now all the spawns for Ultra all the way across the map. They had 3 airstrikes, but nothing is gonna help them in this situation. 5-5 in lives remaining.
This is the big
gonna
gunfight.
be here.
That's the big gunfight. KiSMET is able to find 2. That is gonna clear the way. 3 down. Last player on the point is gonna be Octane. He eventually falls. A 4v2. All up now to Envoy and Drazah as he's able to poke away at 1. Now a 3v2. 3 seconds on the clock. Drazah, the last man here. Can he make a heroic play? But no. Toronto will strike again. Down 0-1 and they keep climbing back. A search and destroy that leads into a control victory. And it will be Ultra that holds on to that flawless hotel control record. Now up 2-1.
And that control was back and forth, but Ultra in control from start to finish. It was all insight. The fact that he was staying alive the way that he did in towards bedroom, you can see the stat line for every single player on Ultra. They're all positive. No one positive on the side of Thieves. And you know when you're playing a game mode like Control, it's 30 lives to 30 lives. Slaying is a really big part of this mode. And Ultra just never took their foot off the gas.
Yeah.
They slayed, and they slayed. Eventually allowed for 3 players to earn airstrikes. They didn't even need it to close out the damn game. And Ultra now take a commanding 2-1 lead in the series. And like I said, hand LA Thieves their very first loss on Hotel Control.
Man, it feels like a lot of the slaying. I mean, Toronto really put it on him. And I think it was in that round number 3, the very first defensive round that we ended up seeing, because we started off with back-to-back attacks. We're like, okay, both teams are masters. When it comes down to Hotel, Toronto, they flex their muscles. In that defensive round, a few players end up earning those streaks. Insight, for God's sake, at one point was like 20-4. And then it came down, what, to that final round, round number 4, where the numbers started to get depleted. I felt like Standy was making the plays throughout the middle of the game, but it was KleanX with that crucial double at the end that opens things up. We discussed coming into this, Toronto, how would they react? How would they respond after a loss like they had earlier versus the Atlanta FaZe, a new roster, a young one at that? And they answer accordingly. Dropping that opening hard point, but answering back in a big way in these last 2 games. 1 away. 1 game away from reaching Championship Sunday.
1 game away from reaching Championship Sunday and solidifying themselves as a top 4 team in the game. As we take a look at our maps and modes presented by GMC Hummer EV. Next map is gonna be Hotel. It's all Hotel in the middle of this series.
Hotel, holiday, baby.
And so far, Toronto, they love themselves some Hotel. They have full-on access, a 3-day stay at the Hotel, and it's showing, man. The fact that they were staying alive the way that they did in towards bedroom, and even on that final attack, you said it perfectly. KleanX with that 2-piece relieves all that pressure from bedroom. Now all you have to do is focus on Des, and once they eventually get on that point, 4v2 eventually turns into a 3v1. Drazah just could not clutch it up. Now Ultra sitting comfortable in this series.
And it feels like, man, too, like for the LA Thieves, we can kind of summarize these respawns, summarize this series so far. It just doesn't feel like the slaying is there. Like Drazah started off a little slow in that Mercado hardpoint. He eventually gets going. It feels like it's really based off of rotations, late breaks, a few little gunfights end up going the way of Thieves. But I don't know, man. It just feels like right now you need somebody to step up from LAT, like somebody just to lay the groundwork, get the guns firing.
And I can tell you who the perfect guy is. Back-to-back MVP of last year's season, Mr. Kenny. So far all at this major, he's sitting at a 0.89 overall KD. We know what this young man is capable of. Like I said, back-to-back MVPs. That's not something to easily do. But when Kenny allows himself to be that guy on the map, is usually when we see Thieves at their best. I'm looking at that young man right there. No bandana today. We'll see it probably if he makes it to Championship Sunday, but It's all about this map number 4. Kenny has to have a big one if they want to force game 5.
Could say maybe he has it in his pocket. Maybe you can just, you know, pull it out. Maybe behind the net. Okay, maybe not. But calling upon Kenny. Can Kylo Ken arrive and send us to another game 5 here on CDL Saturday? It has been a blast of a series so far. As we said, a top 4 guaranteed placement on the line. It is an elimination match. The loser of this series is sent home packing. Top 6. A nice placement for maybe a lot of teams in the CDL, but not for these two. The expectation for both is excellence. The reason why they've made moves, the reason why certain roster changes have happened for moments like this. Game 4, here we go. Into Hotel, round number 3.
A lot of aggression from Envoy through single arch. He's at least able to open up with that initial 2 kills. So now you're not going to allow Ultra, who's strong on the better side for this P1, to get any time off of this P1 hard point. Great aggression to start us off. Drazah finds another one with that TAC 56. But now if you are Ultra, oh wow, inside at least 5-3 and all ready to spawns at flip. Thinking big picture, as they are able to flip those spawns for the better side of P2.
And that's just a great emphasis coming in from Toronto. Right inside finds those 3. And for a moment, Ultra, they had P1 control. They said, no, we want to instantly go for the spawn flip. The wise decision at that. As 3 more come in from Thieves. They do not want to give away these spawns for free. Allowed for it to slip to the wayside, but final few seconds continue to tick away at P1. No big deal. Over to the lobby we go. Drazah manages to sneak through the setup. A great one to find. A few players coming in for the back lines. Insight, who was holding the backside spawn, ends up arriving to the gunfight. However, he's the only player back here. The only player back here right now is going to be Insight, still holding on, still holding true. LA Thieves have yet to get full-on control until they eliminate him. Job done. Now it's time to hold it from the back.
Such a beautiful break coming in from LA Thieves. All out aggression through Diner. They find kill after kill and are able to flip the spawns, but Ultra, they find kill after kill this time around, and they get the break immediately. Final 30 seconds at P2. Drazah not taken by for 3. It's all on the scrap. He's able to at least find 2. But LA Thieves are on the point. They are trying to trap the Ultra boys in towards the back. But once Envoy drops, this remaining time is now going to go in favor of the Ultra. Off the rotation over towards Kitchen. Just look how aggressive LA Thieves are currently on the map.
They are literally walking down every single portion of the map. I mean, take a look at this. On 3 down, all from Envoy. As he now sits on the 4 spree. How about him? The Prince coming out to play. Arriving when they need him to. And he'll find another. Thank you very much. He is making life very, very easy for his teammates over in the kitchen. However, Insight and KiSMET, they find 2. A few players spawn out on either side. That could benefit LAT, but it all comes down to if they win these fights.
These gunfights are so big. Trades going back and forth. 2v2 left towards the point. Scrap is able to at least find the second. So now you have to play this slow if you are Octane. Still player towards the back. Scrap eventually takes him down. We're just finessing in towards the kitchen. Everyone is cooking up something good. As KiSMET finds 2. Last player is going to be Kenny. He's still going to try to contest this. The rest of his teammates off the rotation. But what a break coming in from Ultra, and Standy with a huge gunfight is now going to give them the advantage at the next hill.
It's wild, man. The setup that Thieves had, it felt like Toronto was not going to be able to break through what seemed to be an impenetrable fortress, but they do that indeed. Toronto run on forward, and now they've got the advantage, at least in terms of the score, but that is about to change. To the bar we head, a very open one at that, a lot of access points if you are Toronto. As LA Thieves look to lock them in the back. Scrap trying to fire away. He's earned a streak already. How great has the rookie been? So far here on Hotel, now at 8 in a row, firing, getting loud, I'd imagine, in the comms. And those final 35 look very, very good right now for Toronto.
Scrap is here. He's not trying to go out. Pulls out the pistol, finds himself on a 9 spree. This has been a great hold from Ultra to give themselves a little bit of a comfortable cushion. They go forward in this game. Flawless hold is now going to force LA Thieves off the rotation towards Diner, but they're still trying to contest this. You don't want to die here to potentially flip these spawns. See those spawns now coming in, though. At Kitchen is fully set up now for Diner. KiSMET finds one off the rotation, and now the pitch is going to be in. Where does KiSMET spawn? As they're still going to be spawning in towards back Kitchen, so now LA Thieves are going to be fully set up for this next hill. They have to hold on.
And it just feels like if this is a break, it could be a sign of things to come for Toronto. It could be the signs of a victory here on Hotel. Thieves, they've got to be solid. They've got to hold true, and they will do exactly that. Only player here is going to be Scrappy. Oh, my word! He takes down 3. Does he have room for a 4th? Table for 4, please. Scrappy is hungry, running through LAT time and time again, already at 20 kills.
Much needed time. What a great play coming in from Scrap to find those 3 kills. Doesn't contest the 4th. He allows his teammates to get into the play, and then they execute the break. Now you're forcing LA Thieves to all back up. Great break coming in from Ultra to give them almost a 60-point lead.
Oh my
Going in towards the P6. But this is where Thieves usually have a great hold to respond. It's all about holding the pressure on through Kitchen, but one player's actually able to sneak through. KiSMET pops that dead silence. He's gonna be through the back steps. He should be able to take him off point.
Oh my goodness, that gets a little dicey there for a moment. KiSMET quickly dolphin dives, knowing that he just narrowly managed to stay alive. Octane, a thorn in the side, eventually does get eradicated. Good work for Toronto. Another break again. That is what the first side of these rotations have looked like. For all 5.5 of our hills so far has come down to that. Scrap, the superhero. And right now it's KiSMET. They line up perfectly. Ultra continue to siphon in, given those spawns, and that advantage only continues to expand.
They're starting to run away with this game. LA Thieves need to stop the bleeding, and Envoy with that 2-piece should allow them to get this remaining 20 seconds. It's almost going to be a 60-point lead now going into our second rotation of hard points. LA Thieves need to do a great job of just getting as much time as they possibly can off P1. Great shots coming in from Octane, but that's going to be 2 dead. You take down the player that's going for the flip on the spawn. Now if you're Ultra, it's all about keeping them off at this time.
Oh, goodness, Danny. Nearly turns on to 1. As you said, buddy, both teams aware of those spawns for P2. It was a dicey one, an interesting one at that. At least in terms of the first set of rotations, still a battle for it. A lot of players, a lot of bodies falling right now inside of P1. As currently Thieves with the more advantageous position, but really if you're Toronto, you're okay with that, right? Yeah. Free P1 time, absolutely. Any second is a good one. Let's continue to make this more uncomfortable for the Thieves. As here comes Octane, he drops as well. A lovely 3, make it 4 in a row for Standy. The Toronto Bash brothers are arriving in spades. Standy on a run, Scrappy still having a phenomenal time. Thieves, you have got to have a hold here.
Down by 90. It's going to be LA going in towards the second rotation at P2. They have to hold this initial push because it's been break after break. And a majority of their setup, Scrap is at least able to find that first player towards Death. The trade comes in from Envoy, but now it turns into a 2v2. The spawn's still going to be in the back for LA Thieves, so they have more bodies in this situation. Just have to take down that player. KiSMET, and so far LA Thieves are holding. They're holding strong.
Hold on, Jay. Hold on, Scrappy's still here. The one man that you don't want to see if you're Thieves is this guy. He is frying. Oh. Eventually drops, but does he set up his teammates? Oh, Standy spotted a heal. At least have to settle for 1. Can he make it 2? Nearly does so. Thieves, I tell you what, man, they have had to fight for each and every single one of these points, but it just feels like a matter of time before Scrap arrives again. A tad bit of a late break, but they have that next rotation on lock as well. Thieves in a big spot. Let's throw it to Liston with LAT.
Corner. I need to end up.
Absolute.
Nice. Freeze. I'll get a caution. Give me a second. That's fine. I'll push that. He's up in front. That's him. Go and freeze the bomb set, bro.
Freezer only.
By time, bros. Or take a challenge. Jump the mid. I'll top it off. And send it back. I spawn deep. I'm here. I need your back there. You're good. I need your back there. You're good. I need it.
Solo never killed you.
I'm challenging back there. I'm playing. I'll get back there.
Yeah, I'm gonna challenge guy.
I think back there. Watch out back there. I have my little
Solo to the left. Solo to the right. 2. 1, 2, 1 back door. 1 solo. Double back door.
Wait, I'll meet mid.
That's him.
He's hot to the mid. Hot to the mid. Leave that guy down.
Leave him.
I spawned here.
Yes,
I'm going back.
I can pitch mid here. I can pitch mid off.
P2 on you. P2. Absolutely.
And you expect nothing less on the side of the LA Thieves when it comes to the communication. The small talk was there, the reassurance was there, and that's what allows them to get back into this game. Now they have to just find a break over towards them. Unfortunately, none of the kills are going in their favor. The rookie is taking over 35 and 20 and still has that airstrike.
He's got in his back pocket 20 more seconds needed, Thieves. They had a great hold of the kitchen. Can they make the break? And they do. 3 down, but Scrappy is here. Will he drop on top of it? Waiting for a few members off spawn, but nobody is here. Nobody is here to arrive with him. Thieves doing exactly what they have to. Some well-timed holds, but here comes Toronto. Here comes Drazah. Here comes Standy. Trade after trade after trade, and Toronto cannot win it here anymore. It's a race to next.
It's a race to next. It's already going to be Drazah set up. You have to just play it patient because you're going to be the only player here, at least for now, from your squad. Inside is able to find one, so it's going to be a 3v2 off the rotation. You have to hold strong. Drazah at least finds the first.
You can see Toronto prepared. Could be the final break of this game as CleanX looks to make the play on the flank. We'll see if he can catch timing on player number 5 and Envoy. Kenny, he absolutely does. LAT with pressure from either side ends up finding it. Another Scrappy with the streak. Scrappy with the streak. It takes down a teammate, but that could be it. That could be it. The Thieves, they've got to break on in. Scrappy here once more. Oh, he wins the 1v1. Time, make it. Oh, put him to bed, Scrap. Put him to bed. A few more points, and that will be it. When they needed him to deliver, he does. Scrappy putting in the work versus LA Thieves in this game 4. And on top of it all, drops the first 40 bomb that we have seen this season. How about the reply out of the rookie? Shaking his head. And for good reason. Toronto have taken out our defending world champs.
Scrappy just puts up the kill record so far on the season. A 40 bomb on Hotel Hardpoint with that TAC 56. We just gotta see it again, man. We gotta see it again. Such a photo finish to this map for Hardpoint. It's 237 to 223. Right here, you see LA Thieves, they're fully set up, but you called it out perfectly. CleanX is able to find one player through the middle of the map. He catches the same exact guy off spawn. Unfortunately, whips out the knife. You're not gonna be able to catch him from that distance. But once he finds that kill onto Kenny, you find the second onto Envoy. You invest the airstrike. That's a clean 4 dead, but the game was still not done here. LA Thieves have a fairly close spawn through the middle of the map. Envoy and Octane at least find 2, but it all falls into the hands of Scrap. The rookie came to play, ends the game on a 5 spree. And we were asking for a response, and he gave it to us. What a series from Toronto Ultra, and what a performance from Scrap.
I'll tell you what, man, we had high expectations for this guy. Had a slow series versus the Atlanta FaZe, his worst performance that we've seen so far, and he comes out on a different level as he and CleanX drop bombs on the LA Thieves. We talked about it. We said the Thieves, they need an answer. They need somebody to go off in the slang. Well, you had a little bit of it. The problem being is that they just do not currently contain the same slang power in that map that Toronto ended up having it. An incredible, incredible sequence there for Toronto late, man. CleanX making the flank, Inside having moments, Standy making crucial kills. And their golden boy Scrappy.
That's the crazy part, man. That's the crazy part, man, is that they came out after a tough loss versus Atlanta FaZe and responded immediately. That's hats off to the Toronto Ultra boys, man. Congratulations.
An impressive, impressive W. Toronto Ultra takes this game. Guaranteed top 4 and a date on Championship Sunday tomorrow. That's gonna do it for us. Blaze, take it away.
Thank you so much, Lando and Study. Give it up for Toronto Ultra. Woo! Make making it to Championship Sunday. You guys stay another night in a hotel, and I want to get right into it. I heard Jay and Lando kind of breaking down the last portions of the game. You guys was up by almost about 100. Comes down to the last hill. They tie it up. What was going through your mind to really kind of lock this one up?
Yeah, honestly, like we almost threw a little bit, but you know, we managed to get a job done. In the end, it was just game management. You know, we had to get new, we had to get the kills. I mean, they had the initial, but like we did a good break, and like, wow, it was just sweaty, man, so sweaty.
No, it was so sweaty, right? But even with it being sweaty, okay, Scrap showed so much composure, holding that streak, going double positive right there towards the end. Talk to me about your teammates, okay? Because CleanX was frying, Scrap was frying, Standy was frying.
Yeah, I mean, going into the season, there was a team that got slept on a lot, but the slaying potential of the team is crazy. I mean, you saw it last night with Scrap. Like, the guy's a freak at what he does, you know? I'm just there behind him saying, go, 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 and letting him fly. But, you know, Toby and eLLeY, they make Scrap's job so easy as well, so.
All right, now you guys had, took a difficult loss earlier to FaZe, but you guys bounced back, and now you're in Championship Sunday. What do you want the fans to know going up into tomorrow?
Just never count us out, you know. Our team has the pop-up ability to take over any game. Came out slow against FaZe, it's whatever. A couple of plays cost us a few maps. But yeah, like going to Championship Sunday, we're just gassed, ready to go, young. We're the youngest team in the league, and we're just here to win.
Hey, well, you guys look like vets, man. Give me some dap, okay? Give it up one more time for the Insight and the Toronto Ultra. Chris, let's break it all down.
Yo, Insight feels like my wise uncle who comes over to Thanksgiving and just changes the way you look at the world. Congratulations to Toronto Ultra. They walk away with 3 nights in the hotel. The chat called it out. They walk away with back-to-back after a tight game 1. Let's talk about the whole series ton. I want to start with the game 1 because it looked very strong if you're the LA Thieves. When you had those 2 hardpoint games, you're not mad at the final score.
No, absolutely not. And if you are the LA Thieves, it was a very close game all the way through, and Drazah clutched up massively towards the end. Suppose a little bit shaky. We were talking about the game. We'll maybe not delve too far into it, but nonetheless, it was very, very well played by the Thieves. Close game all the way through. Clutch play came up trumps.
aLLeY, when we went to that search and destroy, Insight was dropping numbers. He had that final play, stopping the bomb defuse. What's making this Toronto team so strong when it comes to that game mode in particular?
I think it's their individual gunfights. Like, I think when they're in their one-on-one duels, like, most of the time, Toronto Ultra is going to win that opening duel. And we have the Clayster shots behind us. Obviously, Vegas Legion about to take the stage, making a run nobody expected. But tipping our hats to Toronto Ultra, especially in that hard point, I have to say, at least for the LA Thieves side of things, they beat themselves up a couple of times when they made that comeback in that game 4. Like, that rotation from Kitchen to Bar Hill, they were spawning them in the back. They had the trap going for them, but nobody went out for new. Nobody hit that rotation. They gave up that right side for free and allowed Toronto Ultra to get set up early. And then that happened more than once. So a little bit of beating themselves on the side of LA Thieves. Are back-to-back champs, but Toronto Ultra, they're looking incredible.
All right, LA Thieves done. Toronto is moving on, and in big part due to the performance, well, of all 4 players, but especially their rookie in game number 4, Wheeler. This is our Scump play of the game. Walk me through the young Scrappy do.
Yes, it's just him taking over.
Oh, yeah.
So, like,
all 40 of them.
So, yeah, let's talk about this kid for a second. You know, in his last series versus Atlanta FaZe, he had a .83, his worst professional match of his career. Started this series out, map 1, 19 and 29, was not playing great. Maps 3 and 4, this guy had a 1.5, taking over the game. You can see the energy on the side of the Toronto Ultra. Throughout the series, one of the things that we gas this team for is how clutch they are, their ability to get through with W's in these tense moments. It's due to players like this, like Scrap, able to pick up those big multi-kills. At the end there in that final hill, he popped a big 2-piece, right? Like, we saw CleanX making the play, but we saw Scrappy as well with the big kills when needed, the 3-piece. That's what you need out of a guy like that. He really brought it.
We're going to keep talking about this series, but I want to take this moment to plug Toronto Ultra. Scrappy winning over fans here in the venue as well as in the chat. I see you all. Right now, you can get your own Toronto team pack. In fact, you can get all of our team's packs live right now. Get them in Modern Warfare 2 or Warzone 2.0. Which one are you rocking, aLLeY, when you're dropping in?
Toronto Ultra, what do you mean?
Hey.
I'm on the main stage. I'm hoping I get a little bit of that 45 rubbed off.
I like that. Vegas Legion, also fan favorites when it comes to skin sales recently, and I guess when it comes to cheering for people in the venue. Vegas are still in it, and when we come back, we'll find out, can they battle into the top 4? Don't go anywhere. This is day 3 of the Call of Duty League. Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Raleigh, I need your energy right now. Show this chat they are wrong. We are here and we are ready to make some noise going into the final match of the night. A big one as the Subliners are taking on Vegas, the Legion. Can they break into the top 4? Can Clayster do it again? There's been magic in Raleigh. It's gonna get fun. Before we get to that though, welcome back everybody. It's Puckett alongside Ton, our special guest here on the desk this week. And we got aLLeY, we got Nameless, and we have had an insane day. 5 matches here on the main stage. 5 matches already though in the books. And as we take a look at the bracket here, there's been some surprises. aLLeY, first of all, what matchup in that top half of our winners bracket shocked you most?
I'd have to say probably the Toronto Atlanta FaZe one. I think that one was a little bit out of the comfort range that we thought it would be a closer battle than it really was. And we saw a peak of Atlanta FaZe, but I am excited for the Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge match. This is a matchup that we've seen all throughout last year, and I'm excited to see how it plays out this year.
Now, Tony, when I'm looking at that bottom half, I am shocked to see that Legion is still here, right? You took down Røkkr, who had a 3-1 record, while the Legion, they were near the bottom of our standings. They have found their form on land, and they have been able to power through. But now you're going up against an angry squad. They hail from New York City. Let's introduce you to the Subliners. Coming off that rough loss on the main stage to the Surge, HyDra's controller not working at the end of Game 3 seems to maybe have affected the team's mental in a Game 4. You gotta shake off that loss and do exactly what we saw Toronto Ultra just do. Can they do it, Ton? Who's the man to lead them?
Oh, I mean, it has to be KiSMET to be in there, getting the boys hyped up. We know that he's the playmaker for this team, but there is experience across the board. And I think they will be able to bounce back here and give us their best game. They will be feeling confident going up against the side of Legion, but yeah, they'll be looking for revenge after that unfortunate loss.
We were talking about this man HyDra and how he is the rock star of the Subliner squad. You bring him in from France, you give him all the resources he needs, you build the team around him. He's had some star performances, but now we truly get to see, can he live up to the hype when he's tested most?
You know what, Puck, I think you said it well. Like, you built around this guy, and he's the one who had the issue, you know, with the controller in the last series, getting really angry, and then going into that next map, you know, they just fall a little bit short. But he's the guy that can take over games. He is their central playmaker. KiSMET makes plays as well, but HyDra's the guy picking up the kills, right? So looking at HyDra, I'm expecting him to have the big series here. I mean, he's a guy who really has been popping off throughout the tournament. All of them have, but after that performance, just like what we saw Scrap do, he's capable of doing that as well.
There's the man, Paco himself. aLLeY, tell me about the Subliner squad. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to the aggression. You know, at this point in a situation like this where it's do or die, you have to hit the regain. You need to forget about that matchup previously. You need to realize the situation that you're in. So I'm expecting we're going to see the New York that we saw at the beginning of this weekend.
Subliner fans are going to need to be loud here in North Carolina, because on the other side of the stage, you have a fan favorite, a 14-year-long veteran. Clayster has 3 rings, and he's trying to lead Vegas to a championship here in MW2, aLLeY.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing about Vegas Legion right now, especially heading into this matchup, is it's all about redemption. It's all about revenge when it comes to Vegas Legion. And, well, they got revenge on their over 200-plus loss streak. Now they're on main stage fighting their way through losers bracket. And now Clay is looking to get revenge. TJ got his versus Boston over the weekend.
Yes.
And now Clay is looking for revenge on the New York Subliners. Is there bad blood? Maybe not. But I know he's going to be the guy to watch during this matchup.
Now we, of course, want to show some love to ProLu. He's been calling the S&D plays. He's been the man making the moves. When Clayster is going to be talking smack to the enemy team, ProLu's saying, okay, here's what we're doing next round. Now, the man, though, who's been dropping the numbers statistically, though, is Donnie Temp. We got some highlights of Big Don. He has been making it rain all over the kill column, Nameless.
Yeah.
Talk to me about this Slayer. I remember back to the UMG days, he was a star. What's he doing in MW2 so far this year?
Well, I mean, throughout this tournament, well, this year, I mean, he's been great, but throughout this tournament, they've been winning 2-3-5 in all the series. They beat Elevate, Boston, Minnesota, all 2 search and destroys and a control. And Temp has been trying in control. First time they won a Fortress Control, you saw it there. He was 28-14 at this point, just gunning everybody, getting out. That's off the back of his teammates. When you look at a guy like Teej who's getting that entry kill for him, but once Temp is getting set up, he's doing his job. He's staying alive, and he's finessing. And they're picking up those kills, and you can see the excitement after the last win. They need a big performance out of him once again.
You're looking at Clayster, you're looking at Temp. Tell me about the other two players. So this Vegas squad is coming in as a 4-man crew. They've all had their turn of dropping numbers. Who are you looking at, Tunney?
ProLift, we were just talking about it there. ProLift for me has really stepped it up when it has come to the LAN side of things. S&D is a big factor in his game. Me and Ant were just chatting through the stats there before. He's dropped 10 and 11 in a row when it comes down to Hotel Search and Destroy. I'm sure we'll talk through the maps in a second, but the guy has been sensational so far this week.
It's going to be fun watching him in Search and Destroy. And speaking of Search, let's take a look at our maps. aLLeY, this is the first time I'm seeing them, so get the notebook out and tell me, how did these teams fare on Mercado, Fortress, Hotel, Hotel, Hotel? 2 back-to-back matches with a triple hotel party.
Another 3-night stay, if we should even get that far. The biggest thing when it comes for Vegas Legion for me right now is they need to get their rotations on point. Again, they've been 2-3-5ing, but you can only get so far. It is very little that you see a team ending up pulling out the championship at the end of the day with a 2-3-5, and it's going to start on this Mercado hardpoint.
As we look at these maps here, Nameless, give me the prediction. Who has the strength? Who do you think has the edge in the best of 5?
Yeah, you know, it's a really hard one because when you look at New York, we saw them play Hotel Hardpoint. I think it was one time earlier, and they were frying on that map. And then you look at that Fortress S&D, Las Vegas 4-0 on that map. They're yet to lose it, so it favors them there. It really comes down to the Mercado Hardpoint. Like, can Vegas keep up with the chaotic play of the New York Subliners? Things get chaotic on a map like that, the Subliners will thrive. And we've seen it. We get down to Barbershop Hill, all these Thieves games, we have so many examples now of how insane it gets there. That's where New York will thrive. Can Vegas have consistency and structure in those moments? That's what we'll find out.
We got about a minute here, so let's make the predictions official. Ton, would you like the honors of going first here in front of this incredible live audience in Raleigh?
Yeah, go on then.
That's your key to make noise, Raleigh. Wake up.
I'll take it. Raleigh, I'm not too sure which way this one's going to go. I know which way you guys in the crowd and at home probably want it to go. But I think the Subliners bounce back here. I think it's time. And
Subliners!
Honestly, I do. I think Vegas have went as far as it goes in this one. Subliners have really performed quite well. I think they bounce back here with a 3-1 win.
We still have a player backstage, so aLLeY, take your time with this one. How do you feel this is going to play out? What is the series score, player to watch, and team to win?
Bear in mind you just booed me.
My heart really wants to go out for Vegas Legion. I was somebody who was on board with them all last year. Don't cheer yet. Please don't cheer yet, because you're not going to like the next sentence out of my mouth. I'm officially going to be predicting York Subliners, so I feel like they are...
She turned heel in!
Listen, you know, I usually keep it an absolute buck, and I'm about to keep it a buck right here. Everything statistically tells me that New York should win this game. But you asked me about karma earlier in the last segment, and it goes both ways, bad and good. I think these guys on Vegas have so much good karma coming to them. And also, their Search and Destroy has been phenomenal. They can sneak out one of these respawns. They have 2 hotel control wins throughout this tournament so far.
Go on,
and
get your
Ricardo
cheers.
has won. I think Vegas can take that as well. So I'm going to go with Clayster. I think the Vegas Legion win this series in a 3-2 fashion. They've done it 3 times so far this event. And it's going to happen again there on the main stage.
Nameless, a man of the people. Clayster, a living legend in Call of Duty. Let's get him out to this stage. Blaze, out to you, my friend.
Thank you so much, Chris. Riley, y'all ready to get this last series of the day started? Yeah, only one more team can make it to Championship Sunday, and the first team coming to the stage looking to survive this series and make their city proud. You know it, it's New York. Raleigh, get loud! Here comes the New York Subliners. Give it up for Priestahh, KiSMET, Skyz, and all hail HyDra! It's the New York Subliners.
A almost unbeatable heading into this weekend, was made to look human in the last series, and now they find themselves in the losers bracket. Do or die, and as HyDra says, that is his bulldog, and they're gonna come to fight. FaZe, they have to go up against the next team. Bring them on out.
Yeah, it's time to bring out the next squad coming from a hot new region. Yeah, it's the Legion. Put your shades on, here comes Vegas.
You know what they say. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Because in the end, whatever goes down, whatever you get up to, your triumphs and transgressions, nobody actually understands what it means except for you.
Raleigh, make some noise for the Las Vegas Legion! Give it up for TJ Haley, Prolu, Tim, and a 3-time world champion, Priestahh, the Las Vegas Legion.
The current crowd favorites OpTic full, Priestahh rises. Going up against this former team and the New York Subliners, they may need all 3 hotels to take this one. They'll be feeling confident, top 4 is on the horizon. Guy Blaze, let's find out who gets that.
I'm so ready, Ton. Riley, y'all ready? I know who also ready. Miles, Chance, let's get it going.
Oh, baby, we're ready. Thank you, Guy. Thank you very much, Raleigh. The last match of the night, and it is sure to be a fun one. You guys turned like milk. New York Subliners were getting love earlier. Clay comes out, and all of a sudden you're like, yeah, we're jumping ship. This is going to be a great series. Chance again, an elimination matchup. Loser goes home.
And it's the most fun setup in the world because it is the grudge match. I mean, Clay is the true OG. We're like, everybody's a fan of Scrappy because the trash talk. Priestahh was doing that a decade ago. People like Cellium get attention for being the nerdiest in the game. That was Clay his entire career. He's been doing it for more than a decade. And now we have, what, Skyz on one side of the stage, beats Florida Mutineers yesterday, and you get to send out the tweet, oh, hey, looks like you dropped this, Florida. Clay's that guy. He is that guy that every time he gets dropped, he comes back leading the team. And here we are again, Las Vegas Legion. They've already got more wins this year. They did all of last year combined. Clay's the new leader on the team, and I mean, hey, one of the best in the business for a reason. You know he's coming out with the fire.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting series, and it does feel a little personal. It's hard to get around it. And again, for the Subliners, you want to find newfound success. It was an incredible run in Vanguard, brand new roster. They come into the season, I mean, dead last. They absolutely hit rock bottom ASAP. All expectations, though, blown out the water here in the major. Fantastic work. Same thing for Vegas. It's an incredible story for both squads. Now, the question is, though, and how sweet that question is, can Clay get revenge on a team that seemingly burnt him quite a lot coming into this year?
The amount of excitement and energy he is about to bring to this match will be unparalleled in the state of Call of Duty. So we will see if he can manage it. But as you stated, New York Subliners have been dealing with a lot of their own pressure, and they have absolutely delivered. Mercado is an interesting one. It's a 1-2 record on this map for Vegas, but their 2 losses to Atlanta and LA Thieves, and honestly, very close maps at that. But because of the state of Vegas's control, this honestly might be one of those sort of must-win maps from the side of Vegas. So I think the pressure is there right from the jump.
Close the night out. What a day it's been. Into Mercado Las Almas we fly. Donny 10. It's smooth shots to start things off. The first hard point up and about. Vegas Legion will be the white arrows on the minimap. New York Subliners the yellow.
Yeah, big kills from Donny Temp as well early on. You see all the pressure from the Subliners on that left side of the minimap. And TJ, the first man to deal with them, he's going to fall. But you got to make sure you keep these spawns. And that is not a good start. Vegas, though, a little bit lucky. 2 out of the 3, and yet not quite the 4th. Still spawn low. But Subliners in time. Subliners all over the Cantina. And Prolude, he's lost his help.
Yep. He's a little lost, but he's still got himself positioned up here. This may come into play in a moment. Just over 10 seconds remaining in the first hard point. We're going to go over towards second out. Now that's it. Prolude Dream is now dead. Over the Clayster now. Can old Jim get in there and find something? Takes care of P-Dog. The Still the pressure now, still the New York Subliners. They are holding on to Cantina, no problem. HyDra with the 5 spring.
Yeah, this is perfect from New York as well. Good opening break. You flip the spawns, you get control of the hill, and hey, if you can get some streaks, even better. Precision secured. HyDra doing what he does best. Man, it's just a slayer.
Yeah, he's just keeping things rolling. 6-3, looking to find a few more. Time now ticking for the Subliners. Not a great start out of Vegas Legion. Plenty of time now to get the break, but forward we go. KiSMET next up. TJ. Smooth hops, gets himself in the point. 10 gets dropped from Skyz. That's a 5 now for him. You're looking at streaks if you can get a couple more. And already, pressure now from Vegas. They haven't dealt with it. Teach, no idea. Good trades, though, coming through. No one on the point just yet. Great work out of Vegas.
And hey, you know what's better than 1 precision? 2 precision. Skyz able to secure his as well. So a couple bailouts and a lot of hills you can use them on. And as far as this rotation goes, TJ gets traded. Easy clearance right there for the New York Subliners. They trade away a little bit of scrap. And hey, do have to give away the lead, but the setup they have right now, 4-player swarm on this new hill. KiSMET, the first man that'll be in the mix.
All sorts of explosions around. KiSMET, woo, gets himself at least 2 before being dropped out there. Priestahh up next. Halfway now, still sitting in the hands of the Subliners. Kemp wins a big one there. HyDra's looking for the trade immediately, but for now it's just going to be hard point time. Here comes T. Stun check. Good work with the smooth moves. Over the top he goes. Immediately the reinforcements from the Subliners pouring in.
Yeah, quick enough with those returning on the spawns. The KiSMET back in the mix and inside of the hill. So Subliners doing a very solid job of holding this down. Not quite a perfect 60, but certainly close. TJ with a fight in the hill, and well, it's actually him and Prolute that were there. Skyz tries to do a lap, but it looks like for the scrap time, the 1v1 on the flip side, Prolute wins that big one, and again, it's a similar story. New York Subliners have been winning these rotations, but a lot of scrap time from Vegas to retake that lead, to try to keep it a little bit mixy. But over towards Zig, it's more yellow airs there for the moment. TJ's in between 3.
Yeah, Barbershop's up now, TJ in. Here he comes. HyDra mid-map, blown wide open. It's going to be a headbutt on the point. And KiSMET, the mana go down. Priestahh, the last guy now on the corners. He's got numbers here. Woo. Okay, Pedo. You're going to get a tennis shot for that one as he gives you a big old bite. You get another one here on the point. Pressure's on. Subliners with a break.
And you see that precision, and if you don't see it, you definitely hear it rolling through. One of those little bailouts doesn't have a massive effect. That's because Priestahh is the better score streak, and that is because Priestahh about to get his 6th kill as well. Last man alive is TJ, gets dropped. The coverage is perfect. The hold is clean, and for the first time, it's going to be the Subliners. They get the scrap time, build themselves a nice little 20-25 point lead, and over towards New. Too many bodies right here for the Legion. They're going to be able to get the wipe.
Too many men now. Guys, well, not able to snap back on a Prolute there. Good work either way. 5-3 again for Priestahh. He's finding the kills now to Prolute. Trying to lock this one down. The courtyard on the outside of Tin. Wide open point. Plenty of ways into this one though. Teach, pick a corner, any corner, and get yourself tucked in, son. Here comes the New York Subliners. Buy as much time as you can, and we are trading hard points back and forth.
And they're just getting funneled through. I mean, TJ laying on the ground. He knows that they're going to be right on top of him. And it looks like New York finally actually waiting for the full 4-man hit. Use the precision as well. Woo, easy to dodge, and it doesn't really open too much but a single lane, so you're funneling yourself through. The trade should be out and about. It's a 2-2 split. And HyDra's the one causing things. Mixy probably looking for the trade, but the trades are too clean from the Legion. Easy reads, a nice little hold there as Prolute will be on a 5.
It's a 5 for Prolute. Vegas hold the hard point down. Again, we're trading these points back and forth. Rotation's already underway. Looking at the bottom side of the minimap, Temp's going to be the man to stay alive for now. 10 and 12 overall. Find a few more. Skyz, well, walks right into it. Temp's going to eat him alive. They're going to keep hold of the lead.
Yeah, he's got to stay alive, though, because he's being surrounded by 3. So killing the first 2, not quite enough, but getting the 3rd should at least soften up the push. TJ now back in the mix. And a couple players in front of him, doesn't take any damage, gets the double kill, 1 more up top. Legion are here, and they are here quick.
Holding the point, Cantina top side now. KiSMET's keeping the fight going downstairs. Teach knows he's about to get real Larry in here in a minute. Prolute's going to be the man to drop down low. Oh, wow. Big wins out of the Subliners. They've cleaned house. They have purged Vegas to the point.
Just chopping him down along the way. I mean, yeah, Temp and TJ making plays, but Legion can't get anything off of it. And 34 seconds left. That is a massive amount of scrap time, but if you're even thinking about fighting for it, the snake that is Priestahh right now, 14 and 7. So difficult to weed out. And even though you finally get the kill, I don't think you can really fight for this scrap, and you have to start worrying about that rotation. Skyz has put himself in between a couple players, and these are kills that will absolutely be key. The timing is perfect from Skyz, but you still see he is surrounded by 3 more.
How many can he take, though? There's 1. Whoa, okay, backs on up, close the door. A bit of a draft, tags the stun nade through. You're holding it. You're still holding. Numbers finally prevail. HyDra's going to have mid-map all sweet and sound now, as the pressure is still on. Trading these hard points back and forth. HyDra might be the man to break this one wide open. He is. That's a big kill. TJ's coming forward. Clay makes an opening towards the back line. Subliners, they've still got a hold.
Oh, 50-50 gunfights right now. I mean, it's Clay with the AR, going to be dealing with Skyz, and that is some big feet on Clayster, and that'll be the one that takes him down. Wrong side, shoe, and now KiSMET the front mid, knifing him up. Carves his way for the 4-piece in the end, and that'll buy you quite a bit of hill time.
TJ's still on the outside, trying to make something happen. This guy's posted up behind the back of that food truck. Here comes the hit. Vegas trying to make their way forward. Teacher's in. Teacher's dead. PaulEhx up next. Skyz is heavily tagged. You get the contest points here. That's good for now. Priestahh's in the feed also. Clay finally gets forward. A little bit of time. Priestahh should be able to clear him up here. Final few moments to go back over the center, and man, it's a pretty close hard point, all things considered.
And Clay needs to start heating it up as well, right? 9 and 23, that is not gonna cut it, but even with that stat line, still a close game, so Legion clearly have the fight in them, but this sort of late half, second set of rotations, back to the 8th kill that we've had, and we're back just to P1. Couple kills right there. Clayster popping up in the feed, but it is trades out and about. It is New York spawning low, and that's that advantage long term. Vegas still in a tricky spot.
Gonna get a decent chunk of this time right now for the New York Subliners. There's no real place to contest this from. No nades left. Trophy's not gonna be here. The stun's gonna land. It's gonna do a whole lot. Oh, you're gonna catch that one. There we go. We're in. Still looking to flip those P2 spawns. So that's the bottom side of the map. We're back over towards this bottom side of the cantina. Final 20 seconds here. Vegas might be able to snatch some of this up, but HyDra, love this play out of him. Trying to keep those members of Vegas at bay. PaulEhx got an opening.
And all these kills are great, but again, if the New York just gonna consistently get those low spawns, it's only for a little bit of scrap you can get on P1. It is all about the break action. It is all about bottom cantina.
Yeah, bottom cantina now opens up for business. New York Subliners, let's go for it. Listen in.
Right side tunnel, one tunnel again. Trash and one shot tunnel. He's right side.
I'm shoulder and elbow.
I think they got P4 on you. Watch it.
One's up, banana.
Okay, our tunnel's gonna be open if I help him, right?
Banana's weak. I'm looking at
the whole pitch. The whole pitch. Okay, there's nothing tunnel. They're gonna be right on you. I'm almost positive.
Yo, on me right.
Yeah, one's on me.
Banana. What's banana? Did we get banana?
No, banana still. Banana.
He's inching up on the right.
Still banana. Start pushing out. Let's go.
Wait, they're hitting.
Yeah.
Watch tunnel.
He's tunnel.
Tunnel.
One more.
I need it over for you.
I'm going there.
He's on throw.
Fucking shit, my guy.
No, one more. You can help the scrap. I'm going through, right?
Okay. I stun him in 10.
Yo, mid tunnel. He's mid cut right now.
He's Plays one shot. No, he's like take cut. I have a streak, guys. I still have a streak.
Alright, take your time.
Yo, he's mid cut. He's looking at it. He's mid cut. Yeah.
It could be in garage already.
Vegas trying to get back in the mix. They're winning the scrap and they're winning the rotation, but Priestahh now the man leading the charge for the Subliners. One clean break, and well, they win the game.
Yeah, 222, so 250 for the win, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the streaks. TJ's gonna have to hold on. No, I can't get it. Precision lands. Priestahh finds the kill, takes a teammate out. It's a bit of a mixy situation here. Subliners come out on top. That's the break they were looking for. Is it enough for the win?
Hey,
here comes Clay.
Too. Yeah, Clay the first one to fall, and Priestahh gonna get shot in the back, or no, the help is there. Number 3 Skyz actually delivers. They're gonna hold on to this straight from the back.
Oh, Temp gets brought down. Skyz now. Oh, into the point we now fly. Here we go. Final 10. Clay from the outside. It's a big kill. Priestahh's locking this one down. The 6-3 is over. The late minute break, it is there. Vegas not out of this yet.
But look at how far they have to go just to get around. A double hit through mid, one on the full flank. You gotta do this quick. You gotta execute it perfectly, and that is the start you need.
One down, a few more to go. The Subliners, they're getting the point open now. Skyz is there. You have to get moving through mid-map. Priestahh's trying to keep the covering fire. HyDra's there on the cross. Temp's in, gets at least one kill. 247, back into the point. Clay, can he get the player off? No, he can't. It's done. It's over. The New York Subliners take map number 1.
Wheeling and dealing. Another day in the office, and how about Priestahh? I mean, one of your leading KDs coming into, well, the day. Hasn't slowed down a single bit. Repeated streaks that he was able to get. 2 different precisions on the 10 hill, goes on the 5 towards the end.
I mean, Priestahh, honestly, I do not know what he ate for breakfast. I don't know what he had since the first week of play, but he looks like a completely different player. 3,600 damage, minute in the hill, and he tied HyDra on the slaying category. 28 kills for the pair of them. I mean, HyDra, again, that's just the expectation that he's putting up numbers like that, and Priestahh right there with them. New York, I mean, they've just looked so different this event.
He's been leading from the front, man. Priestahh, a player that has not had success for several years now in the CDL, and all of a sudden this New York Subliners team, he is looking fantastic. Great work there in map number 1. Caro Las Almas is now coming to a close. On the other side of the board, though, we're going to take a look at the highlights now. Vegas Legion chance not too far behind. Couple of rotations here or there. Could have been a very different game.
I mean, this is very much, it's just because of the slang. As you pointed out, like fights for scrap were solid from Vegas, good rotations here and there, but if you're getting outslayed by 20 kills on the main stage, there's not a single team you're going to be able to beat with numbers that low. So got punished there on Mercado for the map number 1, and for nothing else for the Subliners. Again, the gunny is hot. These guys are ready. And it seems like they're already close to being at their best. I mean, how quick the turnaround was as soon as the meta was going to switch, but there's honestly not a lot of different even maps that you could look at and be like, Subliners really got to improve. They are clean across the board. All 4 players consistently putting in the work. And they are quite literally just taking turns, just dominating games.
Yeah, it's amazing. The transition from the M4 to the TAC-56, the New York Subliners have gone from the bottom of many piles to simply the top. They are looking fantastic here, and in this elimination matchup, that's exactly what you're looking for. 1 down, 2 to go. And that's a big old scoreline as they manage to close out the hard point with still plenty of CODs to still be played. Fortress S&D up next.
And look, Vegas Legion are a terrifying team on Fortress when it comes to search and destroy. 4-0, perfect record thus far on the map, like a 24-10 round count even. So they've been bullying teams. We've only seen New York play it once. They lost a round 11 to Boston, so admittedly a close one. But at the same time, we also know the Subliners love to play Fortress for the respawn as well. They're happy to play it on Control, one of the best teams at actually winning offensive rounds. So these guys are very used to those close quarters. They are no strangers to this map. And NYSL, an incredibly dangerous team. Obviously, TJ, though, not a fun guy to have to deal with. He's thrown up double digits quite a few times this weekend.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We will not be playing the Fortress controller that was banned on out. Just getting a controller cable swapped out for one of the players here on main stage. Obviously, a little bit of fun and games, a little bit of drama from the previous New York Subliners series with HyDra having an issue on that LSC control. We'll get that cable swapped out ASAP. We'll get these players back into the game. We'll get rolling on towards that Fortress S&D. Chance the latter half of this series, all hotel. Who do you think they're favorites? Is that something that's a little bit more favorable for the guys in Vegas? Or?
Well, it is 5 though. That one I do actually favor Vegas Legion on. I think that's a map we've actually seen York Subliners struggle on, at least a little bit. Obviously still a threat, but I do think the S&D is definitely where Las Vegas Legion are going to be trying to make their money in this series.
Yeah, we'll see. Triple dose hotel if we can get towards games 3 to 5, but I think again for the New York Subliners fans out there in the crowd, you want to get this done in 3. You want to close the case on this one, eliminate Vegas Legion from the tournament, and roll onwards, because again, tough competition ahead of them. It's Coach Theory there on stage coming back out, so we're almost ready to go. Coach Sender, formerly of OpTic, now playing for the New York Subliners. A couple of moments here, a little bit of extended time, I suppose, to get those strats out just before you get into the search and destroy. And you know those guys have done their homework, Chance.
Oh, of course, and again, it's not like, you know, Fortress S&D is deeply complicated. 98% of the bomb plants we've had have come at the exact same site. Only a few lanes to actually work with, and I mean, you know how to watch the flank, you know how to watch the jump up spots. It's all about those mid-round adjustments and the nade coordination that has been incredibly impactful as well. Definitely need to make sure you're on top of even, you know, your round 1 strategies before the trophies come through, and make sure you're playing as mistake-free as possible. But certainly on the VOD review front, York Subliners have a lot more footage to work with in comparison. But in terms of comfort, again, running out of time here. So yeah, 4-0. I mean, yeah, it's as good as it gets.
Yeah, not bad. We do have received confirmation the game is ready. We should be able to load in a moment. Glances there across the stage at one another. Again, a lot of former teammates here on the stage. TJ, there is a man who has had a great turnaround from online to LAN. He's been an amazing player in the last few days, man. It's been great to see TJ get back into form, and here we go. Map 2. Let's get it, Raleigh. How we doing? We feeling good? I'll tell you that. I saw the guy at the front, absolutely lit. That guy's going nuts all weekend long. We appreciate the energy. We're gonna need a whole lot more getting through this S&D. Let's rock.
Elimination match. Somebody's going home at the end of the day. Vegas on the attack first, and again, nade coordination. You gotta be careful about where you're trying to plant that bomb before the nades come through, or if you open up the site, that is aggression from New York. They just punch you in the mouth. Trades coming through, but advantage to the Subliners, and already, Priestahh is in your spawn.
Priestahh is in the spawn. He's doing laps already. Clay's having to make his way back over towards mid. I think Priestahh's got eyes on him. Do they have any idea with Tick? Yeah, they do. Done. All down to Clay now, 1v3.
I mean, that is just absurdly quick, and that is something that is going to sit in the back of your mind for quite some time. Clayster trying to pull out a little bit of magic, but that bomb is down in the worst spot possible, and if you open up a door, that is just a big, hey, here I am sign. Priestahh at least gives him a freebie. And so does
my God!
What are you looking at? %10 clutch and 90% choke. They're not doing anybody favors. I don't care if you don't get a red dot. How do you not hear gunfire right to your right? Yeah, Priestahh, I mean, I guess laugh it off.
Might be.
He was the one that opened it up and throw it away.
Might be.
You know, something like, I mean, come on, man.
Even Clay's like, yeah, we'll take it.
If my teammates in Mosh Pit do that, I'm plugging
it in. I'm plugging it in. Here we go. We're plugging in a round 2. Bang! Force free for Clay.
Is it his birthday and I just don't know?
We're going to gift wrap the next one. Here it comes. Got to breathe that fire out of his lungs, though. You're going to get a little antsy after a big play like that. You turn that chair into a bouncy castle for a few seconds. Shots there from Priestahh, probably now towards that bomb site. No plant yet. Subliners a little slow to it.
Yeah, this might actually be the bait to get a couple players out, though. Obviously, the nades are going to be raining through, but there's a trophy on A, and you see Subliners going for the bomb plant. Number 1, by the way, pokes out his head and gets a kill, so that is lack of coverage. 3v3 with the bomb down.
Watch that moves through mid, though. HyDra's going to have this side covered. You got, who's that? Skyz in the back of the stairs. He's got mid-map covered. Priestahh, he's the guy on the inside of the fortress. Dead silence for both TJ and Pro and Clay now. All 3 of them making moves. Clay gets another kill.
These guys are trying to get out with his life. He knows they're coming through on the flank, and they are right next to him. How well can he dance? Not well enough. 1v3. Maybe now it's HyDra's turn.
HyDra on the side of the double doors. TJ's going to be the first man on the side. Clay gets it. Kill number 6. Vegas with the round.
And Vegas with a bit of a hiccup in that round, letting Priestahh jump out the single window and find an errant kill, but then Clay stays stationary towards the spawn over by the stables and consistently picking off those players trying to flank. So nice little rebound there and great play call on the Legion as well. The double hit on the flank in the post plan. Efficient work in these first 2 rounds.
6-0 to start things off for Clay here in the first 2 rounds as Vegas have looked fantastic. Offensive round now for them. New York, strong S&D team. Let's see what they do on defense.
Yeah, I think Clayster's looking like he might get aggressive over towards P1 as well, potentially to look for an early pick. Or he'll be going down low, and you see New York, they were aggressive last time. I think Vegas much more ready for potential aggression, but Subliners pump the brakes, taking their time, standard setup on defense, standard setup on the attack.
Yeah, roll over those 2 double doors. There's 2 archways right now for the Subliners. Clay's not going to find anything here for a while. Teej, though, oh, he can see KiSMET's cheeks. You saw that tush poke out. Give him another look if you will. Is there a nade to maybe make him move to try to flush him, but... Okay, Temp somehow catches KiSMET out. Take that, Teej. If he gets a little eager here, he's in trouble. Trophy keeps HyDra safe. Here comes the moves. And Clay's on the run as well.
Oh, the dead silence, though. That could be the moment right there for HyDra just to slip through, and he's going to be looking for the trade on Clay. Or maybe he's looking for TJ up top, but dead silence reset. He is moving quick, and he can hear everything now with 2v2.
Yeah, 2v2. Bomb planted, though. Here comes the Subliners through the inside of Fortress. They're trying to catch these players out. It's to the archways now for Vegas Legion. Post-plant position. One eye's on the bomb, one eye on the flank. Prolute has got the fight ahead of him. HyDra's going to reposition. Loud as you like. Gets spotted out. A little bit of a tag. All down to Prolute, and somehow he's still alive. 20 seconds on this one.
And you talk about being loud, by the way. This is your trophy player. They're going to hear him coming from a mile away, and that's why he's being pre-aimed. And Priestahh there to gun him down. 2v3. The swarm is successful. Priestahh and HyDra deliver. Now, maybe sort of long-term bad news. You see Clayster does have that cruise missile in the back pocket. Very open map, honestly, at either bomb site. No one's ever thrown a trophy over towards B, so I don't know if Legion can find a way to get the bomb planted over there, but you always have that back pocket potential from the spree that Clayster went on early on.
He's got a back pocket rocket to work with. Prolute there, unfortunately, loses his 1v1. Well, he doesn't lose his 1v1. Temp loses his on the other side of the archway. So great work out of the Subliners there. You isolate those fights, you win them. You manage to get yourselves on the board. Now trying to go back to back here in this offensive round. It's a super fast start. Clay lands a doozy. First blood. Teej gets out with his life. That is smooth moves out the window. KiSMET there, though, to help. Great work out the Subliners to level things up 3v3.
And this is actually a little bit delicate as well, because you're worried about so many different angles now. You see Clayster going through the crack spots in the door. Got the information, doesn't have the kill. Temp in the meantime gets an extra one. You're worried about the windows, and you just have to stay alive, but KiSMET again, another pick, 2v2. And they know Clay has this time.
Yeah, 2v2. Clay's popped Eddie as well, making a move. Bomb's getting planted now towards A. I think Vegas, they're fully aware of this one. Trying to go over there, it's not going to be easy. Teej, big damage, no kill though. Teej trying to snap onto the second. KiSMET gets it. Clay's there as well, gunned alive. Pitbull chews him up, spits him out.
Yeah, shout out KiSMET on that round. Gets the straight up ace, gets the protection as well. And ooh, that is a round it feels like the Subliners should not have won. Clayster gets the first blood, but then players just getting picked off left and right. KiSMET with the TAC 56, able to find a way. Tied up 2-2, and now it'll be Vegas Legion's turn to attack.
Could have been a miscommunication. A little bit of timing there. Clay's concussion doesn't land in the window in time. Temp takes the fight. So many little things can go right and wrong here on Fortress. It's such a small and dangerously intimate map. Skyz now with a snipe, looking to try to get his first kill of the game.
Be careful on that jump across. And keep in mind, if you can get this bomb planted, Clayster does have the cruise. You see the deep pocket that Clayster's playing to watch the flanks.
That's a stick.
Oh, that's a face reaction too. Good cam right there from HyDra. Not a fun first blood.
Very emotive. Back steps towards A, we're going in. TJ, he's making his way forward through that Fortress side. So, yeah, you're gonna back on up. Wait for some noise. Good work out of KiSMET. That's a 5 spree for him, so streaks were close.
Yeah. Again, KiSMET on just the pick front has been an absolute machine. I think those might be a dead silence play potential. TJ has his popped. He's leading the charge, but Priestahh has the angle, but TJ has the strap. 3 versus 2 for Vegas. You see what they're doing, they're wrapping his back. It's gonna be Skyz as the first one here with the snipe. To potentially spot this out.
He managed to pull KiSMET away, so he's going to be on the flank a little later. Skyz now been spotted. You know exactly where this player is coming from, where he's going to be. You don't quite know that KiSMET's still Deady Pop, making his way around the long way. He is going to be coming in from behind for Vegas for now. 2v3, post-plant Vegas.
Yeah, he's so loud, though, is the only thing. And you see a player's doubled up, and while the players inside are loud enough that KiSMET can hear this the entire time. Skyz with a snipe, it's going to be hard for him to get good effect, and gives it the old college try, but now he's one shot. Temp has him pinned down, and KiSMET, he's stuck over towards the A-bomb. Gotta get the 1v3 for Kiz. Nowhere to go. Hunted down. 3-2 lead now for Vegas.
Nice disciplined play out of Vegas there. They got the numbers. They don't let anything sneaky happen on the bomb site. TJ, due diligence done. Checks every possible angle there, and they don't overcommit on that kill on the Skyz. You leave that to Temp. You trust him to finish that one up. ProLute and Teej keep the bomb site all secure. Great work, Vegas.
Now we'll see New York Subliners on their attacking rounds. Talk about how impactful trophies are going to be in these moments. Obviously, not just for the nades, but for the cruise missile as well. 2 very open bomb sites, the ever-present threat. Racer likes to climb horses, but the jump spot's a little bit harder.
Big information. First blood, placed it.
Funneling up, they are just setting up for this P1 push. Plays around all the way back. These are just good reads coming out of Vegas. The coverage is there. The teamwork on point, but so is Skyz. The window's always a problem. And now with 2 versus 2. And New York Subliners, they got options. The B-bomb side is open.
They got options. Wait, here comes ProLute now on Skyz. This is it for the ace. No, ProLute guns him. ProLute guns HyDra as well. And that is a deadly 1v2 situation.
Big moment for Byron. He has delivered in search and destroy. He has stepped up on land, and he is ready for that moment. A near, like what, 2 versus 4 coming through with the double kill from Skyz, but bro, he has bailed him out in rounds in the past, bails him out once again.
And Skyz first 2 kills that round, man. I thought that was it sealed. That was an insane turn of events. Subliners, I mean, there is always a chance these rounds are going to go their way. It takes a moment of magic, but this is a wild opener. Everyone is up close and personal on A.
And funnily enough, that stun actually hits KiSMET, so he botched the stun, but you still get the intel. Unfortunately, you do not get the first blood, but you got to be ready for the close gunfight, and not ready enough. A trade comes through, but not on the deep side. HyDra wins another one. ProLute, this is a 1v3, but taken down instantly. The New York Subliners on defense, when they get aggressive, I mean, it hits different. They just run you over.
Yeah, there was no hope there whatsoever, man. KiSMET, ruthless in that approach. Trophy clear, stun check, you name it. That was a great step-by-step defensive hold. HyDra's running amok as well. You don't kill HyDra, he's going to find you anyway.
And like, you have to be able to counter that as Vegas as well. Just like stun those double doors open and try to gun them down. A lot of different teams have a lot of different ways to try to contain it, but that's 2 where Subliners very successful on the defensive end, but now it's their turn to attack.
You give them the A-bomb site, they're going to run away with it. No one hit towards A now. A lot of noise. All the usual sound cues are going to be here, but the players might be all over the place. Teej, info gained, hits it. First blood.
Beautiful. Oh, and Glacier gets a kill with a stun in the meantime.
Oh, Skyz.
I mean, clean hops right here and a nice little workout for Skyz, but trying to get that pump up for the 2 versus 4.
He's going to need it. Vegas have pumped the brakes now. Skyz, Priestahh. Priestahh's popped Deady, checking every possible corner. He might be able to catch a Teej out. He might be able to surprise Temp here. Temp wins it. All down to Skyz.
I know New York Subliners never happy. He killed me with the stun. Not a fun thing. And now you know exactly where Skyz is. 1 versus 4, surrounded and has to check everything. And he's a trophy player as well. Nobody home. Vegas Legion up once again. For Vegas, who are going to be back on offense, well, for one thing, they still have the cruise missile. And for 2, you know New York Subliners like to get aggressive. It is the ultimate opportunity to set up and play for picks. I'd be staring straight through those double doors.
Map point Vegas. Here we go. Subliners have got to pull 3 straight rounds off to win this one. They're on defense, potential final round. Vegas can find the magic here, they'll equalize in the series. ProLoot with that bomb, and they're running towards A.
All right, they're swinging out a little bit wide as well. Stunned out of bound, plenty of nades are gonna connect. Not gonna hit anything, but at least now you know, hey, they're not right up next to us. Down low though, HyDra. Look, sneaky play, by the way, closes the doors behind him. At least it looked like it. Maybe to make it just look a little bit more tricky, like nobody's home, and that was the idea. It pays off. First blood, man advantage.
Yeah, mechanically so gifted, HyDra. Just letting out a couple of warning shots here by the stairwell. Skyz has him covered. And nade's going to go just over the top of Temp. He's playing that doorway really close. There you go, spotted out now. Priestahh still trying to buy this time. New York Subliners, don't worry about this. You have just under 50 seconds, and the round is yours. Vegas got to make a move.
I was going to say, Temp's about to run into 3 players as well. Look at how well Subliners just grouped up together. They know that Vegas are forced to play for picks, so they are moving as a unit. A freebie right there for Clayster, though. Still a 2 versus 3. And I think HyDra might get sent in for the kill. Knows ProLoot got tagged up, and the kill's not there just yet.
Oh, he's snaking, baby. He's trying to stay alive. Stops that bomb over towards the site. Clay is nowhere to be found. This is all ProLoot right now. There's one. Clay arrives. Better late than never. Doesn't get the kill. He's going to send it around this corner, potentially. There's HyDra for the kill. He might be able to get one more. The bomb does get planted. It's done. A very awkward and slightly ugly round for everyone.
Yeah, simply nothing you can do in that moment. York Subliners, again, moving as a wolf pack right there. And again, I don't actually know if HyDra did it. I know spectating gets weird for whether or not doors are open or closed, but I think he got inside the double doors, closed them behind him. So if a player's peeking that, they see the door closed, no, hey, nobody's here, laying in a corner. Cheeky little strat gets you the man advantage, and they played it perfectly after the fact. York Subliners working on the comeback. They're attacking round.
They need 3. 1 down, 2 to go. Offensive round now. They're getting in closer towards A this time, a little slower on the hit. No one there just yet. Bombs changed hands, passed on over. And it's a very standard setup right now for Vegas.
And this might be a round where Clayster feels almost obligated to call in the cruise. A trophy's out in the back, but depending on where these players are, might be able to get a connection or hit the Kobe. First blood for Clay.
Or a wonderfully timed grenade for the pair of them. Here it comes. A gift from above. You're gonna force everyone on the inside.
Yeah, the question is, what do you get off this? Look at the Vegas players. You force them inside and they make moves. They have cleared out the A site. Vegas now control everything.
TJ sees the door, a little bit of noise, a little bit of love. They've changed the face of the map and they know that that bomb is down in the archways.
But now they're actually putting themselves in a bit of a sneaky spot. Temp going back and forth, has eyes on 2. ProLoot has been left by himself and he dips out as well. You get a little bit of control, you back away and you bait Priestahh out. 4 versus 2, this could be game.
They're hitting the bomb site ASAP though. Subliners know this is what they need to do. They need to get that bomb back and no one knows. Wait a minute! Thieves is there for the pickup, Vegas. They find the equalizer in the search and destroy. And for a squad that's looked so strong in the game mode, Vegas, they steal a big one. And a lot of it owed to Clayster in that 1v3 in the first round.
I mean, looking back, talk about the mistake from the New York Subliners. I mean, a gift wrap present to hand him the 1v3 in what otherwise was a very tight game. But hey, you give one of the best players of all time a gift like that, he turns that into a double-digit performance. First blood in the final round. Well, heck, Clay got 4 of them in that game, but Vegas across the board, 7 out of 10 first bloods. And obviously on a map like Outback or Fortress, they convert those more often than not. Fantastic stuff the whole way through.
Yeah, smooth moves out of everyone there. Barber Fortress comes to a close, 6-4, final score. Vegas Legion now tie us up. We go now to the hotel side of the series. 3 in a row if we have to get to that game 5. No worries whatsoever. Because again, a spicy series, an elimination matchup, and hey, squaring up to be a real fun one.
It's going to be a fun one indeed, and again, I do think if it goes to that map 5, Vegas are going to be happy about their odds. Their S&D has been their moneymaker, but which of the next 2 hotels that they actually win? It is a tricky question, because again, Nameless pointed out on the desk, the hotel controls that Vegas have been winning have come from the majors, so they're looking better than before, but obviously the Subliners, they've been something fierce. We saw in map 1, both HyDra and Priestahh on top of everybody have been fried.
Well, there we go. 1-1 apiece either side. It's anyone's series still. Now, though, a triple dose of hotel. Pack your bags, ladies and gents. We're going to the Breenberg. We'll get right back to the control after this quick break. Don't go too far.
Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back to the final match of the day here at the Call of Duty League, the Raleigh Major 1. I mean, it's flown by, Chance. Already coming up on Game 3 between these two. It's been a ton of fun.
It's been a great deal of fun. Nice little bounce back from Clayster as well in the game number 2. Roughly double negative in game number 1, but bounces back with plays like this. Clayster gets the credit, but the single best play of the game, these three players from the New York Subliners handing it away. Priestahh overheats from like the game number 1 he had, the ego chow on point. Players that just don't know what direction to look, and nobody shot back. So shout out Subliners for that one. Handing an easy 1v3 to Clayster. Just absurdly silly.
He simply couldn't have done it alone. Again, the Subliners not to be deterred after that. Of course, they put up a fantastic fight. But there you go. Tweets coming in from across the Twitter sphere. Yeah, no flurs given whatsoever at Clay, 30 years of age. Still getting it done.
You know, we could start saying for every time Clayster does something of like brand new record, first 30-year-old to ever accomplish, hey, 1v3. Hey, he got 12 kills in a search and destroy double digits. I mean, you could just gas this man up endlessly and deservedly so. Phenomenal bounce back performance, and not even just for the first 2 rounds he had with the 1v3 included. Great plays towards the end. He had 4 first bloods that entire map. Good use out of the cruise missile as well. Efficient stuff coming out of Clayster.
Yeah, good stuff. Gonna need all that good vibes and good energy going into the next map as well. Of course, we now find the hotel section of the series. 3 straight. And on the Breenberg Hotel we now go. Control up first, hardpoint, and then S&D should we have to go the full way. But this is sure to be a fun one indeed. And again, a map that neither team, I don't know, is super proficient on. Chance. It's sort of relatively up in the air.
It's honestly just kind of tricky because like the meta switch has like massively shifted the way we've been perceiving the New York Subliners. And then I think literally just online to LAN has been massively switching the way that we perceive the Vegas Legion. Because again, the players on the side of the Legion that have faced the most criticism have stepped up and then some coming into the major. ProLute, again, the number of clutches he has had in Search and Destroy, him and TJ both in that game mode, a couple double-digit performances as well. The slang's there in the respawn, and I mean, I think the prediction, like people would have said Vegas should be happy to place like top 8. Well, here they are battling for top 4, so they've been a very nice turnaround.
Looking at both teams, looking to desperately make it to Sunday, because again, an amazing turnaround for both of them. They're coming into this series, no one expected. Actually, coming into the tournament,
correct.
No one expected the New York Subliners to do any damage whatsoever. One of the most poor openers I think we have seen in the CDL since its inception in 2020.
They even had enough of a turnaround in like the second week. We're like, okay, maybe with the new meta, like they could do all right. And then they've even like blown those expectations out of the water. Like Priestahh has been one of the star players this event. I don't think anybody was quite prepared for that. I mean, the number of times where HyDra, almost every single map, probably for the first 2 weeks, where he is the main slayer on the team. Now the Subliners have all been taking turns, outperforming. So these guys have really brought themselves together. They've figured things out. I know KiSMET has talked about the 25% rule for that team of everybody gets the same amount of input. We're working on these things together, and I think the teamwork is something that for these guys has really started to shine through.
Yeah, no surprise, KiSMET again. He was always going to be one of the sort of more decisive playmakers for the squad. He's definitely considered one of the X factors for pretty much every team he's on. Leads from the front, real great initiator for his team. He's the guy to get the job done. Same thing for Skyz. Again, a lot of questions coming into this series about in this tournament and this entire year about this roster for the New York Subliners. Some folks said on paper, doesn't look that strong, doesn't look that great. Either way, they've turned heads. Chance for the Vegas Legion roster. This is like the ragtag Dirty Dozen. This is a squad thrown together seemingly at the last minute from the leftovers of other teams. And then, of course, the addition of Clay, desperate to get on a team before the season starts. Look at them now.
Yeah, definitely a scrappy bunch indeed. No player pun intended, but more smiles on the faces after the most recent S&D performance and a little bit of sassiness as well.
A little? Quite
a lot of
sass.
sassiness as
Any
well.
team with Clayster on it is going to have a solid amount of sass, and will continue to for the duration of his career. TJ, though, again, we talked about it's plenty, massive turnaround from him. He's looking incredible so far in game. ProLute as well. Online criticism, he was a little lost, right? Like not necessarily fully aware of what was going on in game or where his teammates wanted him to be or needed him to be. There was a lot of that flying around. I don't know if you've been reading the Bluebird and Reddit, brother, but for now, ProLute has looked great. Ever since yesterday's game, I'm a big fan.
I mean, hey, what was once lost maybe now is found.
Yes.
They have truly stepped up to the plate. And again, fighting for a top 4 placement is incredibly impressive stuff, especially this early on in the year. I know very early on, Vegas were winning some of those early S&D tournaments. The hard point and scrims that we were watching them play also looked fantastic. So it was from the jump, we were like, okay, Vegas is coming to play this year. Bit of a downtrend in the first couple weeks, but again, here they are. Intense and confused looks on the faces of some of these Vegas players.
Yeah, slight issue, of course, with the audio. I think it is issue at the moment, so we're trying to get that resolved ASAP before we get back into the match. 1-1, if you've just joined us, between both these teams in this elimination matchup.
On the flip side, you got the Val Pals, the TikTok superstars in a sense, and questionable dance moves in a sense, but the Subliners, again, what is without question at this point is the Call of Duty skill. I mean, quite honestly, this might be one of the top like skill cap sort of teams in the league that we have. Just unlimited potential that we are seeing them start to harness. And honestly, a pretty impressive path for these guys to get here as well. Bit of a gauntlet through this tournament, and I think really up until Seattle, they were looking completely untouchable. And obviously we know that not the most invaluable team, they are capable of falling. They are now tied up 1-1 in this series.
Glad you brought up the path to get to this moment, because this is the way the bracket has looked since we got to bracket play. Not all of our pro teams made it, of course, and sadly, not all of our challengers teams did, or none of our challengers teams did either. But there we go, FaZe. They'll be sitting up against Seattle Surge winners finals tomorrow. Of course, Toronto Ultra, they took down the LA Thieves earlier today in that exciting 3v1. The winner of this match will play them tomorrow.
And an interesting moment as well, I'd say, for the Subliners, just because, you know, if Vegas win this series, obviously they're going to end up looking more impressive just by default, but also for the fact that Vegas are like getting good wins against Røkkr, taking them down in the S&Ds in the game 5. And I know they lost 3-1 to FaZe, but we casted that series and it was incredibly tight. So even as some of the front-running teams in this tournament, Vegas have gone toe-to-toe and honestly at least gotten a few licks in before they ended up falling. I mean, it was a 250-248 they had on the MC hardpoint against FaZe, around 11 they had in the search and destroy. So nail-biter stuff for Vegas, and we'll see if the team with smiles on their face, sort of like not quite veteran players. I know Skyz and KiSMET have been around for quite some time. Priestahh 4 or 5 years at this point under his belt, but no true veterans, certainly not compared to players like Placer sitting on the other side of the stage. But enough experience to get here, maybe enough to get to Sunday.
Yeah, it seems ridiculous saying that anyone's a vet when Clay's in that game. Yeah. Like, it's just, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, Chance. It's madness.
I just think the caster should start the game. I think it's the caster's fault.
I blame us too. I don't even know how we start the game. That's another question. I know the chat's asking for it. I might have got a tweet or two as well. I want to blame Skyz, but I can't. He's too likable. He's far too likable. Big question for me coming in this one again. If you have such a close series, like running the Vegas storyline in the back, you have such a close series against Atlanta FaZe. Yes, the 3-1 was still nailed by it, search and destroy, everything was close. How does that stack them up against everyone else in the tournament? You know, like
it quite literally means you can beat everybody.
Literally everybody.
Point. I mean, you're a couple gunfights away. I mean, we don't have to call out some of the gunfights, but aBeZy may or may have world start a couple players on Vegas Legion and win a couple gunfights. You start taking teams like that down. Even for Vegas, I'd say, well, you could talk about like their Mercado hardpoint specifically. I know they fell here, but it was a map that early on in the season where they're just making clear-cut, identifiable mistakes on the map. I feel like they've reined so many of those in and are playing maybe not flawless, but much more efficient gameplay. We've seen the moves that they're making on aBeZy where they just have everything so well coordinated, and there's only the slightest of missteps. Very exciting teams in a less exciting moment of pause, waiting for a hotel.
Well, we're almost ready to get into the game. For those of you here in the arena, here in Raleigh, we're going to take a very quick break. You can go to the restroom, grab a beverage, get ready for the rest of the series. For you at home, I recommend you do the same. We're in for a banger. Once we get back from the break, we'll be ready to roll. Don't go too far. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Problem sorted, everything's good. We're ready to rock and roll. Let's get it. Let's go to hotel.
I mean, hey, if Clayster can hit the regain after map 1, we can hit the regain going into map 3. Get those vibes flowing. Maybe throw on some intense music or not. You got options. All what I know is we're going to hotel control. And it will be New York Subliners on the attack for round number 1.
Let's get it. Greenberg Hotel. We're about to have a bit of an extended staycation. Playing control, a little bit of hard point, a little bit of S&D for that game 5 if we have to go the distance, baby.
And a little bit of rock and roll.
Oh.
I got nothing to follow up on.
That was it? Oh, Clay's had an issue. Everybody stay cool,
We were
cool.
talking in the break about how there's no maps you can really fall off of and drop off of in the game, so Clayster's gonna be great, and then he dropped out of the lobby.
Clay found a way to fall out of the lobby, guys. Yeah, we're laughing too. We're laughing too.
You're not laughing, you're crying.
If you're not laughing, you're crying. If you ain't swimming, you ain't winning on HyDra. No HyDra in this series. All right, he's back in. Let's go. Yeah, he fell out. That guy right there on the end. He fell out of it.
The close one, not the
The close guy. The one with the head and the hair. That guy. Yeah, let's get it. All right, back into the back at the hotel we go.
PJ Halley, top 5 COD player of all time. Throwing that out there.
PJ
Halley?
I'm missing
Stunner
this joke.
Gaming back in it. It's not a joke. It's dead serious. Back in AW, TJ was disgusting. He literally like set the tone, honestly, for like how to play uplink back in the day. It was him.
Crazy.
Innovator, this one.
Crazy. How the mighty have fallen. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Take 2 in a Greenberg Hotel. Let's get it, Raleigh.
Yay! That ain't right.
What?
That was uncalled for.
Spitting facts out here, brother.
Hotel control. New York Subliners attacking round 1st. Maybe one day we'll have the interesting discussion on, do you actually want to capture the B zone first? Because a couple teams have been locking down A, but maybe a discussion for a different day. Elimination game. You win, you move on to Sunday. You secure top 4. You lose, got an early flight home.
Yeah, you head to Raleigh-Durham and you sit at your gate, you wait for your group to be called, and you send it right over towards A.
Maybe send it right past A as well. No reason to wait. There's kills to be got. HyDra, you know he's looking for it. Every avenue of the map pushed out, and nothing but Vaznevs popping up in the feed. That is 5 right now for the side of New York Subliners. Is KiSMET just adding to the collection, or he's gonna get traded, but I just made his way around the entire map. Should get traded out, right?
Not yet. First segment at A, gone. Over to B now. Looking for a big old stack. There's 2 of them. HyDra, if you just wiggle that tush a little bit, there you go. Try to get on the inside of this zone. Here's the stack. Here's the progress. HyDra cleaned up. 2 trophies down. 2 players on B. Second segment's on the way out. Tej, wrong way, brother. This is a bad look. B's almost gone.
Oh, that'll definitely be gone now. And, well, we talked about the interesting discussion of do you want to capture the B zone first? Now we get to find out if Vegas Legion can hold the defense over towards the A zone. A lot of time right now to work with for the Subliners, and honestly, 2 ways to win. Up by 7 lives, that is a decent chunk. They've gone on the Legion forces.
Yeah, 24 there for Subliners on live count. 17 Vegas Legion. Over to A we go. They've already got 1 segment done and 2 minutes to throw their bodies at this one and try to close it out. Nice shots out of Priestahh. 2 and 2 so far. Now the approach. Space to work with. TJ traded out immediately, and oh my god, this could be it. They should jump on this bad boy. That could be game.
Yeah, no, that is 100% going to be game. Not nearly enough pressure over towards Kitchen. It was TJ by himself, and that is one of the fastest rounds.
God damn!
We are going to see of hotel control. Not a great look for Vegas, and as good as it gets for New York. Honestly, there is nothing you could possibly improve upon. Perfect opening break, perfect rotation through the middle of the map. The Vaznevs were shredding for the Subliners. And again, quick, easy, efficient. That was a 20-minute delay for a 20-second round.
Yeah, right on, man. I mean, talk about respecting everyone's time here. It's getting a little late in Raleigh, but these players, prime gaming hours. They should be functioning at peak efficiency, peak performance. Or eke proficiency, you never know. Here we go, though. Another round. This is now New York Subliners on defense.
And Teddy off the rip as well. That means CJ's wanting to make a play. And standard gunfight right there. The Priestahh just guns him down with the headshot multiplier. And not quite the perfection on the attack that Vegas were hoping for, in a much more sort of tricky, nuanced spot. ProLuke creeping up, maybe just into death. Skyz there for the trade. You already see Subliners in position. The gunny is there. You got bedroom control. You got someone snaking, potentially HyDra, on these back couches.
Ooh, it's a big win from HyDra. Play up front. Priestahh finds his ankles, does a little bit of damage, pressure him. All the Vegas are hit. The whole Legion team is in the kitchen, on the restaurant side. Now they're getting the stack. 3 players there on top of it. They should get captured quick, but there is going to be a New York Subliners pinch a few seconds before it can hit. Here we go.
Yeah, and a couple players maybe working the flank as well, but you don't got a flank when he runs straight through the front. Priestahh does get traded, but that leaves the flank open. That's KiSMET. That is in the mix. He is on a 5, can't deliver to 6, and looks like that might finally be the A zone secured. In the meantime, you see where Skyz is on the minimap. He is forcing those spawns for Vegas over towards kitchen. You keep that bedroom control, and this is where this B zone is very difficult to capture.
Yeah, you've got Temp playing sneaky. Not so sneaky now, he's letting his gun fire. HyDra now going immediately for the kill. Trades are there done. Bedroom now in the hands of the New York Subliners. They're happy to sit up here for now, wait for the attack from Vegas Legion, and deal with them in kind. He's traded. Clay's going to be still alive with the backline here. ProLuke to back him up through bar. There's numbers, but there's not enough kills just yet for Vegas.
Yeah, and you see every single time that HyDra sort of jumps out and looks towards Calvin in the middle of the map. If he sees nothing, that means everybody else is going to be working the flank, and that is all the information Priestahh needs. He is challenged for number 3, challenged for number 4, but TJ took it to him. Maybe a nice little opening for Vegas just to try to get some sort of pressure on the flank, but those New York Subliners players just spawn right on top of TJ. So Vegas, they are feeling the pressure.
Still though, Temp's going to be the guy to try hit bedroom side. He's going to clear out the back. No, Skyz wins that fight. KiSMET here on the side wins another. Clock's ticking, starting to dwindle. 40 seconds remaining here. Vegas with the 12 lives. Now to 11, 15 for the Subliners.
Right, Vegas are just consistently flooding through as well, trying to work these flanks, but if you never clear out bedroom, you're never gonna have a good time. Maybe an opportunity to set up some spawn kills. ProLuke with that blood on a HyDra. That man's gonna spawn out behind you, and ProLuke looking for the next. He is made very weak, and honestly, this is just more of a hunt on these players, but Priestahh is delivering in the meantime, backing away towards his teammates, and New York just have a stranglehold on this map.
Final 10. There is the opportunity for maybe ProLuke to go this one. Gonna have to hit this time, and very good. KiSMET gets it. That's the round done. Vegas Legion unable to really get towards B there. A war of attrition that they lose. New York Subliners. Map point.
Yeah, never electing to rat back off spawn and try to root out Skyz and clear out top bedroom. They worked on the flank, and instead they ended up just getting worked. Pretty much 2 perfect rounds coming out from New York Subliners on hotel control. You could not ask for much more. Their turn to attack once again. Honestly, I would just look to replicate the exact success you had early on. Similar stuff, KiSMET and HyDra be on the lookout, 13 kills apiece. They open things up in round 1. They'll be looking to do the same here.
It was been 2 extremely explosive rounds for the Subliners. The opening breaks are very, very productive in the kills department. Stun check, 10, doesn't land a whole lot over towards that, couch side. HyDra, he crosses. He's been taken care of though. Priestahh with an dolphin dive to safety. He's pinned down. This should be the kill. Well, he made a fight for it though. There we go. Over towards A now, the slow cap for the Subliners.
And much stronger stuff right there for Vegas though. Able to start things off a little bit better, and maybe an opportunity for Temp to get the gunny flowing. 6 and 13 for a moment. We can check on that stat line later as he adds an extra one towards the pile. The next player is going to be on tap, catwalking. It looks like he's got the help. HyDra for 2, and the man on the hill, KiSMET, is the one that set up HyDra for success. No surprise there, as the second tick on Zone A now through.
Slow cap, but very much a successful one so far. Oh, what timing from KiSMET. Jumps out, perfect moves. Now hit towards B. Skyz wins a big fight. Big fight now. ProLuke's the only guy up. Managed to get at least 1 kill out of it. Kiz, he's roaming, he's slaying. 2-man stack Subliner.
And he got the trophy as well. TJ trying to be quick, but the TJ gonna get traded. Priestahh by himself for the moment. He'll have a little bit of help in a second. Gets the first kill himself, and Subliners, massive opportunity here to just end his 3-0.
Holding it down. Here comes Clay. Slow peek gets the kill. Here comes the numbers though. Still HyDra keeping the capture alive. Clay gets dropped this time. KiSMET finds 2. Oh baby. It could be a 2-man stack. Now HyDra can dive on this one, trying to keep those reinforcements at bay. KiSMET on an absolute tear. 3 now in a row. The fadeaway. Progress. Second segment done. any more men to throw at this one, and it could be theirs. The pinch is done. Tej closed out. My God, it's non-stop.
Kid's the unkillable. He's even the trophy guy for the team. Drags an extra man down. 10 last one standing. Skyz eventually gets the kill. Flooding into death. Subliners have put you in a blender. And you are down by 6 lives. Subliners doing it all.
Non-stop pressure. Non-stop numbers. That is game. Squeaky clean for the Subliners on control. A very swift 3-0 as the mode continues to be a problem for everyone there on Vegas Legion. Yet to find the success, and that was simply uncontested.
Honest to God, might be the fastest control we have seen this year. 6 minutes and 54 seconds.
Smoked
was the amount of game time that you just had. Not a lot to say, man. KiSMET 21-9, HyDra 19-15. All 4 players positive, not even remotely close. On the flip side, all 4 negative. You're not winning gunfights, you're not gonna have a good time, and that is both respawns where the Subliners have massively outslayed the opposition. And you know for a fact they are feeling good going in a hotel for map 4.
Yeah, we stay on hotel for map 4, hard point. And something's got to give there for Vegas Legion. The control game is just so rough. They've won a single round against Atlanta FaZe. Obviously here, a complete 3-0 smack and no success there whatsoever. And very, very few signs of life. Still, if it's not their mode, hard points to the search and destroys. They have not been bad whatsoever in the tournaments. They can still make a run here, but they put themselves in a precarious situation. This is now match point for the New York Subliners. You lose this one, Vegas, you are going home.
And once again, for KiSMET, main slayer, objective taker, literally does whatever he wants on the map. Dude, he even runs a trophy just to be the helpful guy that he is. So, Mr. Do-It-All, another one of KiSMET's finest. And he just knew it was fake. Terrible joke, but had to be made.
I see it. Mostly the New York Subliners just running over Vegas Legion. Back to the drawing board there, we'll go for control and hotel. I mean, I didn't even notice the team kills there as well. I mean, things just got a little bit too dicey. Whatever team it may be, they just seem to find success against them. Great work out of the Subliners. Methodical play, 3-0. And this, all the momentum in the world going in towards that hard point now. One more run back on hotel's all they need. And they will advance to tomorrow's play.
And honestly, Subliners look like they have set themselves up for success for the 3-1. I know Vegas, if they can get to that final map, they're happy for the S&D, but it has been just 2 blowouts in the respawn, at least in the kills column. Just the slaying prowess that the Subliners brought to the table. I know at least after day number 2, like all 4 players on the Subliners were in the top 10 for KDs overall. And once they get that headset back on, I know they're ready for hotel once again. So many cables on stage.
Are we having another issue with HyDra's gear? Maybe. No, we haven't done anything just yet.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed indeed. FaZe fans, up to fans. Everyone enjoying themselves here in Raleigh. It's been one hell of a tournament. One hell of a tournament so far. Oh, but a Subliners fan. Shush, what are we talking about, mate? Well, okay, sorry. You keeping it on the DL? Okay, we respect it. Okay, okay. Don't boo him, his team's up. They're winning. Sender's loving it. So's Priestahh. Top of the board, man. The KD from Priestahh and Skyz. Like, no, that was on no one's bingo card of this tournament.
Easiest coaching job right there of all time. With the high speeds going into map 4. Hey, you know what you just did in the first 3? Yeah, do exactly that. Just keep killing them. Again, there's not a whole lot you can do when you're getting outslayed by 20+ kills.
Whoa!
York with the gunny. I missed that one.
No, no, no. He loves salt. He loves pepper shakers. Yeah, get the camera off him. Get out of it. Yeah, thanks. Get us back to TJ. He's a good Christian boy.
Internet lives forever.
Forever. Oh, okay. So we are dealing with a slight headset issue. It is HyDra. And the white noise bounce
Always
corrected his headset. Yeah. Important because we want these players to have as clear communication as possible. That white noise helps drown out additional noise in the venue. Trying to keep competitive integrity at its highest. Everything all smooth and good. You see that kid on Reddit.
That is the most tangled up headphones I've ever
seen. How did he do that?
Just a hot mess. Good luck with this one. Work on that. It'll be a slow one indeed. And I'd say maybe the slow pace maybe can actually Subliners, maybe Vegas will take advantage of it. They bounce back after map 1. Obviously a very difficult bounce back going into map 4. Again, not one of those 3 rounds in control was close in any sense of the word. Staying on the same map as well. A much more difficult hype speech to your squad.
From Coach Theory?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a little bit harder. At the same time, though, I mean, it's just, boys, you know what to do on this map. You've done it before. Do it again. Subliners are not invincible at all when it comes to the map and mode, but we'll see. Again, if we have to go to that Game 5 staying on hotel as well and search and destroy, you will need that for Vegas. It's going to be potentially a much longer series if that does happen. For Subliners fans, though, win this one, and hey, we all go home.
That is absolutely true. I think
Especially
in the future,
Vegas.
I'm going to bring HyDra just 2 of everything that it needs. 2 lock models, 2 headsets, 2 headphones, 2 controllers, whatever that man needs, 2 cables, we will get it for him in advance. But for the moment, again, for Vegas, just looking for the bounce back. For New York Subliners, you want to end it as quickly as possible so you can get extra rest and get ready for Sunday and talk everything over, because certainly in the respawns, I can only be a parent for so long. Wheeling and dealing, straight up across the board.
Yeah, kills department, all good for the Subliners, looking very, very strong when it comes to slaying alone. And in this game, it helps a lot. I mean, it's not the stats mean everything. You get the kills, you keep the enemy team off the game, keep you in the hard point. All good so far. Search and destroy, though, a little bit more mixy. That was where I do think if we have to go all the way to that Game 5, man. Subliners, yeah, very capable team. They've taken out some super 2-3-5 teams in the tournament already. Flow Mutineers, but I have to be giving somewhat of an edge, of course, to the Vegas Legion so far. Looking kind of tasty.
Certainly not scared of the map 5 either, are the Subliners. They will be their map pick out bagger. Obviously, that's going to be one that I think Vegas are going to be happy to play as many times as possible, honestly, throughout this year. Still 5-0 on that one, so see if New York or, again, just a hotel squad, they'll enjoy it. And I know their KDs this series, they're going to enjoy that even more. Literally just for the control. Yeah, you see KiSMET throwing up the 2.33. Doubled up, double positive there for Priestahh in the hard point. And I think the only sore spot was that map number 2. Otherwise, that is just, what, 7 out of the 8 possibilities. Everybody going positive, and by a decent margin as well.
Yeah, that's very, like the 2.0 there for Priestahh. So far in the tournament as well, absolutely outstanding. No complaints whatsoever for the New York Subliners fans. If anything, it's a welcome surprise. Of course, taking place here in Raleigh as well, we still have a Challengers tournament going over. I can see that on the far right-hand side of my screen. I'm looking at the LAG Academy taking on Elevate. 2 of the squads we saw almost make it through to the play-in. The 2 top front runners here in the competition, turning heads and certainly making a name for themselves in the professional CDL side of things, as if things weren't good enough already. HyDra, how you doing, brother? Can you wave at the camera? We okay? Ça va? Oui? No. I'm glad we're chuckling, though. Crazy day, Chance. Crazy day.
You know, maybe we're thinking of a good news, bad news situation for Vegas. Obviously, being down 2-1 is bad news, but the good news, the record for the New York Subliners on the map for the hotel hardpoint 1-2. So that's a good sign. The bad sign, Vegas Legion are 0-2. We got the DJ in the house.
It's not the DJ.
The audio mixologist. We will get things bumping here in a minute. I mean, Greenberg Hotels in Amsterdam, great place to have a party.
Yeah, not a bad place to have a party.
I wouldn't know, but I've read stories.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, still the technical pause here. We get HyDra sorted, getting back into the game. New York Subliners, Las Vegas Legion, hardpoint on the Greenberg Hotel. Coming up after this. And we are back before HyDra breaks something else here on the main stage at Raleigh in Major 1. I'm not even kidding at this point. I'm not even joking, but we're nearly ready to go in a hard point. Headsets are on and we're ready to rock and roll. Elimination match. One more map is all the New York Subliners need to advance further. Thieves, though, he's been the X factor for the boys there on Vegas Legion. And whether or not they've been iced, whether full has been lost or composure is long gone, we will see.
And we have hailed HyDra so much that he just brings a hailstorm around him. Is it a terrible pun? Yes. Are we delusional?
Yes.
Absolutely. But the map is starting for the third time. Greenberg Hotel Hardpoint. Here we go.
Let's go, Raleigh. Give me a wave. Yeah. Once more.
Half the crowd thought you meant do the wave. The other actually just waved back.
Yeah, we had something there. We appreciate you, Raleigh. We'll see you all tomorrow for another crazy day of Call of Duty. For now, it's once more for the New York Subliners. 2 more maps for Vegas Legion. Let's find out what happens here. Hotel Hardpoint, first of 250 seconds. Let's rock.
Oh, we got an actual wave attempt in there for the base. Anyway, New York Subliners straight inside the hard point. They will actually get towards this hill quick, just based on the side that they spawn on, and trades out and abound. Maybe a flank coming through for number 5. That's TJ, and I'm feeling like Tej. He's able to pick up the double kill, and that's the setup for him and Temp to end up getting slaughtered. Subliners have now flipped the spawns, have a nice little rotation over towards B2, and just like the first hard point, it's NYSL that things are looking good.
Yeah, look at the minimap again. It's trying to get those players for Vegas Legion to the right-hand side of the map so far. All Subliners. A little bit of time here. 20 seconds left on P1. Clay's going to be able to soak up a little bit of that. The rest of the guys make their way across. Tej not going to check this corner. Taken care of there by Skyz. A lot of pressure on that right-hand side of the map. All angles covered right now. You're going to have to find something, Vegas. Otherwise, you're about to lose the next rotation.
For the moment, York actually do have a pretty wide split setup right now with number 2 spawning in the middle of the hill. That means you do have all your bases covered. How well do you read the pressure? Well, Skyz is getting things started. HyDra there for the very quick follow-up in Vegas Legion. Falling like dominoes, 10th last man standing, and at this point, you just expect him to fall. Last man in line, gets snaked, and Skyz there to gun him.
Gunny's there, holding it down now for the Subliners. Lead change. 2-man hit now through the bottom side of the map for Vegas Legion, trying to find those openings again. They're going to respawn. Here come the stun checks. There's going to be the lethals replenished as well. You're into the back line of the hard point. Tej loses a big fight. Kids on a 5. HyDra, oh my bang, good guard by the back of the lobby check-in. He's going to find a few more, 20 to go.
Yeah, sucking the life out of the venue in more ways than one. HyDra now doing it in-game, and on that 4 spree, front man on the squad, and no one's in kitchen just yet. He knows that they're nearby. And now he's got a little bit of support. 3 players for the Subliners inside the hill, and a couple players for Vegas outside and gone. Only connects with 2, but
oh my God,
trades, or maybe not. Clayster
wait a minute.
Swoops in, protects his boy, and the hold is in for Vegas, trying to get back in the game.
Don't ever talk to me or my son again, says Clay. Hardpoint now in the hands of Vegas Legion. Wind up punch now from the Subliners. Tej, close right, they're not going to check this one. Priestahh gets gun, so does Skyz. TJ holds it down, KiSMET over the top rope. Oh God, it's a 3 for Tej.
Yeah, TJ and Clayster right there on the setup for the worst possible start. They make the best of the bad situation, and honestly, 30 seconds is a lot of scrap, and they're going to be able to secure it. All those New York Subliners players that tried to make moves towards the hold, well, got gunned down and ProLoot gun up. 3 spree for him, and he's got the intel on HyDra in couches. A decent little ways to go on this rotation, but at least in terms of gunning right now, Vegas, they have absolutely picked things up.
Great comms there from the Subliners. They got that
and where did number 4 just spawn, by the way?
Just like top bedroom, no biggie, bro, no biggie. I mean, or bottom bedroom, that's even more annoying. He's gonna get taken care of by ProLoot there on the rat back, but you're gonna have the next hard points up. Subliners, they are best in to grab it. Pressure there, ProLoot throws a trophy his way. It's not gonna help out. KiSMET now trying to do the best he can, clear bottom bed. Skyz there, the man on the hill, soaking time.
Yeah, and I don't know if HyDra actually spawned there, if he took some weird route and just planned out his patience on the rotation. But either way, if you're on the pitch to start this one off, not gonna have a good time getting shot in the back again. You're trying to funnel through a small doorway, and Priestahh is there to try to cut you down. A couple trades for Skyz, one on his own teammate, but that first push, gonna get stuffed. Now the pressure in the back until spawns flip.
Yeah, great timing. 25 remaining on this hard point. Subliners with the lead. They're going to now hold on to this as best they can. Contested there for a sec. Good cleanups. Final kills go through. And the lead is going to change hands once again. Vegas in the point. Now the battle towards next ensues. And hey, this is going to be a fun hard point.
Yeah, someone always for New York Subliners are collecting that jewelry. Uncut gems are found, and well, that rotation that much finer. Slight deficit they're working from because Vegas have been on point to get the scrap, but now Priestahh on point to get the hot hand. He's on a 3 spree. HyDra, that's number lucky 13 for him, obviously on a 10.
He's going to end it. Restaurant's up. Lead change once again. We are exchanging hard points here in this game number 4. Skyz backline covered. The rest of his teammates, so no, they don't worry about Temp. He gets in. Teach's there as well. Now you've got to take care of one more player here, then set up. And Vegas, lead change once again. Skyz somehow still alive. And there's the re-break. If that's even a term in COD. Yeah, and it's all Subliners.
Breaks on, breaks on, breaks. And honestly, with 2 players falling right there, nobody seemingly can hold on to this hill. HyDra getting baited just a little bit, but the bait not good enough. Takes at least 2, but as we said, it breaks all over the map. Vegas back inside. Priestahh wants to take it away. 10 seconds of scrap. Why not fight for it? Is now you are fighting for this rotation. Subliners stacked up over towards the kitchen side of the map. That's where the pressure's coming from.
Yeah, pressure on. HyDra's got streaks still to work with. 16 and 9 overall. The Phenom lighting things up here on Hotel. Lay prone, find those kills day in, day out. That's the name of the game here over to the kitchen. That's where the hit from. Oh, Vegas is. Trades are good. Skyz towards the back line there. Priestahh's helping him out, and KiSMET, the man in the hill. Great setup here from the Subliners, trying to move this lead forward.
Yeah, so many cheeky little spots, too. They actually have to clear out players in the deep pockets of the map. HyDra right back at home in the little spot that he's found. He has killed everyone multiple times on this hill. And Chalk up trying to go through kitchen, trying to break this bad boy through the front. A contest is in, but the kills are not. Vegas are getting cut down.
Yeah, cut down indeed. Clay from bed, trying to fight his way forward. 20 seconds left here on the glass side of the patio. HyDra on the inside of the map. We're going to go back to square one in a matter of seconds. You managed to clear off the point now, so you got a free point to grab for the New York Subliners. A few seconds there. Final kill and attempt, net them. Now back towards the middle of the map, set number 2.
And honestly, that platform hill right there, one of the better hills we've seen in the game for either team. So not a crazy lead, but a noticeable one certainly for the Subliners. And obviously the slang is there. Again, 3 out of 4 players positive, and that's been the name of the game right now for New York. Just the slang potential that they have. Another double kill from HyDra. And when you think double, well, double negative right now for Temp. Someone for Vegas is always feeling the pain of the pressure that the Subliners have.
Vegas feeling the pain. Let's see if the pain is reflected there in the comms. Quick listening now with the Las Vegas League.
You gotta go. See what's on? Watch out one already. Can you want to help me? I'm stunned, bro. I'm coming help. I got one. I'm coming right in.
Yeah, someone better. Top down, jump down. They're side down. They're side down, laying down and hill.
I'm holding this left cut.
See one dead.
Left cut. Left.
There's side down on me. In hill. One shot. See there, one shot. Lay down light. Slams. Dead. There's one more. They're gonna be right.
One's down.
I'm out Joe's here.
I see one.
C2 dead.
I'm staying up. I'm one shot.
Yeah, C2. I still C2.
I'm doing it.
Stay left. Stay left, bro.
Yo, one's the arches. Listen,
One shot, HyDra.
It can be chandelier.
One's pinch. One is the bush. The bush.
It can be chandelier.
Yeah, I'm looking over your chandelier.
I'm getting blue.
Yeah, my blue? Okay, I'm looking helping chandelier. D2. He's D2. Paco and Kiz.
I'm only blue.
Right up in.
D2, one shot, Kiz.
Bro, one door, right there.
I spawned out. It may spawn in the back. I'm not sure. One shot right side on you. HyDra, one shot mid. Snake.
I'm trying to help you.
I'm gonna teach you here.
Right weak.
That's a big scrap.
He's challenging the door. He's laying down the door.
They're spawning weird.
He's spawning back door. Yes, he's spawning back door.
One is in here. Who's in missing? Kids. Or no, fuck.
He's spawning in the back door. Yeah, one's spawning in the back door.
Freezer corner, guys. C2 Skyz. Last one, yo. That's the last one. They're spawning there.
Not wrong, Clay. They are spawning weird, but look at this game. We are right back in it.
Yeah, and you're trying to hold on to kitchen. The weird spawns means they spawned out in the gunny inside.
New York Subliners just allowed the walk up and swarm the hill. So forced because they don't know about all the spawns. You have Vegas backing off and pulling back just a little bit, looking for the trades inside the point. It's a mixed fest, but Vegas, hold on. They deliver towards the kitchen, and now they're getting that time. Another lead exchange. Legion, they've taken it.
Crazy, man. It's so back and forth. Here comes another hit out of the Subliner Source kitchen. HyDra trying to be tip of the spear. Those nades are going to slow him down, and that is all time now for Vegas. Priestahh up next. Dolphin dive in, gets eaten alive. Dolphin clearly on the menu. Temp's going to be another one. Skyz with the old snake. And what do you know? Snake doesn't taste great.
No, not at all. A little bit venomous in that one as well. Prolute trying to get behind enemy lines, but he's got a couple players trying to hunt him down, and everybody else from Vegas working their way through bedroom. We got to worry about the pinch, but that is across the board. Players scattered everywhere. HyDra the last one in the back, but he gets the kill that he needs, and as soon as he gets it, everybody on the Subliner spawns up in the back.
Yeah, they're going to hit this one. Oh, big win to play. Still the pressure, though, coming out of bedroom side. Trey's there. We're over the 200-point mark now for both teams. Business end of this extremely important hard point in the series.
Yeah, now you get the fangs in right here for Clayster. Now they're trying to back HyDra down. The move go on the hill. So many players right now for the Subliners, all in these doorways. Couple trades back and forth, but the Subliners at least get it done for a moment. Oof. Oof. And Priestahh stays alive, and he's got the reinforcement. A nail-biter of a bar hill.
Every single kill is so important right now. Clay at top of the head, he nades from Temp though. He gets at least one, so open our point for his second Temp knows where HyDra is. Rips his head clean off, trades are done. Final 9 seconds are gonna go towards the Subliners.
And Vegas made him fight for it, right? Enough of that pressure on the hill that they'd set themselves up for this rotation. Legion have everything covered.
Here we go. Legion lined up, restaurants open for business. Siege wins it. Pressure now coming in from Priestahh. The stick's not gonna be there, but here you go. Next line of defense for Vegas Legion trying to hold on. Out of the hard point for a brief second. Here comes Subliners, flying through the front side. TJ Prolute with the kills. Another one there from Skyz. He's going to get another, and the trades are done. It's a break. It's a big one. Clay, the last man up.
Man, what a good start. The trophy's not there, but they are for the Subliners in the hill. They got the trophies they need. Now they just got to win the gunfight.
Got to win the fights forward. Skyz the man to get it done. Here comes another lead change, and potentially the final one of the map. Maybe even the series.
It's the full pinch. Full pinch is coming through. KiSMET here for the read. 2 players on the cross. The trade's out and bounce. The swarm is on the hill. Who can hold on?
Final seconds. Final seconds. The kill now. Teach is down. Subliners. They get it done in the hard point. It was so close. Yet so far, the Subliners stay alive. And we say a fun farewell to the Las Vegas Legion here at Major 1.
A valiant effort for Vegas, but in the end, they could not hold on. The setup, the rotation was there, but as soon as that trophy gets burned through, it is the stuns and the nades that just came pounding their way through. And I mean, 250, 238 is respectable, but for Vegas, just a little bit more work they have to do. Massive improvements that we have seen from this squad over the weeks coming into the major, exceeded expectations. That's a story you gotta sell for the New York Subliners as well. Massive performances they have had across the board. All 4 players have stepped up to the plate. Everybody putting in the work, and I mean, HyDra in the kills column again. 23 non-traded, 32 total kills, and another game right there for the Subliners, where it is just the slaying power. Maybe a +12, +13 in the kills column. Makes the game that much easier.
There you go. Subliners survive towards Sunday. Final scores there. If not for that control, a very close series. The 3-0 there might have sealed their fate, but 250, 238, an absolute bloodbath there on the final hotel hardpoint. No need for that game 5, but there we go. An exciting series comes to a close. Here is the final match of the Saturday. Here at Major 1 is done. We have our final teams set for Sunday. They're all pretty much locked and loaded. Chance it is going to be something. We've got Priestahh on stage with GuyBlaze to close out the day.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Give a round of applause for the New York Subliners for making it to Championship Sunday. Priestahh, what a crazy series that was. You guys close it out 3-1. You let the S&D slip by, but you get it done 3-0 under control in that last hard point right there. Talk to me about how y'all managed to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, the last hard point, they made it close, man. They put up a fight for sure. We messed up on a few hard points, but we closed out in the end. It was a little bit mixy. KiSMET was like rugs, and I was like watching his rug doors. Like, wait, Kids, turn around. And I hear him behind me running. He got the kill, and at that moment, I kind of knew it was over. But they put up a good fight that last map for sure.
Nah, definitely. You know, you could definitely hear those footsteps out there. It sounded good. And now being here on the New York Subliners, okay, first chance to get to talk to you about it. How do you feel making it to Championship Sunday here with this team to represent them?
Bro, this team is insane, man. They just set me up. They make my job so easy. And our pacing right now is unreal, so we just got to keep it up and keep doing what we're doing.
All right, yo, you're looking good. I'm going to let you go so you can get some rest. But anything you want to say to these fans who stay here to see you and at home supporting you?
Yeah, I mean, I know you guys were for Paris for the most part, but everyone's showing love to us. We appreciate you guys, and we're going to keep doing our thing.
All right, they're going to keep doing their thing at Championship Sunday for New York. That's going to do it for me and Priestahh on the stage. Chris, close us out.
Priestahh, that's another $1 in the bucket here. All right, congratulations to the Subliners. And honestly, like, how good of a guy is Priestahh? We talked about his numbers at the end of last night's show. He was #1 on the KD leaderboard. He was right behind Skyz at the start of this matchup. Today, he performs once again. Subliners are powering through, and this is a guy from the start of the CDL who is rising to the top once again.
Yeah, looking good from the side of Priestahh and for the New York Subliners. We kind of got it in the way we thought we would. You know, the SD not kind of going their way, but every other mode looking really strong, especially the control. They look crazy good.
And I got great news. We got to get out of the venue pretty quick, so we got to wrap this up here on headquarters. I got to get your best thoughts here on the day as we take a look at the bracket. Best matchup. What do people need to go back and watch when they check out the VOD?
I mean, I think they just got to watch HyDra today. How many times he had an issue and bounced back? It's really impressive. No, but seriously, we got a lot of bangers across the board. I think that FaZe and Ultra game was a turning point of this tournament. FaZe ascending to the top and, you know, sort of building the character of Toronto Ultra because they responded so well afterwards.
aLLeY, what do you think about that matchup at the top? Seattle Surge versus Atlanta FaZe for a spot in our championship here at Major #1.
It's a battle of the ages, and I hope they're getting some very, very good needed rest tonight for tomorrow's matches.
Great games all day tomorrow, Ton, and it all kicks off bright and early. Walk me through this schedule. Where does Ton get excited?
Oh, Ton gets excited straight away. Atlanta FaZe, Seattle Surge, an absolute banger. Could go either way. Same with the Ultra against Subliners game. Ultra looking for a little bit of a run in the losers bracket. I wonder how they'll get on tomorrow.
We're starting live at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, 1:15 if you want to catch us live on headquarters. But before all of that, we have the 2022 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, the best of the best. These people will blow your mind. Check it out. It's kicking off 9 a.m. Amazing games across the venue here in Raleigh. Big shout out to everyone who participated in the Code Bowl yesterday, everyone who came back and filled this venue on an epic Saturday, and a huge shout out to everyone working behind the scenes. An epically long day for everyone in production. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. We will see you once again 1:15 p.m. Eastern or 9 a.m. if you're here for Call of Duty Mobile. We'll see you then.
You don't wanna see me with no limits. Rise to another level, dream to the finish with a team, independent, yeah. We moving like a steamroller, really, we extreme with it, feeling kinda mean with it, better duck. Like we hit you with a cyber truck. Coming through the dirt and seeing a lot of muck. We on the rise, man, your time is up. You put in work, you on the power luck. We on another level, better move and know your time is ticking. We about to cast it out and reel it in just like we fishing. I told you it would happen, maybe next time you will listen. Just because it glisten doesn't mean it's gone, so pay attention. We always stay consistent, keep it top of the mission. Squad, keep it authentic, give the haters some distance. We about to change the channel, we about to change your vision. If you moving with us, better keep it tuned and handle business. Handle business. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. The rise will be televised.